In the realm of apocalyptic rebirth, I have acquired a space duplication system a millionfold. A peculiar acid rain has led to widespread mortality among those it touched, only for them to mysteriously resurrect as grotesque and terrifying zombies. Lin Feng, who suffered a cruel death at the hands of his wife's family in the apocalypse, finds himself reborn 1 month prior to the cataclysm, awakening a millionfold space duplication system, enabling him to replicate all his resources 1,000,000 times over. With this system, he stockpiles trillions of supplies, looking down upon the world with contempt. In a fortified safe haven, Lin Feng and several beautiful women indulge in hotpot and song, laughing at the blood rain and chaos outside. However, an unexpected turn of events leads Lin Feng to a shocking discovery. Chapter 1: Rebirth and Return, a Parallel World. Is this where my mind resides? It has been 5 years since the apocalypse. Even if food can be found, it is all moldy and spoiled. I can only make do with you, Lin Feng. A gaunt old woman cackles eerily, her skeletal fingers gripping Lin Feng's ankle as she slowly drags him towards the kitchen. You beasts! Lin Feng coughs blood, his eyes burning with resentment and fury as he glares at everyone in the kitchen. Ah, Feng, didn't you say you would forsake everything for me? I still remember the vows you made. His wife, Li Jia, extends her hand to reveal her wedding ring, a chilling smile gracing her lips as her eyes fixate on him. Wretched woman, may you suffer a fate worse than death. I shall not rest even in death until I have my vengeance. With the last of his strength, Lin Feng unleashes his fury. Sis, the water is nearly boiling. Grant brother-in-law's swift end. I'm starving. Suddenly, at the urging of his brother-in-law, Li Mingho, Li Jia slowly lifts the kitchen knife, bringing it down with malice towards Lin Feng's head. In a private dining room, Lin Feng suddenly screams in terror, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Lin Feng, is it really necessary to be so frightened over adding my name to the property deed? Startled, he turns to see Li Jia, her mother Zhao Hohot, and her brother Li Mingho in the room. Zhao Hohot, incensed by Lin Feng's sudden feigned ignorance, grits her teeth in anger. Lin Feng, still in shock, recalls this scene from 1 month before the apocalypse erupted in his previous life. Have I truly been reborn? Excitement swells within him as he surveys his surroundings, filled with myriad thoughts. In his past life, Lin Feng, devoted to Li Jia, had acceded to all her demands. He had not only added her mother's name to the property deed, but had also agreed to pay the down payment for her brother's house, along with monthly mortgage payments. Little did he expect that the very people he had strived to protect would ultimately turn against him with blades drawn. As these memories flooded back, Lin Feng clenches his fists, wishing to devour these 3 ingrates whole. Seeing Lin Feng's sudden shift in demeanor, Li Jia furrows her brow. To secure his agreement, she had indulged him numerous times the night prior, leaving her still reeling from it. Could it be that Lin Feng intends to renege? She quickly clings to his arm, adopting a coy demeanor. Ah, Feng, didn't we agree last night? What has come over you? Brother-in-law, is it just adding a name to the deed? Why the grim face? If necessary, I'll have sis divorce you, Li Mingho interjects, toothpick in mouth. Yet, they are unprepared for Lin Feng to seize Li Jia by the neck, striking her fiercely as he growls. Wretched woman, I can forsake everything for you, can't I? The vows I made? This sudden turn sends Zhao Hohot into a panic. Help! He's attacking! Someone come! Old hag, be quiet! Lin Feng swiftly lifts a bowl of pickled fish, pouring it over the old woman's head, eliciting a pitiful wail. Li Mingho, having never witnessed such an event, cowers beneath the table, trembling. Sis brother-in-law, what has happened to you? Do you truly wish to kill us? Hearing Li Mingho's plea from under the table snaps Lin Feng back to reality. This is not the apocalypse. Society has not yet crumbled. If he were to kill them now, he would face dire consequences himself. Realizing this, Lin Feng coldly regards Li Jia. I never imagined you could be this kind of person. You have utterly disappointed me. Wah, Lin Feng, you're insane. I want a divorce. Li Jia, bruised and weeping, is overwhelmed with fear and confusion at Lin Feng's sudden transformation. Wish to divorce me? You think it's that simple? Lin Feng casts a disdainful glance at Li Jia before exiting the dining room, leaving her and her family amidst the chaos. Aware that time is of the essence, Lin Feng must prepare for the impending apocalypse. Soon, an eerie acid rain will descend, claiming nearly half the population. Horrifyingly, Those who perish in the rain, both human and animal, will resurrect as zombies 10 days later. In his previous life, Lin Feng had fought valiantly alongside Li Jia's family against relentless hordes of zombies, while also guarding against the far more terrifying nature of humanity struggling for 5 long years. What astounds him most is that the very woman he fought to protect turned against him alongside her family. Li Jia, you viper, I will ensure that you and your family pay a far greater price. Yet, Lin Feng knows that his immediate priority lies in preparing for the apocalypse. He must amass sufficient supplies and weapons to survive in the coming chaos. If only he could secure a sturdy refuge. However, he understands that both time and money are luxuries he cannot afford. Even if he were to take out loans or mortgage properties, it requires time, and creating a safe haven demands the same.
Ding!
Congratulations on your rebirth. You have been awarded a million-fold duplication space system. Suddenly, a childlike voice resonates, startling Lin Feng from his worries. A million-fold duplication system. What is that? Any item or food you touch will be replicated a million-fold and stored in your system space. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng clenches his phone in excitement, joy surging within him. It seems that in this rebirth, fate is favoring me. How else could I have received such a monumental boon? Detected 1 mobile phone. Congratulations, you have received 1 million mobile phones. As Lin Feng revels in his newfound fortune, the system's voice chimes again, igniting his exhilaration. Subsequently, Lin Feng felt a surge of thought, and he found himself seemingly immersed in an infinite expanse, where indeed there were 10 million mobile phones neatly arranged. What if I were to replicate food here? Would it spoil? Excuse me, you're blocking the way. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard a man's voice, which caused his eyes to sparkle with intrigue. Chapter 2. Replicating Millions of Gold. It turned out that Lin Feng had unknowingly stepped out of the restaurant and was obstructing a vendor selling barbecued skewers from a tricycle. Lin Feng then contemplated that if he placed hot food into the space or replicated it there, he could effectively test whether the space possessed preservation and warmth-retaining properties. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng approached the vendor and inquired, "How much for the skewers?" "Cheap, just 1 yuan each, then I'll take 5 yuan worth." As he spoke, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone to pay the vendor. Detected 5 warm skewers. Congratulations on receiving 50 million skewers. At the moment Lin Feng received the skewers from the vendor, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. This elicited a surge of joy within Lin Feng as he mused. In 2 or 3 hours, I shall see if the barbecued skewers remain warm in the space. If it truly possesses long-term storage capabilities, it would be completely foolproof. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, Lin Feng made his way to a nearby convenience store. "How much for a pack of soft cigarettes?" 100. A middle-aged woman, casually cracking sunflower seeds and spitting out the shells without lifting her head, replied. Lin Feng simply smiled and said, "They'll take 5 packs." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman realized she had encountered a lucrative customer today, as 5 packs of cigarettes amounted to 5,000 yuan, which was her profit. For 2 or 3 days, immediately, the middle-aged woman greeted Lin Feng with a beaming smile. "All right, I'll get that for you right away." 5,000 yuan credited to Alipay. As the payment notification chimed, the middle-aged woman's smile widened even further. Detected 5 packs of soft cigarettes. Congratulations on receiving 50 million packs. As Lin Feng took the 5 packs into his hands, the system had already replicated 50 million packs, storing them within the space. Just then, Lin Feng's thoughts shifted as he glanced at the Maotai liquor on the shelf and asked, "How much for a bottle?" 1,500 for a bottle of Feitian Maotai. "How many would you like?" The middle-aged woman looked at Lin Feng with excitement. After all, customers like Lin Feng, who buy both cigarettes and liquor, were a rarity, making her exceedingly happy. However, Lin Feng examined the 5 packs of cigarettes in his hands and thought, "Buying 5 packs of cigarettes at once might be a bit much. How about I take 3 packs and exchange them for 2 bottles of Feitian Maotai?" "That works." The middle-aged woman hesitated briefly but agreed, retrieving 2 bottles of liquor from the shelf to place on the counter. Detected 2 bottles of Feitian Maotai. Congratulations on receiving 20 million bottles of Feitian Maotai. With the system's notification sounding, Lin Feng quickly focused on the space, discovering that the original 50 million packs of cigarettes remained unchanged, unaffected by The exchange, moreover, the space now contained an additional 20 million bottles of liquor due to the transaction. Such the miraculous replication space left Lin Feng in a state of ecstatic disbelief. He then turned to the middle-aged woman and said, "I'm sorry, I don't want them anymore." "Refund, please." "What? You don't want them? I've gone through so much trouble for you, and now you say you don't want them?" The middle-aged woman's eyes widened in displeasure as she glared at Lin Feng. Yet Lin Feng fixed her with a cold stare and said, "I'll say it again, I don't want them. Refund me." The moment their gazes locked, the middle-aged woman involuntarily trembled. She had never encountered such a profound and icy gaze before. Those eyes resembled an unfathomable cold pool, exuding an oppressive chill. Little did she know that the man before her had struggled for 5 long years in a post-apocalyptic world, and the aura he emitted could hardly be that of a normal person. All right. Under Lin Feng's unspoken intimidation, the middle-aged woman had no choice but to obediently refund him. After exiting the convenience store, Lin Feng began to survey his surroundings, realizing that he needed to acquire some funds. While he could replicate some common items through this method, certain things might indeed require actual money. If he were to replicate money, he knew well that the serial numbers would be identical, rendering it unusable. Suddenly, a gold store caught Lin Feng's eye, and an idea struck him. If I convert all 230,000 yuan in my mobile phone into gold and replicate it 1,000,000 times, wouldn't that amount to 23 trillion yuan worth of gold? With this thought, Lin Feng exhaled a deep breath and walked towards the gold store with excitement. "Welcome, sir. How may I assist you?" As Lin Feng entered, a uniformed saleswoman greeted him. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and radiant, and her ample bosom accentuated her confidence. However, Lin Feng merely cast her a cold glance. After all, no matter how beautiful in a post-apocalyptic world, one could easily end up as someone's plaything rather than a person of value. "May I see your gold bars?" "Certainly, sir." The saleswoman, eager for business, led Lin Feng to a display case and introduced the various specifications of gold bars. Afterward, she flashed a professional smile and asked, "Sir, which specification of gold bar are you interested in?" Lin Feng pondered briefly while observing the gold bars of 20 grams, 30 grams, 50 grams, 100 grams, 500 grams, and 1,000 grams before deciding. "I'll take 2 100-gram bars." "Sure, sir. I'll wrap them up for you right away," the saleswoman replied, her excitement palpable. This transaction was a significant deal, and she would earn a considerable commission, which made her exceedingly happy. Payment received via Alipay. Yuan, as the payment notification chimed, the transaction was successfully completed. As the saleswoman happily handed Lin Feng the packaged gold bars and receipt, the replication system chimed again. "Detected 2 100-gram gold bars. Congratulations on receiving 20 million 100-gram gold bars." Hearing such a melodious notification, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. After all, he had effortlessly acquired gold worth 15 trillion yuan. Any ordinary person would have been overjoyed. Yet Lin Feng remained composed and unfazed. He understood better than anyone that, when the apocalypse truly arrived, even a single brick to fend off zombies would hold more value than all the wealth he now possessed. Carrying the packaged gold, Lin Feng headed towards the exit. "Sir, we look forward to your next visit." However, as the saleswoman bid him farewell, Lin Feng suddenly recalled something and turned back to face her. Chapter 3. Delivery to your doorstep. "Miss, are you certain these gold bars are 100 pure gold?" "Sir, our store is a well-established brand, and we operate with integrity. You can rest assured about that." Satisfied with the saleswoman's confident assurance, Lin Feng nodded and departed, for time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste too much time here, as he had done with the convenience store owner. Furthermore, he is now a man of immense wealth, possessing a staggering fortune of 15 trillion. How could he possibly lack such a trifling amount of money? He retrieved a sausage from his face and was pleasantly surprised to discover that it retained its original flavor and warmth, just as he had hoped. "This is truly wonderful. It seems I can confidently replicate or store daily necessities here in the future," he mused. After all, in this era of convenient shopping, Lin Feng would not foolishly push a cart to the supermarket or the wholesale market for groceries. However, to his astonishment, as he approached his doorstep, he overheard a conversation between Li Jia and her mother, Zhao Hohot, within the confines of their room. "Jia, do you think Lin Feng has found out about your affair with your superior?" Zhao inquired. "Mom, that's impossible. I use 2 phones, and no one at my company knows about this. How could he possibly find out? Li Jia replied. Yet today at the restaurant, he suddenly transformed, attacking us mercilessly, Zhao remarked.
I don't know, Mom.
Have we been pushing him too hard lately? Li Jia pondered. Indeed, it appears we must proceed with caution, gradually extracting every last penny from Lin Feng before you divorce him and be with your superior, Zhao concluded. Understood, Mom. Otherwise, wouldn't today's beating have been in vain? Li Jia responded. It turned out that from the very beginning, this trio had been deceiving themselves. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, they had to fend for themselves in search of supplies, for only in this manner could they survive. Otherwise, after exhausting their resources, they would have long sought a new target. At this moment, Lin Feng clenched his fists in anger, wishing he could instantly shatter the skulls of these 2 vile creatures. Yet, he understood that he could not act out otherwise. All his efforts would be in vain. So, taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his fury before forcefully inserting the key into the lock. As the door swung open, he beheld Li Jia, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, gazing at him. Had it been any other time, Lin Feng would have embraced her without hesitation, offering her solace in her moment of distress. However, as he remained unmoved, Li Jia, her eyes welling with tears, lamented, It's all my fault, Jia. I should just move out when I have the time. I shouldn't have forced Feng to add my name to the property deed. Mom, please don't say that, she sobbed. Observing the mother-daughter duo in their theatrical exchange, Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet, to ensure that the 3 of them met their demise at his hands, he had to momentarily placate them, responding with feigned indifference. All right, stop crying. I will seriously consider the property deed matter. He proceeded to list his extravagant purchases. 100 pounds each of rice, flour and sugar, 100 pounds each of pork, lamb, chicken, duck, and beef, 100 pounds each of various seafood, 1 barrel each of peanut oil and canola oil, 2 bottles each of sesame and chili oil, 10 bags each of salt and assorted seasonings, and 3 each of toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, body wash, soap, and razors. He also procured 50 packets of various snacks and more. Anything visible in the app, Lin Feng purchased in abundance. Ding dong. Your takeout has arrived. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Li Jia and her mother exchanged bewildered glances. Mom, did you order takeout? Li Jia asked. I didn't, it must be him, Zhao replied, gesturing towards Lin Feng's bedroom. Nodding, Li Jia rose to open the door. Upon opening the door, Li Jia gasped in shock. Dozens of delivery workers filled the hallway, burdened with numerous packages, blocking the entire passage. Moreover, more delivery personnel continued to arrive. In an instant, the entire neighborhood was abuzz with delivery workers, prompting the residents to wonder why so many were converging upon their community. Some even began recording videos to post online. At that moment, Zhao Hohad emerged from the room, incredulous. Why are there so many items? Did you make a mistake? One delivery worker, panting heavily while carrying 100 pounds of rice, replied, The address and door number are correct. There's no mistake, and I was told that if I deliver this 100 pounds of rice, I would receive an additional $500. $500 for that bag of rice? You might as well go rob a bank. Zhao retorted, incredulous. Ma'am, it's right here on the receipt if you don't believe me. Take a look, the delivery worker insisted. Receipt or no receipt, I don't want the rice. Zhao exclaimed.
Who said I don't want it?
Lin Feng's voice suddenly interrupted, startling Zhao into a shiver. Feng, why did you buy so much?
She stammered.
You'll find out soon enough, Lin Feng replied coldly, casting a vague glance at Zhao before turning to Li Jia. I said to pay them, hurry, and give them the money. Li Jia paused momentarily, then exclaimed, But I didn't bring my phone, Feng. Very well, but what she never anticipated was that Lin Feng's next statement would nearly drive her to the brink of despair.
Chapter 4. The safe villa in the apocalypse. Every delivery person must be compensated. What? Are you seriously mistaken, Feng? Li Jia gazed at Lin Feng as if he were a monster. After all, if every delivery person was to be given 3 to 500, wouldn't that completely deplete her wallet? I said you should give it, so just do it. Why are you making such a fuss? With Lin Feng's sharp reprimand, Li Jia couldn't help but shiver. The fierce intensity with which Lin Feng struck her earlier that day at the restaurant was still vividly etched in her mind. Thus, gritting her teeth, she reluctantly paid each delivery person one by one. In no time, a total of 50 to 60,000 in tips had been distributed. This prompted Li Jia to cast a resentful glare at Lin Feng, silently cursing, Lin Feng, just you wait. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the feelings of Li Jia and her mother, continuously touching the supplies delivered by the couriers in the corridor. The system's notification echoed ceaselessly in Lin Feng's mind. Detected a bag of 100 gene of rice. Congratulations, you have received a bag of 100 gene of rice. Detected a bag of 100 gene of flour. Congratulations, you have received a bag of 100 gene of flour. Detected a bag of 100 gene of sugar. Congratulations, you have received a bag of 100 gene of sugar. Detected 100 gene of beef. Congratulations, you have received 100 gene of beef. Detected 100 gene of lamb. Congratulations, you have received 100 gene of lamb. Li Jia and her mother exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Lin Feng's bizarre behavior. Both of you, hurry up and bring these items inside. Observing Li Jia and Zhao Hohot bustling about, Lin Feng showed no inclination to assist. Instead, he pulled out a cigarette and began to smoke leisurely. Seeing Lin Feng not only refuse to help, but also audaciously smoke in her presence infuriated Li Jia. In the past, even if he had 2 lives worth of courage, Lin Feng would never have dared to act so brazenly. Yet now, he was so openly defiant that Li Jia was seething with anger. Suppressing her rage, she turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Ah Feng, I can't possibly move this bag of rice. Please help me. Whether you want to move it or not is of no concern to me." To her surprise, Lin Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette and coldly replied, disregarding the astonishment on Li Jia's face as he headed downstairs to his car. Making his way to a real estate agency. In the wake of the apocalypse, possessing an independent house with a certain level of defensive capability could significantly enhance one's chances of survival, given the time constraints. Reconstructing a new one was clearly out of the question. Hence, it was better to try one's luck at a real estate agency to see if there were any such properties available. The agent who greeted Lin Feng was a man in his 30s. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he courteously got straight to the point. "Sir, are you looking to rent or buy a property? Either renting or buying is fine. I just wonder if you have the type of property I'm looking for." Lin Feng replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. The agent chuckled, "Sir, our agency has the most comprehensive listings in the city. If we don't have the property you're looking for, I assure you, no other agency will." "Well then, since you say so, do you have any properties with exceptionally high safety ratings?" "Properties with exceptionally high safety ratings?" Lin Feng affirmed. The agent smiled politely. "Sir, could you specify what aspects of safety you mean? It would be helpful if you could elaborate. Something akin to a Doomsday safe house or a shelter," Lin Feng stated earnestly. To Lin Feng's surprise, the agent's eyes sparkled at his words. Sensing an opportunity, Lin Feng hastily inquired, "Do you have such properties?" "Sir, to be honest, we do have one. But what? The price might be a bit steep. A higher price is acceptable, as long as I am satisfied. Anything is negotiable." Lin Feng lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. After all, he was left with nothing but money, so the cost was of little concern to him. Hearing Lin Feng's response, the agent continued, "This property is a villa in a wealthy area. The owner sold all his assets in the country and moved his family overseas. Now, this bizarrely modified villa has been on the market for 2 years without any offers. If you're genuinely interested, I can take you to see it right now." "Great, let us go take a look." Lin Feng feigned a nonchalant demeanor as he stood up to accompany the agent to the villa in the affluent district. Upon arriving, they were stopped by a security guard at the entrance. Ultimately, it was the agent who discreetly slipped the guard 2 packs of cigarettes before they were allowed entry. "Mr. Lin, it's this one." After getting out of the car, Lin Feng followed the agent's gesture and his eyes lit up. "Mr. Lin, this is a 3-story villa, covering a total of 600 square meters, featuring a modern architectural style and a 100 square meter garden." The agent explained as he produced a key, unlocked the door, and turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Please come in." Lin Feng nodded slightly and stepped inside. The agent continued his explanation. The entire villa is fitted with 3-layer, multi-structured bulletproof glass, capable of withstanding attacks from a Barrett sniper rifle. Moreover, the previous owner replaced the entire structure with high-temperature and corrosion-resistant titanium alloy, enhancing the villa's durability. The roof is equipped with solar and wind power generation, and there is a diesel generator and a gasoline generator in the basement, ensuring power supply under any circumstances. Listening to the agent's detailed descriptions, Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. Yet, he maintained an air of composure, inquiring, "Has the villa's walls undergone any special treatment?" "The walls, floors, and roof are reinforced with 90 centimeters of rolled steel plates, making it impossible for ordinary shells to breach. You can rest assured about that." Satisfied with the agent's response, Lin Feng nodded. "How much is this villa per month?" "I intend to rent it." "Mr. Lin, I'm afraid this property is not available for rent," the agent replied apologetically. Chapter 5. Meeting the owner of the safe house abroad. What? Not available for rent? Indeed, Mr. Lin. The owner of this villa has instructed that it only be sold to knowledgeable individuals and is not available for rent. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slowly. "If I were to purchase it outright, how much would it cost?" "Mr. Lin, it would require 20 billion. The agent held up 2 fingers. "Agreed. But I have one request." "Please go ahead, Mr. Lin." Lin Feng glanced at the agent, who was now visibly excited, and continued, "I want to conduct the transaction in person with the owner of this villa." At this, the agent's expression turned hesitant, prompting Lin Feng to furrow his brow. "Is my request really that difficult?" "It's not that. It's just that he has already emigrated overseas, so it may take some time." "Which country has he moved to?" "Beautiful country." Lin Feng smiled calmly at this revelation. "Since he has no time, I can go find him myself." "What? You intend to seek him out alone?" The agent looked at Lin Feng with evident suspicion. At this moment, Lin Feng was acutely aware of the real thoughts of the property manager, who was undoubtedly concerned that Lin might bypass him to collaborate directly with the owner of the villa, thereby depriving him of his commission. Rest assured, we shall go together. I have no intention of circumventing you to approach the villa's owner, Lin Feng assured him. Upon hearing this, the property manager's initially wary expression softened. So when shall we set off? Let us go now, Lin Feng replied, glancing at his wristwatch. Mr. Lin, are you in such a hurry? Not at all. I merely find myself with some free time. Let us proceed. Lin Feng smiled at the property manager and, without further ado, pulled him to gather their passports and documents, making their way to the airport. After all, for Lin Feng, time equated to money, or rather, life itself. Thus, his lack of urgency was quite paradoxical. After an arduous flight lasting several hours, the plane finally touched down in the United States. As Lin Feng and the property manager exited the airport, he glanced up at the blazing sun but found the air here neither sweet nor refreshing. Instead, he felt the ultraviolet rays were significantly stronger than back home. Once the property manager established contact with the villa's owner, the owner was taken aback and promptly assisted Lin Feng and the property manager in booking a hotel, agreeing to meet Lin Feng directly there. The owner of the villa was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was quite surprised upon meeting Lin Feng. After all, the individual before him appeared to be in his 20s. How could someone so young afford the villa he had left behind in China? Furthermore, the elite circle of the wealthy in China was rather small, and he had never encountered anyone like Lin Feng within it. Nevertheless, he extended his hand politely, saying hello. I am Zhou Jixiong. Are you the one interested in purchasing my villa? Mr. Zhou, I am Lin Feng. I am quite fond of your villa and have come to discuss it with you. Lin Feng replied with a smile, shaking Zhou's hand. Mr. Lin, what are your requirements? Zhou inquired. I can accept the 20 billion price tag for your property. However, may I propose a transaction using gold of equivalent value? Zhou's expression turned skeptical as he gazed at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, you cannot be serious, can you? I traveled all this way to joke with you? I assure you, I am quite sincere, Lin Feng replied, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Very well, but the transaction must be executed immediately. That is certainly not an issue, Lin Feng responded, signaling to the property manager. The property manager understood and promptly retrieved the property sale contract, appraisal report, and other relevant documents from his bag. Meanwhile, Lin Feng hastily entered the bedroom, closed the door, and produced the pre-prepared gold from his space. He then emerged with a suitcase, stating, there is more in the bedroom. Please verify its authenticity. However, when Lin Feng opened the suitcase, the property manager's expression visibly changed. After all, the fact that so much gold could be transported by plane without scrutiny was perplexing. After a couple of hours, the transaction was finally completed. Mr. Lin, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you, Zhou said. Likewise, Mr. Zhou, but I have one more favor to ask. Zhou, intrigued, replied, please, go on. I have a keen interest in firearms, yet they are prohibited in my country. I would like you to take me to the largest gun store here, Lin Feng requested. Haha, certainly. I will pick you up tomorrow morning, Zhou agreed. Lin Feng's intention in asking Zhou to take him to the gun store was motivated by Zhou's current status. Only citizens possessed the qualifications to purchase firearms, and the gun store's inventory was accessible exclusively to them. After all, the system's ability to replicate items required the actual ownership of those items. Therefore, Lin Feng could only obtain firearms through Zhou, who had secured a green card. Thus, the following morning arrived swiftly. Zhou arrived at the hotel punctually and escorted Lin Feng to the largest gun store. Within the store, an array of firearms was on display, including Remington 700, Smith Wesson 9mm pistols, Mossberg 500 series shotguns, AR-15 rifles, Glock 19 pistols, and Winchester 70 sniper rifles, among others. To Lin Feng's astonishment, they even sold rocket launchers. Pretending to be overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Feng remarked to Zhou, alas, I lack the qualifications to purchase these weapons. Otherwise, I would acquire them all for a thrilling experience. Zhou, noting Lin Feng's seemingly naive demeanor, chuckled, Mr. Lin, if you merely wish to play, there is no need to buy guns. Renting is an option. Upon hearing this from Zhou, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with realization. Clearly understanding this possibility, Lin Feng responded, that would suffice. However, I will need your assistance, Mr. Zhou. No problem. Let us proceed, Zhou replied. Under Zhou's guidance, they drove to a supermarket owned by Caucasians. After a brief conversation with the store owner, Zhou led Lin Feng to the supermarket's basement. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the selection of firearms in this underground repository surpassed that of the gun store. Without hesitation, Lin Feng produced a gold bar from his pocket and handed it to the supermarket owner, stating, is this enough for 2 hours? The owner bit the gold bar and, in broken Mandarin, replied, 2 hours is sufficient. Enjoy yourselves. With the owner gone, Lin Feng eagerly picked up a Desert Eagle. Detected a Desert Eagle pistol. Congratulations. You have acquired a Desert Eagle. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng was elated and hurriedly began to touch other firearms. Detected an AK-47. Congratulations. You have acquired an AK-47. Detected 30 AK-47 magazines. Congratulations. You have acquired 30 magazines. Detected 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Congratulations. You have acquired 5,000 rounds. Detected a Mossberg 500 shotgun. Congratulations. You have acquired a Mossberg 500 shotgun. Detected a Springfield M1 semi-automatic rifle. Congratulations. You have acquired a Springfield M1. As Lin Feng continued to touch the weapons, a multitude of system notifications echoed in his mind. Zhou, observing Lin Feng's behavior, mistakenly assumed it was a response to excitement. Little did he know Lin Feng's true intentions at that moment. In a mere half hour, Lin Feng successfully replicated all the firearms and ammunition in the basement into his space 1,000,000 times over. Once he confirmed the completion of his task, he picked up a Glock 19 and fired several rounds at a human-shaped target in the basement, hitting the target squarely in the forehead. Zhou, witnessing this, was astonished. Mr. Lin, I never expected you to possess such marksmanship. I served in the military for a few years, but it has been many years since I last handled a firearm. I have become somewhat rusty, Lin Feng replied, placing the gun back down. It is time. I have a flight to catch this afternoon, so we should leave. Zhou was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden change in demeanor. After all, just moments ago, Lin Feng had been captivated by the firearms. Now, he seemed to have transformed, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Lin Feng hurriedly arrived at a company specializing in the production of large meat grinders, seeking out the manager to request a custom-built machine tailored to his specifications. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's proposal, the manager appeared perplexed. Sir, may I inquire what purpose you have for such an oversized meat grinder? That is irrelevant. Simply confirm if you can fulfill this request. Lin Feng replied with an air of indifference. While we can accommodate your request, I must inform you that this dual-fuel, extra-large model comes at a considerable cost. Price is negotiable, provided you can complete it within 3 days. Here are 2 gold bars as a deposit for the custom meat grinder, Lin Feng declared, producing the bars for the manager to see. The manager, taken aback by the sight of the gold, responded, Sir, I would suggest cash payment instead. To be frank, this is the first time I've encountered someone offering gold as a deposit. Are you questioning the authenticity of these bars? Lin Feng retorted coldly. The manager quickly waved his hands. I meant no offense. Please don't misinterpret my words. Very well. I will make a cash deposit of 100,000 and return in 3 days to collect it, Lin Feng stated, eager to finalize the agreement. After signing the contract, he transferred the deposit via his phone. Subsequently, Lin Feng drove to a gas company, purchasing 5 canisters of 4 kilograms, 5 of 12 kilograms, and 5 of 45 kilograms, arranging for their delivery to a luxury residential area. For Lin Feng, gas was not only essential for cooking, but also held potential for other purposes. The custom meat grinder would serve as a formidable tool for protection. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was Li Jia calling, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Please speak with decorum. If it comes down to one of us perishing, it will undoubtedly be you, not me, he said icily. Li Jia hastily replied, Au phone, that is not what I meant. I only expressed concern for your well-being. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I will hang up. The rice and flour you purchased last time are taking up too much space in our home. Regardless, they must stay, otherwise, you will surely regret it. Lin Feng interrupted, coldly ending the call. Internally, he vowed, Li Jia, this is merely the first step in my revenge. I will ensure that you and your son suffer profoundly. He then drove to a fruit store, purchasing a few pounds of every type of fruit available. 3 pounds of apples detected. Congratulations on receiving 3 pounds of apples. 3 pounds of bananas detected. Congratulations on receiving 3 pounds of bananas. 2 pounds of kiwis detected. Congratulations on receiving 2 pounds of kiwis. However, at that moment, a familiar figure caught Lin Feng's eye, causing his expression to darken instantly. Chapter 7. Replicating culinary delights outside. He saw Li Jia holding hands with a middle-aged man, walking toward a nearby inn, igniting further resentment within Lin Feng. Just after she had called him, she was now heading to a hotel with another man. Li Jia, I never imagined you would behave so shamelessly. Although Lin Feng had recently come to understand the true nature of Li Jia and her family, witnessing it firsthand stirred a tempest of rage within him, tempting him to accelerate his vehicle and run over the couple. Yet, his remaining rationality cautioned against such impulsive actions, reminding him that such recklessness would jeopardize his chance at retribution. Finding clarity, Lin Feng lit a cigarette, striving to maintain his composure. He contemplated reporting the incident to the police, alleging prostitution, but quickly realized that such an action could disrupt his plans for revenge. Thus, he resolved to remain calm and not succumb to emotional turmoil. With this understanding, he drove to the most upscale restaurant in the city. Welcome, sir. How many in your party? A waitress greeted him as he entered. Just myself. I would like a private room, he replied nonchalantly. I'm sorry, sir, but all private rooms are currently occupied. Would you be willing to dine in the main hall? The waitress said apologetically, with a resigned sigh. Lin Feng chose a table in the hall and picked up the menu, handing it to the waitress. I want one of everything on this menu. What do you mean? One of everything? Are you certain you can finish it all? The waitress exclaimed, astonished. Whether I finish it is my concern. If not, I will take it to go. Now, please proceed, Lin Feng urged. Understood, sir, the waitress replied, hurrying to inform the restaurant manager of the unusual order. Manager, we may have a situation, she exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the manager set aside his tasks and inquired about the matter. The waitress recounted Lin Feng's extraordinary request. After a moment of contemplation, the manager decided. If he wishes to order everything, let us oblige him. Ensure our security is vigilant. If anything seems amiss, we will intervene. Yes, manager. I'll inform them. The waitress acknowledged before returning to her duties. Soon, several waitstaff arrived, bearing trays filled with a multitude of cold dishes, covering Lin Feng's table. The surrounding patrons began to murmur among themselves, curious about the spectacle. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed by their scrutiny, sampling each dish with his hands. One plate of detected. Congratulations on receiving a plate of. One plate of detected. Congratulations on receiving a plate of. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, each dish was replicated countless times in his space. Before long, more waitstaff arrived with steaming hot dishes, setting them down before Lin Feng. Sir, here are the Kung Pao chicken, braised lion's head, steamed bass, mapo tofu, sweet and sour ribs, boiled cabbage, steamed wuchang fish, and wensi tofu. All the dishes you ordered are now ready for your review. Lin Feng glanced at the mountain of food before him, nodding as he requested. Please serve me 10 bowls of rice. The waitstaff exchanged glances, bewildered by his order, as everyone present sensed that Lin Feng was there to cause a disturbance. Serve him 10 bowls of rice, the manager instructed, and the security personnel discreetly surrounded the area. As a waitress placed the 10 bowls of rice before him, Lin Feng began to realize that his actions had led to an unnecessary misunderstanding. However, given the circumstances, he found himself without any viable solutions and could only take things one step at a time. At that moment, the restaurant manager approached Lin Feng, wearing an expression that suggested he had ulterior motives, and remarked, "My friend, how long have you been hungry? Why did you order so much? Do you think you can finish it all?" Lin Feng merely cast a cold glance in his direction and replied indifferently, "I am the manager of this establishment. Do you have a problem?" As he spoke, Lin Feng's hand brushed against the 10 bowls of steaming white rice before him. Detected 10 bowls of steaming white rice. Congratulations. You have earned bowls of hot rice. With the system's notification chiming again, Lin Feng exhaled deeply as if he had accomplished a significant feat. However, this behavior incited considerable dissatisfaction from the restaurant manager, who then said with a harsh tone, "Kid, this meal of yours is quite expensive. Are you sure you can afford it? Who orders every dish in a restaurant? It seems you are here to cause trouble." His actions were truly anomalous. Indeed, as the manager's words echoed, the surrounding diners began to chime in with agreement. Some even discreetly took out their phones to record the entire incident, ready to share it online. After all, such events would undoubtedly garner significant attention if posted. The manager's demeanor clearly provoked a hint of anger in Lin Feng. "Are you suggesting that I cannot afford this meal? Do you know how much it costs?" The manager looked at Lin Feng with disdain and asked, "Then how much is it? Can you afford 100,000? Lin Feng replied, "What if I can afford it?" Upon hearing this, the manager scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe and sneered, "You? If you can pay, I will call you grandfather 3 times right now." Lin Feng was taken aback by the manager's words. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal over just paying for a meal? However, as soon as he said this, not only the manager but everyone present perceived Lin Feng as someone intent on causing a scene, doubting he possessed 100,000. "Are you afraid?" the manager said, his pride swelling at Lin Feng's response. Meanwhile, the onlookers regarded Lin Feng with disdain, suggesting that he should simply call the police. Yes, just call the police. As the crowd grew increasingly incensed, Lin Feng, feeling cornered, reluctantly pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table. Payment of 100,000 has been received. At that moment, the restaurant manager finally grasped the gravity of the situation and attempted to slink away. But Lin Feng was not about to let him escape. He seized the manager's arm and said sternly, "Don't rush off. You haven't called me grandfather yet. Where do you think you're going? Let's talk this over. How about I give you a discount?" The manager offered awkwardly. Lin Feng coldly countered, "Do you really think I would quibble over such a paltry sum? What do you want then?" the manager asked, trembling with anger. However, Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned icy, a murderous aura radiating from him. "Did you not hear me ask for a more sincere attitude?" The manager, taken aback by Lin Feng's feral gaze, shuddered in fear. "Grandfather. Grandfather. Good, that's more like it." Lin Feng chuckled, returning to his previous demeanor as he patted the manager's shoulder and departed. After all, at this juncture, maintaining a facade was necessary. Otherwise, when the apocalypse descended, how would he deal with these 3 beasts? Lin Feng took a deep breath at the door, striving to calm his racing heart before opening it. However, the moment he stepped inside, his blood ran hot, and he struggled to contain his fury. For inside the room were not only Li Jia and her mother, but also the middle-aged man who had accompanied them to the hotel earlier that day. The 4 of them sat at the dining table, enjoying lobster and laughing as if Lin Feng were the outsider. The atmosphere was palpably tense, as if the very air had thickened. "Who is this person?" Lin Feng broke the silence after a few seconds. "He is my superior. We ran into each other this afternoon, and I invited him over for dinner," Li Jia explained in a fluster. "Hello, I am Wang Gang. You must be Li Jia's husband. She often speaks of you," the middle-aged man said, extending his hand towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng made no move to shake Wang Gang's hand, instead placing his hands in his pockets and replying, "Is that so? What exactly does Li Jia say about me?" Lin Feng turned to Li Jia with a forced smile. "So you speak of me this way when I'm not around?" Li Jia, feeling awkward, quickly changed the subject. "Have you eaten, dear?" "I already have. Enjoy your meal." Just then, Lin Feng's hand brushed against something, and upon inspecting it, a wave of rage surged within him. It was an unopened condom. As Lin Feng lay on the bed, seething with anger over the unopened item in his hand, Li Jia hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing what Lin Feng held, her expression turned frantic. Yet, Lin Feng, lying back, remarked nonchalantly while examining the packaging, "I didn't expect it to be textured. This must be more stimulating, right?" He chuckled lightly. "You should hurry out. Your superior is still waiting outside." "Yes, dear. Please wait for me. I'll be right there," Li Jia said, blowing him a kiss as she exited the bedroom. Once she left, Lin Feng's previously calm facade instantly shifted to one of icy rage. At that moment, he truly wished to take matters into his own hands and eliminate these people. As time passed, Lin Feng finally heard Li Jia and her mother bidding farewell to Wang Gang. Half an hour later, a freshly groomed Li Jia, clad in a seductive lace nightgown, crawled onto Lin Feng's bed like a languid wildcat, snuggling into his arms. "Dear, what's been bothering you lately? You've been so cold. As if you've become a different person, it truly hurts my feelings." Faced with Li Jia's provocative demeanor, Lin Feng responded flatly, "Is that so? Yes. You've been snapping at me lately. Is it just because I've added my mother's name to the property deed? After all, she is my mother, and I am her daughter. I did it so she would have security in her old age." Hearing Li Jia's sultry tone revealing her true motives, Lin Feng's long-repressed fury nearly boiled over. However, he forced himself to suppress it, maintaining a calm tone as he said, "Did I not mention that I would consider this matter? Really, dear?" Li Jia, with her luscious lips, provocatively tore open the scene. Witnessing her allure, a sense of retribution swiftly enveloped Lin Feng. He immediately shifted from defense to offense, roughly pinning Li Jia beneath him, which elicited a peal of laughter from her. However, the next moment, as a frantic ringtone pierced the air, Lin Feng, still half asleep, grasped his phone from the bedside table and pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Boss Lin? Who is this? I am from Anhua Gas Company, here to deliver gas cylinders. The security won't let me in. Could you come out for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's drowsiness vanished instantly, and he replied, "All right. Please wait a moment. I will be right there." Minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the community to find an employee from Anhua Gas sitting in a dilapidated pickup truck, looking dejected as he smoked. In a standoff with the security guards, "I am a resident of this community. I requested these gas cylinders to be delivered. Is there a problem?" The security guard scrutinized Lin Feng, sneering, "Do you know how much the houses here are worth? That electric vehicle you drive is only worth around 100,000. You claim to be a resident? Why not say you're the Jade Emperor instead?" Laughter erupted among the other guards. Faced with such a situation, Lin Feng felt helpless. Often, some individuals misuse their limited power to humiliate others, seeking to elevate themselves. "You evidently don't recognize me as a resident, which suggests you haven't received the notice. So I bear you no grudge. However, to humiliate me in broad daylight is indeed your wrongdoing," Lin Feng sighed. To his surprise, his words only emboldened the guards further. "Let me be frank. Even the cheapest villa here is worth billions, and you still think I'm insulting you? Call your security manager and clarify the situation instead of causing a ruckus here," Lin Feng said, attempting to suppress his anger. The guards, however, disregarded his words. Continuing to jeer, "You think you can call our manager? Do you really believe you are a resident here?" Just then, unable to endure any longer, Lin Feng seized the collar of one guard, growling, "I have no time to waste arguing with you. Either call your manager, or I'll take you down right here." "Stop. What are you doing?" Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit, holding a walkie-talkie, shouted at Lin Feng, "Captain, this person is trying to force his way into our community and even threatened to hit someone." As the man finished speaking, the guard whom Lin Feng had grabbed began to shout as well. The captain's expression shifted instantly. "Friend, every place has its own rules. You can't just do as you please." Lin Feng, taken aback, laughed in disbelief. "I don't understand how you became a security captain. I am a resident here. Why can't I enter?" The captain appeared astonished. "You are a resident?" Lin Feng retorted coldly, "What else would I be?" "Captain, don't listen to his nonsense. I know every resident here, and I've never seen him before," the guard interjected. "Indeed, we know every resident, even their pets. He hardly looks like a resident," echoed the others. "I just bought Villa 18 the day before yesterday. You can verify it." "What? Villa 18 is yours?" "Yes," Lin Feng replied impatiently. "May I ask your surname?" "Lin, with Feng as my given name." Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. "Please don't take this personally," the captain said, instantly switching to a friendly demeanor. How could he possibly be a resident? But before the guard could finish, the captain slapped him across the face. "You blind fool. If you don't recognize him, why didn't you come and ask me? You just lost your bonus for this month. Am I allowed to enter now?" Lin Feng asked, shaking his head in resignation. "Yes, of course," the guard replied apologetically. Lin Feng then instructed the Anhua gas workers to place the cylinders at the villa's rear, where he seamlessly assimilated them into his space, as if by magic. Sighing deeply, he settled into the opulent vintage sofa, retrieving a cigarette from his space, lighting it as he began to appreciate the villa's lavish decor. It was only his second visit, and everything felt rather novel. To his surprise, he noticed the security captain had sent a friend request. "How did he obtain my contact information?" Lin Feng murmured, accepting the request. The captain messaged, "Mr. Lin, I apologize for the inconvenience today. Such occurrences will not happen again." Lin Feng scoffed, replying with a mere smiley face before setting his phone aside, feeling no inclination to engage further. Just then, the captain sent another message. Impatient, Lin Feng reluctantly picked up his phone again. "Mr. Lin, this is the residence group for our community. Please join when you have a moment to familiarize yourself with the other residents." The captain followed up with an invitation to the group. "What a hassle," Lin Feng muttered, ultimately agreeing to join the residence group. Sometimes, though reluctant, one must adhere to certain formalities. After all, the world had not yet descended into chaos, and maintaining a low profile could only serve to benefit him. Upon joining the residence group, Lin Feng exited WeChat and swiftly opened a delivery app to order various medications from nearby pharmacies, particularly focusing on antibiotics, bandages, medical alcohol, iodine disinfectant, and bleach. These items were crucial in the event of an apocalypse, as decaying bodies would inevitably lead to plagues, making such supplies the most effective means of combating viruses. Furthermore, the pungent odors of disinfectants could mask human scents, making it harder for sensitive zombies to detect them. In just 20 minutes, several delivery personnel arrived, each bewildered, carrying multiple bags of medicine. It was a rare occurrence for so many couriers to be involved in a single delivery. They speculated whether this was the same individual as before, who had ordered rice and meat just days prior. Their thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Lin Feng's presence, which left them utterly astonished. They never imagined that the ordinary community and the luxurious villa area belonged to the same person. It is known that the villas in this place are quite expensive, typically inhabited by numerous film stars and financial moguls. However, the individual who alternates between residing in an ordinary neighborhood and here has genuinely perplexed them. Yet, Lin Feng paid little heed to the thoughts of the delivery drivers. As soon as he received the medication, he was greeted by the system notification. Detected 100 boxes of 9,999 cold medicine. Congratulations. You have received 1 billion boxes of 9,999 cold medicine. Detected 100 barrels of disinfectant. Congratulations. You have received 1 billion barrels of disinfectant. Detected 500 bottles of medical alcohol. Congratulations. You have received 5 billion bottles of medical alcohol. Detected. Once he completed these transactions, Lin Feng suddenly recalled that he had yet to purchase vegetables. Thus, he picked up his phone once more and ordered fresh vegetables along with some dried goods. He selected 30 pounds each of spinach, cabbage, carrots, white radishes, red radishes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and yams. For broccoli, green beans, lentils, cucumbers, pumpkins, winter melons, and loofahs, he ordered around 20 pounds each. He also procured 2 to 3 dozen pounds of eggplants, tomatoes, chili peppers, sweet peppers, onions, garlic, scallions, chives, garlic sprouts, mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, black fungus, and white fungus, among others. Once the delivery arrived, he would employ the same method of spatial duplication, turning the originally 10 to dozens of pounds of vegetables and dried goods into billions of pounds. It seemed that even if he lived several lifetimes, he could never consume all these vegetables. After accomplishing all this, Lin Feng muttered to himself and casually picked up his phone, preparing to indulge in a game to relax his tense nerves from the past few days. However, at that moment, he unintentionally discovered that the messages in the WeChat owners group were incessantly ringing. Out of curiosity, he clicked in and found that all the owners were discussing him. Villa 12. Zhou Jiexing. I never expected my brother's house would actually sell. It seems this brother named Lin Feng truly possesses substantial wealth. Villa 6. Yin Tianlu. I remember your brother Zhou Jiexing's house was bought for only a few billion. How could he sell it for so much? Villa 12. Zhou Jiexing. What do you know? My brother renovated it significantly, and the interior decorations are not only extremely expensive, but, more importantly, the villa is fortified enough to withstand cannon fire. Villa 9. Yangmi. Ha, this is hilarious. What on earth is your brother's intention? Is he afraid of the apocalypse? Villa 17. Li Exine. Indeed, your brother managed to sell the house for 20 billion. I've truly widened my horizons. Villa 8. Zhao Lucy. Ha, I must see what the person who bought your brother's villa looks like when I have the chance. Observing the conversations in the owners group, Lin Feng could not help but sigh inwardly. Zhao Lucy, Yangmi, and Li Xian are all recent rising stars in the film industry. I never expected they would reside here. It appears that individuals from different circles and classes will never inhabit the same social realm. Yet, they could not fathom that an ordinary person like him could integrate into their upper class lives in such a manner. With this thought, Lin Feng sent a message in the owners group. Are you implying that I am merely a big spending fool? As soon as Lin Feng sent this message, the owners in the group fell into a palpable silence. Chapter 11. Lin Feng's fear of insufficient supplies after a while. Owner Zhou Jiexing finally remarked in the group, Mr. Lin, I certainly did not mean that. Please do not overthink it. At this moment, Zhao Lucy chimed in. So you were the one who spent 20 billion on that house. Zhao Lucy, not much. I was just curious as to why you would purchase a villa that can withstand cannon fire. Do you lack a sense of security? Yangmi, haha, this is utterly amusing. Zhao Lucy, you are quite an interesting person. Is that so? However, I have something even more intriguing planned. Lin Feng replied. Zhao Lucy, what more interesting thing? Yangmi. Li Xian, do tell. Lin Feng smiled coldly and swiftly tagged all the owners in the group. Everyone seeking beautiful women, all-inclusive accommodations, and those who can do household chores are preferred. Interested parties may message privately, but please provide 3 unedited full-body selfies. Having been reborn, Lin Feng's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. He could not possibly endure solitary life in this impregnable villa. After all, he had suffered greatly in his previous life. So in this life, with an abundance of resources at his disposal, he intended to indulge and relish a life he had never enjoyed before. However, once he sent this message, it detonated like a bomb dropped into a lake. Zhou Jiexing, brother, are you okay? Do you realize what you just said? Zhao Lucy, that joke is not funny at all. Humph, I'm ignoring you. Yangmi, pervert. Li Xian, this person must have a screw loose. Yin Tianlu, what on earth does this guy do to utter such things? Villa 18, Fan Jeeping, what is this person's purpose? Who added him to the owners group? Villa 1, Zhao Hu, we are all respectable individuals. How can you say such things? Lin Feng remained calm in the face of the owner's accusations and insults, for he knew that soon many would come seeking him. He stretched lazily, tossed his phone onto the soft sofa, and opened the refrigerator to retrieve some meats, drinks, and other food items from the spatial realm, preparing to fill each refrigerator one by one. Was 3 or 4 refrigerators for the entire villa too few? At that moment, Lin Feng murmured and proceeded to duplicate one of the refrigerators. Instantly, with the sound of the system notification, 1 million refrigerators were replicated within the space. Subsequently, he replicated all the other appliances in the villa. After all the appliances here were high-end, thus superior in quality compared to the ordinary market offerings. Only oil and water remained. After completing everything, Lin Feng muttered once more, grabbed the car keys from the coffee table, and exited the villa, leaving the community. Once Lin Feng drove out of the community, he headed straight to an auto repair station. This place not only repaired cars, but also offered refueling services. Although refueling here was not entirely legitimate, sometimes some legitimate businesses yielded no profit. Thus, some individuals would naturally engage in under-the-table activities to maximize their profits. Boss, do you have oil for sale? As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, a man in his 30s, covered in grease, emerged from beneath a dilapidated truck. What type of oil do you need? Diesel and gasoline. I want them both. Upon hearing Lin Feng's request, the man wiped the grease from his hands, scrutinized Lin Feng, and pondered, how much do you need? However, Lin Feng's statement instantly aroused the man's wariness. Seeing the man's expression shift, Lin Feng reassured him, rest assured. I am genuinely here to buy oil. Follow me. The man's demeanor returned to normal as he gestured for Lin Feng to enter the shop, pointing to a corner where 20 oil barrels were located. How much oil do you intend to take? All of it, Lin Feng replied. The man's expression darkened. Brother, each barrel contains 200 liters. Are you sure you want it all? Yes, how much will that be? Lin Feng said, pulling out a thick wad of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and beginning to count. Upon the sight of money, the man's eyes seemed to glisten, and he swallowed hard before stating, the oil I have here is cheaper than what you find at the gas station, yet the quality is identical. Lin Feng replied, I am aware, otherwise I wouldn't be here. How much do you ask? There are 11 barrels of diesel and 15 barrels of gasoline. I'll give you a discount. So let's settle on 36,000. All right, no problem. Lin Feng said as he pulled out 3 stacks of cash, each containing 10,000. Then counted out an additional 6,000 and handed it to the man, turning to touch each oil barrel. Detected 11 barrels of 200 liters of diesel. Congratulations. You have acquired 200 liters of diesel. Detected 15 barrels of 200 liters of gasoline. Congratulations, you have acquired 200 liters of gasoline. After duplicating the diesel before him into his space, Lin Feng suddenly turned to the man counting the money and asked, could you assist me in delivering this oil? The man, with a troubled expression, explained, boss, you know that I can only conduct private transactions for this oil, so we do not offer delivery services. If delivery is not an option, then I shall forego it. My apologies, Lin Feng said, reclaiming the money from the man's hand and speeding away. It took a moment for the man to realize what had transpired. Vexed, he stomped his foot and cursed, damn it. The duck that was nearly in my grasp just flew away. Lin Feng then proceeded to a large bottled water distribution center, employing a similar tactic to replicate the 5,000 bottles of water into 50 billion before making an excuse to refund and leave. With a sense of urgency driven by a fear of resource scarcity, Lin Feng resolutely prepared to head to the supermarket, intending to purchase everything within, even sanitary napkins, for he remembered the dire lack of supplies in his former life. Where a bottle of water or a loaf of bread could secure an evening's company with a beautiful woman, men would fight fiercely for even the slightest morsel of food. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Just as he entered the supermarket, a woman's voice unexpectedly called out to him. Chapter 12. Turmoil in the supermarket pushing his cart. Lin Feng glanced back upon hearing Li Jia's voice. She and her mother were also pushing a cart, looking astonished. What are you two doing here? Lin Feng asked calmly. Li Jia, puzzled, replied, of course, I'm here shopping with my mom. Shouldn't you be at work? What brings you here? Prompted by Li Jia's reminder. Lin Feng almost forgot that he, too, was employed. However, this was of little consequence to him now. With a swift thought, he called out to Li Jia and her mother, you both arrived just in time. Grab 5 to 10 of each item in the food section to the south of the supermarket, quickly. Lin Feng's urgency made both Li Jia and her mother tense. Feng, what is happening? They asked. Good, they replied, sensing the gravity of the situation, and began frantically filling their carts. In no time, they had filled numerous shopping carts, drawing the attention of onlookers who began to whisper among themselves. What is wrong with that old lady and the young girl? I don't know. They must be extreme shopaholics. I've never seen someone shop like that. I need to capture this moment for the internet. Lin Feng simply smirked at the murmurs around him, silently observing the fervor of Li Jia and her mother. Suddenly, several security guards appeared, watching them with vigilance. Their behavior was indeed peculiar. Unless the apocalypse was nigh, they appeared to be acting irrationally. Feng, we've bought everything in the food and daily necessities section. Li Jia panted, approaching him after an hour. Lin Feng turned to the checkout area, observing dozens of carts brimming with goods, nodding in approval. Excellent. Now go grab a few dozen boxes of instant noodles. What? Exclaimed Li Jia's mother, Zhao Hohot. Do we have space for that at home? Lin Feng's urgency raised their alarm. What on earth is going on? Zhao Hohot demanded, pulling Li Jia's arm to help her with the noodles. You two will undoubtedly thank me later, Lin Feng thought to himself, watching them depart. Just then, the supermarket manager, accompanied by several security personnel, approached him swiftly. Having overheard Lin Feng's conversation with Li Jia and her mother, he realized Lin Feng was the mastermind behind the unfolding events. My friend, are you truly intent on purchasing so many items? The manager inquired. We're here to spend money. Is there a problem? Lin Feng retorted. Before he could finish, a nearby security guard interjected. Who buys like this? You must be causing a ruckus. Lin Feng merely shot him a cold glance before addressing the manager. Do you think the same way? The manager, sensing the complexity of the situation, hesitated. Do you really need all these items? Absolutely, Lin Feng answered without hesitation. The manager paused, contemplating. Could they genuinely be here to shop? At that moment, Li Jia approached, slightly aggrieved. Feng, we have 25 boxes of 5-spice beef noodles, 22 boxes of spicy noodles, and 20 boxes of seafood noodles. Is that sufficient? Indeed. Now go to the checkout. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Checkout. Li Jia exclaimed, bewildered. Zhao Houhot chimed in. My goodness, how much will all this cost? After all, Li Jia had already spent tens of thousands previously, and now, purchasing such quantities would surely exceed 80,000 or 90,000. She was resolute. She would not be as foolish as before. However, Lin Feng's next statement left Li Jia speechless. I hand over my entire salary to you each month, if you don't check out. Do you expect me to do it? Fine, I'll go, Li Jia begrudgingly muttered, casting Lin Feng a resentful glance as she made her way to the register. For a woman who thrived on deception through marriage, repeatedly parting with money felt like a disgrace. Had it not been for the apartment in their community, she and her family would have vanished from Lin Feng's life long ago. An hour later, after the cashier scanned the items from the overflowing carts, she smiled brightly at Li Jia, stating, Ma'am, your total is 118,642.96. Will you be paying by mobile or cash? Who carries that much cash to the supermarket? Li Jia retorted angrily. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Houhot shouted, What are you doing? Yet, at that moment, the manager signaled to the security guards, who swiftly surrounded Li Jia and Zhao Houhot. What's going on? Zhao Houhot cried out as the situation escalated. I must remind you that we are currently living in a society governed by the rule of law, which does not permit such reckless behavior. Upon hearing Zhao Houhot's words, the supermarket manager coldly retorted, You acknowledge that we live in a lawful society. If you fail to settle this bill today, I shall personally contact the police and report you for creating a disturbance. I am curious to see how you will extricate yourselves from this predicament. Chapter 13. The heartbroken Li Jia and her mother. Upon hearing the supermarket manager's declaration, Li Jia and her mother were taken aback. Given their guilty consciences, they instinctively wished to maintain a distance from law enforcement. We did not intend to take such a large sum. Surely you cannot coerce us into compliance? Zhao Houhot said anxiously. The supermarket manager scoffed. If you do not possess enough cash, you may retrieve it. After all, there are 3 of you. Do you not agree with my reasoning? At this moment, Lin Feng, who had been observing the unfolding drama, suddenly intervened. I suspect they are simply here to cause trouble. They are unlikely to pay. What do you think their motive could be? What else could it be? Business is tough these days. And there is indeed another supermarket across the street. Perhaps they are sent to disrupt us. Surrounding onlookers began to voice their sarcastic opinions. While no one would bat an eye at someone spending hundreds of thousands on gold, real estate, or vehicles, the notion of spending tens of thousands at a supermarket was indeed perplexing. Meanwhile, Li Jia and her mother were seething with rage. Their faces pale as they longed to confront Lin Feng. Most aggravatingly, Lin Feng appeared detached from the situation, observing with a cold gaze while occasionally throwing in his own unsolicited remarks, nearly driving them to the brink of fury. Seeing the situation escalate, Li Jia glared fiercely at Lin Feng and, with a heart full of anguish, declared, Fine, I will pay. But you must provide me with an explanation today, or I will not let this matter rest. As she spoke, Li Jia trembled with rage, pulling out a bank card. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Lin Feng. No, Xiaojia, don't. Zhao Houhot exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. With a beep, the transaction was successfully completed, causing the onlookers to fall silent in astonishment. Realizing the matter was settled, Lin Feng, with a smile, turned to the supermarket manager and said, No problem, I will arrange it immediately. The manager readily agreed, and soon a large truck filled with goods made its way into the community, attracting the attention of curious residents. Grandma, chocolate. I want chocolate. A little boy tugged at his grandmother's hand, eager to grab some from the delivery workers. However, an irate Zhao Houhot pushed the boy aside, snapping, If you want some, let your grandmother buy it. Don't take from my house. Wah wah wah. Grandma, I want chocolate. The boy cried. His grandmother, Aunt Zhang from the community committee, retorted angrily, Zhao Houhot. Is it really necessary to be this harsh, just because my grandson wants a piece of your chocolate? Why not? Our family's money isn't just blowing in the wind. If your grandson wants it, he should buy it himself instead of always taking advantage of us. The house in question plainly belonged to Lin Feng, yet here they were, squatting and claiming it as their own, an utter absurdity. Upon hearing this, Li Jia's expression soured, and she shouted, Mind your words. Aunt Zhang scooped up her grandson defiantly, responding, Am I not speaking the truth? It's only because Lin Feng is so accommodating that you haven't been thrown out sooner. Lin Feng, observing the escalating tension, felt compelled to intervene before a physical altercation broke out. Aunt Zhang, please calm down. Doesn't Xiaobao love chocolate? Here, let me give him some. He then deliberately offered the most expensive box of chocolates from the supermarket to the boy. Look at Lin Feng. How could he tolerate such a person as your mother-in-law? Aunt Zhang remarked as she took the chocolate and left, still grumbling. Meanwhile, Zhao Hohot watched Aunt Zhang stride away, her grandson in tow, and felt a surge of anger bubbling within her. Lin Feng, I never expected you to turn against us. I truly underestimated you. We are all neighbors. There's no need to create such a rift. Besides, she is part of the community committee. Is that really necessary? Then tell me, why did you purchase so many items today? Li Jia and her mother turned to Lin Feng, their expressions stern. Lin Feng glanced around. Do you think this is a conversation for outside? Why not? Stop pretending to be mysterious with me. If you don't clarify your reasons today, I will not let this go. Zhao Hohot's anger flared, but Lin Feng's countenance darkened instantly in response to her words. Before you make such demands, perhaps you should reassess your own position. What do you mean by that, Lin Feng? Am I obliged to consult you about spending our own money? Lin Feng. You. At this moment, Lin Feng's words rendered Zhao Hohot speechless, her face flushed with indignation. Seeing this, Li Jia rushed to mediate. Feng. You cannot speak to my mother this way. She is only trying to look out for us. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Feng struck her face with a resounding slap. He then feigned a heartbroken expression, saying, Li Jia, it's been so long, yet you remain such a mama's girl. When will you learn to stand on your own? You have truly disappointed me. Caught off guard by Lin Feng's sudden aggression, Li Jia covered her face in shock and seethed. Lin Feng, I let the previous incident slide, but now you dare to strike me again. Yes, I struck you because I wish I could have awakened you sooner. Lin Feng retorted with equal fury. Chapter 14. You desire this house? Then I shall gift it to you. Lin Feng, I will fight you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Jia could no longer contain her fury and lunged at him, overwhelmed by the humiliation and provocation she had faced that day. However, at that moment, Zhao Hohot quickly embraced Li Jia, signaling her to calm down. Xiao Jia, it is my fault. I should not have involved myself in your affairs. With Zhao Hohot's reminder, Li Jia's rage subsided as she remembered they had yet to secure the apartment in the community. Thus, it was not the moment to sever ties. In an instant, her expression softened, and with tears in her eyes, she gazed at Lin Feng. Feng, I feel that you no longer love me. It's so heartbreaking. With that, she ran upstairs, feigning sorrow. Feng, look how sad Xiao Jiao is. You should hurry upstairs to comfort her. Get lost. Lin Feng interrupted Zhao Hohot, spitting the word out with such force that it silenced her. At that moment, the sight of Li Jia and her mother reminded Lin Feng of the times he had been ruthlessly treated during the apocalypse, and he found it increasingly difficult to control his rage. After the supermarket staff moved everything upstairs, Lin Feng finally ascended. However, upon reaching his doorstep, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Due to the excessive purchases, the living room was nearly inundated with an array of groceries, while every bedroom, balcony, and even the kitchen was cluttered to the brim. Life had become unbearable. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. At that moment, upon seeing Lin Feng enter, Li Jia intentionally began to cry loudly. Lin Feng merely scoffed, choosing to disregard her antics. After all, this was the reaction he had anticipated. The more she cried, the more satisfaction he felt. Feng, don't you think it's time to explain why you bought so much? Zhao Hohot, standing amidst the mountain of groceries, finally voiced her confusion. Li Jia, who had been wailing, ceased her cries, eager to hear Lin Feng's explanation. Lin Feng feigned a contemplative demeanor and sighed. Not long ago, I had a dream. A dream? Li Jia, seated on the sofa, Li Mingho from the bedroom, and Zhao Hohot in the living room all echoed in unison. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, an exceedingly terrifying dream. And how does a nightmarish dream justify your overwhelming purchases? Li Jia lamented from the sofa. Zhao Hohot, equally perplexed, chimed in. Yes, what is the connection? It was merely a dream. No, it was no ordinary dream. In it, many people transformed into zombies. Those who survived faced starvation, were devoured, or became zombies themselves, feeding on others. It was utterly horrifying. As Lin Feng spoke, the three women exchanged glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. Feng, please don't frighten me. You're all right, aren't you? After a moment of hesitation, Li Jia cautiously observed Lin Feng with a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Feng patted his chest. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? Do you doubt me? Of course we believe you. Li Jia replied, forcing a smile. Meanwhile, Li Mingho blurted out. Could it be that brother-in-law has gone mad? Mind your words, Mingho. Li Jia interjected sharply. Didn't you hear me tell you to be quiet? Lin Feng could clearly see the glimmer of joy on Li Jia's face. After all, if Lin Feng truly exhibited signs of mental instability, she would have the right to dispose of the property as she pleased. I knew you wouldn't believe me, yet you insisted I explain myself. Forget it. I desire solitude now. You three should find somewhere else to stay tonight. Feng, if you're sending us away, where are we supposed to go? Lin Feng glanced at Li Jia with irritation. Can't you just find a hotel for the night? Very well, let us go, Mom, Li Jia said, signaling to Zhao Hohot and Li Mingho, and without a shred of reluctance, they departed. Watching the three leave, Lin Feng let out a heavy snort and, with a thought, replicated all the items he had purchased from the supermarket. Detected 25 boxes of spiced beef noodles. Congratulations on acquiring spiced beef noodles. Detected 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Congratulations on acquiring self-heating hot pot. Detected 10 boxes of sausages. Congratulations on acquiring sausages. Detected chocolate. In an instant, the system's notifications flooded his senses, and Lin Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. With these supplies, the apocalypse might resemble paradise for him. After a fit of laughter, he concentrated and stored all the groceries into his spatial compartment, even the food he had bought previously. along with all the cooking essentials and the contents of the refrigerator, vanished into the space. Once he finished, Lin Feng turned to survey the home he had inhabited for many years, speaking in a low tone. You wanted this house, didn't you? Then I shall gift it to you. With that, he flung open the door and slammed it shut behind him. The next day, is this really feasible? Why wouldn't it be? I am Lin Feng's only lawful wife. It is only fitting that I handle this matter. Li Jia and her family had spent a sleepless night in the hotel, strategizing how to commit Lin Feng to a psychiatric institution. After witnessing Lin Feng's behavior the previous day, they unanimously concluded that his mental state had severely deteriorated. Who would buy so much due to a mere nightmare? After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingho suggested, I think my sister's plan is viable. Why don't we contact a mental hospital now and arrange to have Lin Feng committed? Wait, Li Jia said, shaking her head after a moment of thought. Sister, what are we waiting for? If we can find Lin Feng in a psychiatric facility, then the house will be ours. Chapter 15. The malicious intent of Li Jia's family. Li Jia gave Li Mingho a meaningful glance. If every situation were as simple as you think, we would have long sought out our next target. Why waste time on him? Then what do you propose? Hold on, sister. Do you perhaps have feelings for that guy Lin Feng? Li Mingho's tone shifted, his gaze fixed intently on Li Jia. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hohot quickly interjected. Little Jia, remember that not all men are like your father. None are trustworthy. You mustn't. Li Jia, visibly irritated, interrupted. Enough. Li Mingho, sensing the tension, approached the window and abruptly pulled back the curtains, his tone ominous. However, when they looked out, astonishment washed over them. The sky was a breathtaking tapestry of colors, resembling a celestial realm. Below at the hotel, a throng had gathered, taking pictures against this magnificent backdrop. This day is truly beautiful. How did it transform like this? Li Jia marveled, her eyes wide as she stood by the window. If Lin Feng had remained home as they speculated, they would have swiftly contacted the mental hospital to have him taken away, ensuring the house would completely belong to them. However, when Li Mingho hurriedly flung open the door, his mouth fell agape in disbelief at the sight before him. What is happening? What is wrong? Li Jia, panting from her hurried arrival, glanced at him and widened her eyes in shock. Where did all the things we bought yesterday go? Zhao Hohot exclaimed. Could it be that we were robbed last night? Oh goodness, who would steal food nowadays? If thieves are about, they'll only take valuable items or cash. Wait, isn't the fridge wide open? Where did it go? What? Li Jia's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed into the kitchen, her astonishment deepening. This is no mere disappearance. Even half a bottle of vinegar and half a bag of salt have vanished. It must have been Lin Feng. Why would he do this? Zhao Hohot asked, bewildered. Li Jia gritted her teeth in frustration. What else could it be? His mental state is clearly unstable, so nothing he does is surprising. Right, he has gone mad. What should we do now? Li Jia instinctively clenched her fist and said fiercely, I will call him right now to inquire about his whereabouts, and then inform the psychiatric hospital to have him confined. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, deep in slumber at the villa, was abruptly awakened by the frantic ringing of his phone. Slowly opening his eyes, he glanced at the clock and noted that it was already 10:30 in the morning. He languidly pressed the answer button and said, Hello, who is this? Feng, it's your wife. Have you forgotten me so soon? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you really think I'm insane? Well, that is quite amusing, isn't it? Lin Feng silently cursed under his breath, stifled a yawn, and replied, What do you want? Where have you put all the things in our house? I thought about it last night and realized I shouldn't have bought so much just because of a nightmare. So I gave those things away. What? You just gave away items worth hundreds of thousands? Yes, is there a problem with that? Lin Feng smirked, suppressing her inner fury. Li Jia responded, No problem at all. Just tell me where you are, and I will come find you. I'm in a magnificent villa, Lin Feng replied. Do you expect me to believe that? Just tell me where you are. I've already told you, I'm in a very luxurious villa. If you don't believe me, what is the point of this conversation? With that, Lin Feng abruptly hung up the phone, walked to the window, and drew back the curtains. Observing the vibrant sky, his expression shifted. Could it be that the end is truly approaching ahead of schedule? It seems that your desperate days are soon to arrive. After a brief wash, Lin Feng casually had a bite of breakfast from his space and drove once more to the company where he had ordered a custom meat grinder. How is it going? Is it ready? Upon arriving at the company, he eagerly approached the manager. Mr. Lin, you've come at the perfect time. We just finished debugging your custom meat grinder last night. Come, let me show you. All right, let us have a look. Lin Feng followed the manager into the production workshop. As he entered, his demeanor was calm and his steps steady, his gaze immediately fixating on the colossal meat grinder he had commissioned. The grinder's blades glinted ominously. Arranged in a row, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height, it resembled a monstrous creature, ready to grind any intruder into pulp with its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. According to your specifications, this meat grinder stands 2 meters high and 3.3 meters long, equipped with 299 blades, each crafted from artillery steel. I assure you, this machine can reduce not only meat, but even rebar to scrap. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction at the manager's words. WeVE also outfitted the grinder with a high-quality motor, powered by our patented technology, and it can operate on standard 220-volt household electricity. Additionally, it comes with both a diesel and a gasoline tank to prevent issues in case of power outages. After inspecting the grinder closely, Lin Feng firmly patted its exterior and asked, You're certain it can run on 220 volts? You're not joking, are you? This is our company's exclusive patented technology. You can trust it, the manager assured. That sounds impressive, but I wonder how it performs in practice. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. The machine comes with a 5-year warranty. Any issues within that time frame can be addressed with a return or exchange. Really? Lin Feng said, opening the control panel and suddenly pressing the start button. The meat grinder emitted a low, rumbling roar as its massive grinding shaft began to rotate, akin to a beast's growl, as if asserting its dominance. In a bold move, Lin Feng tossed a thick steel bar into the machine. It was instantly consumed, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and handed the prepared bank card to the manager, saying, "Pleasure doing business." As the manager accepted the card, a notification sounded in Lin Feng's mind, detected a large meat grinder. "Congratulations, you have received 10 million large meat grinders." A smirk crept onto Lin Feng's face. Subsequently, he drove to a drone specialty store, purchased several models of drones, and then headed toward the villa area. The sky had taken on increasingly vivid hues, and although his memories suggested that the apocalypse would not arrive for at least another fortnight, the current circumstances indicated an imminent arrival. When the strange acidic rain fell in his past life, such peculiar phenomena had appeared in the sky, lasting for 7 or 8 days. Lin Feng could no longer guarantee that this apocalypse would unfold as he had previously envisioned. Could my reincarnation have created a butterfly effect, causing the end times to arrive earlier? He had just contacted workers to set up a barbed wire fence with high-voltage electricity around the villa, and he hoped they had not yet been delayed. As he gazed at the colorful clouds outside his car window, he instinctively pressed the accelerator, speeding toward the villa. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng turned back to glance at the vibrant clouds, exhaling a long breath. Having experienced the apocalypse once, he understood that beauty often cloaked danger. He opened the community group chat, observing the residents sharing their photos of the sky. At that moment, Yen Tianlu from Villa 6 exclaimed in the group, "Today, the sky has shown us such a spectacle. Surely, this is an omen of peace and prosperity. Look at this beautiful photo I took. Isn't it lovely?" Chambly Xin from Villa 17. "Beautiful indeed," replied Zhao Lucy from Villa 8. As Lin Feng watched the flurry of messages and images in the group, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Having fought for survival during the last apocalypse, his perspective had undergone a profound transformation. To him, the fates of others were merely theirs to bear, of no concern to him. A decisive and ruthless mindset, coupled with a refined self-interest, ensured longevity in such times. Those who embodied compassion would hardly survive beyond the first few episodes. Just then, his phone rang. Lin Feng answered. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng?" "Yes, it is. I'm here to set up the electric fence, but the security in your community won't let me in. They insist on confirmation before allowing entry. Hand the phone to them. I will speak with them." 10 minutes later, 2 workers rang the doorbell at Lin Feng's villa. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly remembered something and quickly retrieved a black umbrella from his space before opening the door. Currently, Lin Feng cannot ascertain when this acid rain will descend. Thus, for the sake of safety, it is prudent to carry an umbrella. When the 2 workers observed Lin Feng appearing before them with an umbrella, their expressions were clearly taken aback. However, Lin Feng paid them no mind and directly inquired, "Why are only the 2 of you here?" One of the workers, a man in his 40s with a thinning crown, replied, "We are just here to measure the area of your villa, Mr. Lin. Construction can only commence tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Lin Feng reiterated. "How long will it take to complete?" "Approximately 2 to 3 days, came the response. "That is too long. I hope you can encircle my villa with steel wire fencing and establish electricity within 2 days. "But Mr. Lin, I am willing to offer you 10 times the usual wage." Lin Feng interjected before the worker could finish. Upon hearing this, the 2 workers exchanged glances, their interest piqued. Then, as if they had made a resolute decision, they nodded firmly and said, "All right, but we will need to work tonight." "Of course, that is entirely up to you. I only require results. However, if you fail to meet the deadline, I will have to settle your payment at the standard rate." "Understood. I will call in additional workers to begin working overnight, aiming to complete everything by this time tomorrow." "Then do your best. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me." Just then, Lin Feng's phone unexpectedly rang again, causing him to furrow his brow. Chapter 17. Reality will teach you a profound lesson. "Li Jia, why is it her again?" Lin Feng thought, his anger rekindling as he saw her name on the screen. Yet, to stabilize the situation with her family, he forced himself to adjust his mood and answered the call. "Lin Feng, where on earth are you?" Li Jia's nearly hysterical voice erupted from the phone as soon as it connected, causing Lin Feng's eardrums to throb painfully. Unable to restrain his temper, he blurted out, "Li Jia, why are you behaving like a shrew?" "What did you say?" I said, "Why do you sound like a shrew?" "It's merely a matter of putting your mother's name on the property deed." "Why the rush?" This statement evoked a momentary silence on the other end of the line. "Ah Feng, do you really intend to put my mother's name on the property deed?" Li Jia's tone suddenly softened. "Is that even a question? She is your mother. After all, when do you plan to do it?" "All right, Ah Feng, this is your last chance. I will trust you one final time. Rest assured. You can stay home and wait for a few days." After Lin Feng hung up, Zhao Hohot eagerly asked, "How did it go with Xiao Jia? What did that man say? He is currently acting like a lunatic. Can we trust anything he says? Whether we can trust him or not is inconsequential. We cannot report him to the police. Until he provides us with his address, we can only take it one step at a time." After saying this, Li Jia approached the window, gazing at the unusual phenomena in the sky, her fists clenched tightly, a vicious expression emerging on her face. The following morning, a dozen workers, having toiled through the night, had already installed the electric fence. It seems that money can indeed move mountains. Lin Feng marveled at their swift progress. Mr. Lin, you are awake? The balding worker from yesterday greeted him with a sycophantic smile. What is the current status? Lin Feng inquired. We just need to establish the electricity now. We should be completely finished by the afternoon. Excellent. I just wonder how effective the electricity will be once it is connected. Lin Feng looked up at the towering electric fence, standing 5 or 6 meters high. Mr. Lin, the fence has 2 modes. The first serves as a warning and deterrent. If anyone or any animal touches it, they will receive an electric shock, which generally will not harm a person. And the second? Lin Feng asked. The second mode delivers high-voltage electricity, between 50 to 100,000 volts. Anyone or anything that touches the fence will be instantly incapacitated. Excellent. I hope you can complete the task within the stipulated time, ensuring quality. Following this, Lin Feng ordered luxurious ingredients such as caviar, truffles, saffron, and foie gras. After all, during the forthcoming extended period of food scarcity, it is imperative to stockpile such high-end ingredients. Particularly, certain films from a specific island were of keen interest to Lin Feng. Being a fervent learner, he found certain knowledge and skills well worth exploring. Once he completed these arrangements, the delivery person arrived with the wagyu beef, caviar, and other ingredients. After copying these items into his space, Lin Feng casually took out his phone and messaged the owners group, tagging everyone. Everyone, I am seeking beautiful women for full board and lodging, preferably those who can do housework. However, you must send 3 unfiltered full-body selfies. Interested parties may contact me privately. Li Xian, who let him out? Yangmi, why hasn't anyone kicked him out? Lu Tianfang from Building 2. The group leader is the head of security. He says the man is also an owner, so he cannot do anything. Zhao Jingyi from Building 21. Oh my god, how did we end up with such a pervert? It's like encountering a ghost. As Lin Feng read the comments from the other owners, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He felt no anger at all. Lin Feng understood just how outraged these owners were and knew they would soon regret their disdain. Please do not be so angry. My intentions are purely benevolent, Lin Feng replied in the owners group. Lu Tianfang, you still have the audacity to claim this is out of goodwill? I'm sorry, but I am only recruiting beautiful women, Lin Feng responded. I curse your ancestors, exclaimed a disgruntled owner. Zhao Jingyi, this owner named Lin Feng. Please understand that this is the wealthiest owners group in the city. Do you really think other owners would care about your trifling offer of employment? Li Xian, exactly. I truly wonder what has gotten into you to post such things in this group. Yin Tianlu, I believe you need help. This is quite the condition. Ha. As Lin Feng observed the ridicule directed at him in the owners group, he let out a cold snort, turning to gaze out at the increasingly vibrant clouds. He then typed another message in the group. I hope you are all right. However, I suspect it will not be long before reality teaches you a profound lesson. As soon as Lin Feng sent this message, there was a noticeable pause in the group. Yet shortly after, Lu Tianfang resumed his mocking. What a joke. You think you can teach me a lesson? I currently possess hundreds of billions in assets and own 2 publicly traded companies. Tell me, what do you have to teach me? Chapter 18. The owner's mockery, a joke. Do you think I care about the words of a nouveau riche? Lu Tianfang scoffed disdainfully. Indeed. It appears a small fish has somehow slipped into our midst, attempting to sow discord. This owner, named Lin Feng. I am officially warning you. If you post such trivial messages in the group again, I will call the police immediately. Yes, call the police. As Lu Tianfang's derision echoed. Other owners in the group quickly chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Suddenly, at that moment, an owner named Zhao Dapeng from Villa No. 19 in the community remarked in the group chat, how could Villa number 18 install an electronic fence? It looks like a prison. Lu Tianfang responded, what? Lin Feng actually installed an electronic fence? Owner Yin Tianlu questioned, what is he trying to do? With his actions, this once pleasant community is bound to change drastically. Zhao Hu from Villa number 1 added, is this Lin Feng trying to experience life in prison ahead of time? Ha ha ha, it's truly hilarious. Those who show no mercy bring about their own demise. Wise words are wasted on the doomed. Soon, you will pay a bloody price for your foolishness. Just wait and see. Lu Tianfang laughed maniacally. I truly look forward to that bloody price you speak of. I just wonder when it will arrive. Rest assured. Tom will provide you the answer, came the reply. After sending this message, Lin Feng glanced at the clock. It was already noon. He retrieved a few plates of fragrant stir-fried dishes and a bowl of rice from his space, and leisurely began to eat. After his meal, he exercised on the treadmill for half an hour when suddenly, his phone rang again. While still exercising, he pressed the answer button, slightly breathless, and said, hello. It's me, Mr. Lin. The electronic fence has been installed. Please come out to take a look. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a rush of joy and immediately stopped working out, replying, all right, I am coming out right now. As Lin Feng stepped out of the villa, holding an umbrella, he saw nearly 20 workers waiting in the yard. Mr. Lin, the electronic fence is ready for your inspection. Okay, Lin Feng nodded and casually responded, following a bald worker to the 2 control boxes embedded in the villa's wall. Mr. Lin, the red control box operates with a normal voltage, designed merely to deter individuals without causing significant harm. However, the black control box contains over 100,000 volts of high voltage. If a person or animal touches the fence, they might end up as mere charred remains. You speak of such power, may I test it? Lin Feng asked with a smile, suddenly addressing the bald worker. The worker hesitated, then awkwardly replied, Mr. Lin, the regular mode is manageable. But the other mode, how would you like to test that? I said I want to test it. Just wait, he commanded. Switch to high voltage mode, and have your workers throw this piece of meat over the fence. All right, Mr. Lin, you two come here. With the bald worker's command. 2 workers grabbed a piece of pork and threw it towards the fence. With a resounding blast, under the immense voltage, the 50-kilogram piece of pork was instantly obliterated into chunks, filling the air with the smell of charred flesh. Impressive, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction at the astonishing effect. With this, those owners who had turned into zombies would no longer disturb his tranquil and comfortable life in this community. Boss, since you are pleased with our work, let's settle the payment? Of course, no problem. The workers exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Feng's words. The bald worker stepped forward and asked, Mr. Lin, has something happened? Trust me and follow my instructions. You all may leave now, Lin Feng said with a serious expression. Seeing that Lin Feng had issued an eviction order, the workers did not question further and began to pack up their tools as they exited the villa. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning that split the heavens like a sword. This is bad. Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically as he quickly secured the fence. Yet, the workers remained oblivious, some curiously gazing up at the mesmerizing sky. However, as a raindrop fell onto their faces, their skin began to rot instantly, unleashing horrendous screams. Some workers, in agony and with contorted faces, frantically pounded on the fence. Yet Lin Feng had no intention of letting them in. After all, for the reborn Lin Feng, his own survival was paramount. The lives of others held no significance to him. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng carefully shook off the acidic rain from his umbrella and promptly closed the doors and windows, fearing any contamination. It seemed that the apocalypse had indeed arrived prematurely. But fortunately, he always carried an umbrella when going out. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as those workers. At this moment, a wave of unease washed over Lin Feng, and he instinctively lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. Meanwhile, the cries outside the villa echoed like a living hell, instilling a sense of terror within him. Chapter 19. The arrival of the apocalypse. If memory serves me right, this reign in my previous life lasted for 10 days, followed by a brief 2-day period of calm. It was only after that those drenched in the rain would rise as zombies, attacking the surviving individuals. I wonder if this life will mirror the last. Lin Feng gazed out at the intensifying acidic rain, deep in thought. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng? Came a panicked voice on the line. Yes, what is it? The meat grinder you ordered is now at your community's entrance. Many people have died outside. Please, come help us. Hearing the desperation in the caller's voice, Lin Feng could sense their hopelessness. However, he replied, Here's a tip. As long as you stay in your vehicle and avoid the rain, you will be fine. The meat grinder will be delivered to you. Mr. Lin, please don't hang up. But before the caller could finish, Lin Feng hung up without hesitation. After all, there was only so much he could do. Expecting him to rescue a total stranger was utterly impossible. He opened his phone and browsed through videos, which displayed scenes resembling a hellish nightmare. People struggled in the acidic rain, some writhing like fish in boiling oil, desperately seeking shelter. Others crawled like maggots in agony. Suddenly, the screen displayed a message indicating video unavailability. Clearly, all videos on the platform had been taken down. It appeared that all mobile software had been controlled by the state. But in the face of the apocalypse, any effort would be futile. Lin Feng whispered softly as he activated the electronic fence's standard mode, then reclined on the soft leather sofa, listening to the rain outside as he drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Li Jia and her 2 children gazed in horror at the scene beyond the window. Sister, what has happened? How did it come to this? At that moment, Li Mingho trembled, hiding behind Zhao Hohot, glancing at his sister, who stood frozen at the window. It seems the world has truly changed, Li Jia said, her face pale. Zhao Hohot trembled. Xiao Jia, what do you mean by that? Have you not noticed? Anyone drenched by the rain suffers as if doused in sulfuric acid. Sister, are we to stay here indefinitely? I had made plans with a few friends to visit the bar tonight. Li Mingho, are you jesting with me? What time is it now, and you are still contemplating going to a bar? Xiao Jia, your younger brother is still quite young. Our survival is already in question. So let us not indulge him any further. What shall we do then? Are we truly going to wait for death here? We are left with only half a barrel of bottled water, and all the food at home has been taken away by that scoundrel Lin Feng. We must find something to eat quickly. Sister, why not take a look next door at Old Wan's place? At this moment, Li Mingho suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Li Jia shot him a glare. Li Mingho, Old Wang next door is a security guard in his 50s. Are you really planning to push your sister into the fire pit? Sister, we have no choice. After all, our family has always relied on deceiving men for a living. Enough. I only deceive men whom I find appealing. I would never stoop to an old man like that. Li Jia huffed disdainfully. Seeing that he couldn't sway Li Jia, Li Mingho's gaze inadvertently fell upon Zhao Hohot. Zhao Hohot immediately glared and shouted, You little rascal, what are you staring at? Do you really want your mother to go next door? No, that's not what I meant. Li Mingho quickly shook his head. Just then, an idea struck Li Jia, and she turned to Li Mingho. Isn't there a hefty woman living in 503? Mingho, why not knock on her door and see? Ah, will that work? Li Mingho exclaimed in surprise. Don't be ridiculous. That hefty woman looks at every man with that same gaze. I want to go. Li Jia retorted. Precisely because she looks at all men that way, it's easier for you to get food from her. Upon hearing Li Jia's words, Zhao Hohot perked up and grabbed Li Mingho's arm. Since Zhang Hohot thinks so, Li Mingho steeled himself and nodded. All right then, I'll give it a try. But we must agree that if anything unexpected happens, I will leave immediately. Li Mingho stood outside the door of 503, took a deep breath to calm himself, and pressed the doorbell for the hefty woman. Who is it? Came a deep voice from inside, just as Li Mingho began to speak. The door to 503 swung open with a loud bang, revealing a figure weighing around 200 pounds, ambiguous in gender. The hefty woman wiped crumbs of chips from her face, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Li Mingho and grinned. Handsome, what do you need from me? We have no food at home. Could you lend us some? Once the rain stops, we will certainly return it, or we can buy it from you as well. What do you mean by? We all live in the same building. Come in and let us get some, she said. Thank you so much. But just as the door closed, Li Mingho's startled voice rang out. What are you doing? What do you mean what am I doing? You came to my house to assault me, and you're asking what I'm doing? The hefty woman laughed lewdly. And the sounds of tearing clothes and Li Mingho's terrified screams echoed from within. Chapter 20. Humiliated Li Mingho. Mom, help me. Li Mingho's anguished cries reverberated through the room. Zhao Hohot, hiding not far away, trembled as if she had stepped on a live wire. Grabbing Li Jia in panic. Did I just hear Mingho's voice? Something must have happened. Mom, it seems something really has happened to Mingho. Why are you still waiting? Hurry and save your brother, Zhao Hohot exclaimed, and together with Li Jia, they frantically beat on the hefty woman's door. But how could two women break down the sturdy security door? Exhausted and breathless, they could only shout, You fat hag, open the door quickly, or we'll call the police. Call if you want. That boy came to my house, and from now on, I'm part of your family, the hefty woman retorted. At this moment, no one could have anticipated how fiercely this hefty woman would retaliate. Oh, dear son, I'm so sorry for you. Letting this hefty woman take advantage of you. The other residents, upon seeing Zhao Hohot, quickly shut their doors and avoided her. This illustrated how low Zhao Hohot's reputation was. After all, who in the community didn't he know that the hefty woman was a powerful female thug? Perhaps only the elderly Zhao Hohot and the relatively new Li Jia were unaware of the hefty woman's background. Thus, when a fresh young man presented himself, the hefty woman would be remiss not to seize the opportunity. It was not until 2 hours later that Li Mingho emerged, disheveled, clutching 3 buckets of instant noodles. A look of grievance etched on his face. Darling, once the noodles are done, remember to come find me. Meanwhile, from inside, the sound of the hefty woman's satisfaction echoed. Just then, a kitchen knife pressed against Zhao Hohot's neck, causing her to retreat in sheer terror. The hefty woman, wielding the knife with her chubby hand, glared menacingly at Zhao Hohot. Do you know who my father is, old woman? At that moment, Zhao Hohot's face turned ashen. Shaking her head instinctively, the hefty woman, brimming with arrogance, declared, Let me tell you, my father is the district chief here. Your son brazenly assaulted the district chief's daughter in broad daylight. I suppose you know what that entails, don't you? You're talking nonsense. It was you. At this point, Li Jia, unable to contain herself, shouted back in anger. But as she spoke, she faltered, unsure of how to continue, her face reddening with embarrassment. After all, it was her first time encountering a woman so brazenly accusing a man of such things while turning the tables. Seeing Li Jia at a loss for words, the hefty woman smirked triumphantly. What is the matter? If you're not satisfied, should I call the police and let them sort this out? Hearing the mention of the police, Zhao Hohot and Li Jia exchanged anxious glances. As professional con artists, they had some records with the police, so naturally, they were reluctant to engage too closely with them. Let us count ourselves unlucky and leave, Li Jia said. Are we just going to let this go? Zhao Hohot looked at Li Jia with tears in her eyes. How could we let this go? Give me a few days to think of a way to deal with her. Li Jia replied coldly, her expression fierce. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having risen in the morning and taken a hot shower, retrieved 2 baskets of dumplings, a bowl of spicy beef soup, and 2 fried dough sticks from his space, leisurely enjoying his breakfast. He took a selfie of his breakfast and shared it with Li Jia, captioning it, Good morning, dear. Have you eaten yet? But I can't help but feel that it doesn't look like it's raining acid where you are. Otherwise, how could you manage to buy breakfast? Lin Feng, tell me the truth. Where exactly are you? At this moment, Li Jia gazed at the image Lin Feng sent, unable to suppress her saliva, wishing she could bite her phone right now. After all, just yesterday, Li Mingho had brought 3 buckets of instant noodles, and she was already so hungry that her stomach was growling. Lin Feng sent another voice message, and Li Jia, trembling with hunger, quickly opened it to listen. Didn't I tell you before? I'm currently residing in a grand villa. If you don't believe me, we can have a video call right now. With that, Lin Feng indeed initiated a video call with Li Jia. Upon seeing the video on her phone, Li Jia's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Through the screen, she could almost perceive the opulence of the villa and the delectable breakfast spread upon the dining table. Darling, I never imagined you actually resided in a villa, she exclaimed. In the video, Lin Feng merely smiled nonchalantly, saying, What of it? Living alone here is rather dull. When will you come to keep me company? And where exactly do you reside, my husband? Li Jia inquired, deliberately adopting the softest tone. Not far, in a wealthy neighborhood. I purchased a villa here, intending to surprise you. But who could have anticipated this turn of events? I am utterly bored, confined here all day, Lin Feng replied, taking a bun and stuffing it into his mouth, making Li Jia feel a mix of surprise, delight, and envy. My love, I have heard that houses in that area are quite expensive. How did you manage to gather such a sum? This is a long story, and I shall tell you when you arrive, Lin Feng said, suddenly changing the subject. How are you doing? Are you free all right? Husband, you've taken all the food from our home. We have completely run out, Li Jia lamented, her expression a blend of sorrow and vulnerability as she stared at the screen. Yet, Lin Feng, observing her feigned distress, could not help but feel a secret satisfaction. Feigning urgency, Lin Feng responded, "What are we to do? Can you borrow some from the neighbors?" As he spoke, he noticed Li Jia's expression shift, indicating something was amiss. "What is it? Are they unwilling to lend you anything?" "Ah Feng, yesterday Ming Hao went to borrow food from that fat woman, and shockingly, she assaulted him." "What?" Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Li Jia retorted angrily, "Lin Feng, how can you laugh? Who sent you to borrow food from her? I distinctly recall advising you to keep your distance from that woman." "Did you?" "I don't recall," he scoffed internally. "So what do you plan to do now?" "Ah Feng, could you come pick us up? We truly have nothing left to eat," Li Jia pleaded. "Li Jia, this acid rain is akin to sulfuric acid. You are not asking me to rescue you. You are essentially sending me to my doom, my dear." Upon hearing this, Li Jia was momentarily taken aback, feeling Lin Feng's coldness and a hint of mockery, which caused her to feel a twinge of fear. "Ah Feng, that's not what I meant. I simply miss you so much. All right, let us refrain from discussing matters that may affect our relationship. Once the rain ceases, you can come over," he replied, to which Li Jia nodded eagerly, perceiving Lin Feng as her sole lifeline. Thus, she would comply with whatever he said. After concluding the call with Li Jia, Lin Feng casually opened the homeowners group chat, where panic and unease among the residents were palpable. Villa 17, Li Xian, what should we do? We have no food left. I'm truly frightened. Boo-hoo. Villa 12, Zhou Jiexing. So many have perished outside. Losing one more assistant won't make a difference, right? Villa 1, Zhao Hu. My wife and child have died outside the villa. When will this rain cease so I can retrieve their bodies? Lin Feng observed the various messages from the residents and felt an unsettling calm. Having endured an apocalyptic scenario once, he had become numb to such human tragedies. After all, he had survived 5 years in the last world's end, witnessing horrors in the depths of human nature. At that moment, the security team leader suddenly addressed all homeowners in the group. "Everyone, esteemed residents, during these trying times, we must unite more than ever. Each of us must bind together. Thus, I propose that we gather all food supplies from every household and distribute them uniformly so that no resident suffering from food scarcity is abandoned. What do you all think?" As soon as the security leader sent this message, several homeowners promptly voiced their support. Zhao Lucy, this is wonderful. I am the first to agree. Yangmi, count me in. Li Xian, me too. Li Jingyi, I also support this. Lin Feng knew well that these film stars likely had no cooking habits, and thus, they had no food supplies at home, prompting their enthusiastic responses. Meanwhile, those homeowners with food remained silent, fully aware that no one was foolish. Especially not the billionaires among them, who were quintessentially self-serving. Seeing the overwhelming support, the security leader continued, "I understand your concerns, but at times like this, we must unite and work together. I encourage those with reservations to set them aside." At this point, Villa 18's Fan Jeeping coldly interjected, "Who do you think you are to instruct us? One phone call, and your company will dismiss you." Villa 6, Yin Tianlu, exactly. Look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you're qualified to guide us? Each of us here is worth billions. The homeowners possessing food quickly silenced the security leader, leaving him defenseless. Lin Feng, witnessing this spectacle, smirked coldly and then addressed everyone. All, seeking beautiful women, food, and lodging provided. Those proficient in household chores are especially welcome. But please submit 3 unfiltered full-body photos. Interested parties may message me privately. Homeowner Li Jingyi, Lin Feng, I have never encountered such shamelessness. Even if I were to die of thirst or hunger, I would never come to you. Zhao Lucy, I can't believe you could stoop so low. Yangmi, is this not taking advantage of a crisis? Does your conscience not ache? Li Xian, you are truly despicable, shameful, abominable. Faced with such vitriol from the alluring women he coveted, Lin Feng remained unfazed, for the apocalypse had merely begun. He intended to tame these rebellious spirits, akin to breaking wild horses. Thus, Lin Feng, with his magnetic voice, sent a voice message in the homeowners group. "I particularly admire your rebellious nature. Let us await the developments." "What? Await developments? Who do you think you are?" Yangmi scoffed. Li Xian, exactly, are you God? Zhao Lucy, ladies, do not fear. I believe it won't be long before a rescue team comes for us. Homeowner, Yin Tianlu, Lin Feng, enough with the bravado. Do you truly possess knowledge of secrets unknown to us? Reading Yin Tianliu's message, Lin Feng could not help but smile, tossing his phone aside as he mused. If you claim it to be a secret, why inquire further? If I were to divulge it, would it not cease to be a secret? 2 days later, in the luxurious Villa 8, Zhao Lucy sat on her bed, wrapped in a blanket, staring blankly ahead. She trembled all over, gazing out at the incessant acid rain, her face a portrait of terror and helplessness. At that moment in Villa number 9, Yangmi carefully placed the last piece of chocolate in her mouth, when suddenly, a tear rolled down her cheek, glistening like a pearl, marking the beginning of her silent sobbing. Meanwhile, Li Xian in Villa number 17 was already famished. Leaning weakly against the window, staring at the relentless rain, completely engulfed in despair. Just then, after a long silence, her phone chimed with a notification. The 3 beauties in their respective villas simultaneously reached for their devices. After all, the phone was their sole link to the outside world, and any sign of activity compelled them to check immediately. As they unlocked their phones, owner Li Jingyi's message appeared in the group chat. "Is there anyone with extra food? I can pay any price." Yangmi, Li Xian, and Zhao Lucy, as if discovering a new continent, eagerly echoed, "Me too, I'll pay any amount." However, The owners in this community were all affluent, in the face of life and death, who cared about money. Thus, those with food dismissed them without a second thought. Suddenly, a 15-second video captivated the attention of all the owners in the group. Lin Feng was seen in the kitchen, frying a tomahawk steak while asking the screen, "Is this how you cook a steak? What else should I add?" Li Jingyi stared at the steak in the video, swallowing hard, muttering, "So you're Lin Feng. You're quite handsome. But that's not how you fry a steak. I could help you." Lin Feng responded, "Sure. But please send me 3 selfies so I can see if you meet my standards." Li Jingyi retorted, "Dream on. I won't submit to you even if I starve." Yang Mi exclaimed, "I never expected you to be such a despicable person." Li Xian added, "Once this disaster is over, I will ensure the media exposes you for the world to see how shameless you are." Zhao Lucy lamented, "How can there be such shameless people? I'm nearly starving. Can't I buy your food with money?" Lin Feng replied to Zhao Lucy, "Madam, I do not sell to shameless individuals like you." Just then, Lin Feng noticed friend requests from Yang Mi, Li Jingyi, Li Xian, and Zhao Lucy. He couldn't help but smirk, realizing that these women were all hypocritical beings. He casually accepted Yang Mi's request first. As soon as he approved it, Yang Mi sent 3 unflattering, candid selfies, captioned, "Perverted creep, you got lucky this time." Upon viewing the images, Lin Feng noted that even without makeup, Yang Mi possessed exquisite features and fair skin, her high nose and slightly upturned lips accentuating her proud, alluring demeanor. Yet Lin Feng understood that to tame such a captivating beauty, he must not rush. He then asked Yang Mi, "What are your special skills?" "What do you mean?" she inquired. "Such as laundry, cooking, cleaning, etc." "Excuse me, I'm a popular star. How could I do such menial tasks? I'm sorry. But from now on, you are a servant in my eyes. Would you accept a 1-month trial period?" As Lin Feng's message was sent, a palpable silence enveloped the other end. He understood her feelings well, but in this apocalypse, the existence of beautiful women served a purpose. After all, who would want to carry a burden? "You have a minute to consider. If not, it's fine. There are plenty of beautiful women in the community." "Do you not fear divine retribution for this?" she challenged. "Divine retribution? I'm merely offering a home to a beautiful woman like you. Why should I fear it?" "Lin Feng, you scoundrel. Remember what you said today. Soon you'll realize just how good I can be. Rest assured, even if I starve to death, I want to allow you to succeed. I adore your rebellious spirit. It fuels my desire to conquer you." He chuckled. Clearly, Yang Mi was an untamed wild horse. Not easily subdued, but this was merely the beginning, and Lin Feng was not in a hurry. Just then, Zhou Jieshan from Villa number 12 interjected in the group chat. "Enough, I can't watch this any longer. I have a box of instant noodles, 12 packets in total, priced at 100,000 each. 120,000 for the box. Highest bidder wins, but you must come to collect it in person. Who wants it?" "What? You want 100,000 for a packet of noodles? Why not go rob a bank?" Yin Tianlu scoffed in the chat. Zhou Jieshan retorted, "Buy it if you want." "That's my price." Yang Mi immediately declared, "I'll take the whole box for 120,000. Li Jingyi countered, "Sorry, I'll pay 130,000. Li Xian chimed in, "I haven't eaten for 2 days. Please, let me have it. I'll pay 200,000. Zhao Lucy, in a voice message, wept. "How can you do this? I haven't eaten in ages either. Can't you let me have it?" Yang Mi suggested, "How about we buy the box together, sisters? What do you think?" However, Li Jingyi rejected her proposal, stating, "I don't think it's a good idea. There are only 12 packets. If we split it among 4, how much will each get? I'll pay 300,000 for it." "Ms. Li Jingyi, I know money is not an issue for you. Even if it were $1 million per packet, you could afford it. But have you considered that all the owners here are affluent? I suggest we buy it together and split it evenly," Yang Mi reasoned. At that moment, Li Xian added, "Yang Mi is right. Let us split it. Right, Sister Jingyi?" "Fine, but I want an extra packet," Li Jingyi conceded. "All right," Yang Mi agreed. "Okay," Li Xian responded. "Sure," Zhao Lucy added. Observing the debate among the owners, Lin Feng merely snorted in indifference. He was well aware of their intentions, feigning agreement only to seize the opportunity for themselves. A thought crossed his mind, and dishes like braised pork ribs, beef stew with potatoes, and steamed lion's head appeared on the table. Before eating, Lin Feng shared the food with Li Jia, captioning, "Dear, when will you come? I have no appetite now." Then, he shared the same photo in the owner group, asking, "If I eat like this every day, will it be too greasy?" After putting down his phone, he began to feast. Meanwhile, the women who had just triumphantly secured the noodles for millions were suddenly struck down by Lin Feng's post. Li Jingyi furiously typed, "Lin Feng, you're clearly doing this on purpose. I really want to scratch you to death." Zhao Lucy exclaimed, "Heavens, am I dreaming? I can actually see beef stew and braised pork ribs?" Yang Mi gritted her teeth, declaring, "No matter how much food you have, I will not submit to you." "Lin Feng, why haven't you accepted my friend request yet?" Li Xian inquired. Yin Tianlu remarked, "Just a moment ago, you appeared utterly inept in the kitchen, and now there is an abundance of delectable dishes. This photograph must surely be genuine." At this moment, Lin Feng's phone rang incessantly on the dining table. He did not need to glance at it to know that whether concerning food or not, the homeowners group was in an uproar. However, Lin Feng remained indifferent, as it was his mealtime, leaving him no leisure to attend to the homeowners' chatter. Meanwhile, upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Li Jia was overwhelmed with the urge to rush outside to find him. Yet, the acidic rain outside, akin to a formidable barrier, mercilessly hindered her steps, causing her to feel as restless as an ant on a hot skillet. "Sister, please stop pacing in front of me. I am feeling dizzy," Li Mingho said weakly. Observing Li Jia's restless movements, Upon hearing his voice, Li Jia abruptly halted and turned to him, asking, Mingho, do you think if someone were to venture outside now, would anyone still perish? Sister, are you seeking death? Do you truly intend to find Lin Feng? Li Mingho responded with astonishment. Li Jia forced a bitter smile. No. I was merely inquiring. Oh, if that is the case, I feel reassured, Mingho replied. What is it? Li Mingho, sensing her sudden gentleness, instinctively regarded her with caution. After all, having spent so much time together, their bond was such that even a glance or a tone could convey unspoken thoughts, akin to telepathic twins. Mingho, we have run out of food at home. Perhaps you could borrow some from Fat Woman? Li Jia suggested. Sister, are you truly my biological sister? I would rather starve than let that fat woman benefit from my hunger. Li Mingho interjected, instantly assuming a defensive posture as if wronged. Seeing his aversion, Li Jia refrained from further comment, merely clearing her throat to ease the awkwardness. I was just saying, why are you so worked up? That hefty woman weighs several hundred pounds. Her mere presence might crush me. How could I not be agitated? Mingho retorted with a tone of indignation. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks and shouts interrupted their conversation. Open the door. Lin Feng, hurry and let us in. We are looking for Lin Feng. He is not home. The individuals outside expressed their confusion. You are his wife, so you should let us in, they insisted. Hearing their shouts, Li Jia felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, Zhao Hohot, weakened with hunger, emerged from the bedroom, glaring. Who is it? Zhao Hohot took swift strides to the door and flung it open, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. A group of homeowners stood menacingly at the threshold, with old Wang, the security guard from next door, staring intently at Zhao Hohot. You purchased a great deal of supplies a few days ago, did you not? Indeed, but now there is nothing left, she replied. What? Nothing left? Do you expect us to believe that? Old Wang shot back coldly. Li Jia defended. You can choose to believe or not. In any case, there is nothing to eat at our home. Calm down. We are not refusing to pay you, Old Wang said, his gaze fixated on Li Jia's figure. Noticing his inappropriate stare, Li Jia covered her chest in disgust and retorted angrily. Even if you offer money, it is of no use. I have said there is nothing. Just as she attempted to shut the door, Old Wang forcefully pushed it open, declaring, we all live in the same building. Do you truly wish to make this situation so dire? What do you mean by that, Old Wang? Li Jia's voice trembled with anxiety. Old Wang scoffed. A few days ago, you had countless deliveries to your home. Who in the community does not know? Indeed, and during your last supermarket trip, you filled an entire truck with goods. I thought Lin Feng had lost his mind. Who would hoard so much food unless they anticipated a disaster? What? They knew about this calamity beforehand? Murmurs erupted among the homeowners, intensifying the tension. Realizing the futility of her words, Li Jia shouted. I have no idea what you are talking about. If you continue like this, I will call the police. Her outburst momentarily stunned the crowd. Yet, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Old Wang retorted, you filthy woman, there are countless corpses floating outside, and you think the police will care about your call? What do you want from me? Li Jia asked in panic. We want to see if you have any food, Old Wang replied, shoving Li Jia aside and kicking Li Mingho down as he and the other homeowners surged into the house. However, after a thorough search, they found no food. Not even a half bag of salt. How is it that this place is cleaner than a dog-ass lick? Where have you hidden the food? Old Wang seized Li Mingho by the collar, glaring at him. Brother, we really have nothing to eat. Li Mingho trembled, speaking the truth. What? Nothing to eat? How have you survived these past few days? As Old Wang's question struck a nerve, Li Mingho began to weep uncontrollably. Shut up. If you dare cry again, I will throw you out, Old Wang threatened, causing Li Mingho to stop, turning to Li Jia with a helpless expression. Upon hearing Li Jia's words, Old Wang looked at her with a peculiar expression. What did you just call me? Wang Daju, are you not called Wang Daju? Li Jia asked, bewildered. Laughter erupted from the crowd as Old Wang grinned. This is the first time a woman has dared to call me by my nickname in front of me. What? Nickname? Is Wang Daju not your name? As Li Jia pondered this, Old Wang sneered. I will give you one last chance. Call Lin Feng immediately, or you know the consequences. Feeling a tightening in her chest at his words, Li Jia quickly took out her phone to call Lin Feng. However, as the phone rang, he was busy sweating on the treadmill and did not answer right away. It was not until the third ring that he picked up, feigning excitement. Darling, are you missing me? I'll phone. Old Wang has brought many people over. You must think of something. Li Jia's panicked voice confirmed to Lin Feng that his plan had succeeded. Due to Lin Feng's ostentatious purchasing before the apocalypse, he intended for all the residents in the community to be aware of his family's ample provisions. Consequently, the future predicament of Li Jia and her companions became all too predictable. Lin Feng promptly expressed his confusion, inquiring about the intentions of the neighbor, Old Wang, and why he had brought the residents to their home. Did we not stockpile a considerable amount of food? He pondered. They must be here to seize our supplies. But all the food has already been taken by you. What are we to do, I'll phone? Upon hearing Li Jia's words, a smirk crept onto Lin Feng's lips, and he retorted with indignation. Hand me the phone. I shall speak to him directly. Li Jia complied, handing the phone to Old Wang, who scoffed disdainfully before taking the device. As he pressed it to his ear, Lin Feng's furious voice erupted from the other end. Old Wang, how dare you show your face here after such humiliation? Do you not fear the consequences of provoking me? Old Wang's expression twisted into a menacing glare. You truly possess audacity, Lin Feng. Do you not fear the repercussions of angering me? You old fool, who do you think you're intimidating? This is a society governed by law. At your age, if you wish to avoid a second imprisonment, you had best behave. Lin Feng, your ignorance is astonishing. Soon, I shall have your wife personally inform you of how I treat them. With that, Old Wang abruptly hung up, kicked Li Minghe once more, and hoisted Li Jia toward the bedroom. You beast, release me. Help, help. This is your man's doing, not mine. Old Wang's grip was like a vice, rendering Li Jia's struggles futile. Meanwhile, Zhao Hohot, paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events, was jolted awake only when Li Jia's heart-wrenching wail echoed from the bedroom. In that moment, Zhao Hohot lamented, "What sin have I committed? Silence, or I shall drag you in as well." But as Old Wang's roar reverberated from the bedroom, Zhao Hohot trembled as if struck by lightning, obediently sealing her lips. At that moment, Lin Feng, witnessing Old Wang's furious disconnection, could not suppress a triumphant grin. This was precisely the outcome Lin Feng had desired. He intended for Li Jia and her family to endure suffering and hardship in the apocalypse, only to grant them a swift end once he had had his fill of amusement. Reclining comfortably on the leather sofa, Lin Feng opened WeChat, contemplated briefly, and accepted Li Xian's friend request. The instant he agreed, Li Xian enthusiastically messaged, "This is wonderful. You finally accepted my request. Now do you know what you must do?" Lin Feng, with a hint of levity, replied, "Well," as Li Xian affirmed with a simple she sent 3 unadorned selfies. However, the recent upheaval had left her hair disheveled and her eyes betraying exhaustion. "What are your skills?" he inquired. "I can dance, act, and if needed, I can sing a couple of songs." Li Xian's demeanor was noticeably more compliant than that of Yang Mi. "Are you capable of serving a man?" Upon sending the message, Lin Feng noticed a palpable silence on the other end. He followed up, "I trust you have realized the implications of what lies outside. So many have perished. Yet no authority has intervened. What does that signify? All right, I shall give you my answer in 1 minute. If you miss this opportunity, don't say I didn't give you a chance." After sending this voice message, Lin Feng placed his phone on the coffee table, lit a cigarette, and began to indulge in the smoke. However, as the seconds slipped away, the brief minute passed swiftly. It was still the early days of the apocalypse, and some individuals retained a semblance of pride, particularly the beautiful women. Yet, when the zombie outbreak occurred, these women would soon discover the absurdity of their steadfastness. "Fine, I agree," came Li Xian's text, which momentarily startled Lin Feng. Without hesitation, he blocked her, denying her any chance for rebuttal. He understood that this was the only way to truly subdue these haughty stars. It was akin to training a hawk. Only by dismantling their inherent pride and dignity could he confidently welcome them into his life. In the endless nights of the apocalypse, Lin Feng knew that solitude would drive him to madness. Humans are inherently social beings, a truth etched into their very genes, akin to fish needing water or birds yearning for the sky. Thus, he could envision a future where, decades hence, he still resided alone, teetering on the brink of insanity. His language skills deteriorating, conversing with the air like a madman. Subsequently, Lin Feng accepted Zhao Jingyi's friend request. Upon approval, Zhao Jingyi's sultry voice resonated through the app. "Little rascal, you finally accepted my request. Don't get me started, it began well. But those 3 little vixens denied everything in the end." Reflecting on her words, Lin Feng mused, "This is fortunate. Should they unite against me, I might find myself deprived of even a single instant noodle." Just as he contemplated, Zhao Jingyi sent 3 selfies, accompanied by the note, "Little brother, don't let anyone else see these." As Lin Feng opened Zhao Jingyi's photos, he was momentarily taken aback. Her mesmerizing eyes sparkled with allure. Her flawless skin radiated warmth akin to jade, and her flowing black hair cascaded like a smooth waterfall. Zhao Jingyi was a beauty that rivaled even the most popular stars of the day, perhaps even surpassing them. "What talents do you possess?" he inquired earnestly. "I can wash clothes and cook," she replied. "What if you were to serve me?" "That could work, but you mustn't overstep." "What? You still need to think it over?" "May I ask why?" "Because you exhibit no modesty, akin to a courtesan." "Lin Feng, you scoundrel. I shall strangle you. Please mind your tone. I am merely considering my options," he remarked before leaving the conversation and accepting Zhao Lucy's friend request. "Hello, Mr. Lin Feng, I am Zhao Lucy." "I know who you are, Zhao Lucy. Have you taken a barefaced photo?" "I have." "Then what are you waiting for?" Lin Feng replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his words. Zhao Lucy then slowly sent 3 unfiltered selfies. The images revealed her disheveled hair and red-rimmed eyes, exuding an air of vulnerability and lethargy, far from the glamorous image of a starlet. It seemed this girl was on the brink of collapse. Lin Feng gazed at the photographs on his phone, softly murmuring, "Do you possess any special talents?" I don't know, but I can learn. Anything will suffice. "As long as you take me in," Zhao Lucy replied in a tearful voice through WeChat. "Are you certain you can do anything?" "Yes, I can do whatever is needed." Observing Zhao Lucy's earnestness, Lin Feng slowly responded, "Very well then, don your rain gear, grab an umbrella, and put on your rain boots. You have 10 minutes to come to my place." Chapter 26. Taking in Zhao Lucy. After all, this is acid rain, not sulfuric acid. As long as one can adequately protect themselves from the elements, it is still possible to survive outdoors. Yet, no one can guarantee absolute safety. A gust of wind mixed with rain could disfigure anyone. Fortunately, the acid rain only poses a threat to humans and animals. Otherwise, the devastation outside would be far worse. "All right, I'm on my way right now." Upon receiving Lin Feng's message, Zhao Lucy felt as though she had grasped the last straw of hope amidst despair. She donned her raincoat and boots, secured her wind helmet, and grasped the long-prepared suitcase before hastily heading towards Lin Feng's villa with her umbrella. Inside the villa, Lin Feng, checking his watch while smoking, awaited the arrival of the first enchanting person. Mr. Lin, could you please open the door? I have arrived. Just 7 minutes had passed when a figure adorned in a pink wind helmet, raincoat, rain pants, and boots appeared at the electronic gate, one hand holding an umbrella and the other pulling a suitcase. Seeing Zhao Lucy's peculiar attire, Lin Feng merely smiled nonchalantly. Under such circumstances, as long as one's skin remained protected, he found no reason to be surprised by anyone's appearance. Remove your helmet so I can confirm your identity, he called out from inside the villa. Zhao Lucy slowly took off her pink helmet. After confirming her identity, Lin Feng pressed the remote control, and the electronic gate of the villa gradually opened. However, at that moment, Zhao Lucy's expression turned noticeably anxious. Yet, summoning her courage, she dragged her suitcase inside. Hello. We finally meet. As Zhao Lucy stepped into the villa, Lin Feng, seated on a leather sofa, spoke first. Zhao Lucy hastily placed her suitcase down, her voice trembling. Hello. It's my first visit here. I hope to be well taken care of. Rest assured, I will look after you, Lin Feng replied. Why not take a warm bath? After all, you are a star. Shouldn't you pay more attention to your appearance? Okay. With Lin Feng's reminder, Zhao Lucy realized how disheveled she appeared. Following his guidance, she entered the bathroom, shedding her constraints and immersing herself in the pleasantly warm water of the bathtub, resembling a blooming lotus exuding an enchanting fragrance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, noticing Zhao Lucy's suitcase, felt a surge of inspiration, followed by a system notification in his mind. Detected one suitcase containing women's clothing. Congratulations. You have received 10 million suitcases of women's clothing. He opened the suitcase Zhao Lucy brought, rummaging through it until he found a silk nightgown, which he then stored in his space. He had no choice. Having never purchased women's clothing, this was his only option. After your bath, please wear this nightgown. Oh, all right. With the sound of the bathroom door sliding open, Zhao Lucy emerged clad in the silk nightgown, her bare feet gliding across the carpet in the living room. Her eyes eagerly fixed on the feast of braised meat, steamed base, and poached chicken laid out on the dining table. Do you wish to eat? Lin Feng inquired, stuffing a piece of beef into his mouth and speaking somewhat indistinctly. Zhao Lucy, momentarily entranced by the array of dishes before her, swallowed hard and replied, I would love to. If you consume my food, then you shall belong to me, Lin Feng stated. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Lucy hastily approached the table, seizing chopsticks and carelessly stuffing food into her mouth. Eating like that is bad for your stomach. Come, give life a thumbs up, Lin Feng remarked, snapping a photo of her and sharing it in the homeowners group, captioning it. This is the first time I've seen a girl eat like this, completely uncouth. As soon as the photo was posted, the homeowners group erupted with messages. Lin Feng, you actually let Zhao Lucy move into your home. Please tell me, what do I lack compared to her? Zhao Jingyi wrote. Lin Feng, how could you do this? Li Xian chimed in. Lin Feng, I never expected your food supply at home to be so abundant. May I purchase some at a high price? Yin Tianlu asked. Lin Feng, my brother. In such dire times, you must think of others. Zhao Hu added. At that moment, Zhou Jiesin hurriedly joined in. Yes, as human beings, we must understand the importance of sharing, Lin Feng. Seeing the flurry of messages in the group and numerous friend requests from homeowners with surplus provisions, Lin Feng simply smiled, knowing they would soon run out. He then forwarded the photo to Li Jia, adding, Darling, can you believe it? I have taken in the superstar Zhao Lucy. At that moment, Li Jia, having just been humiliated by the neighbor, felt like a frightened wildcat, curled up helplessly. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's message, tears welled up in her eyes. Her mindset had shifted significantly. In this dire situation, she no longer saw money as the ultimate power but rather craved food and the protection of a man. Clearly, Lin Feng was now her last and only hope. Yet, when she opened WeChat, he did not send the comforting words she had hoped for, but rather boasted about taking in a so-called celebrity. What was most unbearable for her was that all the food on the table had been consumed by that woman. Lin Feng, your wife has just been bullied. Have you forgotten so soon? Li Jia glared at her phone, her body trembling with rage, wishing she could reach through the screen and slap that woman. However, the dwindling remnants of her rationality reminded her that it was crucial to remain composed, or Lin Feng might truly turn his affections elsewhere. Realizing this, Li Jia made an effort to calm herself, picked up her phone, and called Lin Feng. Chapter 27. You are such a scoundrel. As the phone rang, a sly smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. However, he did not rush to answer. He waited until the 5th ring before leisurely picking up the phone and pressing the answer button. Ah Feng, you finally picked up. Where were you just now? Li Jia's anxious voice came through the phone. Lin Feng, unfazed, casually replied, I was taking a shower. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Lucy, who had been eagerly devouring her meal, paused momentarily. But Lin Feng shot her a glance, and she buried her head back into the plate of stir-fried beef, savoring each bite. Ah Feng, were you alone in the shower? Why, who else would be? Oh, nothing. I was just asking, Li Jia hurriedly explained. Lin Feng noticed the sudden shift in Li Jia's attitude and instinctively understood her current predicament and the transformation in her mindset. However, he was acutely aware that this was precisely what she deserved. Therefore, he resolved not to show any mercy towards Li Jia and her family of 3. He intended to make their lives in this apocalyptic world a torment, subjecting them to all manner of humiliation to completely alleviate the resentment that plagued his heart. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he said. Ah Feng, please don't hang up just yet. Feigning impatience, Lin Feng replied, speak your mind. Why are you dragging this out today? Ah Feng, We truly have no food left at home. I can barely endure it any longer, she sobbed. I bought so much food before, and you yelled at me. Not a single one of you believed me. Instead, you thought I was delusional. If only you had trusted me back then, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Who would have imagined that your dreams were true? Now I regret it so much. Hearing the regret in Li Jia's voice, Lin Feng coldly snorted before responding. Let us leave it at that for now. I need to rest. Feng, please don't hang up. But before Li Jia could finish her plea, Lin Feng abruptly ended the call. He wanted her to feel a sense of uncertainty and anxiety. Afterward, he casually tossed his phone aside and turned to Zhao Lucy across from him, asking, Are you full? Yes, I am quite satisfied, Zhao Lucy replied softly, reluctantly putting down her chopsticks. Since you're full, let's engage in some exercise to aid digestion. Exercise? How? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lucy's adorable demeanor and spoke playfully. Come here, I shall teach you. Zhao Lucy's eyes widened in realization, and her face flushed crimson. Lin Feng, what do you intend to do? We agreed earlier that after you had my meal, you belong to me, so I can do as I please. With that, Lin Feng pulled Zhao Lucy into his embrace. An hour later, feeling quite satisfied, Lin Feng lit a cigarette and said to Zhao Lucy, Wash the dishes afterward. It's getting late, and I'm off to sleep now. The next day, upon waking, Lin Feng discovered that Zhao Lucy had tidied the entire living room and washed the dishes, placing them neatly in the cupboard. What surprised him was that she had spent the night on the sofa. He mused silently about how late she must have worked before finally falling asleep. Approaching her, he gently touched her cheek. Don't. Zhao Lucy suddenly awoke and grasped Lin Feng's hand in alarm. With a wicked smile, Lin Feng replied, Don't what? You were quite impressive last night. I'm still recovering. I will be gentle this time. Absolutely not. But with Zhao Lucy's exclamation, Lin Feng once again. An hour later, how can you treat me like this? Zhao Lucy looked at Lin Feng with a resentful expression. Unfazed, Lin Feng replied with a light smile. Why should I? You didn't prepare breakfast for me. I was utterly exhausted last night, so I forgot, Zhao Lucy explained. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng scoffed. Since you didn't prepare breakfast, you should prepare to have a child. Lin Feng, you are incorrigible, Zhao Lucy exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Ha ha. Lin Feng laughed heartily, unconcerned, as he entered the kitchen. With a mere thought, several baskets of dumplings and soy milk appeared on the tray in front of him. Quickly wash up, it's time to eat. He carried the tray into the living room and began eating without waiting for Zhao Lucy. As she gazed at the steaming dumplings and soy milk, Zhao Lucy was taken aback. That was remarkably fast. Even reheating leftovers wouldn't be this quick. Though she felt puzzled, she understood that she was now dependent on others and chose not to inquire further. After a brief wash-up, she eagerly sat down at the dining table, ready to eat a breakfast she would have previously dismissed, a meal fit for ordinary folk. After all, her past breakfast had consisted of the finest ingredients, such as fresh seafood, organic vegetables, and premium meats. Yet, she was unaware that each bite of food she consumed now would soon become a luxury unattainable by anyone. Watching Zhao Lucy relish her meal, Lin Feng wiped his mouth with a napkin and solemnly asked, Do you still think I am a rogue? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Lucy put down her dumplings and replied earnestly, You can't absolve yourself of being a rogue just by feeding me a couple of meals. You don't have to eat if you don't wanna, Lin Feng chuckled. Zhao Lucy, feeling flustered, stammered, What do you mean by that? A so-called star like you, who can't lift a finger or do anything, is lucky to be here. If you truly despise my presence, you are free to leave. I won't stop you. Lin Feng, you. Hearing Lin Feng's words made Zhao Lucy's face flush with anger, leaving her momentarily speechless. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed by her furious glare and continued, To be frank, I find you attractive, but do not forget, there are many beautiful women in this world. If you ever become tiresome, I won't hesitate to kick you out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy suddenly realized the implication. Are you suggesting that there will truly be no rescue team to save us? Yes, Lin Feng smirked. Having no intention of revealing all his secrets to someone he had known for less than 24 hours, he tossed a thick cookbook to Zhao Lucy and added, Just focus on learning. I'll leave the kitchen duties to you. Zhao Lucy instinctively took the cookbook, her gaze towards Lin Feng filled with complexity. In her eyes, this man was shrouded in mystery. Initially, everyone mocked him for spending 20 billion on a villa, then for installing prison-like electronic fences. Just when the residents were worrying about food, he invited a beautiful woman to stay in his villa. All these unusual behaviors hinted that he had foreseen the impending disaster. Sensing her thoughts, Lin Feng spoke again. Remember this. As long as you are with me, you will have an abundance of food. However, should you betray me or be forsaken, your good days will come to an abrupt end. Zhao Lucy trembled at his words and quickly nodded in agreement. The unbearable days she had endured recently were too difficult to bear. Had it not been for Lin Feng's agreement to let her move in, she surely would have collapsed. I will wash the dishes first, then clean up the place. Suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable sense of crisis, Zhao Lucy busied herself with household chores. Observing her demeanor, Lin Feng merely smiled with indifference and remarked, That's the spirit. Just a gentle reminder. Unless commanded by me, do not leave the villa, nor allow anyone else to enter. Should you defy this even once, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. As Lin Feng's chilling words echoed, Zhao Lucy lost her grip, causing the dishes in her hands to shatter into countless pieces. Why are you so clumsy? Hurry and clean that up. He chided before heading to the treadmill to begin his workout. Maintaining a robust physique was indeed essential. As for how long he intended to reside in this villa, Lin Feng hoped it would be for a lifetime. However, unforeseen circumstances often marred human existence. Whether his wish would be granted lay in the hands of fate. As usual, after an hour of exercise, Lin Feng retrieved a bottle of multifunctional beverage from the fridge, unscrewed the cap, and drank deeply. Instantly, a refreshing liquid coursed through his insides, bestowing upon him a sense of unparalleled exhilaration. Subsequently, he opened his phone, only to discover that Li Jia had sent him over 20 messages. However, Lin Feng had no intention of responding, relishing the thought of prolonging the torment of this venomous woman. Just then, a message from the homeowners group piqued his interest. The long-absent security captain announced to all the homeowners, "Dear residents, the acid rain shows no signs of abating, and we have been left with dwindling supplies. Even our water has been contaminated. Therefore, I have decided to assemble a convoy to venture outside in search of resources. I wonder if any homeowners would care to join us." In response, homeowner Lu Tianfeng interjected, "How about this? Once you secure supplies, I will pay 10 times the market rate for them. Yes, we will offer 10 times the price. We appreciate your efforts, security brothers. Please be careful on your journey." Hearing Lu Tianfeng's voice, other homeowners quickly chimed in, eager to echo his sentiments. After all, the corrosive nature of the acid rain posed a significant threat. A mere brush with it could result in severe skin burns, or, in the worst-case scenario, death. For these affluent individuals, their lives were far too precious to gamble with. However, the homeowners were unprepared for the security captain's disdainful response as he coldly retorted, "Please understand, we risk our lives to procure supplies. Even if you offered 10, 100, or 1,000 times the price, do you honestly believe we would sell to you? What kind of attitude is this? Do you think you can speak to homeowners in such a manner? If I wanted to, I could simply call and have you removed from your position." Lu Tianfeng exclaimed furiously, "Ha ha ha, are you a fool? You think you can threaten me with your position? Open your eyes and realize the gravity of our situation." The security captain's words struck a chord, and the other homeowners, initially inclined to take the moral high ground and criticize him, quickly fell silent as they sensed the shift in the atmosphere. "Goodness," Yang Mi suddenly exclaimed in the group chat. "You wish to join us?" questioned the security captain skeptically. "What can you, a mere woman, contribute? You would only hinder us. I'll only take capable men. But I want to survive too. Why won't you let me come along?" Yang Mi nearly lost her composure, shouting in the group. Yet, the security captain paid her no mind. Continuing to address the other homeowners, "Are you all certain you do not wish to join? Who said that? I will go." Homeowner Zhao, who was the first to declare in the chat, "I will join as well. Count me in." "Me too," echoed several others, quickly rising to 6 or 7 homeowners who opted to accompany the security team in search of supplies. The security captain was right. They needed to set out promptly to gather resources before nightfall. As the captain's words settled, the eager homeowners donned raincoats and boots, hastily exiting their luxurious villas and making their way to the community entrance. Lin Feng observed this scene, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, for he perceived these pampered residents as mere pawns destined for peril. "Listen up, there are plenty of others outside looking to seize supplies. Fortunately, we have a larger group, and we managed to snatch a batch from others. As for you bereaved families, you will each receive a small packet of instant noodles as a token of condolence," the security captain declared impatiently, casting a glance at the grieving families. "What? My son went out with you, and now you only offer a packet of noodles? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" One anguished family member cried. "I want my husband back, not noodles." "Enough," the security captain roared, silencing the mourners instantly, their faces pale with fear. His fierce demeanor was a stark contrast to the courteous man they once knew. "When I used to greet you, you all acted so haughty and indifferent. A packet of noodles is already generous. What more do you expect? Do you think I should distribute all the supplies to you?" Faced with the captain's wrath, the grieving homeowners were compelled to confront their grim reality. The world had changed, and any continued outcry could result in them losing the very supplies their loved ones had risked their lives to secure. "Look at you all," inciting the captain's ire. "My brothers have worked hard. Allow me to assist in unloading the supplies," Lu Tianfeng interjected, swiftly climbing onto the vehicle to retrieve a self-heating hotpot. Just then, the security captain seized a steel pipe as thick as an arm and struck Lu Tianfeng's head with a ferocious blow. The homeowners, who had considered lending a hand, were instantly deterred by the terrifying prospect of such violence. "You wretched fool, I have longed to deal with you, and now you have presented yourself," the security captain remarked, brandishing the bloody pipe at all present. "Listen closely, men must venture out for food. Women may offer their bodies in exchange. These supplies were procured at the cost of our lives. Why should we share them with you?" "Indeed, why should we?" echoed the other security members, brandishing their clubs with menacing glares directed at the homeowners. The relentless hunger and malnutrition had eroded Yang Mi's last defenses, leaving her utterly despondent. "Is there truly no one to rescue me?" she lamented, collapsing to the ground, a single crystalline tear, bitter and sorrowful, slipping down her gaunt cheek. At this moment, Yang Mi's WeChat suddenly buzzed, and with a flicker of hope, she entered the homeowners group. The security captain announced, "Everyone, if the men wish to eat, they must venture outside. Women can exchange their bodies, for in this apocalyptic world, there must be rules fitting for the end times." It was evident that the security captain had reiterated his earlier remarks within the homeowners group. Could it truly be the apocalypse? Yang Mi could no longer contain the tears welling in her eyes and broke down in despair. Just then, her phone vibrated once more. "Attention everyone. We are seeking beautiful women, with accommodations and meals provided. Requirements include being capable in the living room and kitchen, enduring loneliness, and possessing elegance in public as well as exceptional skills in bed. Due to limited slots, only 30 beautiful women will be accepted. Interested parties may message privately, but must send 3 full-body selfies without beauty filters. As soon as Lin Feng's message was sent, the homeowners group erupted in excitement. Brother Feng, I am 168 centimeters tall. Measurements 34, 24, 35, age 22. Please accept my friend request. Brother Feng, I also sent a friend request. Kindly accept it. Lin Feng, do you need men? Sometimes. A man can be more capable than a woman. Would you consider that? Yang Mi watched as the homeowners vied for Lin Feng's favor, her heart a tumult of emotions. The ideal she had been clinging to began to waver. Just then, the security captain, seeing Lin Feng's message, clenched his fists and shouted angrily at his phone, Lin Feng, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Chapter 30, Lin Feng, you are a devil. What nonsense is this? There are so many homeowners outside without food, and I merely want to provide a home for these unfortunate women. Why are you so furious? Lin Feng, as a man, do you not fear exhausting yourself with 30 women? Besides, with all your food, can you really feed that many women? You're clearly sabotaging my good intentions. The security captain barked in the group like a rabid dog. Even if I ruin your plans, what can you do to me? Quite frankly, I cannot tolerate your coercive behavior, and I will risk everything to rescue these women from your clutches. You scoundrel. Just wait. I will kill you. You must keep your word, or I will surely lose all respect for you. Lin Feng replied, placing his phone on the coffee table and lighting a cigarette. Switching the electronic fence from normal mode to high voltage mode. Are you really planning to bring 30 women here? Suddenly, Zhao Lucy, standing behind Lin Feng, pointed at the homeowners group message and whispered. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, turned to her and said, whether it is monogamy or polygamy, these are the rules set by the state. However, now that the national order has collapsed, these rules no longer apply. Naturally, those with the capability will possess more. Hearing Lin Feng's twisted logic, Zhao Lucy felt a surge of fear. After all, for many in the early days of the apocalypse, it was difficult to accept Lin Feng's rationale. But how can so many people possibly fit here? Zhao Lucy, appearing resigned, continued to persuade him. Prompted by Zhao Lucy's reminder, Lin Feng scratched his head, contemplated momentarily, and surveyed the surroundings. This is a 600 square meter villa, with 5 bedrooms on each floor, totaling 15 bedrooms, each accommodating 2 people. Isn't that perfect? If that's the case, where will we live? Can we sleep together? What? You expect to have a double date every day? Zhao Lucy looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. You even know about double dates. It seems you understand quite a bit. Lin Feng teased, leaning closer to Zhao Lucy, causing her face to flush crimson. Lin Feng, come out. Do you believe I will skin you alive today? Just then, the security captain and a group of men brandishing steel pipes stormed in, shouting. You arrived quite quickly, Lin Feng remarked to himself upon hearing the commotion outside. Then passionately kissed Zhao Lucy and stepped to the villa's entrance, calling out across the electronic fence, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Enough with the nonsense. Today, if I don't kill you, I won't respect myself. The security captain retorted. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully, which only fueled the captain's rage. Smash this wretched fence. Today, I will personally take care of him. At the captain's command, several security personnel and 3 homeowners who had sided with him prepared to strike. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly interjected, stopping them, which made the captain smug. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Listen, Lin Feng, if you don't want to die, bow down and call me grandfather 3 times, and I might spare you. That's right. Our captain is benevolent. If you truly realize your mistake, you'd better surrender now. Or when we break in, you won't even get the chance to beg for mercy. The captain and his subordinates burst into laughter, heightening Zhao Lucy's panic as she hid in the villa. It's too late. If they break in, what will we do? What time is it, Lin Feng? Can't you just appease them? While trembling in fear, Zhao Lucy thought desperately. Lin Feng, however, coldly replied, I just want to ask, has the friendship between the property management and homeowners truly capsized so easily? Can't we resolve this calmly? No. What time is it? Friendship is irrelevant now. Let us smash it. With the captain's command, his raincoat-clad subordinates lifted their iron rods and steel pipes, striking the fence with ferocious force. Boom. However, as the rods and pipes made contact with the fence, sparks flew dramatically. Some were instantly reduced to nothing by the hundreds of thousands of volts coursing through the high-voltage fence. Others became ensnared in the electric net, igniting in flames. Even a mild shock turned clothing to ash, only to be drenched by acidic rain, resulting in anguished screams. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. After all, it was his first true encounter with the formidable power of the high-voltage electric net. Lin Feng, you are a devil. The security captain's eyes widened in terror as he shouted at Lin Feng like a madman. Given the horror before them, anyone would likely have crumbled. Honestly, I am quite reasonable. It's you who insisted on escalating this situation. Do you now see your error? Lin Feng, you are insane. The captain cried with a quavering voice, leading his men to flee the scene. Lin Feng, however, merely scoffed at the retreating figure of the captain, muttering softly, what a fool. When the true apocalypse arrives in a few days, you will undoubtedly become a sacrifice in this world of chaos. With that, Lin Feng plopped onto the sofa, cigarette in mouth, and opened his phone. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened ominously. Chapter 31. The accumulation of beautiful women. To his dismay, the security captain had actually removed him from the property owners group. Lin Feng glanced at his phone screen, unable to help but utter a bemused curse. Without hesitation, he accepted friend requests from all the beautiful female owners who had previously applied. There must be over 100 of them, he thought quietly to himself. He then created a group and added all these women, announcing, Li Xin from Villa 17, Zhao Jingyi from Villa 21, after careful consideration over the past 2 days. I congratulate you on becoming the second and third residents here. Please gather your belongings and arrive within 15 minutes. Latecomers will not be accommodated. My luggage is ready, and I will be there shortly. Me too, he added. Just then, the other women in the group began frantically sending selfies, almost pleading, Brother Feng. What do you think of me? Brother Feng, please accept me, another chimed in. I've plenty of experience in that regard. How about me? Lin Feng gazed at the flood of photos and messages in the group, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. With over 180 women in the group, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the choices. After spending a few more minutes selecting 2 more beauties, he declared, let us leave it at that for today. We will continue tomorrow. Lighting a cigarette, he squinted slightly, awaiting the arrival of Li Xin and the other 2 women. Lin Feng, we're here. After 10 minutes. Zhao Jingyi's voice rang out from outside the gate, prompting Lin Feng to slowly open the entrance. Following her were Li Xin and 2 other beautiful women, all carrying their luggage. Meanwhile, Zhao Lucy observed the scene with resentment in her eyes. If this were the pre-apocalyptic world, Lin Feng's actions would undoubtedly classify him as an irredeemable scoundrel. But that was merely a hypothetical. After all, this was the apocalypse, a realm entirely different from what had once been. Lin Feng, we finally meet, Zhao Jingyi said shyly as she stepped into the villa. While Li Xin and the other 2 women dared not meet Lin Feng's gaze. However, Lin Feng smiled calmly and instructed Zhao Lucy. Please explain our rules to Zhao Jingyi and Li Xin. Zhao Lucy, momentarily startled, nodded and led the 2 women away to discuss Lin Feng's established regulations. Lin Feng then turned his attention to the other 2 women. One was a sophisticated beauty with delicate features, exuding a subtle elegance. Her fair, flawless skin and clear eyes conveyed a unique allure. What is your name? Lin Feng inquired. Sensing his gaze, the woman trembled slightly, but summoned her courage to respond. Hello. Mr. Lin, my name is Chun Bangxia. Chun Bangxia, please introduce yourself briefly, Lin Feng prompted. I'm 26 years old and currently an intern obstetrician, while I specialize in obstetrics. I also have knowledge of emergency care and various illnesses, Chun Bangxia replied earnestly. Lin Feng nodded in approval, recognizing the advantage of having a doctor among them for future security. And you? He then directed his gaze to the other beauty. This woman appeared innocent and pure, with a fresh appearance and untainted eyes, radiating an aura of naivety. Her long legs added to her charm. I'm Wang Shushue, 20 years old, and a sophomore in college. She stammered nervously. Noticing her anxiety, Lin Feng decided not to press further. He waved his hand and said, well, since you've chosen to move in with me, you must be aware of the rules here. What rules? We will certainly abide by them, they replied earnestly. Very simply, I provide you with food and shelter, and in return, you will be my women. Are you agreeable to this? Chun Bangxia was the first to respond. Being with you is certainly better than being with a group of security guards. I have no objections. I have no objections either, Wang Shushue said. Her face flushed as she looked down. Good, but merely agreeing to be my women isn't enough. You will also be responsible for chores such as cooking, cleaning, and laundry. You may discuss among yourselves how to manage these tasks. Additionally, you cannot leave without my permission, nor bring outsiders in. Any breach of these rules will be seen as betrayal, and I will not hesitate to eliminate you. At Lin Feng's stern words, both Chun Bangxia and Wang Shushue appeared taken aback, yet eventually nodded, for the outside world was perilous, leaving them with little reason to venture out. However, this was contingent upon Lin Feng consistently providing food for them. All right, since you both agree, welcome to my family. Lin Feng turned to search for Zhao Lucy, Zhao Jingyi, and Li Xin. However, when he and the 2 women entered the kitchen, they were met with a scene that sent his temper skyrocketing. Zhao Jingyi was stuffing her mouth with a sausage that was thicker than her arm, while Li Xin was ravenously devouring a roast chicken, resembling 2 famished souls. Chun Bangxia and Wang Shushue, witnessing this, stared hungrily at the food in the hands of Zhao Jingyi and Li Xin. Zhao Lucy, is this how you explain the rules to them? Lin Feng glared at Zhao Lucy, his voice rising in fury. Zhao Lucy quickly waved her hands in defense. Lin Feng, they were just too hungry. I softened my heart and let them have a small bite. What did you say? They've devoured this much. And you still dare to claim it was only a small bite? As the tension escalated, Zhao Lucy, flustered, exclaimed, we had agreed on this at the start. But I can't help it. Lin Feng is scaring me. You two stop eating. Realizing their actions had gone too far, Zhao Jingyi and Li Xin reluctantly set their food down and offered an awkward smile to Lin Feng. Sorry, Lin Feng. I didn't expect there to be so much food in your kitchen. I just lost control for a moment. Yes, I truly lost control. My apologies, Li Xin added, licking her fingers sheepishly. Seeing their contrition, Lin Feng's anger began to dissipate. After all, having gone so long without food, it was understandable that they would struggle against such temptation. I'm not worried about you consuming the food here, but your manner is entirely unrefined. How can you compare to Zhao Lucy when she first arrived? Moreover, if you indulge excessively, your health will suffer, and you may become unappealing, which could lead to your departure. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi and Li Xin quickly raised their hands in assurance, declaring, rest assured, we shall never indulge in gluttony again. Satisfied by their promises, Lin Feng nodded and added, since you have both dined sufficiently, let us prepare lunch for today. Very well. This is my forte. I shall commence immediately, Zhao Jingyi said, deftly tying on an apron and opening the refrigerator to select the ingredients for the meal. Meanwhile, Li Xian, seemingly already sated, let out an embarrassed burp and admitted, Lin Feng, I must confess, I am not particularly skilled in the culinary arts. As Lin Feng embraced Chun Bengxia and Wang Shuxue, their bodies stiffened visibly, yet upon hearing the prospect of food, they immediately relaxed their guard and followed him out of the kitchen. What a cat! Zhao Lucy mumbled resentfully under her breath as she watched Lin Feng and the others depart, before turning to assist Zhao Jingyi. At that moment, Lin Feng, under the expectant gazes of Chun Bengxia and Wang Shuxue, emerged from the room bearing dozens of steaming skewers of barbecue and 2 cans of cola. Varieties included beef skewers, lamb skewers, chicken breast, and squid. Barbecue. Upon sighting the skewers in Lin Feng's hands, Wang Shuxue could no longer contain her excitement and sprang to her feet. Chun Bengxia's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she bit her lip, striving to suppress her drool, while her breath quickened at the sight. Zhao Lucy and Li Xian soon emerged from the kitchen, unable to resist swallowing their saliva, though they were not particularly hungry at the moment. Who could resist the allure of barbecue in such a setting? May I have just 1 skewer to sample? Zhao Jingyi asked Lin Feng, unabashedly extending a finger. Very well. Each of you may have 1 skewer, Lin Feng replied with a resigned expression, handing over 3 skewers and turning to Chun Bengxia and Wang Shuxue, cautioning, make sure to eat slowly, otherwise, there will be none left for you. Understood, they chorused, nodding earnestly. Lin Feng then passed the skewers from the tray, knowing that his actions stemmed from genuine concern for their well-being. Suddenly, Lin Feng's phone rang again. Upon checking, he discovered it was yet another call from Li Jia, causing the corners of his mouth to curl upward once more. This marked over 100 calls from her, indicating she was undoubtedly teetering on the brink of collapse. However, Lin Feng was not yet finished with his amusement and had no intention of letting her off easily. He promptly answered the incoming video call. As soon as the call connected, a disheveled Li Jia appeared on screen, exclaiming with fervor, it's connected. Lin Feng finally answered my call. Clearly, she was in a state of near madness, just as Lin Feng had anticipated. With a little more provocation, she might very well lose her sanity entirely. Yet, he had yet to witness her family's demise. Thus, he was not inclined to let her unravel so easily. My dear, how are you all faring over there? Lin Feng feigned concern. We're in dire straits. We haven't eaten for several days. Lin Feng, please come save us, she cried, her voice filled with desperation. But it's still acid rain outside, my love, he replied smoothly. I don't care. You must come to our rescue today, Li Jia retorted, her face twisted with anger. Observing her frantic demeanor, Lin Feng internally scoffed, thinking, do you seriously believe I will come to your aid, Li Jia? If you continue to speak to me in such a tone, I may very well hang up. Don't hang up. I realize my mistakes, please don't, she pleaded. How about this? You 3 should simply don raincoats and boots and find a way to drive over. I truly cannot leave right now. As soon as Lin Feng proposed this, Zhao Hotpot, who had been by Li Jia's side, snatched the phone from her hand and shouted at Lin Feng. Are you afraid of the acid rain? What about us? I don't care. You must pick us up today, or you will never see our dear Zhao again. Oh dear, my esteemed mother-in-law, I genuinely cannot leave at this moment, Lin Feng responded. You can't leave? What could possibly keep you from leaving? You're simply afraid of dying, Zhao Hotpot retorted angrily. Hearing her words, Lin Feng turned the camera to Chun Bengxia and Wang Shuxue, who were indulging in skewers, and said, you may find this hard to believe, but quite a few women in this complex have sought refuge here, including the famous Zhao Lucy and Li Xian. Do you think I can just leave? Zhao Hotpot was momentarily taken aback by his assertion, then shouted, what nonsense. Lin Feng, what on earth are you up to? They've eaten all the food. What shall we do? That is precisely why I suggested you come over to drive them away, Lin Feng replied, deliberately focusing the camera on the 2 women devouring skewers, which sent Zhao Hotpot's blood pressure rising. Lin Feng, you are acting foolishly. Quick, make them stop eating, she demanded. The problem is they're already here. I can hardly ask them to stop, he retorted. Goodness, you are infuriating. Just wait, we will drive over, Zhao Hotpot declared before abruptly hanging up, frantically searching for rain gear and waterproof boots. Meanwhile, Li Mingho, exhausted and sporting dark circles under his eyes, weakly asked, Mom, is what Lin Feng said true? Something feels off. Off? What seems off? Zhao Hotpot paused her search and turned to him. Li Mingho shook his head. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it feels like he is setting us up. Oh please, after living under the same roof for so long, do you really think he has the intelligence to orchestrate anything? Hurry and put on your raincoat. We mustn't let all that delicious food be devoured by those women, she urged, tossing a raincoat to him before continuing her search. Simultaneously, the security team captain, along with his subordinates, had just vented his frustrations on a beautiful female resident in a high-end villa, seemingly unleashing all the humiliation he had suffered earlier in front of Lin Feng. Captain, are we just going to let this go? One security guard whispered. The captain, still seething, replied, let it go? How could we possibly let it go? If he is so capable of maintaining numerous women, then surely he must eventually emerge to seek sustenance. Captain, are you suggesting we lie in wait? The villa he purchased has been fortified against intrusion, with an independent water and electrical system. Now, he has even installed a high-voltage electric fence. You saw the terrifying power it exhibited earlier. It appears we have no choice but to resort to this method, the captain concluded, shivering at the memory of the earlier scene. Meanwhile, within Lin Feng's villa, Zhao Jingyi had successfully prepared a dozen dishes, including braised pork, tomato, and egg stir-fry, sweet and sour carp, dompa pork, shredded pork and garlic sauce, kung pao chicken, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and sautéed greens. The sight of the feast left Zhao Lucy, Li Xin, and the other women drooling with anticipation. Zhao Jingyi, your culinary skills are indeed impressive, they remarked. Lin Feng approached the dining table, gazing at the array of dishes, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhao Jingyi, filled with pride, responded, our family originally built its foundation on the restaurant business. Since childhood, I've been immersed in cooking, so my culinary skills are naturally quite commendable. Upon hearing Zhao Jingyi's words, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. After all, no matter how glorious or affluent the past achievements were before the apocalypse, they now seemed merely like a distant dream. What are you all waiting for? Come and savor Chef Zhao's culinary delights. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, Li Xin, Li Bangxia, Zhao Lucy, and the other women descended upon the table like ravenous wolves, devouring the food with a whirlwind of activity. In no time, the plates were left cleaner than if they had been washed. Witnessing such a scene, Lin Feng's expression turned a mixture of anger and disbelief. Ladies, didn't you already eat before? I haven't even taken a picture for my social media yet. Have you finished already? Wang Shuxue, looking apologetic, replied. We were truly famished a few days ago, so we couldn't help ourselves when we saw food. The other women nodded in agreement. Having experienced rebirth, Lin Feng understood their feelings. However, he still said, I hope you can overcome this habit soon. All right, we will remember. The 5 women chimed in unison. Seeing their response, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly as he took out his phone to sift through potential candidates in the newly formed group. Just then, a woman's figure surfaced in his mind, causing a mischievous smile to play at the corners of his mouth. He then addressed everyone in the group chat. Due to limited room in the villa, we have decided to reduce the initial plan of admitting 30 beauties to just 10. Is that for real, Brother Feng? Do I still have a chance? Woe is me. Brother Feng, choose me please. At that moment, Yang Mi, in villa number 9, was shaken by the messages in the group. What should I do? This might be my last opportunity. Zhao Lucy and Li Xin are moving in too. What am I still holding out for? Am I really going to let those security guards benefit from my hesitation? Suddenly, Lin Feng sent another message in the group. Congratulations to Lu Xiaoxiao from villa number 33, Jin Momo, Guan Qingyan, and Guan Yuanyuan from villa number 25, as well as Fang Yuding and Yi Zhiro from villas number 15 and 22, for joining us. As soon as Lin Feng's message was sent, there were mixed reactions of joy and sorrow. Yang Mi felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. What should I do? Has Lin Feng really forgotten about me amidst all these beautiful women? If he has forgotten, should I remind him? Oh, what am I thinking? Clearly, only 4 spots remain, and I'm utterly at a loss. At that moment, Lin Feng announced in the group, there are still 4 spots available, and I have decided to allocate 1 to Yin 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 from villa number 26. Thank you, Brother Feng, I love you. The owner Yin 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 exclaimed excitedly in the group, grabbing her luggage and rushing towards Lin Feng's villa. Meanwhile, Yang Mi gripped her phone tightly, her breath quickening. What should I do? Is it possible that Lin Feng really won't choose me? Chapter 34, the quota is full? Impossible. I'm still a popular celebrity. He can't possibly have forgotten me. No, I must send him a message to inquire. Yang Mi thought to herself as she pulled out her phone, sending a private message to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what do you mean by this? I still want to ask you, what does this message signify? Why haven't you chosen me? You said you would never stay at my place, so are you having second thoughts now? So many women are clamoring to go to your place. I'm just curious about what makes it so special. Yang Mi nervously defended herself through voice messages. Lin Feng coldly chuckled. It seems you may have missed your opportunity. What do you mean by that? The spots are already filled. As soon as Lin Feng's voice message was sent, Yang Mi's body trembled, a tear of despair rolling down her cheek, for she understood the implications of his words. Lin Feng, I could also move to your place. Yang Mi could no longer maintain her facade, frantically pressing the voice message button. I already said the spots are full. You're making it difficult for me, you know? I can do anything. Please consider me. Are you joking? If you can do it, can't the other women? Lin Feng sighed. Let me think about it. If the last 3 spots don't include you, it means you've been eliminated. Hearing Lin Feng's impatient tone, Yang Mi dared not say another word, fearing she might truly annoy him and lose any chance of selection. As time swiftly passed, Lin Feng soon revealed the 3rd spot in the group. Congratulations to Han Wushuang from villa number 19 for joining our family. Sister Wushuang, please take care of yourself and avoid getting caught in the acid rain. I will. Brother Feng. Yang Mi watched as Lin Feng exchanged affectionate messages with the owner named Han Wushuang, her fists clenched in frustration, her teeth grinding in annoyance. After all, she had just submitted to Lin Feng, yet he not only overlooked her, but also flirted with other women. How could she not feel enraged? Simultaneously, her confidence waned. Realizing her once prized beauty and celebrity status now felt utterly insignificant. Now, let us unveil the 2nd spot. At that moment, Lin Feng sent another voice message, causing Yang Mi's heart to leap to her throat. The next candidate is Irina from villa number 11, fluent in the Huaxiao language. You even picked a foreign girl. Lin Feng, you're quite the charmer. Yang Mi seethed with anger and despair upon seeing Lin Feng announce the penultimate selection, but what could she do? The power of life and death lay in Lin Feng's hands. She was merely a plaything to be chosen. Before revealing the final spot, I, Lin Feng, have a few words to say. Brother Feng, I don't need to hear you. Just choose me, please. Yes, Brother Feng, don't say anything. We can't bear to face it. As Lin Feng's voice faded, the women in the group erupted into tears. I know all of you are exceptional, but just recently, a certain well-known star privately requested me to let her move into my villa. Do you think I could comply with her unreasonable demand? Of course not. Well done, Brother Feng. At that moment, Yang Mi felt her blood boil from the text and voice messages in the group. Lin Feng, after all this, you still choose to humiliate me? You truly are something else. Just then, Lin Feng sent another voice message, stating, however, after a brief moment of contemplation, I have decided to grant her request. As soon as Lin Feng's words were sent, all the members in the group were left stunned. Yang Mi, glued to her phone, couldn't believe her eyes. Brother Feng, why did you agree to her? Indeed, why did you agree to her? We are all women. What she can do, we can do as well. She said the same thing, so I decided to give her a 3-day trial period. I want her to clearly understand how inferior she is compared to you all. Thus, Yang Mi, amidst the furious shouts of the women who were not selected, awkwardly dragged her luggage and stood at the villa's entrance. With swollen eyes, she looked at Lin Feng and asked, why did you do this? There is no reason. Just speaking the truth. Welcome to becoming one of my many women, Lin Feng replied with a cheeky smile before stepping into the villa. As Yang Mi followed Lin Feng into the living room, she was instantly taken aback, her mouth agape at the sight before her. 4 dining tables were lined up together, forming a larger one, laden with an abundance of food. There were 2 large buckets of steaming white rice alone. The women chosen by Lin Feng, like Yang Mi, looked ravenous, their eyes glued to the food on the table. Do you want to eat? Lin Feng surveyed the beautiful women and asked. Yes, we want to eat. You may eat, but for every bite, you must chew for at least 30 seconds. If anyone fails to comply and is caught, they will have to leave voluntarily. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi and the other 9 women nodded eagerly, signaling their agreement. 5 at a time, who will go first? I will. I'll go first. Lin Feng. Me too. All 10 women were eager, shouting excitedly. After being hungry for so long, who wouldn't want to be the first to eat? Even Yang Mi raised her hand enthusiastically, calling out, Lin Feng, pick me. However, in response to Yang Mi's self-recommendation, Lin Feng chuckled and said, you want to be the first? I won't let you. Chapter 35, A Feast of Gluttony. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yang Mi surprisingly did not get angry. Instead, she pleaded, I haven't eaten for many days. Please, Lin Feng, beg me. How do you intend to beg me? In that moment, Yang Mi found herself at a loss for words. Unsure of what to say, noticing her flustered demeanor, Lin Feng smirked and said, how about this? Call me husband and let me hear it. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi trembled. Her face flushed as she lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng coldly laughed. What's wrong? Can't you even do that? Just then, Irina could no longer bear to watch and spoke fluently in Mandarin. Do you think Brother Feng took us in for no reason? It's all for that, isn't it? Lingering here wastes everyone's time. Following Brother Feng is certainly better than being with those stinky security guards. Why can't she see that? Exactly. Who here isn't someone of status? As Irina spoke, the other women chimed in, causing Yang Mi to lower her head even further. Just wait. I will make you completely submit to me. Lin Feng thought to himself, turning to the other women and saying, since she won't call me, why don't you all give it a try? Husband. Ha. At Lin Feng's words, all the women present simultaneously called out, causing him to burst into laughter. He then instructed Irina, Han Wushuang, Guan Xingyan, Guan Yuanyuan, and Yi Zhiro to partake in the first round. The moment Lin Feng commanded, the 5 rushed to the food, eager to eat. However, they had to remember the rule. They must chew for at least 30 seconds before swallowing. Li Xian, Zhao Lucy, and Chun Bangxia acted as monitors, observing them one-on-one. No matter how much they wanted to gorge themselves, they had to control their urges. The remaining 5 women could only watch hungrily as the others indulged. Yang Mi displayed a longing expression, her eyes almost dazed as she gazed at the table full of food. The allure of roasted chicken, steak, chicken legs, hamburgers, fried chicken, skewers, hot dogs, pig trotters, braised pork, cola, juice, and other delectable treats was simply irresistible. After 35 minutes, Lin Feng finally instructed Irina and the others to stop eating. Then, the last 5 women could begin this grand feast. As Lin Feng spoke, Yang Mi and the others prepared to pounce on the food. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice rang out, causing them to halt abruptly. Yang Mi, are you sure you won't call me husband? Yang Mi felt a lump in her throat as Lin Feng brought it up again. At that moment, the beautiful Yin Yin urged, Yang Mi, what do you mean by this? You don't want to leave here, do you? Don't hold us back. Lu Xiaoxiao added, seriously. It's so unfortunate to be in the same group as you. Hearing the dissatisfaction and impatience from the other beautiful women, Yang Mi finally mustered her courage and softly said, husband. Seeing that Yang Mi had completely surrendered, Lin Feng finally smiled with satisfaction and said, let us begin. As soon as he spoke, Yang Mi, Yin, and the others rushed to the food, devouring it eagerly. Don't forget the rules I set. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's reminder, they had to slow down, chewing carefully, lest they be eliminated. At that moment, a phone vibrated, causing Lin Feng to frown. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Li Jia, finally arrived. It seems the road was quite treacherous, Lin Feng thought to himself, smirking as he slowly pressed the answer button, placing the phone to his ear. Hello, Alphone. We've reached the entrance of the community you mentioned. Can you come pick us up? It's still raining acid outside. Dear, why not just drive in? Lin Feng suggested. But the gate is closed, we can't get in. What time is it? Just drive straight through. It will be fine. But Afeng, is that really okay? Everyone in the community is dead. Why worry so much? Just drive through. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. All right then. After hanging up, Li Jiao looked at Zhao Hohot and Li Mingho and said, "Did you hear what Lin Feng just said? What do you think?" Zhao Hohot glanced at the countless corpses outside, all soaked in rainwater, and resolutely said, "I think Lin Feng's words make sense. Look at the road we took. It was filled with dead bodies. There are hardly any living people left. Mingho, drive through the gate." Hearing Zhao Hohot's words, Li Mingho nodded heavily, aiming the car at the gate's barrier and accelerating toward it. Their collision made a loud noise, successfully attracting the attention of the security team leader. "Captain, it seems someone is crashing into the community gate. Damn it, who dares to stir trouble here? Let us go see what is going on," the captain ordered. Following his command, 6 or 7 security guards donned raincoats and boots and headed toward the community entrance. "What are you doing?" As the security captain's commanding voice echoed, Li Mingho, who had initially contemplated ramming the car into the gate a few more times, was struck with terror. "Mom, sister, someone is here. What should we do now?" Zhao Hohot, momentarily taken aback, reassured him, "Mingho, do not fear. If we can clearly explain our situation to them, I believe they will not give us trouble." Indeed, they merely needed to convey that they were searching for Lin Feng. It should not pose a significant issue. At this juncture, Li Jia, attempting to maintain her composure, addressed the approaching group. "Hey, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, as the trio engaged in conversation within the vehicle, the security captain and his subordinates approached menacingly, brandishing iron rods. Hastily, Li Mingho cracked the window open and exclaimed, "Bro, this is all a misunderstanding. We're here looking for someone." "And who are you looking for?" the captain inquired, perplexed. "You can't just ram the gate of the community to find your brother-in-law, can you?" he remarked, eyeing their modest vehicle, which was worth only a few tens of thousands. It was hard for him to fathom that any resident of this affluent community would have such a financially struggling brother-in-law. "Brother, we thought everyone here was dead. So we thought to break through the gate. Had we known you were here, we wouldn't have dared, even with 100 times more courage," Li Mingho quickly explained. However, the security captain scoffed, "Don't babble nonsense in front of me. Do you know the owners here were worth billions before the apocalypse? How could someone like you have any relation to them? You might as well leave." "Brother, my brother-in-law really lives here. Get lost. If you annoy me, believe me, I'll make you endure a rain of acid." At that moment, Li Jia rolled down the window and asserted, "Brother, we are not lying. My husband is Lin Feng. He just purchased a villa here." Upon hearing this, the captain and his subordinates were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Seeing the captain's reaction, a glimmer of hope filled Li Jia's heart. Clearly, this man knew Lin Feng, which was a relief. She reiterated, "My husband is Lin Feng. He just bought a villa here. Are you referring to that Lin Feng who spent 20 billion? The revelation left Li Jia and her family agape, for 20 billion was an astronomical figure beyond their comprehension. Yet, they couldn't help but wonder, did Lin Feng truly possess such wealth? They were all too aware of his actual financial standing to safeguard against any uncertainties. Li Jia opened her phone's photo gallery, found Lin Feng's picture, and handed it to the captain, saying, "Brother, is this him?" "Huh, yes, that's him. Come, sister. I'll take you to find him." The captain laughed heartily upon seeing the photograph. Relieved, Li Jia and her family exhaled. Yet they remained oblivious to the trap Lin Feng had set for them. Inside the villa, Lin Feng observed Yang Mi and her group, who had completed their tasks as per his instructions. "Have you all had your fill?" he inquired. The 10 women responded in unison, their faces beaming with satisfaction. "We are full. Excellent. From now on, this is how we shall dine. This is the first rule I impose upon you. Do not resemble those 5 starving souls," he remarked, gesturing towards Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian, causing them to blush with embarrassment. "Next, let Zhao Lucy and the others explain the rules here, including your specific duties and your respective rooms." After issuing his orders, Lin Feng hurriedly stepped aside to retrieve his long vibrating phone from his pocket. As soon as he answered, the security captain's maniacal laughter filled his ear. "Lin Feng, you would never have guessed I would call you using your wife's phone, would you?" Taken aback, Lin Feng cursed inwardly, "You fool." He then responded with feigned astonishment, "You scoundrel. What do you intend to do? You've slaughtered so many of my brothers. What do you want from me?" The captain, with a chilling tone, replied, "Let me tell you, if you dare touch a hair on my wife, I will ensure you wish you had never been born. How audacious of you. Your wife is already in my grasp, and you still dare to act so brazenly?" Hearing the captain's rage-filled words, Lin Feng prepared to escalate the situation further. "You imbecile, I advise you to release my wife and her family, and I will act as though nothing occurred. Otherwise, your fate will be far worse than that of your brothers. Do you think I fear you? You are merely a coward. If you can step out of the villa, you are nothing but trash. What do you want then? Did you not just say that I wouldn't dare touch a hair on your wife? I'll tell you this, not only will I touch your wife, but I will also pluck every single hair from her head." "Ha!" As the captain's laughter echoed, Lin Feng heard the agonizing screams of Li Jia and her family through the phone. "Are you serious? You're doing this to all 3 of them?" Lin Feng thought in horror. "Afeng, come save me. Please stop pulling, it hurts." Hearing their screams sent chills down Lin Feng's spine. "How does it feel, Lin Feng? Can you hear your wife's family's cries?" The captain taunted, his voice dripping with malice. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng feigned submission. "What do you want? I assure you, I want to involve my family. What do I want? Tomorrow, in my presence, you will bow down 100 times and call me grandfather thrice. Then vacate your villa. Perhaps I will consider releasing them. How greedy of you. You want me to give you my villa as well? What are you thinking? The captain, who had been reveling in his power, found himself bewildered by Lin Feng's unexpected tone. Lin Feng, what do you mean by that? Does your wife not matter to you anymore? I will think it over, Lin Feng replied, abruptly ending the call, leaving the captain in a state of confusion. Captain, that woman is so frightened she has lost control of herself. Should we continue? A subordinate asked. Of course, continue. Hurry up and do it. With a furious shout, the captain commanded his men to proceed, while he stared at his phone, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having concluded the discussions with Zhao Lucy and the others regarding the rules and assignments, noticed a peculiar glint in the eyes of everyone present. Lin Feng, whom do you plan to accompany you tonight? At this moment, Zhao Lucy revealed the reason behind the situation. After all, the entire villa consists of 15 bedrooms. But with him, there are 16 individuals. Is it not obvious that one woman must share a room with him? Of course, it must be her. Lin Feng pointed towards Yang Mi, who was hiding behind others. I can't tonight. It's not convenient for me. Yang Mi frantically waved her hands in refusal. However, Lin Feng merely smiled coldly and said, we're simply going to sleep. What could possibly be inconvenient? Is it really just sleeping? Yang Mi questioned. Indeed. It is merely sleeping. I never force anyone against their will, Lin Feng asserted with an air of conviction. That evening, after washing up, Yang Mi lay on the soft bed, wrapped tightly like a frightened kitten. Why are you so nervous? I want to eat you, Lin Feng said with a wicked smile as he approached the bed. Wait a moment, Yang Mi suddenly exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Lin Feng halted his advance and inquired. What is it? Have you taken a shower? She asked. Yes, he replied. Did you brush your teeth? Of course I did. Why are you so concerned? He retorted, preparing to climb into bed once more. Yang Mi called out again, but we agreed it was just to sleep. Yes, just sleep. After a long day. I lack the energy for anything else, Lin Feng replied, then forcefully pulled the covers off Yang Mi and swiftly joined her under the sheets. The next morning, as Yang Mi recalled the events of the previous night, she looked at Lin Feng, still asleep, with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Lin Feng, you are such a rogue. Huh, this is just the beginning, he chuckled. Yang Mi, hearing his words, was left speechless with indignation. It wasn't until noon that Lin Feng finally rose, dressed, and glanced at the exhausted Yang Mi before exiting the bedroom. Hey, everyone, come see who's awake. Zhao Jingyi teased upon seeing him. Hee, I bet Yang Mi has had quite a night, she added. It's nearly noon, and she is still not up. Hearing the women's banter, Lin Feng responded with a charming smile. Don't worry, none of you will escape. The moment those words left his lips, the women fell silent, their eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and admiration as they discreetly examined him. With his towering height of 1.8 meters, muscular build, and striking good looks rivaling those of Peng Yuyan, he exuded a certain allure that was irresistible to any woman. When the conversation waned, Lin Feng casually shifted topics. Is lunch ready? Zhao Jingyi snapped back to reality. It should be ready in about half an hour. All right. He nodded and headed to the gym to work out, recognizing that in such dire times, possessing a robust physique was a significant advantage. After all, with so many beautiful women around, maintaining his health was essential. Suddenly, Yi Zhiro rushed in, her demeanor calm, yet urgent. With fair skin that seemed to glow and delicate features, she appeared slightly flustered as she approached. Brother Feng, it's bad. Chapter 38. Shouldn't you all be punished? Upon hearing her, Lin Feng immediately ceased his workout, wiping the sweat from his brow. What's wrong? A group of security guards with umbrellas seems to be escorting 3 bald individuals toward us. Could they possibly be Li Jia and her family? Lin Feng pondered before stepping out of the gym to the villa's entrance. As he looked outside, he confirmed his suspicions. The 3 individuals being brought by the head of security were indeed Li Jia, Li Mingho, and Zhao Hohot. However, their heads were completely shaved, with some showing signs of injury, their scalps bloodied and bruised. Didn't you say you would consider it yesterday? I've brought your wife and her family. Surely you can share your decision with me now, the head of security shouted arrogantly. Lin Feng merely smiled coldly in response. But as Zhao Jingyi and the other women heard that the bald woman outside was Lin Feng's wife, their expressions turned to shock. They had never imagined that the shorn woman would be Lin Feng's spouse. Ah Feng, please come save us. Brother-in-law, help us. Li Jia cried out in despair upon seeing him. Yet Lin Feng remained calm, holding up an umbrella as he approached the electric fence, admonishing Li Jia. Didn't I tell you to drive in yourselves? How could you let them capture you? We didn't want this to happen. Li Jia sobbed. Fine. Let me speak with him and see how he can be persuaded to release you. Lin Feng sighed, feigning helplessness, but inside he was reveling in delight. Turning his attention to the head of security, he asked, It's been a while, and I know you're the head of security, but what is your name? Ma Biao. You're saying I went easy on them? The head of security looked incredulous. It was the first time he had heard someone complain about their spouse being treated too leniently. Li Jia and the others were equally stunned, collapsing to the ground in shock. Ah Feng, what do you mean by that? Li Jia asked, her face pale with fear. Quite literally, are you deaf? Lin Feng replied sharply. Why are you doing this? Why? Shouldn't you be punished? Lin Feng's voice turned cold. Li Jia's eyes widened as the realization dawned upon her, trembling. You knew all along? Indeed, you 3 had the audacity to come here seeking me. Are you not courting death? Ah Feng, this is all a misunderstanding. I truly love you. Li Jia whimpered. At that moment, Ma Biao, visibly impatient, interjected, Enough. You 2 can discuss your matters later. Right now, I want to know, will you save your wife or not? What does saving her entail? What if I refuse? Lin Feng asked with a smile. If you save her, you must give me your villa, and I will allow your wife and her family to leave with you. And if I refuse? Lin Feng inquired, maintaining his smile. Then I will personally sever your wife's limbs before your eyes, ensuring you live in eternal regret. At this, Li Jia and her family screamed in terror, brother-in-law, please save us. Lin Feng, we were in the wrong. If you save us, we will repay you for life. Ah Feng, you will save us, won't you? Please, speak up. As Lin Feng gazed upon the pleading expressions of Li Jia and her companions, a sense of delight surged within him. After all, in his view, this method of torment was 1,000-fold more gratifying than ending their lives with his own hands. In his previous life, when these three wretches dragged him into the kitchen to dismember him, did they ever foresee that such a day would come? It appears that the old adage holds true, what karma one sows in one life, one shall reap in the next. Indeed, this is the essence of cause and effect. Ha. At this thought, Lin Feng erupted into a fit of wild laughter. However, his demeanor abruptly shifted to a cold glare as he provocatively addressed Ma Biao. If you dare to proceed, I swear I shall not let you escape unscathed. Ha. Lin Feng, you are merely a timid turtle. Step outside this villa if you dare, and I assure you, my brothers will reduce you to mere pulp in an instant. Ma Biao retorted, seizing a cleaver from one of his henchmen, his expression twisted with malice. I ask you one last time, do you agree or not? Yet, Lin Feng's anticipation for the unfolding spectacle had already reached a fever pitch. Ma Biao, incensed by Lin Feng's taunts, turned pale, his body trembling with rage. Very well, you have brought this upon yourself. Hold this old woman down. With Ma Biao's command, several henchmen forcefully restrained Zhao Hohot, disregarding her desperate struggles. I advise you to comply, or else you may find yourself in a predicament when acid rain seeps into your raincoat. With those words, Ma Biao raised the cleaver and struck down with brutal force. Blood splattered as he effortlessly severed Zhao Hohot's arm. Remarkably, she did not emit a single sound, falling unconscious, while Li Mingho and Li Jia screamed in terror. Uncle, I don't want to die, I truly don't. Their frantic cries echoed amidst the chaos. Yet, blinded by rage, Ma Biao continued his gruesome act, dismembering the remaining limbs of the unconscious Zhao Hohot before Lin Feng's cold gaze. Lin Feng, next it will be your brother-in-law and your wife. Watch closely, Ma Biao taunted, employing the same gruesome method to dismantle Li Mingho's limbs. Lin Feng, however, appeared increasingly exhilarated. Witnessing his enemies meet such a torturous end was profoundly satisfying. At that moment, the women in the villa were paralyzed with fear, their faces pale, eyes tightly shut, unable to bear the horrific scene before them. Women of high society, accustomed to a life of privilege before the apocalypse, would find even the act of killing a chicken to be barbaric, let alone the carnage unfolding around them. Lin Feng, why won't you save me? Why? Li Jia suddenly fixed her venomous gaze upon him, her voice laced with hatred. Yet Lin Feng merely lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke before responding coldly. Do you not comprehend? I desire nothing more than for you three to perish, you wretched harlot. Ha! Seeing Lin Feng revel in his malevolent laughter, Li Jia's expression contorted with rage as she ground her teeth. Lin Feng, may you suffer an ill fate. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Then become a ghost. I eagerly await your attempts to haunt me, Lin Feng retorted, swiftly drawing a desert eagle from his pocket and firing 2 shots at Li Jia's arms. The powerful shots severed her limbs, eliciting a horrifying shriek from her. Ma Biao, sever my wife's legs, Lin Feng commanded, abruptly redirecting his gun toward the stunned Ma Biao. At this moment, Ma Biao was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom Lin Feng's bizarre request. Boom. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up. The gunshot resonated powerfully, causing Ma Biao to tremble violently. Lin Xiao? This is all a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this calmly. Do not shoot. Despite his protests, Ma Biao shudderingly raised the cleaver once more, severing Li Jia's thighs. Excellent. You now hold no further value, Lin Feng declared, pulling the trigger and sending a bullet straight into Ma Biao's heart. Run. Ma Biao's subordinates shrieked in terror, scattering in all directions. Yet, after a series of gunshots, all of Ma Biao's men lay lifeless in pools of blood. Lin Feng, having not fired a weapon in ages since his military service, noted a slight rustiness in his aim. He concealed the gun as the women in the villa regarded him with expressions of horror, perceiving him as a monster. The act of shooting his wife, ordering the dismemberment of her limbs, and eliminating everyone else. All these aberrant actions indicated that this man had severe issues, seemingly aware of their thoughts. Lin Feng addressed them. I know what you're all thinking, but I have no desire to explain myself. However, I grant you the freedom to leave this place at any time. As his words echoed, the room fell into a heavy silence, akin to the calm before a storm. The oppressive atmosphere suffocating. Meals are ready. Sisters, let us assist. Suddenly, Zhao Jingyi's voice shattered the tension, prompting everyone to hasten to the kitchen. Lin Feng observed this scene with a serene smile, choosing not to comment further. In this dire circumstance, the women were merely seeking survival. Thus, he remained at peace with their mindset. Should they decide to leave, he would not hinder them, for their relationship had always been one of mutual necessity. Before long, a lavish spread adorned the dining table. Lin Feng's eyes lingered on Zhao Jingyi, recognizing her culinary prowess reflected in the meal before him. Looks delightful, let us dine, he declared, prompting Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, Li Xian, and the other 15 to finally pick up their chopsticks. Yet, the atmosphere remained somber, each individual silently consuming their meal. Given the brutal side of Lin Feng they had just witnessed, it would indeed have been peculiar for them to laugh. Throughout the meal, Yang Mi occasionally cast furtive glances at Lin Feng, her cheeks flushing as she focused on her food. After lunch, Lin Feng stood by the window, enjoying a post-meal cigarette before heading to the gym to commence his daily workout routine. Exercises like 200 sit-ups, 200 push-ups, and 100 shuttle runs were part of his training regimen, habits ingrained during his military service. Even after transitioning to civilian life, he maintained these practices, a testament to his survival instincts. After all, it was these very skills that had allowed him to endure 5 long years in the apocalypse alongside Li Jia and her companions, until the food had entirely spoiled and he had outlived his usefulness, prompting their murderous intentions. However, now that it has all come to an end, Lin Feng merely wishes to languish in this villa, living a life of indulgence and leisure. As for how long these women might accompany him, he decides to let nature take its course. Suddenly, a beam of sunlight pierces through the glass, causing Lin Feng's expression to shift dramatically. The acid rain has ceased, and the deceased are about to be resurrected. How wonderful! The acid rain has stopped. This calamity has finally concluded. Yet, just as Lin Feng contemplates this, the women in the villa erupt in joyous cheers. Chapter 40. You only have one chance to leave here. The acid rain has ceased. Everything has ended. And we can finally go out. Zhao Lucy, Chun Bangxia, Yin Yin Yin, and several other women exclaimed excitedly as they rushed into the gym. Lin Feng immediately halted his exercise and turned to them, saying, "What does it matter that the acid rain has stopped? This disaster is far from over. And it certainly has not concluded. How can that be? Once the acid rain stops, the country will surely dispatch rescue teams to save us." Yin 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 retorted. Zhao Lucy chimed in. Yes, the national order will swiftly return to its former state. Seeing their enthusiasm, Lin Feng merely smiled indifferently and remarked, "Isn't your true desire simply to leave my presence? I can allow you to depart." Upon hearing his words, Yin 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 and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions lighting up with hope. Yet, Lin Feng continued, "However, let me make this clear. Once you step outside my villa, I will never take you back again." At this, the women fell silent, their expressions growing serious. Clearly, Lin Feng's words had struck a chord. After all, they had finally found a place where they could eat and drink freely. How could they leave without absolute certainty? Noticing their silence, Lin Feng resumed his workout and added, "Think it over well, and let me know your decision." As evening fell, each woman in the villa harbored her own thoughts, picking at their meals while casting furtive glances outside. After all, whether human or animal, once the danger outside was deemed over, no one wished to remain a caged bird for eternity. No matter how secure the cage, or how abundant the food within, it simply would not suffice. Lin Feng, aware of their thoughts, feigned ignorance. After finishing his meal, he deliberately winked at Yang Mi, startling her into a shiver as she buried her head in her bowl, too afraid to meet his gaze. Thus, Lin Feng sighed dramatically. Another day has passed unnoticed. Who will keep me company tonight? At his words, the 15 women froze momentarily. With the rain having stopped, a subtle shift occurred in each of their hearts. They all understood the implications if the acid rain had, in fact, truly ended. Thus, no one spoke up. Since no one is willing to step forward, let us draw lots, Lin Feng declared, tossing a deck of cards onto the dining table. Lighting a cigarette, he continued, there are 15 cards in total. The one who draws the joker will be mine for the night. Hearing this, their faces paled, and none dared to approach the cards. Seemingly anticipating this outcome, Lin Feng snorted disdainfully, I know what you are all thinking, with the rain ceased. You simply wish to stay here, eating and drinking until the rescue team arrives, right? I believe I mentioned you only have one chance to leave. But until you do so, you remain mine. After all, the provisions I provide you daily are not given freely. As his words sank in, some of the women exchanged glances, and finally, Yin 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 steeled her resolve and stepped forward, asking, very well, is there anyone else who wishes to leave? With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao and Zheng Momo gathered their courage and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng, saying, we apologize, young Master Lin. That's fine. Is there anyone else? Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. I'm sorry, I also wish to leave. A beauty named Feng Yuding timidly stepped forward from the crowd. Don't be so nervous. You must be strong out there, Lin Feng reassured her. Understood. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to depart? I'm sorry. I also wish to leave. Yi Zhiro joined, looking apologetically at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, then continued. Is there anyone else? Just a friendly reminder. This is your only chance, so I shall give you 5 more minutes to decide. As his words echoed in the air, the women felt an overwhelming impression that Lin Feng wanted them to leave. With time swiftly passing, Lin Feng suddenly turned to Yang Mi, asking, aren't you leaving? Aye. Time's up. Even if you want to leave now, you have no opportunity, Lin Feng said with a charming smile, glancing at his watch. Yang Mi found herself inexplicably compelled to stay. Then, Lin Feng walked to the storage room, retrieved a large canvas bag, and said to them, before you leave, I have prepared 5 pounds of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of mineral water, and a military dagger for each of you to ensure your safety. It's a token of our acquaintance. The women were taken aback, surprised by Lin Feng's generosity, which prompted them to regard him with newfound admiration. Thank you, young Master Lin. Yin 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 placed the biscuits, water, and dagger into her suitcase, softly thanking him before departing with Lu Xiaoxiao and Zheng Momo. May they live long. Lin Feng murmured as he watched their departing figures. then turned to the remaining 10 beauties with a feigned expression of helplessness, stating, "It seems we will have to rely on each other from now on. Lin Feng, do you know something we don't?" Zhao Lucy inquired cautiously. To which Lin Feng replied with a laugh, "I'm no oracle. How could I possibly know anything? Now let us move on." With that, he pulled the twin sisters, Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuanyuan, upstairs, while Zhao Lucy and Yang Mi cast him resentful glances, silently cursing him for his behavior. Chapter 41. May these tranquil days last a little longer. The next day, beams of morning light filtered through the curtains, illuminating Lin Feng's face as he stood by the window. He gently lifted the curtain to observe the world outside. After all, in his previous life, on the day following the cessation of rain, the corpses outside would miraculously resurrect, transforming into grotesque zombies. In their early stages, these zombies exhibited ashen skin and cloudy white eyes. They were sluggish and visually impaired, yet their hearing was remarkably acute. Anyone bitten or scratched would be fully infected within 3 hours, joining their ranks. As time progresses, the skin of these zombies gradually transforms into a deep green hue. Their eyes also shift to green, signifying an escalation in their toxicity. Anyone infected, be it human or animal, will completely succumb to zombification within an hour and a half. Moreover, the sensory perceptions of these zombies are significantly heightened compared to their original state. In the later stages, the skin and eyes of these zombies transition from green to a menacing red, and those infected will become zombies within an hour. A mere scratch from them equates to joining their ranks. In his previous life, Lin Feng learned from other survivors about a peculiar form of zombie with a purplish-red appearance. He silently wished for a few more days of tranquility. At that moment, Lin Feng gazed out the window, lost in thought. After a warm shower, he hastily exited his bedroom, only to encounter Zhao Jingyi on his way down. "Lin Feng, you arrived just in time. I was looking for you," she said. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "It seems we are out of soy sauce in the kitchen. I couldn't find any after searching." Lin Feng responded with a calm smile. "If there is anything else you need, I shall gather it all at once. We're down to just a few pounds of rice, and the vinegar is running low too. All right, I'll fetch it for you now." As he spoke, Lin Feng produced the key to the storage room and unlocked the door, while Zhao Jingyi respectfully refrained from entering. From the outset, Lin Feng had explicitly instructed Zhao Lucy that no one was permitted to enter the storage room. Any requests for items should be directed to him. Thus, Zhao Jingyi understood that this storage room was a forbidden zone for all the women. Little did they know, it was merely a ruse. As the room contained nothing at all, Lin Feng retrieved 2 barrels of sunflower oil, 2 bags of 50-pound rice, and 2 bottles each of vinegar and soy sauce from his space, then pretended to carry them out of the storage room for Zhao Jingyi. How much can this storage room truly hold? Is it enough to feed us for several days? Zhao Jingyi pondered, her suspicions rising as she observed the supplies Lin Feng brought out. After all, her family had once prospered by running a restaurant. She could estimate how much food was adequate for a few people and the capacity of a storage room with a mere glance. However, this storage room was not particularly large. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had fought for survival for 5 years in the previous apocalypse, could easily perceive her doubts. The darkness of human nature during such times could be profoundly sinister. Thus, Lin Feng could decipher her thoughts merely from her expressions or gestures. "I know what you're thinking, but I advise you not to inquire beyond what is necessary. Just remember, as long as you follow me, there will be food," he remarked with a smirk. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled something and summoned several barrels of alcohol from his space. "Zhao Lucy, Chen Bangxia, Wang Shushua, come here," he called. "We're coming," they replied. "Each of you take a barrel of alcohol and sprinkle it around every corner of the villa's yard." Zhao Lucy exchanged puzzled glances with the others, questioning Lin Feng. "Why?" "Yes, Brother Feng, the smell is quite strong. Why are you all so inquisitive? Hurry up." With Lin Feng's urging, Zhao Lucy and the others reluctantly took a barrel of alcohol and began to disperse it around the yard. These women were always eager at meal times, yet when tasked with work, they moved as if their limbs had lost all vigor. Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation and decided to head to the kitchen for something to eat. However, upon seeing Zhao Jingyi busily working in the kitchen, he felt an unusual sensation. Clad in an apron, she exuded a unique charm. Unable to resist, Lin Feng approached her and embraced her from behind. "Ah!" Zhao Jingyi yelped in surprise. Half an hour later, Zhao Lucy and the others entered the villa, searching for Lin Feng. Upon arriving in the kitchen, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Lin Feng, you're stealing food." "I was hungry. Of course I'm eating," Lin Feng mumbled, holding a chicken leg. "Who told you to wake up so late? Not having breakfast is your own fault," Wang Shushua chimed in. "Hey, Jingyi, why is your face so flushed? Did Lin Feng bully you?" Zhao Lucy suddenly asked. Faced with Zhao Lucy's unexpected question, Zhao Jingyi appeared even more flustered. "It's nothing. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night." "Oh, I see. Jingyi, make sure you get enough rest," Zhao Lucy advised. "All right, I understand," Zhao Jingyi replied evasively. Just then, cries for help rang out from outside the villa, causing Lin Feng, who was gnawing on his chicken leg, to change countenance. "What is happening?" he exclaimed. Rushing to the window, he spotted a homeowner with grayish skin and murky white eyes pursuing another homeowner, who was screaming in terror. "It seems the situation has indeed escalated," Lin Feng murmured. "What is wrong, Lin Feng?" Zhao Jingyi inquired as she approached the window. "Zombies? What? Zombies? How can that be?" The thought was unfathomable. Such occurrences belonged only in movies. As soon as Lin Feng uttered the word zombie, the women's eyes widened in sheer terror. unable to fathom that a scene they believed to be fictional was now manifesting in reality. At that moment, Ma Biao, whom Lin Feng had shot the previous day, began to rise along with his subordinates. The mother and child, Li Jia, who had lost their limbs, wriggled like maggots on the ground. It seems Ma Biao has fully transformed into a zombie. I should have burned them all. It would have saved me the annoyance of their presence. Those who had succumbed to acid rain and perished would inevitably become zombies starting today. Thus, the simplest method to eliminate these zombies was to destroy their heads or incapacitate their central nervous systems. Otherwise, severing their limbs would be futile. A fact they needed to remember. How do you know all this? Chen Bangxia suddenly queried. The others turned their gazes to Lin Feng, eager for answers. Do not ask what should remain unasked. Just know that following me is safer than following anyone else. Boom. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a zombie touched the high-voltage electric fence and was instantly electrocuted. The sight left Zhao Jingyi and the others pale with shock. So, you had already anticipated this. You purchased such an expensive villa and set up a powerful electric fence for this very day? Chen Bangxia questioned again. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Do you think you're the only clever one among all the women here? Can the others not guess? That is not what I meant. If you had disclosed this sooner, perhaps my parents would not have died, she lamented. Your parents' fate is of no concern to me. When I bought this villa, how did the other homeowners mock me? Even if you didn't know, surely Zhao Lucy and Li Xian did. Lin Feng retorted angrily. At this moment, Li Xian, Zhao Lucy, and Yang Mi were struck with sudden realization upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Considering the circumstances, it was clear that Lin Feng had no obligation to disclose this matter. Even if he had chosen to do so, how many would have believed him? There was a risk that the police bureau might accuse him of disturbing the peace and detain him. Thus he would be, in essence, shooting himself in the foot. Chen Bangxia, let me make it clear. I, Lin Feng, owe you nothing. So do not blame me for your parents' demise. If you wish to stay, stay. If not, then leave. With that, Lin Feng stormed out of the kitchen. To him, the reason for surrounding himself with such beautiful women was merely for amusement, not for distress. Thus, even if Chen Bangxia wept pitifully in the kitchen, Lin Feng felt no inclination to offer her solace. Instead, it only added to his irritation. Ding! A sudden voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The apocalypse has fully erupted, the nation has succumbed, and societal order has collapsed. Henceforth, any items may be collected and replicated without purchase. This unexpected proclamation left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Yet, as he contemplated, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. How dare you try to lure me out? There is no chance of that. After all, he had endured a life of trepidation and bloodshed in his previous life, and in this one, he had no intention of leaving the safety of his villa unless absolutely necessary. Besides, the resources he possessed within his space were sufficient to ensure a comfortable existence for the remainder of his days. Only a fool would venture outside to confront the lurking zombies. Brother Lin Feng, Bangxia has realized her mistake. Could you please forgive her? At that moment, a youthful voice interrupted from behind. Lin Feng turned to find Wang Shushue. Tell her to spend more time learning culinary skills from Jingyi and not to dwell on the past. After all, one must always look forward, don't you agree? Understood. Brother Lin Feng, I will inform Bangxia right away. Wang Shushue replied, preparing to leave. Brother Feng, open the door. It's Yuding. Woo-woo. A voice filled with tears called from outside the villa. It seems like Feng Yuding, who just left yesterday, Wang Shushue exclaimed excitedly. And then? Lin Feng retorted with a cold scoff. Are we not going to let her in? No, he replied indifferently, shaking his head. However, there are no house. Before they left, I made it clear that anyone who departs from here would not receive a second chance. Lin Feng, but it's truly dangerous outside. Can't you show a little mercy? Just then, Chen Bangxia emerged from the kitchen, looking at Lin Feng in confusion. How unexpected. I didn't realize Chen Bangxia possessed such a rebellious spirit. It seems she intends to oppose me at every turn. Lin Feng gazed at her, both astonished and amused. Why are you angry again? Am I not speaking the truth? Chen Bangxia began to feel anxious under Lin Feng's intense scrutiny. No, I believe you are entirely correct. But have you considered that allowing her back in could put us all at risk? Furthermore, even if she hasn't been infected, would it not lead to a situation where anyone could come and go as they please? What would that make this place? But no buts. You should keep quiet. Lin Feng interrupted her abruptly, continuing, Chen Bangxia, remember that my words are law here. You must obey without question or dissent. But what if you're wrong? Then consider it correct and listen. Lin Feng felt an urge to impose his will upon her, ready to discipline her for her insolence. Brother Feng, I see my error. Please grant me another chance, woo-woo. Feng Yuding's cries echoed from outside the villa once more. Lin Feng realized that this was not a sustainable situation. If she continued to cry, the surrounding zombies would surely be drawn to the noise. Let us go take a look, Lin Feng said resignedly, gesturing for Chen Bangxia and Wang Shushue to follow. Chen Bangxia's eyes lit up at his response, believing that since Lin Feng agreed to check on the situation, he would surely allow Feng Yuding back in. After all, why else would he bother to investigate if he had no intention of letting her in? As Lin Feng stepped outside the villa, Feng Yuding, who had been trapped behind the electric fence, burst into tears of joy. Brother Feng, you finally came out. Woo-woo. Don't worry. Yuding, I will save you, Chen Bangxia assured her as she prepared to disable the electric fence. However, Lin Feng swiftly stepped forward and struck Chen Bangxia across the face, leaving her stunned and speechless. Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and the others gaped in shock at Lin Feng's actions. From now on, only I will handle the electric fence. Do you understand? His fierce command startled Banksia, causing tears to stream down her cheeks. Lin Feng knew hitting women was wrong, but in matters of principle, it was vital to establish boundaries they could not cross. Then, Lin Feng turned his attention to Feng Yuding outside the villa and was taken aback. He noticed a bite mark on her right hand. What happened to your hand? He feigned concern. Feng Yuding, feeling wronged, cried out, I was bitten by those people. Brother Feng, look, I'm bleeding. Whoa, when were you bitten? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. About 2 hours ago, but please, Brother Feng, don't ask anymore. Just help me clean the wound. Faced with her pleading tone, Lin Feng turned to Zhao Lucy, Wang Shuxue, and the others, fixing his gaze sternly on Banksia. Listen carefully, from this moment on. Pay close attention to Feng Yuding's condition, and then we shall determine if I was justified in striking Banksia. As Lin Feng's words hung in the air, Zhao Lucy and the others exchanged glances, first at the sobbing Banksia, and then shifted their focus to Feng Yuding. Brother Feng, why are you all staring at me? Let me in already. Feng Yuding's unease grew under their scrutiny. Lin Feng smiled faintly. It's nothing. Just wait a moment. I will open the door shortly. Really? Feng Yuding replied, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Yes, really. In the early days of the apocalypse, many survivors like Feng Yuding had been infected without realizing the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, there would not have been so many infections at the onset of the cataclysm. As time passed swiftly, Feng Yuding began to exhibit changes. The veins in her arms and neck bulged, her eyes reddened, and gradually turned murky and gray. It is evident that Feng Yuding has completely succumbed to the state of a zombie at this moment. Now you should understand why I forbade anyone from entering. Bang! As Lin Feng's words fell, a bullet struck Feng Yuding's forehead, granting her a final release. Lin Feng addressed Banksia, stating, I realize you are truly ill-suited for this place. Your recklessness could endanger us all, so it is best that you leave. Before Banksia could finish her plea, Lin Feng turned to her and continued, I acknowledge my mistakes and promise to amend my ways. Please forgive me this once. Upon hearing Lin Feng's plea, Banksia was immediately engulfed in panic. In such dire circumstances, a woman like her would certainly face certain death if she ventured outside. But brother, we do not need a saint here. Rest assured, I will prepare food and a military dagger for you, so our acquaintance will not be in vain. With tears streaming down her face, she clung tightly to Lin Feng's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. Yet, Lin Feng remained unmoved, looking up with a resigned sigh. You must learn to protect yourself out there. Let go. At Lin Feng's sudden roar, Banksia trembled, gripping his leg even tighter. Brother Feng, I truly understand my mistakes. From now on, I will heed your every word. I will no longer defy you. At that moment, Wang Shuxue, summoning her courage, cautiously approached Lin Feng, saying, Brother Feng, it seems Banksia truly understands her errors. Should we not grant her another chance? Indeed, Lin Feng, it appears she genuinely realizes her mistakes. Perhaps you should give Banksia an opportunity? Yang Mi chimed in, her voice tinged with anxiety. Well, I never thought you would plead for someone else. That is quite rare. Lin Feng remarked, causing Yang Mi's cheeks to flush as she implored, please, grant her a chance? Very well, but this opportunity is not solely for her. It is a singular chance for all of you. Henceforth, if anyone dares to play the saint in my villa, I shall not be so accommodating. Thank you, Brother Feng. I shall remember this, Banksia replied tearfully. Rise, Lin Feng commanded, casting a cold glance at her before continuing. To be frank, I suspect that the zombies will progressively become more formidable, so alongside daily chores, you will undergo training to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi's expression turned grave. What kind of training will that entail? We will begin with military standard training, gradually increasing the difficulty. Lin Feng contemplated briefly. Does this imply you have military experience? Certainly. Otherwise, how could I instruct you? Lin Feng replied with a calm smile. Zhao Jingyi exchanged glances with the others and nodded resolutely. Understood. We shall commence training tomorrow. This is a matter that should not be delayed. After lunch, we will begin. Even an additional half-day of training could enhance your chances of survival against the zombies. The women nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lin Feng's wisdom. Although the villa's defenses were adequate, Lin Feng knew it was far from sufficient. With time, the zombies outside would only grow stronger, and he could not fathom how powerful they could become. Having survived 5 years in the last apocalypse, after lunch, Lin Feng granted them an hour of rest before commencing physical training in the gym, which included sit-ups, standing long jumps, serpentine runs, weighted squats with 40 kilograms, and 25-kilogram lunges. However, these women, accustomed to a life of luxury before the apocalypse, struggled greatly. They gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, and sprawled on the gym floor, fatigued and distressed. Since you acknowledge your exhaustion, it proves you are still alive. If you wish to surrender now, consider Feng Yuding's fate. Do you still feel tired? With Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi and the others, as if fueled by adrenaline, gritted their teeth and rose from the floor to continue their training. Thus, under Lin Feng's guidance, they trained day after day for a full half-month, during which Zhao Jingyi and her companions underwent a remarkable transformation. Most surprisingly, Banksia exhibited the greatest improvement. Excellent. If you can conquer your inner fears. With your current strength, you should have no trouble facing a zombie one-on-one, Lin Feng praised, eliciting joy from the women. However, his subsequent words extinguished their smiles. To overcome your fears, today I have decided that each of you will take turns stepping outside the villa to slay a zombie. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi and the others gasped in terror, their faces etched with fear. Lin Feng, you cannot be serious. Zhao Jingyi exclaimed. Brother Feng, are you certain about this? Wang Shushua timidly inquired. Brother Feng, surely this is a jest. Guan Qingyan added. Observing their fearful expressions, Lin Feng merely smiled calmly. Today, each of you need only kill one zombie. Fear not, I will protect you. With that, he brandished a desert eagle in front of them. Under Lin Feng's authoritative yet reassuring demeanor, Zhao Jingyi and the others armed themselves with long spears fashioned from triangular military blades mounted on 16-meter steel pipes. Zhao Jingyi, you shall demonstrate first. Zhao Jingyi hesitated, her expression conveying disbelief at being chosen. Do not worry, I will guard you. Now go. Reluctantly, Zhao Jingyi stepped outside the villa's electronic perimeter, clutching the long spear tightly. As she emerged, the nearby aimless zombies seemed to detect the scent of human flesh, dragging their decayed bodies toward her. With her heart racing, Zhao Jingyi steadied her grip on the spear and thrust it toward the closest zombie's abdomen. The spear pierced through, releasing a torrent of putrid black fluid that nearly blinded her. Have you already forgotten the key to defeating a zombie? Lin Feng called from beyond the electronic fence. With Lin Feng's reminder, Zhao Jingyi recalled the head and central nervous system. Muttering to herself, she redirected her aim toward the zombie's head and lunged again. With a crack, the zombie collapsed to the ground, devoid of any response. Following Zhao Jingyi's example, the others prepared to strike at the zombies' heads with fervor. Everyone has noticed that Zhao Lucy's method of stumbling upon a dead mouse is not only futile, but also a waste of time. Thus, her approach is unadvisable. Han Wushuang, it's your turn this time. Consequently, Han Wushuang brandished a spear and stepped out of the villa. Each of them, to varying degrees, harbored their own issues, which Lin Feng pointed out one by one to help them acknowledge their shortcomings. However, when Chun Bansha emerged from the villa with her spear, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 45, Lin Feng, who do you plan to have accompany you tonight? Wow, Bansha, you look incredibly cool. Wang Shushua exclaimed in admiration. Zhao Jingyi gave Chun Bansha a thumbs up, declaring, impressive, impressive. It seems I must also strive harder in the future. How did you manage that? I want to learn from you. It's simply fantastic. Zhao Lucy remarked, her eyes gleaming with admiration. At that moment, everyone cast envious glances at Chun Bansha. Yet, Chun Bansha cautiously glanced at Lin Feng, her eyes seemingly revealing a yearning for praise. Ever since that incident, Lin Feng had scarcely acknowledged her. So she diligently focused during training to capture his attention. Excellent. I must say, among everyone here, your performance is the most outstanding. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chun Bansha nodded vigorously, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. I will work even harder from now on. Very well, you all must strive to emulate Bansha's dedication. Rest assured, Brother Feng, we will train earnestly from now on. As long as we put in the effort, we too shall be like Bansha in the future. With Lin Feng's generous praise directed at Chun Bansha, the other women simultaneously exhibited a competitive spirit, chattering excitedly. That evening, through the collective efforts of Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and the others, a sumptuous feast was prepared swiftly. White-cut chicken, braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, a trio of vegetables, cold cucumbers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hairy crabs, and more. Although they were all curious about how Lin Feng had acquired such an abundance of ingredients, they understood the necessity of restraint. As Lin Feng had previously stated, some matters were best left unspoken, and certain questions should remain unasked. As long as they followed Lin Feng, they would have sustenance. Otherwise, curiosity might lead to dire consequences. Lin Feng, who do you intend to accompany you tonight? Zhao Jingyi casually inquired while eating. The others, upon hearing her question, displayed an unmistakable longing in their eyes. Considering the competitive atmosphere, sensing the shift in the air, Lin Feng feigned nonchalance, replying, I'm open to anything. Then I shall do it. Zhao Jingyi declared, finishing her meal before ignoring the gazes of the other women and cheerfully heading to the kitchen. Zhao Lucy whispered discontentedly to Yang Mi, why is Jingyi acting like this? It's been 2 days already. At this point, what can we say? Yang Mi sighed softly. Li Xin, displeased, began to bang her chopsticks against the bowl, stating, I'm not eating anymore. I'm going to bed. With that, she huffed, casting a resentful glance at Lin Feng before stomping upstairs. The remaining women soon found the meal unappetizing, each feigning sighs of dissatisfaction to express their grievances. At that moment, Lin Feng observed these women vying for his attention, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. However, he knew he must persevere along the path he had chosen, no matter how arduous. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, falling upon Lin Feng's eyes, prompting him to furrow his brow and slowly open them. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 11. He quickly leaped out of bed, approached the window, and picked up binoculars to survey the zombies wandering outside the villa for any changes. After all, in the previous life, the color of the zombies' skin indicated a rise in their overall strength over time. Thus, Lin Feng not only trained the women daily, but also monitored the zombies to assess the external threat level. Suddenly, a small group of 7 or 8 individuals, armed with makeshift weapons, cautiously entered the neighborhood. Jingyi, hurry and inform Zhao Lucy and the others to go into hiding. Other survivors have entered our community. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Jingyi, still half asleep, sprang from her bed, neglecting to put on her slippers, and rushed downstairs. Hey, at least put on your nightgown. Lin Feng called out, only to see her hastily don his nightgown and dash down the stairs. Witnessing this, Lin Feng could only shake his head with a wry smile, refraining from further comment. However, As he resumed observing the group's movements through the binoculars, his expression abruptly turned cold. He recognized that they were escorting a familiar face toward his villa. Yin yin yin. It appears that allowing those 5 to leave was indeed my error, otherwise we wouldn't be facing such trouble. Lin Feng murmured as he watched Yin 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 being treated as a hostage. In such dire circumstances, human nature could often prove far more terrifying than the undead. While it seemed she had arrived here as a hostage, could it truly be so? Even if that were the case, bringing others here and revealing the villa's location was still a form of betrayal. After all, Lin Feng, who had struggled for 5 years in the apocalypse, understood better than anyone the darkness of humanity. What should Lin Feng do now? It appeared this group was headed right for them. What else can we do? We must eliminate them. Otherwise, we will never find peace. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he set down the binoculars and turned to Zhao Jingyi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi's countenance became grave. Lin Feng is right. This villa is our sanctuary for the future, a stronghold for our sisterhood, and no one should encroach upon it. Jingyi is correct. If not, we would end up like those outside, living in perpetual fear worse than that of rats in a sewer. Han Wushuang added solemnly. Wang Shushua looked at Lin Feng, asking, "But Brother Feng, how can we kill them?" At this moment, the others turned their gazes toward Lin Feng, for this was the crux of resolving the situation. Chapter 46. How could you be so careless? There were only 9 of them, including the hostage. Dealing with them should not pose a significant issue. Brother Feng, do you mean we should kill the hostage as well? Wang Shushua looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng snorted coldly, countering, "What else is there? Whether she is a genuine hostage or a false one thing remains unchanged. These people were brought here by her." The women exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. Lin Feng's ruthless and unyielding approach instilled a sense of dread. They were fortunate not to have left the villa with Yin 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 and the others. Otherwise, their fate would have been no better. After all, Fang Yuding had already become a zombie and was shot by Lin Feng. Now, it seemed Yin 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 was next, and the other 3 likely faced a grim fate as well. They might have been torn apart and consumed by zombies or transformed into them long ago. Return my pajamas. You can't expect me to go out bare-chested. Lin Feng extended his hand towards Zhao Jingyi, stating, "Oh, my apologies, it was not my intention." Zhao Jingyi gasped and hurriedly explained with a smile, prompting the others to stifle their laughter. "Listen up inside. We merely came under the pretense of seeking food, harboring no ill intentions. Thus, we hope you will unlock the door and not cower like a turtle." A voice boomed from outside the villa, causing Lin Feng's eyes to narrow as he exited the bedroom. As Lin Feng descended the stairs and emerged from the villa, he noticed the group outside the electrified fence, their eyes glinting with bloodlust. To them, dealing with someone like him seemed like a simple task. There was no need for Yin Yin Yin, who was in cahoots with them. To feign being a hostage, it was entirely superfluous. Standing before them, Lin Feng casually lit a cigarette, drawing their ravenous gazes and causing them to salivate. After all, resources were scarce outside, and they were without food, let alone cigarettes. "Is it just you few?" Lin Feng inquired, cigarette in mouth. The group was momentarily taken aback by his demeanor. After all, during their time on the streets, they had never encountered anyone so audacious. "Brother Feng, save me." Woo-woo. Yin Yin Yin, pretending to be a hostage, began to call out for Lin Feng. Yet, he treated her as if she were invisible, not sparing her a glance. "Kid, we are under Hong Ji's command, and your woman is in our grasp. I advise you to obediently open the door and let us in. Is that all you have to say?" Bang, bang. The sound echoed, leaving Yin 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 frozen in place, trembling in fright. "How careless can you be?" Lin Feng remarked as he pressed a bullet into the chamber of his gun, casting a glance at Yin Yin Yin. She forced a smile. "Brother Feng. Why are you stuttering? It seems this place is not suitable for you. Perhaps you should consider moving on to your next life." Bang. With a gunshot, a bullet struck Yin 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 squarely in the forehead, severing her central nervous system, stripping her of any possibility of becoming a zombie. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi, Yangmi, and the others, witnessing Lin Feng's decisiveness and ruthlessness, were left in shock. After all, the man they had been living with harbored too many inexplicable secrets. For instance, could the small storage room in the villa truly hold so many supplies? Why did he suddenly produce a handgun upon donning clothing? How did he know about the impending disaster, as if he had experienced it firsthand? All these peculiarities deepened their curiosity about this enigmatic man. After eliminating the threat, Lin Feng tucked the gun into his pajama pocket and stretched leisurely. "Today is a splendid day. Everyone, hurry downstairs. I will teach you bayonet training." At his command, the women rushed down, each wielding the rifles they had used to slay zombies the previous day, ready to commence their training. Indeed, the situation outside the villa was growing increasingly perilous. If a day came when calamity struck, relying solely on one man would be an impractical expectation. Lin Feng's gaze was piercing as he looked at Zhao Jingyi and the others, his voice grave. The first step in bayonet training is to maintain a stable stance and grip, ensuring balance and force concentration during the thrust. The second step involves controlling strength. Mastering the power and speed of the bayonet allows for adaptability in various combat scenarios. Do you all remember? Yes. Excellent. For today, we shall focus on these 2 key points. Later, I will instruct you on targeting vital points, fluidity of movement, defensive awareness, tactical application, psychological resilience, reaction speed, and teamwork, among other skills. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the women appeared eager and excited. In such dire circumstances, having someone dedicated to enhancing their skills felt like a divine blessing. After all, they They understood better than anyone the wisdom of teaching someone to fish rather than merely providing fish. Meanwhile, in a bank somewhere in the city, a man with a scar running down his left cheek had just pried open a vault. Gazing at the room filled with gold bars and stacks of cash, he lamented, "Damn it, the things I once dreamed of acquiring have now become less valuable than a roll of toilet paper. Someone, throw all this cash out. I intend to live here from now on." One of his gaunt accomplices remarked, "Honggu, why reside in this high-end villa when we have such a fine vault?" "Yes, Honggu, there are plenty of unfortunate women in the neighborhood waiting for us to rescue them." Another henchman chimed in with a lewd grin. Honggu, upon hearing his subordinates, scoffed, "You fools. No matter how luxurious the villa, it can't compare to this vault's sturdiness. If we ever face a zombie horde, we merely need to shut the door, and what can those wretched creatures do to us?" "Honggu, you are wise, but how do we plan to escape later? Will we be trapped in the vault forever?" "Exactly, Honggu, wouldn't we be trapped to death?" As soon as his henchman finished speaking, Honggu retorted coldly, "Of course not. I plan to create another exit in the vault, then we can slip away unnoticed. Besides, I intend to renovate this place into a stronghold that is both defensible and attack-ready." At this point, Honggu recalled something and switched topics. "By the way, Yin mentioned wanting to go back to the upscale neighborhood where she used to live. As for everything else, I know little." Honggu pondered momentarily. "You should take a dozen or so men and go check on her." "Understood, Honggu. I will head out now." Meanwhile, back at Lin Feng's side, after their training, Zhao Jingyi and the others began preparing for their lunch. Zhao Lucy washed vegetables. Zhao Jingyi chopped meat for dumpling filling. Chun Bangxia kneaded the dough. Irina and Han Wushuang rolled out the wrappers, while Yang Mi, Li Xin, Guan Yuan, Guan Qingyan, and Wang Shuxua filled the dumplings. In no time, approximately 300 dumplings were completed. Observing this scene, Lin Feng's face gradually broke into a smile. After all, for a man, having a harmonious family with many wives and later raising a multitude of children to play with was a rather delightful prospect. "What are you standing there smiling for? The dumplings are ready. Hurry and eat while they are hot." Just then, Zhao Jingyi and the others approached with steaming dumplings, urging Lin Feng. Coming. However, just then, a commotion erupted outside the villa, causing Lin Feng to furrow his brow, a surge of anger rising within him. After all, such a tranquil life had been repeatedly disrupted by outsiders, and anyone would find it exceedingly displeasing. "Lin Feng, it seems another group has arrived." Zhao Jingyi set down her chopsticks, gazing at him gravely. The elder brother, Tu, and Yin all suffered gunshot wounds, and each shot was a direct hit to the head. Everyone immediately went on high alert. As the sounds from outside the villa echoed, Lin Feng contemplated that this villa had surely been compromised. Furthermore, it seemed unlikely that they could eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. Just then, his long silent phone rang unexpectedly. Lin Feng glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. Who could this be at such a critical moment? He pondered before pressing the answer button. "Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, do you know who I am?" A somewhat deranged voice came through the phone. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" "I am Zhou Jiexiong's brother, Zhou Jieshan, the former owner of this villa. Do you remember me now? How did you get my phone number?" Lin Feng inquired. "That is not something you need to know. If you don't want to be exposed, you should let me move in with you." "So you've been secretly monitoring me all along?" "I didn't want to. But with the entire neighborhood either fleeing or turning into zombies, I need food to survive, don't I?" Upon hearing Zhou Jieshan's candidness, Lin Feng let out a soft sigh. "All right, I agree. Thank you, Lin Xiao. I will certainly be loyal to you from now on." "That's all well and good, but if your brother hadn't sold this villa to me, I might not have fared as well as you. Why don't you come over so I can let you in?" "Sure, I'll come as soon as that group outside leaves." "All right, I'll be waiting for you." After hanging up the phone, a glint of coldness suddenly flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He did not appreciate such a half-threat, half-begging approach. Besides, even without his reporting, that group outside would have already discovered the villa. After all, the entire villa was surrounded by several meters high of electronic fencing, making it exceedingly conspicuous. It was difficult to remain undetected. "Brother Feng, they've all left." Chun Bangxia exclaimed joyfully as she peeked outside through the curtains and then turned to Lin Feng. "Oh my goodness, that scared me to death." Yang Mi gasped, clutching her chest. Li Xin also exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, those people looked grotesque. It was clear they weren't good folks. However, upon hearing the women's remarks, Lin Feng smirked and said, "Don't worry, they will return." "What?" The women's hearts, which had just begun to settle, now raced again to their throats. "Are we just going to let them go? There's no choice. Even if I shoot, I can't kill them all. There will always be a few who slip through the cracks. It's better to lure their leader here. We can act then." Upon hearing Lin Feng's strategy, the women instantly understood that he intended to capture the leader first. This realization made Zhao Jingyi and the others silently grateful to have such a decisive and resourceful man by their side. Just then, Zhou Jieshan's voice suddenly rang out from outside the villa. "Brother Lin Feng, it's Zhou Jieshan. I'm here, please let me in. This guy is still alive." The four women, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, Li Xin, and Zhao Lucy, exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting disdain. After all, it was this man who sold instant noodles for 300,000 a box. "Lin Feng, are you really going to let this treacherous scoundrel in?" Hearing Zhao Jingyi's words, Lin Feng chuckled and replied, "This villa, now and in the future, will solely belong to me. I will not permit any other man to tread upon this sacred ground." Zhao Jingyi and the others understood the implication of Lin Feng's words. Their cheeks involuntarily flushed with a hint of embarrassment. With a grin upon seeing their reactions, Lin Feng stepped out of the villa. Lin Xiao, we finally meet. Zhou Jieshan exclaimed eagerly as Lin Feng emerged from the villa. You are Zhou Jieshan? Lin Feng's gaze fell upon him, noting a resemblance to Zhou Jieshan. Yet he feigned ignorance. Zhou Jieshan paused for a moment before quickly affirming, yes, I am Zhou Jieshan, absolutely genuine. You just happen to be outside. Please attach these solar-powered sensors to the lampposts along every road in the community. As he spoke, Lin Feng tossed a plastic bag containing the sensors over the electronic fence to Zhou Jieshan. But Lin Xiao, there are zombies all over the community. Zhou Jieshan hesitated visibly. Don't worry, I trust you. Go ahead. Fine. Reluctantly, Zhou Jieshan picked up the bag and proceeded to install the sensors on the lampposts at every intersection in the community. After installing the last sensor, which adhered firmly to a metal post, he hurried back to Lin Feng's villa. As Lin Feng received the sensor signals and observed the clear images from various intersections on the screen, a wicked grin spread across his lips. Brother Feng, how long will these sensors last? What if they run out of power? Wang Shushu asked. In theory, they can operate indefinitely since they are powered by solar energy. Now I see. Wang Shushu nodded thoughtfully. He is coming. Lin Feng said calmly, glancing at the screen displaying Zhou Jieshan. Zhou Jieshan, you must be exhausted, right? Lin Feng asked with a feigned concern as he stepped outside the villa. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhou Jieshan replied, thank you for your concern, Lin Xiao. I'm actually fine, not too tired. Fine. So you're still a bit fatigued? Why don't you go get some proper rest? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jieshan thought, this is bad. His pupils dilated in alarm. In that instant, a bullet shot forth from the dark muzzle of Lin Feng's gun, akin to a deadly meteor, striking true at his forehead. Simultaneously, Guzi rushed into the vault with a dozen subordinates, panting heavily and exclaiming, Master Hong, something's gone wrong. What happened to make you so frantic? Master Hong inquired, turning to face Guzi with a grave expression. The two and the others are dead. Dead? How did that happen? Were they infected? No, it's not that, Master Hong. Guzi recounted the situation to Master Hong in detail. Given their current gear, which still relied on cold weapons, and with only a short-barreled shotgun left with 2 bullets, they would be unlikely to fare well if they went over now. Master Hong, we need to gather our forces and strike back immediately. What is the matter, Master Hong? Guzi asked, looking puzzled. Master Hong sighed. You just mentioned that they have guns, and their marksmanship is precise. Even if all of us go, what is the difference from walking to our deaths? What do you mean, Master Hong? A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. Our immediate priority is to acquire firearms. But Master Hong, in this apocalypse, where can we get guns? Guzi questioned. Precisely because this is the apocalypse, it's easier to obtain firearms. Master Hong replied coldly. Master Hong, are you suggesting the police station? Well, you do possess a bit of cleverness, chuckled Master Hong, his voice laced with a chilling mirth that lingered in the vault brimming with cash. As the evening sky darkened, Lin Feng's eyes began to reflect a flicker of doubt. Could it be that I have misjudged? That group was merely a band of scattered ruffians. Yet the figure they referred to as Master Hong was, in a previous life, a notorious leader of a survivor faction. While Lin Feng stood pensively by the window, Zhao Jingyi and Li Xian had already arranged a sumptuous feast on the dining table. A Feng, dinner is ready. Come and eat. Yet, as soon as Lin Feng took his seat, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The gazes of Zhao Lucy, Han Wushuang, and the others were laden with a suggestive intent, igniting within him a feeling akin to sitting on pins and needles. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi, echoing her earlier demeanor, cleared her throat and inquired, who shall accompany you tonight? A Feng. Just as Lin Feng began to respond, he sensed dozens of eyes fixated upon him. It was abundantly clear that every woman present wished to be chosen by Lin Feng tonight. I'm not letting any of you accompany me. I'm sleeping in the living room. The following day, Lin Feng awoke, stretching lazily, feeling somewhat fatigued. Only Li Xian and Irina appeared vibrantly animated, laughing and conversing with others. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh heavily, feeling a sense of weariness settle in. Suddenly, Zhao Lucy pointed at the surveillance monitor, her expression grave. This is bad. More people are coming, and it looks like quite a few. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng abruptly sprang to his feet. On the monitor, dozens of individuals wielding specialized weapons were clearing obstacles, swiftly dispatching the slow-moving zombies in the vicinity, their sights set squarely on Lin Feng's villa. It appeared they had indeed come. Observing the advancing throng on the monitor, Lin Feng's voice turned somber. With so many adversaries, relying solely on the Desert Eagle would be insufficient. Thus, he feigned nonchalance as he strode to the storage room, retrieving 2 AK-47s, donning a bulletproof vest, and securing several grenades onto his attire before emerging from the storage room. As Lin Feng stepped out, Li Xian, Zhao Lucy, and the other women were momentarily stunned. Their mouths agape. Heavens, our Feng looks extraordinarily handsome. Yet Lin Feng merely smiled lightly and remarked, honestly, I don't wish to play the part of a tough guy, but there is no choice. They are simply too many. With that, Lin Feng, amidst their astonished gazes, exited the villa, pulled up a chair, crossed his legs, and leisurely smoked a cigarette while awaiting Master Hong's men. Time passed swiftly, and as Master Hong's subordinates finished dispatching the zombies, they finally arrived at Lin Feng's villa. Brother, may I inquire if it was you who killed my men? A deep voice resonated from outside the electronic fence, causing Lin Feng's eyes to narrow slightly as he turned to face the source of the voice. Emerging from the crowd was a bald man in his 40s, a scar on his left cheek accentuating his menacing and cunning demeanor. It wasn't me. Who are you? Lin Feng replied disdainfully, picking up one of the AK-47s beside him. The men outside the fence instantly turned pale, fear evident in their expressions as they recoiled at the thought of being caught in a hail of bullets. At that moment, Master Hong's complexion drained of color upon seeing the weapon in Lin Feng's hands. Just last night, they had raided 3 police stations, losing 5 men, and had only managed to acquire 3 handguns and 2 magazines. They never anticipated that this young man would possess not 1, but 2 firearms. Furthermore, they felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority before him. Brother, as far as I know, civilians in our country are not permitted to own firearms. Are you sure your guns are real? In response to Master Hong's skepticism, Lin Feng merely scoffed and shook his head. I can't say for certain. Perhaps we should test whether my gun is genuine? With that, Lin Feng raised one of the AK-47s and aimed it at Master Hong and his men. They immediately panicked, ducking for cover. Brother, I was merely jesting. What are you doing? Lin Feng replied. I just wish to ascertain whether this weapon is indeed authentic. As he spoke, he pulled the trigger, and a stream of liquid erupted from the barrel, splattering those who were caught off guard. What the hell? It's a water gun. You little brat. Have you grown bold enough to mock me, Master Hong? Do you dare to challenge me? Realizing he had been ridiculed, Master Hong's face darkened with rage as he whipped out his handgun and yelled at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng retorted, I was just playing a prank. You needn't be so furious. Kid, I have no time for your games. Tell me, who killed my men? If you don't speak, I swear I'll end you. Lin Feng, feigning ignorance, replied, I truly don't know. Just yesterday, your men were engaged in a firefight right in front of my villa with another group. Lin Feng's intention was clear. He hoped to deceive these ruffians. He had painstakingly established a sanctuary amidst the apocalypse, and he could not bear to see it sullied by such scum. If he did not eliminate them now, more would certainly come to disrupt his life. However, it became evident that upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Master Hong's murderous intent had ignited. You two go grab this kid. I want to strangle him myself. Upon hearing this command, Lin Feng's expression turned icy. He recognized Master Hong's peculiar penchant, having heard of it in his previous life. As Master Hong's command hung in the air, his 2 subordinates advanced toward Lin Feng. Wait, I still have something to say? You'll speak to Master Hong about that later. The 2 responded coldly, swiftly scaling the fence. But with 2 thunderous sounds, they were instantly electrocuted by the high-voltage current coursing through the fence. The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves of terror through Master Hong and his men. I was willing to spare you, but it seems you don't appreciate the opportunity. As Lin Feng contemplated, he hurled 2 grenades toward Master Hong's group and seized another authentic AK-47, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. In an instant, the air was filled with gunfire and explosions. As Master Hong's subordinates fell in droves, either dead or fleeing, utterly defenseless, Master Hong himself, struck by a bullet in the arm, sought refuge behind a wall. Grimacing in pain, his eyes ablaze with anger and resentment, yet betraying no hint of fear. It was evident that in his previous life, he had built a faction amidst the apocalypse for a reason. Brother, let us discuss this calmly. It was all just a misunderstanding. I merely wished to share a joke. Hearing Master Hong's plea from his hiding spot, Lin Feng retorted coldly, I too am jesting. Step out, and we shall clarify this misunderstanding. As Lin Feng spoke, he slowly aimed his weapon in the direction of Master Hong's concealment, a murderous intent brewing within him. Brother, there is no need for this. Just come out. Upon hearing the words of Master Hong, Lin Feng suddenly let out a fierce roar, followed by a series of gunfire that sent bricks and stones flying. However, after the gunshots ceased, Master Hong, who was hiding behind the wall, suppressed his fury and spoke in a low voice. Brother, where mercy is to be shown, let it be shown. You have killed so many of my brothers. Do you intend to take my life today as well? Chapter 50. Zombie pigeons. Hearing Master Hong's words, Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly, preparing to respond. But at that moment, a pack of mangy, decaying stray dogs, emitting a foul stench, charged at Lin Feng, bearing their fangs like mad beasts. These were zombie dogs. Lin Feng's heart sank, for the appearance of animal zombies signified that, from this moment onward, all zombies had begun their evolution. A howl erupted as one of the zombie dogs lunged at Lin Feng. However, the instant it touched the barrier, it was struck by a current and instantly turned to ashes. Nevertheless, the other zombie dogs, seemingly undeterred by fear, continued to howl and rushed towards the barrier, all meeting the same fate as the first. At that moment, a furious roar from Master Hong echoed in the distance. You little brat, just you wait. One day, I will devour you alive. Hearing Master Hong's threats ignited a fierce anger within Lin Feng, who longed to retrieve a sniper rifle from his space and blow this man's head off. Yet, he understood that given the distance and the numerous obstacles, the probability of hitting him was less than 20%, which would only serve to expose himself further. You bastard, just you wait. Next time, you won't be so fortunate. Sometimes, when a person is filled with apprehension, their actions become timid. Clearly, Lin Feng's concern was the stable life within this villa. However, the more one worries about something, the more likely it is to occur. Was it destined that in this rebirth, he would once again be torn apart amidst the brutality of the apocalypse? Battling those twisted by humanity and the rotting zombies? Lin Feng let out a heavy sigh, his gaze sharpening at that moment. For no matter what, this rebirth was infinitely better than his previous life. Thus, even if he stepped out of this villa, Lin Feng was confident he could survive. But what about the women in the villa? Could he truly bear to abandon them? Certainly not. After all, he had painstakingly accumulated resources before the apocalypse, and he was reluctant to part with them. Lin Feng, quickly look. What is that in the sky? Upon turning his gaze, Lin Feng was taken aback. Countless pigeons. Their eyes a ghostly white and bodies decaying, flapped their tattered wings as if searching for a target below, circling ominously above the entire community. My goodness, I can't believe the gunfire attracted this horde. Quickly, shut the doors and windows. Lin Feng exclaimed to Zhao Jingyi and the others before swiftly closing the door. Meanwhile, the fully zombified pigeons seemed to have finally locked onto a target, emitting a series of ear-piercing, metallic screeches. Then, these former symbols of peace dove towards Lin Feng's villa like arrows released from a bow. In an instant, the doors and windows reverberated with a rapid, intense banging that made one's scalp tingle. Lin Feng, what is happening? Brother Feng, I'm scared. What is going on? At that moment, all the women rushed down from upstairs, their faces filled with panic as they looked at Lin Feng. If I am not mistaken, this must signify that the zombified humans and animals are beginning to evolve completely. Brother Feng, are you saying that those zombies outside will become stronger? Indeed. I suspect that starting today, the skin and eyes of those zombified beings will gradually shift from grayish-white to deep green. Moreover, once infected, the time it takes to become a zombie will shorten significantly. Most importantly, their strength will noticeably increase. After Lin Feng finished explaining, every face in the room reflected a complex array of emotions. Brother Feng, I know there are some things I shouldn't ask, but if I don't voice them, I feel suffocated. Upon hearing Zhao Jingyi's words, Lin Feng understood what she was hinting at. However, he would not easily divulge his secrets to others. I know what you want to say, but if I were you, I would keep my mouth shut. But Brother Feng, how do you know? Enough. With Lin Feng's booming voice, Zhao Jingyi trembled, compelled to silence. The pressing concern now was to find a way to survive in this apocalypse. Not to indulge your fleeting curiosity. Brother Feng, isn't this villa reinforced? As long as we stay inside and don't go out, we should be fine? At that moment, Han Wushuang suddenly turned to Lin Feng and spoke. Yet, Lin Feng sighed softly. Initially, I thought the same, but these zombies are evolving too rapidly. I fear this villa may not withstand the onslaught of increasingly powerful zombies. After all, in my previous life, it took over a year for these zombies to evolve once. But at this rate, in just 2 to 3 months, the zombies outside will have completely evolved. That means within a year, they could match the strength of those from my previous 5 years. Could it be that my rebirth has triggered the legendary butterfly effect? Brother Feng, isn't this villa impervious to even artillery? Are you being overly cautious? Han Wushuang chimed in again. Let us hope so. But you must remember the meaning of be prepared for danger in times of safety. Lin Feng replied dismissively, concluding the conversation. As the zombies continued their gradual evolution, only he could deeply sense the terror they embodied. In contrast, Zhao Jingyi and the others were completely unable to grasp the suffocating dread that loomed. Lin Feng slowly drew back the curtain to peek outside, his heart suddenly contracting in surprise. Before him lay countless pigeon corpses, their bodies rigid and piled throughout the courtyard. All due to the impact of their heads striking the ground, which destroyed their central nervous systems, resulting in such a scene. These foolish birds, with such poor eyesight, hear a commotion below and dive down without a second thought. How utterly foolish, Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head at the grim spectacle. But just then, something outside caught Lin Feng's eye, causing his pupils to constrict. Chapter 51. Crystal core, is that a crystal core? A special term flashed through Lin Feng's mind. In his previous life, crystal cores were an exceedingly rare commodity, typically obtained by slaying hundreds of zombies to extract one from their skulls. What's more, crystal cores could enhance human physical attributes, significantly improving explosive power, agility, strength, speed, and even the 5 senses. Furthermore, consuming a crystal core would provide a degree of resistance to zombie toxins. Thus, they became a coveted resource among various factions in the apocalypse, alongside supplies. The crystal core before him was nearly transparent, only slightly tinged with a pale green hue, making it quite difficult to spot. It was indeed small, no larger than a grain of rice, as one could hardly expect much from a zombie dove's cranium. It is likely that this crystal core was dislodged from the head of a zombie pigeon when it crashed into the glass, shattering its skull. Once Lin Feng confirmed that the outside was completely safe, he cautiously opened the window and took the crystal core into his hands for a closer inspection, ultimately affirming that it was indeed a crystal core. It seems that consuming such cores to enhance one's strength is a commendable option. The initial few instances of ingestion may yield some side effects, yet given Lin Feng's current condition, these effects can be easily managed. However, in his previous life, crystal cores were exceedingly scarce, leaving him uncertain about the situation in this life. Just as Lin Feng pondered this, he concentrated his thoughts, intending to replicate this crystal core a millionfold. Warning: replication is currently unavailable due to system upgrade not being completed. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that crystal cores could not be replicated. This revelation sparked a flicker of disappointment within him, but as he reconsidered, a subtle smile danced upon his lips. He had already prepared adequately before the apocalypse, so he would not let the inability to replicate the core dampen his spirits. At that moment, Zhao Lucy approached Lin Feng, inquiring, "What are you up to?" "I believe I may have discovered a method for our survival in this apocalypse." Lin Feng replied slowly. "What method?" Zhao Lucy's eyes brightened with curiosity as she eagerly gazed at him. In response, Lin Feng smiled faintly, raising the small, grain-sized crystal core in his hand. "You all should go and see if there are any more of these in the heads of the deceased zombie pigeons." "What is this?" Zhao Lucy asked, inspecting the crystal-like object. I'll explain later. You all hurry and search, Lin Feng urged. All right, Zhao Lucy complied. Turning to gather the others to search the yard for the crystal-like items Lin Feng had mentioned. Is this what you meant? Zhao Lucy exclaimed. I found one too. So did others. To Lin Feng's astonishment, within a short time, Zhao Jingyi and the others had discovered dozens of crystal cores. It appeared that in this life, the zombies not only evolved more rapidly, but also had a significantly higher probability of yielding crystal cores. On average, every 3 to 5 zombie pigeons contained one crystal core. After thoroughly searching the area, they amassed nearly half a bowl of these cores, much to Lin Feng's delight. Half an hour later, the cleaned crystal cores were placed on the dining table, and the women gazed at them intently. Now you must tell us what these are for, Zhao Jingyi finally inquired. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Lin Feng explained the function of the crystal cores to them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi immediately questioned. Is this truly as miraculous as you claim? Indeed, Brother Feng, considering these are extracted from the heads of zombies, are you certain they are safe to consume? Wang Shushu added. Gu Qingyan and Gu Yuanyuan echoed. Yes, Brother Feng, perhaps we should reconsider and find another way instead of eating them? Despite their concerns, Lin Feng merely smiled calmly. To be honest, there are indeed some side effects, but with your presence, they can be easily managed. The women replied in unison, bewildered, as they struggled to comprehend how the crystal cores in the bowl were connected to them. You will understand by tonight, Lin Feng replied. I need to prepare dinner. Zhao Jingyi quickly stood up and headed for the kitchen. I'll help you. Others chimed in, following her lead into the kitchen. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth in bemusement. 5 minutes later, Zhao Jingyi presented a bowl of instant noodles before Lin Feng. This is what you will eat tonight. Lin Feng gazed at her incredulously. At that moment, Wang Shushue, resting her chin on her hand, looked at him earnestly. Faced with such concern, Lin Feng had no choice but to eat the bowl of instant noodles, which contained 2 eggs. In that moment, he finally grasped the concept of extremes leading to reversals. Fortunately, with the aid of the crystal cores, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, in less than 2 years, he would surely meet his demise. Thus, under the expectant gazes of the women, Lin Feng swallowed the crystal core from the zombie pigeons in one gulp. Instantly, a warm current surged through his entire body. As he absorbed the energy of the core, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could vanquish a bull. This newfound energy became almost unbearable, spreading to his lower abdomen and causing discomfort. Without hesitation, he seized Yang Mi's hand and hastily made his way to the bedroom. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke early, a smile creeping onto his face as he noticed his muscles had visibly firmed and gained explosive power. The crystal core had indeed proven effective. Satisfied, he executed a set of military-style punches before, as usual, moving to the window to observe the changes in the zombies outside the villa. Just as he had anticipated, the zombies' skin had indeed transformed, and their movements were no longer sluggish. While Lin Feng scrutinized the zombies, a figure suddenly entered his line of sight. Chapter 52. Ning Ruoshuang. Before him stood a woman clad in a black tactical jacket, her once austere face now covered in dust, with several tears in her clothing, yet no visible injuries. Who was this woman? What brought her here? Was she perhaps searching for supplies? Countless questions swirled in Lin Feng's mind. To his surprise, the woman swiftly approached a zombie and, with a powerful swing of her entrenching tool, decapitated the creature. She then rummaged through the remains of the zombie's head. Watching this through the telescope, Lin Feng's heart raced. Was she seeking a crystal core? As he suspected, the woman extracted a crystal, no larger than a half egg yolk, from the zombie's head and carefully placed it in her bag. How did she know about crystal cores? Could she also be a reborn individual? With this thought in mind, Lin Feng hurriedly dressed and dashed out of the villa, calling out to the woman who was about to leave. Please wait. Who? The woman's eyes widened with alarm as she turned to face Lin Feng, her expression one of wariness. Lin Feng endeavored to appear harmless, saying, Please don't be alarmed. I merely wish to trade something with you. Trade? What do you want to exchange? Yet the woman remained cautious, her guard unwavering. Could I offer you some food in exchange for what's in your bag? Do you know what this is? In response to her question, Lin Feng refrained from revealing the truth and instead asked, I don't know. I'm simply curious. Do you know what it is? I'm not certain, but my Labrador loves them, so I came to get some for him. What food do you intend to offer in exchange? Lin Feng nearly choked on his words upon hearing her response. Such a remarkable item. Yet she chooses to feed it to her dog. Is this not a gross misuse of resources? I trust your dog is faring well after consuming such a thing? It is indeed well, but its energy is particularly exuberant, and it is prone to bouts of heat, the woman replied. A hint of embarrassment in her gaze as she looked at Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng swallowed hard, pondering to himself, if you continue to feed it this way, your dog will surely burst with pent-up energy. Do you truly have any food? Yes, of course. In these times of extreme scarcity, possessing even a morsel of meat can incite desperate individuals to violence. Are you jesting? Are you genuinely willing to trade the pack of ham sausages in your possession with me? The woman gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. Yet, Lin Feng merely smiled nonchalantly, tossing the sausages over the fence with ease, stating, Of course, would I ever deceive you? Witnessing this, the woman trembled as she bit into one of the sausages, tears welling in her excited eyes. Lin Feng, with a beaming smile, inquired, How is it? Did I not speak the truth? Indeed, she replied, her cheeks bulging with the sausage as she shook her head vigorously, her words muffled. Then, might you be inclined to part with the contents of your bag? Absolutely, she responded, tossing her canvas bag over the fence to Lin Feng. Inside, he discovered more than a dozen crystalline cores, the size of egg yolks. A testament to the numerous zombies she had dispatched. Should you acquire such items in the future, feel free to seek me out for exchanges of food. Very well. This is your promise. I shall return to find you. Let us properly introduce ourselves. My name is Ning Rushuang. Ning Rushuang? You are called Ning Rushuang? At the mention of her name, Lin Feng felt a jolt of recognition. In his previous life, there had been a woman named Ning Rushuang who, alongside her two formidable dogs, had forged a formidable reputation amidst the brutal apocalypse, assembling a powerful battalion of female survivors. It appears that this Ning Rushuang had been feeding her dogs crystalline cores from the very beginning. This serendipitous meeting feels like a stroke of fate. If I can win her over, it would indeed bolster my position significantly. Yes, I am indeed Ning Rushuang. Have we met before? Noticing Lin Feng's strong reaction, Ning Rushuang furrowed her brow in inquiry. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, she thought to herself, this person is quite generous. He must have an abundance of food in his villa. But why would he invite me? Is it merely because of my beauty? Yet, my face is covered in grime. No, there must be more to this. Sensing her hesitation, Lin Feng suggested, let us take advantage of the fact that our phones are still operational. Shall we add each other as friends? That would be no problem at all. Ning Rushuang quickly retrieved her phone and added Lin Feng as a friend. How unexpected. Your caution is quite pronounced. Soon, you shall experience the allure of fine cuisine. After parting ways with Ning Rushuang, Lin Feng felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After all, in the pre-apocalyptic world, the power of currency was paramount, yet in this new reality, the value of food surpasses that of money. Who was that woman outside? Just then, Zhao Jingyi emerged from the kitchen, her expression sour as she wielded a spoon. Yet, Lin Feng responded with an easy smile, stating, she will henceforth be the 11th female resident of this villa. What? Zhao Jingyi stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, utterly speechless for a moment. Chapter 53. Leading the women to slay zombies and consume crystalline cores. Zhao Jingyi glared at him, but Lin Feng merely chuckled softly, planting a tender kiss on her lips, declaring, I cannot help my nature. I am simply quite the romantic. Lin Feng, you scoundrel. Before she could finish, Lin Feng leaned in for another passionate kiss, leaving Zhao Jingyi feeling weak, surrendering to his embrace. After enjoying a breakfast meticulously prepared by Zhao Jingyi, Lin Feng led the women out of the villa for the first time. Now that he was aware of the method to enhance their strength, Lin Feng was determined not to fall behind. Thus, while others remained oblivious to the potential of the crystalline cores, he resolved to gather them as early as possible. Otherwise, as the zombies grew stronger, it would become increasingly difficult to enhance their abilities in the later stages of the apocalypse. Form groups of 3. And use the stabbing techniques I taught you, Lin Feng instructed, his expression serious as he addressed Zhao Jingyi and the others. Today marks our true initiation into combat. Any misstep could lead to infection. The women understood this gravity well. They donned protective goggles, lightweight synthetic gloves, helmets, and all necessary gear. With a command from Lin Feng, they marched in formation, armed with rifles, advancing towards the distant, wandering zombies. As the zombies noticed their approach, they emitted metallic, rasping growls, charging towards Zhao Jingyi and her companions. Just then, a spear pierced the skull of a female zombie, obliterating it completely. Jingyi, well done. As Lin Feng praised her, the women were further invigorated, and within a short time, they had dispatched over a dozen zombies. Nevertheless, Lin Feng continued to admonish them. As the situation intensifies, we must not relax our vigilance. Always be aware of your surroundings and maintain formation. Otherwise, you risk being surrounded by zombies, placing you in a precarious position. Remember, often those who can swim drown, so do not let your guard down. Under Lin Feng's persistent supervision and guidance, the coordination among Zhao Jingyi and her companions improved remarkably, their movements becoming increasingly adept and their speed in dispatching zombies quickened. After 3 hours, the area surrounding Lin Feng's villa was cleared of zombies. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment, as they had only acquired a handful of crystalline cores. Today, Jingyi and Bansha demonstrated exceptional performance. Each of you will receive 3 cores, while the others will receive 2. As he spoke, Lin Feng slowly pushed 22 crystalline cores towards them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi looked at the cores with disdain, asking, are we supposed to eat these, Feng? Yes, brother Feng. You should consume them instead. I refuse to partake in this, Wang Shushua chimed in. Yang Mi added, I want to eat anything extracted from a zombie's head. Hearing the unanimous refusal from the women, Lin Feng feigned a stern expression. Very well. You may each have just one. Once you experience the benefits of the cores, I believe your minds will change. As he spoke, the women exchanged glances, none willing to take the first step. Finally, it was Chun Bansha who mustered her courage and picked up a crystalline core, stating, all right, I shall give it a try. With that, she closed her eyes and swallowed the core. The moment she did, a wave of warmth surged through her body, her breath quickening, and a flush spreading across her cheeks. Feng, why am I feeling so heated all over? Do not worry, this is a normal response. When this occurs, simply engage in continuous exercise to expend the energy within your body, and you will gradually recover. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chun Bansha felt an even greater heat enveloping her, accompanied by a restless heart and an unusual yearning. Observing Chun Bansha's reaction, Lin Feng sensed an impending dilemma. It appears that only I can rescue you from this predicament. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng consumed a crystal core and led Chun Bansha toward the bedroom. Upon witnessing the crystal cores, Zhao Jingyi and the other women were astonished by their effects and swiftly cleared the table of the remaining cores for future use. Although they were indifferent to the enhancement of their strength, they could not overlook the core's other benefits. After consuming the crystal core, Chen Bangxia gradually felt a significant change in her physique. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others were completely convinced of the remarkable properties of these crystal cores. As lunchtime arrived, Lin Feng gazed at the dishes prepared by Zhao Jingyi, including braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish, and mapo tofu. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he grinned mischievously before slowly retrieving his phone to document his daily pleasures. He then promptly sent the photographs to Ning Ruoshuang. Meanwhile, Ning Ruoshuang was at home, meticulously licking the remnants of meat from the plastic wrapping of a sausage. When her phone rang, she casually glanced at it. However, upon seeing the delectable feast in the photos, she froze, instinctively swallowing saliva. Oh my goodness, I can even see my favorite braised pork ribs. Am I dreaming? While Ning Ruoshuang was lost in disbelief, Lin Feng sent another voice message. Ruoshuang, have you had lunch yet? Faced with such unexpected concern, Ning Ruoshuang involuntarily shivered. This guy is being overly attentive for no reason. He must have ulterior motives. I bet this photo is staged. Yes, it must be. By the way, I still don't know your name. This photo must be genuine, right? My name is Lin Feng. I say, Ruoshuang, how could this photo be staged? Are you teasing me? With such a large spread, can you possibly finish it all by yourself? I never claimed it was just me living in this villa. As soon as Lin Feng sent a voice message, he called Ning Ruoshuang via video. Ning Ruoshuang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng's name pop up. She had not anticipated a call from him, especially a video call. After a brief pause, she accepted the call. However, as Lin Feng appeared on her screen, she was utterly mesmerized. He was munching on a large pig's trotter while conversing with her. Lin Feng, how can you indulge in such lavish food? Ning Ruoshuang asked, her mouth watering as she gazed at the trotter in his hand. Lin Feng, noticing her reaction, quickly adjusted his phone's camera to showcase the other dishes on the table, casually remarking, this is merely what I eat regularly. I'm nearly tired of it. Ning Ruoshuang felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him upon hearing this. Given the circumstances, those who had survived outside were grateful just to have enough to eat each day. Yet, here he was, making such statements that could infuriate anyone. Nevertheless, Ning Ruoshuang restrained her irritation and subtly probed for more information about Lin Feng's situation. You mentioned that besides you, there are others living in your villa. Who are they? Just them. Lin Feng pointed the camera at Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and the others. Oh my heavens, isn't that the popular actress Yang Mi, Zhao Lucy, and Li Xian? I can't believe they live with you. Lin Feng, unfazed by Ning Ruoshuang's astonishment, replied, what celebrities? They are merely homeowners in this community, helping each other out. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Lucy and Yang Mi glared at him with evident displeasure, as if they wished to tear him apart. Realizing the situation was turning sour, Lin Feng swiftly changed the topic. When do you plan to move in? Are you talking about me? Can I really move in? Ning Ruoshuang could hardly contain her excitement. Living in such a resource-abundant villa felt like paradise. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lin Feng recognized that she was starting to bite the hook. He then stated earnestly, didn't I mention this when we first met this morning? Have you forgotten so quickly? Did you? I seem to have truly forgotten. Ning Ruoshuang replied with an awkward smile. If you wish to move in, make your decision soon. After all, rooms in the villa are limited. I'm coming over right away, so please reserve a room for me. Ning Ruoshuang exclaimed, fully dropping her guard. All right then, when will you come? I'll pick you up. In about half an hour, I will bring my 2 Labradors with me. Very well. Then we shall meet in half an hour. After concluding his conversation with Ning Ruoshuang, Lin Feng was met with an unexpected question from Li Xian, who had just set her utensils down with a scowl. Who was that woman on your phone just now? However, Lin Feng remained unperturbed by Li Xian's inquiry and turned to Zhao Jingyi. Actually, Jingyi already knew about this matter this morning. Isn't that right, Jingyi? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi recalled the earlier incident in the kitchen, causing her to blush slightly as she softly affirmed her awareness of the situation. Zhao Lucy, puzzled, asked Jingyi, if you knew about this, why didn't you tell us? Exactly. We've been left in the dark, Yang Mi added. Chen Bangxia sighed heavily. What are we going to do from now on? As the women expressed their grievances, Lin Feng cleared his throat and said, there is a reason for my actions. You must trust me. What reason could there possibly be? Isn't at all just for that trivial matter? Are we not enough for you? You truly are a scoundrel. Zhao Lucy retorted angrily. The twin sisters, Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan, chimed in with disdain. Yes, a scoundrel. Faced with the onslaught of accusations, Lin Feng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. Whether I deceived you or not, time will tell. However, I must emphasize, when she arrives, do not bully or isolate her. I do not wish for our home to become chaotic over this matter. After all, familial harmony is my ultimate aspiration. The women simultaneously scoffed in displeasure at Lin Feng's words. I'll go wait outside for her. Just be careful not to touch any high-voltage wires. With that, Lin Feng, seeing their reactions, could only shake his head and exit the villa. After all, in the previous life, the name Ning Ruoshuang was associated with one of the 5 great powers. Thus, in this life, how could Lin Feng easily relinquish this opportunity? Merely 25 minutes had passed when Ning Ruoshuang sprinted towards him, 2 Labrador retrievers in tow, shouting, let me in quickly. Lin Feng thought to himself, I realize the allure of this place is significant for you. but I never anticipated it would be to this extent. Just as Lin Feng pondered this, his pupils suddenly contracted. A horde of green zombies, emitting incessant growls, relentlessly pursued Ning Rushuang and her dogs. No wonder she's in such a hurry. Lin Feng muttered as he swiftly cut off the high-voltage current, allowing her to enter before promptly shutting the gate and restarting the electricity. Boom. The relentless wave of green zombies was instantly obliterated by the powerful current. Yet, even so, the remaining zombies continued to surge towards the fence, each one following in the wake of its predecessor. Watching the numerous zombies madly colliding with the fence, Lin Feng's expression shifted from anxiousness to uncertainty as he fixed his gaze on Ning Rushuang. Didn't you express a fondness for the crystal within the zombies' heads? When I arrived, I encountered a particularly green zombie and thought to bring you a crystal. However, before I could get close, it emitted a gurgling sound, and a horde began to chase us. Upon hearing Ning Rushuang's account, Lin Feng was taken aback. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi and others, noticing the commotion outside, swiftly emerged from the villa with rifles in hand. As they passed by Ning Rushuang, they scrutinized her with curious glances. After all, they were all intrigued by the type of woman capable of garnering Lin Feng's attention. Ning Rushuang, with her short, sharp hair, bright and determined eyes, straight nose, and slightly upturned lips, exuded a unique feminine charm. Clad in a fitted leather jacket that accentuated her alluring figure, complemented by tight jeans and high-top leather boots, she radiated an aura of confidence. Truth be told, among the women present, none matched her style. Was Lin Feng seeking a change? As Zhao Jingyi and the others contemplated this, Ning Rushuang unexpectedly greeted them. Hello everyone, my name is Ning Rushuang. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. The women were momentarily taken aback, but Zhao Jingyi was the first to respond. Guidance? We are all family now, right sisters? Yes, they echoed, albeit with forced smiles. Given the current situation, it had become an undeniable reality they were compelled to accept, although Lin Feng often appeared lighthearted and carefree in front of them. When he made a decision, no one dared to challenge him. Without Lin Feng's leadership, they too would likely succumb to the fate of becoming zombies. A fact that was beyond dispute. Thus, in such dire circumstances, Lin Feng represented their sole hope and reliance. Lin Feng then turned his gaze to Ning Rushuang and remarked, You must be hungry too, right? Why don't you join them for a meal? Is that really all right? Ning Rushuang swallowed nervously, attempting to be polite. Yet the longing in her eyes betrayed her. Lin Feng chuckled. What is there to worry about? From now on, we are family. Come, let me take you. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the two Labradors she was holding, pondering. So these are the legendary dogs from the previous life that were said to be extraordinary? It was indeed impressive that Ning Rushuang could care for them in such harsh conditions, explaining their loyalty to her. When Ning Rushuang followed Lin Feng into the living room and saw the feast laid out on the dining table, she seemed to lose her senses, instinctively lunging for a chicken leg and stuffing it into her mouth. Zhao Jingyi and the others were not at all surprised by her voraciousness. After all, they too had behaved similarly when they first arrived. However, Lin Feng was astonished to see that despite the drool hanging from their mouths, the two dogs maintained an air of dignity, holding their heads high as if silently proclaiming their nobility and disdain. Lin Feng offered them a pig trotter, saying, You too must be hungry as well. Here, enjoy this. To his surprise, even when he placed the trotter near them, they remained unmoved. Come on, eat. Yet, at Ning Rushuang's indistinct command, the two dogs immediately began to feast, leaving Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi momentarily stunned. After all, in their view, such intelligent and refined dogs might prove to be excellent guardians in the future. After lunch, Ning Rushuang, feeling satisfied, let out a burp and sheepishly glanced at Lin Feng and the others, saying, I'm really sorry. I ate too much today. There's no need to apologize. From now on, you can eat as much as you want here, Zhao Jingyi replied, pulling Ning Rushuang's hand and casting a glance at Lin Feng, seemingly wanting to say more. However, Lin Feng cleared his throat and interjected, Since we're full, let us clean up the remains of those zombies electrocuted outside the villa and see if we can find any crystals. As soon as Lin Feng spoke, the women's eyes brightened. If what Lin Feng suggested was feasible, collecting crystals this way could indeed prove advantageous. Under his direction, the women pushed a cart and used shovels to gather the dismembered remains of the zombies, transporting them to be burned. After all, leaving them would lead to decay and bacteria, so the sooner they were cleared away, the better. Lin Ge, look, there's indeed a crystal here. At that moment, Wang Shuxue emerged from the zombie remains, holding a pale green crystal and looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the crystal, feeling a surge of joy within him. Excellent. Everyone, let us intensify our efforts and see how many crystals we can collect today. With Lin Feng's encouragement, the group worked even harder. Suddenly, Ning Rushuang turned to Lin Feng and asked, So this is what a crystal is. What do you plan to do with so many crystals? Facing her inquiry, Lin Feng flashed a charming smile. I'll tell you tonight. Chapter 56. Distribution of crystals. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, Ning Rushuang did not dwell on it. She continued to sift through the zombie remains with her shovel, searching for crystals while loading the remnants into the cart. They toiled for 4 solid hours before finally gathering all the zombie remains outside the fence into a single pile. Lin Feng then doused it with a bucket of gasoline and set it ablaze, reducing it to ashes. Finally, he sprinkled disinfectant around the perimeter and in the yard. Feeling a sense of relief, Lin Feng, can you guess how many crystals we collected today? I don't know, but judging by your expression, I can tell it must be a substantial amount. Today, a total of 88 crystal nuclei were discovered. Upon hearing this remarkable news, Lin Feng could not help but feel a surge of joy, for the number collected today was sixfold that of yesterday. However, Lin Feng noticed a difference in the color of these crystals compared to those from the previous day. In response to Zhao Jingyi's inquiry, Lin Feng merely smiled and explained. The color of the crystal nuclei can change alongside the evolution of the zombies. For instance, this light green nucleus indicates that the corresponding zombie is also light green. Then, Brother Feng, does this imply that the energy within this crystal is stronger than the ones we collected yesterday? Han Wushuang interjected, glancing at Lin Feng. He affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, Indeed, but this also means that these zombies will become increasingly difficult to contend with. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, Chun Bangxia chimed in, But don't we have a method to deal with the zombies using high-voltage electricity? She continued, Relying solely on external forces to eliminate zombies is not a sustainable strategy. What if we encounter even more powerful zombies that no longer fear the electric fences? Are you suggesting that there will be even stronger zombies in the future? The gravity of Lin Feng's words caused the women to nod solemnly. With the enhancement provided by the crystal nuclei and their real-world training, Zhao Jingyi and the others felt confident in their ability to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. However, at that moment, Ning Rushuang, still somewhat bewildered, finally spoke up. I apologize for interrupting, but from what you've just said, does this mean the crystal nuclei can enhance our strength? Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed. Not only can the crystal nuclei alter one's physical constitution, but they also provide a certain degree of immunity to the zombie virus. However, the extent of this immunity depends on how many nuclei one ingests. What? You mean these can be consumed? Ning Rushuang exclaimed in astonishment, recalling how her dogs appeared stronger after consuming such substances. Now that you know, it's not too late. Let us all work together to gather more crystal nuclei and enhance our abilities, Lin Feng suggested with a gentle smile. Yes, Ning Rushuang replied, nodding in agreement. Realizing that Lin Feng was right, the time was indeed ripe for action. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Jingyi, Li Xin, and the others busied themselves in the kitchen, and soon a lavish dinner was prepared. The table was adorned with dishes such as kung pao chicken, mapo tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, for happiness meatballs, dompa pork, Buddha jumps over the wall, and lychee pork, leaving Ning Rushuang in awe and salivating. Is this what you eat regularly? She asked incredulously. Of course. Lin Feng replied. Isn't it normal for so many people to dine together? To be honest, even before the apocalypse, I could never afford to eat such a variety daily. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ning Rushuang looked at Lin Feng, who simply smiled and encouraged her to enjoy the meal. The sight prompted Zhao Jingyi and the others to inwardly chastise Lin Feng as a scoundrel. After dinner, the women quickly tidied up, washing dishes, wiping tables, and sweeping the floor. Lin Feng then poured the collected crystal nuclei onto the table, announcing, Today we gathered 88 crystal nuclei. Each of you shall receive 6. And the 2 Labradors will also each get 6. What? The dogs get a share too? Zhao Jingyi and the others looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng turned to Zhao Jingyi, asking what? Do you have an objection? It's not that we object, we simply don't understand, Zhao Jingyi quickly clarified. Wang Shushu added yes. Brother Feng, why do the Labradors need to receive any? Exactly, Lin Feng, you need to explain your reasoning, the others chimed in. Clearly reluctant to part with the crystal nuclei for the dogs. After all, they understood the true value of the crystal nuclei, and it was only natural to hesitate in sharing them with the animals. But little did they know the future significance of the 2 Labradors. At that moment, Ning Rushuang interjected, Lin Feng, I had no choice but to let the Ha and Air Ha eat the crystal nuclei before, now that we have food. I think it's better to reconsider. Enough of the discussion. I had my reasons for allowing the Labradors to consume the crystal nuclei, she stated resolutely. As Lin Feng concluded, the women frowned, puzzled by his intentions. Suddenly, the sisters Guan Qinyan and Guan Yuanyuan spoke in unison, Brother Lin Feng. Do you intend for these Labradors to become stronger as well? Why not? If they grow stronger, they will become our best allies, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head at their lack of foresight. Upon hearing this, the women felt a bit awkward and quickly defended themselves. We were just asking. All right then, let's distribute the crystal nuclei, Lin Feng said, proceeding to allocate them to each person, including the 2 Labradors. Just then, Lin Feng recalled something and turned to Ning Rushuang, saying, when consuming the crystal nuclei, there may be some side effects. Be cautious. Side effects? What side effects? I've already consumed it. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Ning Rushuang exclaimed, her emotions a mix of surprise and concern. Chapter 57. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. Hearing Ning Rushuang's words, Lin Feng felt a tumult of emotions. At that moment, Ning Rushuang began to feel a warmth enveloping her body, her cheeks flushing, and her gaze towards Lin Feng becoming increasingly entranced. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingyi and the others observed Ning Rushuang's transformation with a mix of intrigue and concern. Zhao Jingyi sighed. Oh no, it seems this girl has been granted an advantage tonight. Look how flushed her face is. Irina chimed in. Isn't that the truth? Just when I thought it was finally my turn with Lin Feng, this girl unexpectedly intrudes. Everyone, let us wash up and go to sleep to avoid being third wheels. She suggested. All right, let us go. Lin Feng, why do I feel so hot? Ning Rushuang murmured, her senses overwhelmed. As the night unfolded, Lin Feng awoke to find Ning Rushuang peacefully sleeping beside him, her delicate shoulders exposed like a sleeping kitten. Her tousled short hair hinted at the fervor of the previous night. Now that you're awake, why pretend to sleep? He teased. Ning Rushuang shivered at his voice. And Lin Feng, with a playful smile, whispered in her ear, "What's this? You were so forward last night, yet now you seem shy. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you," she retorted, flustered. Chuckling, Lin Feng made his way to the bathroom for a cold shower, calling back, "Hurry up. We need to head out and deal with the zombies soon." It took Ning Rushuang several minutes to finally descend the stairs, her face still flushed. The sight astonished Zhao Jingyi and the others, as they had not anticipated the intensity of the previous night's events. However, Lin Feng appeared unfazed. Upon seeing Ning Rushuang, he casually remarked, "Come quickly for breakfast. Today, Sister Jingyi has prepared a delicious spicy soup." Ning Rushuang blushed and responded softly, resembling a newlywed bride as she cautiously sat down to eat. After all, she clearly remembered that it was she who had taken the initiative the previous night, and she couldn't blame anyone for that. As for how to interact with this man moving forward, her mind was a tangled mess, leaving her utterly perplexed. After the meal, the women, as before, followed Lin Feng outside the villa, each armed with a long spear. However, since Ning Rushuang was feeling unwell today, Lin Feng assigned her and Yang Mi to gather crystal cores while the others formed groups of 3 to combat zombies. This time, the women distinctly felt that the speed and strength of the zombies had noticeably increased compared to the previous day. Nevertheless, bolstered by the effects of the crystal cores, they managed to dispatch the zombies with relative ease. "Lin Feng, there are hardly any zombies left in the neighborhood. Should we venture out?" Zhao Jingyi wiped the sweat from her brow and glanced around. Lin Feng considered her words and looked at Li Xian and the others. "Outside, in addition to zombies, there are other unpredictable dangers. Are you afraid?" Zhao Lucy declared, "Not at all. We have so many people." "Exactly. With Brother Feng around, we fear nothing." Wang Shushua chimed in. At that moment, the foreign girl Irina added, "It's fine, Lin Feng. We just need to be cautious." Observing the eagerness in the women's expressions, Lin Feng surmised that they had been cooped up in the villa for too long and were yearning for fresh air. "Very well, but you must prioritize safety." As Lin Feng's words fell, the women instantly beamed with joy and headed towards the exit of the neighborhood. To Lin Feng, it was evident that after defeating the zombies within the neighborhood, if they sought to acquire more crystal cores, they would need to venture further afield in search of additional zombies to rapidly enhance their strength. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they were struck by the shocking sight before them, drawing in a sharp breath. The familiar scenes of the street had vanished, replaced by desolation and chaos. Surrounding buildings lay in ruins, windows shattered, and doors askew, as if narrating the horrific events that had recently transpired. Scattered across the street were abandoned belongings, overturned and burned vehicles, shattered glass, and human remains. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, a gruesome amalgamation of blood and decay that compelled one to instinctively cover their nose. Yet, none of this surprised Lin Feng. After all, in his previous life, he had struggled for 5 years in such an environment. Thus, he couldn't possibly react in the same manner as the others. What puzzled him, however, was the absence of zombies in this area. Just then, Ning Rushuang spoke from behind Lin Feng, saying, "All the zombies in this area were led to the villa and electrocuted yesterday." Lin Feng turned to her and gently asked, "Rushuang, you've spent time outside. You must know where the zombies are, right?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rushuang's face flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer. Zhao Jingyi and the others, witnessing Lin Feng's soft tone towards Ning Rushuang, felt a surge of jealousy. Zhao Jingyi snapped, "Are we still going to kill zombies or not?" Li Xian added, "What are you two doing here? We are supposed to be fighting zombies, not flirting." Faced with their dissatisfaction, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Yet, upon reflection, he realized their outburst likely stemmed from the side effects of the crystal cores they had consumed the night before, leaving them irritable. "You ladies, I must ensure fairness for all, right? You're truly unreasonable." Lin Feng thought to himself, but replied aloud, all right, let us not argue." Rushuang was simply sharing her knowledge from being outside. Hearing his words, Zhao Jingyi huffed before asking, "Little 11, where are the zombies?" "Little 11? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Jingyi's remark, then couldn't help but chuckle. Her calling Ning Rushuang by that name indicated that they had accepted her, although it seemed she was still harboring some feelings. "Rushuang, your sister Jingyi is asking you," he prompted. "There are particularly many zombies there. Previously, many people went to scavenge for food and ended up turning into zombies. However, I've never been there, so I'm not sure of the specifics," Ning Rushuang explained. Lin Feng turned to look in the direction she indicated, spotting a once-renowned global supermarket now reduced to desolation, its former vibrancy extinguished. The dark supermarket entrance loomed like a black hole, silent and profound, resembling an endless abyss that sent chills down one's spine. As Lin Feng observed the scene, he felt a jolt of surprise. Noticing his unusual expression, Zhao Jingyi quickly asked, "What's wrong, Lin Feng? Is there an issue?" Places like large supermarkets, malls, bus stations, airports, and train stations, where crowds gather, are the most dangerous. "Are you suggesting we should avoid this supermarket?" Lin Feng nodded and pointed around the supermarket, continuing, "Look, there isn't a single zombie in sight. Indeed, there's not a zombie to be seen. Does that imply something else?" The women pondered. Such locations typically attracted large numbers of zombies, who often rested in the shadows of the buildings, entering a semi-dormant state. However, once disturbed by noise, they would awaken and surge forth to eliminate the source of the sound. Hence, these areas were often referred to as zombie nests, and we should not approach. The women stared at Lin Feng in shock, realizing that he was seemingly more knowledgeable than they were, despite it being their first time outside the neighborhood as well. Even Ning Rushuang looked at him in bewilderment, asking, "How do you know all this?" "I had no idea. Do not delve into how I know. Just remember what I've said. Understood?" Lin Feng said earnestly, locking eyes with Ning Rushuang. Feeling a tightening in her heart, she nodded. "I understand, Lin Feng." Suddenly, an incongruous voice broke the atmosphere. "Hey, brothers, come over here. There are a lot of girls." A scruffy man wielding a fire axe, accompanied by a group of others, appeared behind Lin Feng and the women. "Wow, brother, how come there are so many beauties, and they're all stunning?" one of the lackeys exclaimed, wiping drool from his mouth in hunger. The scruffy man grinned lewdly, his eyes glinting with greed. In a world like this, witnessing so many alluring figures was nothing short of divine providence. "My dear girls, stick with me, and I promise you'll live the good life." His words incited a chorus of lewd laughter from his followers. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others felt the gravity of the situation, their expressions turning serious as they cast desperate glances at Lin Feng. "What should we do?" "What do you mean, what should we do? How have I taught you to handle such situations? The long guns in your hands are not merely designed for slaying zombies. Take this opportunity to hone your skills on these pathetic beings." As Lin Feng's words echoed, the bearded man and his companions finally acknowledged Lin Feng's presence. After all, they were completely entranced by the numerous beauties surrounding them, rendering them oblivious to Lin Feng's existence. At that moment, one of the lackeys, eager to impress the bearded man, arrogantly shouted at Lin Feng, "Who let you out of your pants, kid?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Zhao Jingyi and the others, exclaiming, "Wow, this person speaks so unpleasantly. You mustn't speak of Brother Feng like that." Immediately, as Lin Feng's words faded, Han Wushuang let out a fierce cry, and with her long gun, pierced the lackey's throat. Witnessing this scene, the bearded man and his subordinates were instantly struck with terror, retreating several steps before halting. They had never anticipated that these seemingly delicate women could be even more ruthless than themselves. A minor disagreement led to a swift and decisive action, devoid of any hesitation. The bearded man began to realize he might have encountered an insurmountable challenge today, yet he refused to accept the reality that these women were indeed formidable. Feigning calm, he stammered, "Who on earth are you? Kill them." As Lin Feng's voice rang out, Zhao Jingyi and the other 10 women promptly raised their long guns, forming a synchronized attack formation, charging towards the bearded man and his crew. The bearded man, taken aback by their imposing stance, felt a shiver run down his spine. But his anger flared as he thought, "Damn it, they are a bunch of merciless little firecrackers. Brothers, attack." With a command from the bearded man, his lackeys lunged towards Zhao Jingyi and her group. In his mind, they were merely women, and no matter how strong they appeared, he believed they could be easily overpowered. Little did he know, these women had undergone a transformation after consuming crystal cores. Their adversaries barely had a chance to make contact before they were utterly decimated by Zhao Jingyi and her companions, leaving no survivors. At that moment, the bearded man watched in horror as his subordinates were dispatched with ease, their heads pierced in the manner befitting a zombie hunt. Paralyzed with fear, he trembled uncontrollably, begging, "Mercy, please spare me. Do you now understand your mistakes?" It's too late. As Zhao Jingyi raised her long gun, ready to eliminate the loathsome bearded man, Lin Feng interjected. "Wait a moment, Jingyi." His sudden intervention caused her weapon to hover in midair. "What is wrong, Lin Feng?" Zhao Jingyi asked, perplexed. With a devilish smile, Lin Feng replied, "Spare his life for now. He may yet serve a purpose." Upon hearing this, the bearded man felt like a puddle of mud, collapsing to the ground. Exhaling a sigh of relief. No matter what, his life was preserved, and he felt as though he had escaped death. Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng, confused. "What do you intend to do with him?" "Indeed, Brother Feng, this man is despicable," Wang Shushua chimed in. Irina added, "He should not be spared. Let us end him." Lin Feng, seeing the women's bloodlust, Lin Feng feigned the demeanor of a benevolent saint, saying, "Ladies, let's not resort to violence. Sometimes, one must show mercy." "Isn't that right, bearded man?" Yes, I will mend my ways and become a decent person," the bearded man vowed earnestly. Yet, a saying comes to mind. Something along the lines of a death sentence may be avoided, but the living must face their fate. Why don't you head over to the supermarket and scout it for us? What? The bearded man's eyes widened in terror. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? No, it's just that many of my brothers who entered that supermarket never returned. It's a cursed place. We cannot go in. But I insist that you do, Lin Feng said with a sinister smile, causing the bearded man to shake his head vigorously, pleading for mercy. Please, spare me. I will go. Ultimately, faced with the grim choice of death or compliance, the bearded man chose to venture into the supermarket, driven by the instinct for survival. Lin Feng retrieved a gun from his pocket and grinned. That's more like it. Don't try anything foolish, or you know what consequences await you. Thus, with Lin Feng's coercion, the bearded man, with his urine-soaked trousers, shuffled toward the supermarket. Isn't this an unnecessary endeavor, Lin Feng? Why not just kill him? Li Xian questioned, observing the bearded man's retreating figure. Lin Feng replied with a calm smile. What I do is to teach you that when dealing with foes, one must be decisive and let them understand that sometimes, death may be a luxury they cannot afford. Li Xian shivered at his words, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity and fear towards the man before her. Meanwhile, the bearded man reached the dark entrance of the supermarket, weeping profusely, refusing to step inside. Yet, in that instant, a chilling roar erupted, and a massive crimson hand yanked the bearded man into the inky abyss of the supermarket. In an instant, his anguished cries were silenced abruptly. Red. The color of the zombie's arm inside the supermarket was unmistakably crimson, indicating it was something beyond the realm of ordinary undead. Lin Feng, realizing the danger, understood that it was time to depart without delay. He gestured to the women to follow him as they swiftly exited. Survival in a post-apocalyptic world often necessitates retreat when outmatched. It is one of the essential rules of existence. Ultimately, Lin Feng led the group to a restaurant, where they began to cleanse the establishment of zombies, including waitstaff, cooks, and patrons. They gathered all edible food and alcohol, packing it for their journey. Though Lin Feng had no shortage of provisions, one could never have too much wealth. As Zhao Jingyi and the others were momentarily distracted, Lin Feng took the opportunity to replicate a staggering amount of resources before setting off in search of their next target. However, at that moment, they unexpectedly encountered another group of 9 individuals. This new team, comprised of 7 men and 2 women, wielded various weapons, from crossbows to crowbars and shovels. Upon spotting Zhao Jingyi and her companions, their eyes gleamed with avarice as they beheld the spoils gathered from the restaurant. This area is ours. Where did you all come from? One man, a Mediterranean with a blood-stained shovel, could no longer contain himself, pointing menacingly at Lin Feng and his group. What do you mean this area is yours? This is the first time I've seen someone so brazenly attempt to rob others and still speak so self-righteously. Lin Feng regarded the Mediterranean man with a look of disdain. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the Mediterranean man erupted in fury. You little brat. Do you wish to court death? Do you believe we won't skin you alive? Do you know whose men we are? If you were wise, you would surrender your supplies. And perhaps we might spare your life. At that moment, the man wielding the crowbar also pointed menacingly at Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng merely scoffed. I do not know whose dogs you are, but I assure you, if you continue barking here, you will meet your demise. As soon as these words left Lin Feng's lips, an aura of lethal intent emanated from him, causing a flicker of trepidation among the group. After all, there are times when one can discern the true ferocity of a person from mere bravado, if one possesses a modicum of insight. Who exactly are you? One of them inquired. Let me inform you that we are under the command of Master Hong. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, scrutinized the 9 men more closely, prompting them to swell with arrogance. What's wrong, little brat? Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. You shouldn't have mentioned it. Now you are truly doomed. With Lin Feng's declaration, Zhao Jingyi and the others wasted no time and charged at the men, swiftly turning them into a veritable sieve. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he noticed a crystal core tumble from the Mediterranean man's pocket. This caused Lin Feng and the women to exchange puzzled glances. Could it be that someone had already discovered the secret of the crystal cores? Otherwise, why would they gather so many? Contemplating this, Lin Feng quickly signaled Zhao Jingyi. Jingyi, take a look. Understood, Zhao Jingyi replied, using her spear to retrieve a small cloth bag from the Mediterranean man's pocket. The bag was bulging, which piqued Lin Feng's interest. He seized the bag and opened it, confirming his suspicions. It was indeed filled to the brim with crystal cores. Lin Feng, I never expected others to begin collecting crystal cores like us, Chen Bangxia remarked gravely. Zhao Jingyi, equally serious, added, indeed, it seems we must intensify our efforts. The women nodded in agreement. Lin Feng, however, interjected, the early survivors collecting crystal cores are merely showcasing their ability to slay zombies. They remain oblivious to the true utility of these cores. Brother Feng, you are truly enigmatic. How do you know everything? Han Wushuang marveled at Lin Feng, to which Lin Feng casually offered an excuse. If they had consumed the crystal cores, how could you have dispatched them so easily just now? That's true. Chen Bangxia acknowledged with a nod. Lin Feng then weighed the bag containing the crystal cores and stated, but suddenly, another group unexpectedly appeared before them. These were a pack of children, around 14 or 15 years old, their clothes filthy, yet their eyes glimmered with a fierce hunger. They resembled a pack of wolf cubs, eager to pounce at the slightest opportunity. Hand over your supplies, or we shall see whose fists are stronger, one of the leading boys declared, brandishing a brick and fixing his gaze on Lin Feng and his companions. Faced with such a threat, Lin Feng felt no fear. However, an idea suddenly struck him. You little brats, why choose to rob? If you seek food, you must offer something in return. What do you want? The boy inquired. Lin Feng produced a crystal core from his pocket and said, do you know where this comes from? And what of it? The boy retorted, tell me its origin, and I shall give you a bag of rice. The leader's eyes brightened momentarily, yet he countered, what do you need this for? It merely looks like crystal. Is that reason enough for you to trade us supplies? Clearly, he did not trust Lin Feng's words, as in this dire time, nothing could surpass the value of supplies. Just tell me how to find this item, and I'll give you a bag of rice. If you wish to seize it, let us see whose strength prevails. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi and the others raised their weapons, their training having instilled in them that there were no distinctions between adults and children, men and women. They were all simply ravenous beasts. Therefore, anyone daring to oppose them would be treated as zombies. Seeing the children's resolve falter at Zhao Jingyi's readiness to fight, Lin Feng smirked inwardly, thinking, you little brats wish to contend with me? You are still too inexperienced. Since you refuse to speak, I shall not press you. But should you one day acquire this item, you may come to me to trade for supplies. What kind of trade? The boy asked. 4 of these crystals can be exchanged for a meal, 7 for 2 meals, and 10 for 3. We have about 30. Can we get a bag of rice? Lin Feng chuckled. A 20-kilogram bag of rice is sufficient for an adult for 40 days. Do you truly believe you possess enough? But this is all we have. They protested. That is of no concern to me. 30 crystals for 3 days worth of food. Will you trade or not? We will trade, the boy replied, gritting his teeth. They viewed the crystals as mere trinkets, appreciating their appearance rather than their potential. Seeing the boy capitulate, Lin Feng continued, follow me to the nearby community. I will provide you with food. There are 30 loaves of bread here, enough for 3 days. If you wish to use these crystals for more food, feel free to seek me out. The group of children, regardless of Lin Feng's words, descended upon the loaves like ravenous wolves, devouring them eagerly. At that moment, the lead boy suddenly remembered something and snatched the remaining loaves, admonishing his companions. Each of you may have only one. Others have yet to eat. Zhou Qiang. I haven't eaten in 3 days. 1 loaf is hardly sufficient. Trust me, I'll just have 1 more, Su Sheng protested. No, we must consider the others, Zhou Qiang insisted. The young lad named Zhou Qiang forcefully pushed away a companion who was snatching bread and said with a serious expression, we are here to exchange for food. After being pushed aside, the boy called Su Sheng suppressed his desire for food, swallowing hard as he replied, fine then. At that moment, Lin Feng, standing behind the fence, suddenly spoke up, all you need to do is tell me where you acquired those crystals, and I will give you another bag of rice. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhou Xing thought to himself, if I tell him that these crystals were extracted from a zombie's head, he will certainly refuse to trade food with us again. After all, who would want something from a zombie's head? Thus, this matter must remain a secret. Zhou Qiang then looked at Lin Feng and said, rest assured. We will never tell you. Why? No reason. We will definitely come to find you again if we acquire more of these. Jingyi, show me how many crystal cores we collected today. Zhao Jingyi poured the crystal cores onto the dining table and said, Lin Feng, if my memory serves me right. Today we killed zombies in the restaurant and obtained 21 crystal cores, along with 97 from the defeated foes, and exchanged 30 for food. Thus, we have a total of 148 crystal cores today. 148 crystal cores, Lin Feng murmured, then continued, you each get 10 cores. And the rest belong to me. Is that agreeable? What objections could we have? Zhao Jingyi laughed. Yang Mi shot Lin Feng a glance and remarked, what are you talking about? Even if all 148 cores were yours, we would have no objections. Seeing the girls agree, Lin Feng unreservedly collected the remaining cores. After all, they had grown close enough to each other, and there was no need for formality. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi suddenly looked up at Lin Feng and asked, tell me honestly, is there a side effect to consuming crystal cores at any time? Not at all. As the frequency of consumption increases, the side effects will diminish. How many times does that take? Zhao Jingyi inquired further. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. At least 5 or 6 times, or 7 or 8 at most. Why? Oh, just curious. To Lin Feng's surprise, Zhao Jingyi then turned to Zhao Luxi and Chun Banxia, saying, I'm going to consume crystal cores tonight. And you are not allowed to snatch them from me. Without heeding the eager gazes of the other girls, Zhao Jingyi swayed her hips and hummed a tune as she headed to the kitchen. Meanwhile, inside a bank vault, one of Master Hong's subordinates rushed in, exclaiming, Master Hong, something terrible has happened. What is it now? Master Hong mumbled through a mouthful of compressed biscuits. The zombies are becoming increasingly difficult to kill, he sighed. No. Master Hong, they were all killed by someone else. What? Killed by someone? The subordinate hurriedly replied, yes, Master Hong. Each of them has multiple stab wounds, at least 10. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint sparked in Master Hong's eyes. Investigate who else was searching for supplies in that area today besides us. Master Hong, I just sent someone to check. As per the latest information, it's just that group of half-grown children. Hearing this, Master Hong's expression turned cold. Go. Capture a few of them and ask. Understood, Master Hong. I will send someone immediately. The subordinate responded and swiftly exited the vault. The next morning, Lin Feng awoke feeling a remarkable transformation in his body. He struck a fist against the window, feeling the rush of wind as it rattled the curtains. With my current strength, my punch can inflict harm. He gazed contentedly at his fist, lost in thought. Just then, Zhao Jingyi, with her soft, fair arms, wrapped around Lin Feng and seductively whispered, Ah Feng, it's still early. Shall we engage in some deeper communication? Perhaps not, Lin Feng replied with a mischievous smile. Feigning politeness. An hour later, Lin Feng rose from bed, washed with cold water as usual, donned his sleepwear, and playfully smacked Zhao Jingyi's pert dairy Ri, saying, now you know what tiredness feels like. Where were you earlier? Hurry up, we need to go kill zombies. You brute. Don't you have any compassion? Zhao Jingyi lay in bed, looking at Lin Feng with a resentful expression. Lin Feng, however, merely laughed heartily and left the bedroom. After breakfast, Lin Feng prepared to venture outside with Zhao Jingyi and the others to slay zombies once more. Just then, Zhou Qiang reappeared at the villa's fence with several companions of similar age. He cleared his throat to gain Lin Feng's attention and slowly began. We are here to exchange for food. Lin Feng turned to Zhou Qiang, a smile playing on his lips. I didn't expect you to be so diligent. How many do you have? 100, Zhou Qiang replied, holding up the crystals wrapped in black cloth. Lin Feng was taken aback, astonished that they had managed to collect 100 crystals in a single night. Are you sure these are genuine? He asked. One of Zhou Qiang's companions grew agitated at this remark. What do you mean not real? These were all taken from zombies. Lu Haitao, be quiet. Zhou Qiang interjected, displaying his authority among the group. Rest assured, these are just as genuine as the last time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to come back for food. Zhou Qiang looked at Lin Feng earnestly. Lin Feng nodded and smiled lightly. All right, I will trust you this time. Lucy, go to the kitchen and get them a 20-kilogram bag of wuchang rice. Understood. Zhou Qiang and his companions were overjoyed. Just then, a voice shouted urgently as someone rushed towards them. Zhou Qiang, something's wrong. Teacher Lu and the others have been captured. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he recognized the voice of Su Sheng, who had come with Zhou Qiang previously. Su Sheng, who took Teacher Lu and the others. Zhou Qiang grasped Su Sheng's arm anxiously. Just after you left, Master Hong's people stormed into our place and took Teacher Lu and 2 classmates. Su Sheng exclaimed. We haven't offended them. Hey, are you done talking? Do you still want the rice? Lin Feng interjected, growing impatient as Zhou Qiang and Su Sheng continued their discussion. Although Lin Feng had his own grievances with Master Hong, he had no interest in the conflict between Zhou Qiang and Master Hong. Their issues were theirs alone. With no bearing on him, Zhou Qiang glanced at Lin Feng and tossed the crystals over the fence, saying, since we are here, why not trade? Lin Feng took the rice from Zhao Luci and tossed it over the fence with a bit of force. If there is nothing else, you should leave quickly. Zhou Qiang picked up the rice scattered on the ground, casting a discontented glance at Lin Feng. As he and Su Sheng hurriedly made their way outside, he anxiously inquired, do you know why Hong Ye's group has taken Teacher Lu and the others? They claim to have a team at a nearby restaurant, all of whom were brutally attacked. They asked if it was us, and although Teacher Lu vehemently denied it, they remained skeptical, insisting that Hong Yi should personally interrogate her. Without further ado, they forcibly took Teacher Lu and 2 students away. At that moment, Lin Feng, listening to Su Sheng's account, felt a surge of surprise. Weren't those people near the restaurant dispatched by us? He thought. Suddenly, he blurted out, wait. Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Qiang, Su Sheng, and the others halted and turned to him. Is there something else? Zhou Qiang asked. Nothing much, just hope you all stay safe, Lin Feng said, momentarily changing his mind. He hadn't yet decided whether to assist them. However, knowing that Zhou Qiang and the others were suffering because of him, he felt a twinge of inner conflict. Thank you. We will, Zhou Qiang replied with a faint smile before hurriedly departing with Su Sheng and the others. Brother Feng, their companions are suffering because of us. Shouldn't we help them? Wang Shuxue remarked quietly, glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shot her a sidelong glance. If that were the only reason, I wouldn't go. He continued. You must always remember that the lives of others have nothing to do with us, unless helping them brings us some benefit. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to relax in the villa, enjoying hotpot and singing? The others contemplated his words, realizing that in such dire circumstances, being overly compassionate would lead to dire consequences. Thus, prioritizing one's own interests was the wisest choice. Lin Feng, are you sure you're not going to help them? If not, shall we continue hunting zombies? Yang Mi suddenly interjected. Lin Feng shot her a glance. Who said I wouldn't help them? Yang Mi was taken aback. But didn't you just say you wouldn't? Exactly, Lin Feng, what are you really thinking? Chen Bangxia chimed in. Zhao Jingyi added, yes, Lin Feng. One moment you say no, the next you say yes. You're confusing me. Seeing their confusion, Lin Feng slowly explained, what I mean is, I want you to articulate why we should help them, not merely because they are embroiled in this mess due to us. Brother Feng, are you suggesting that helping them might actually be beneficial for us? Han Wushuang asked suddenly. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled Han Wushuang's hair, precisely. While Hong Yi's influence is still undeveloped, we can seize this opportunity to eliminate him, thus averting future threats. Furthermore, if Zhou Qiang and his group were to perish, who would provide us with crystal cores in the future? Upon hearing Lin Feng's reasoning, the girls finally understood why he wished to assist Zhou Qiang and the others. Thus, Lin Feng and the girls, accompanied by Daha, stealthily followed the scent left by Zhou Qiang as they exited the enclosure. With Daha's extensive experience from consuming crystal cores, his senses had reached an extraordinary level, making it a trivial task to track Zhou Qiang and the others. Zhao Jingyi and Ha, however, remained behind at the villa, recognizing that a full-scale mobilization wasn't always prudent. One never knew when they might fall prey to opportunistic foes. Following the scent, Daha led them out of the community, across 3 streets, and halted near a large building. Ha, you beasts! Let go of our teacher Lu. Just then, from the bank on the first floor of the building, a cacophony of manic laughter mingled with Zhou Qiang and the others' cries brought a glimmer of joy to Lin Feng's heart. Those bastards, so they are indeed here, Lin Feng thought, signaling Zhao Luci and the others to stay put as he stealthily approached alone. Chapter 63. Can you ask your students to assist me? Inside the bank vault, Zhou Qiang and a few other teenagers were being pinned to the ground by Hong Ye's henchmen, their eyes ablaze with fury and defiance. Nearby, a stunning beauty, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy, was bound and filled with terror. Tell me honestly, did you kill our brothers? One of Hong Ye's men coldly interrogated Zhou Qiang. Straining against his captors, Zhou Qiang exclaimed, let me go. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hearing this, the henchman exchanged a sly glance with the beautiful woman and leered, if you don't start talking, your teacher Lu might just have to entertain our brothers in another way. Laughter erupted from Hong Yi's men, sending waves of dread through the bound teacher Lu, who trembled in despair. It was painfully evident that she was trapped, with no escape from this calamity, regardless of whether Zhou Qiang and the others were responsible. At that moment, Hong Yi cast a greedy gaze at teacher Lu and slowly remarked, look at you all, truly lacking in decorum. You've frightened our teacher Lu to the point of losing color in her face. Understanding Hong Ye's intent, his subordinates quickly offered, boss, we're not quite adept at this sort of thing. Why not show us how it's done? Why must I teach you all? Hong Yi scoffed, adding, I never force others to do what they dislike. I prefer to win them over with genuine feelings, allowing them to willingly engage in certain actions. With that, Hong Yi produced a vial of liquid from his pocket and continued, "This is something my brothers procured from an adult shop a few days ago. I wonder what effect it would have on our teacher Lu." At his words, his henchmen burst into lewd laughter. "Let her go? Let her go?" Zhou Qiang and the others finally grasped the situation, their voices rising in distress. "Drink this, and you'll feel the urge. Come on, open your mouth." Hong Yi sneered, forcing teacher Lu's face to turn towards him, trying to pour the liquid into her mouth. But she resolutely clenched her teeth, unwilling to comply. Yet, in the face of overwhelming force, she was compelled to gradually open her mouth, even as her gums bled from the pressure. Despicable Hong. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Hong Yi to tremble, and the vial slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. The sudden interruption must have startled him immensely. Yet, upon hearing that uniquely magnetic voice, Zhou Qiang felt a shiver run down his spine, because Zhou Qiang truly did not anticipate that the man would appear here. Who could it be? How dare he disrupt our Lord Hong's affairs? I see you are courting death. Just then, one of Lord Hong's subordinates let out a furious shout towards the vault's entrance, and Lin Feng slowly emerged before the crowd. When teacher Lu saw Lin Feng appearing alone, her heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable sensation arose within her. At that moment, one of Lord Hong's men, noticing that Lin Feng ignored him, angrily shouted again, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening?" Bang! This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present into silence. The vast vault fell into a brief stillness. After a full minute had passed, Lord Hong managed to steady his panicked emotions and spoke. "What do you want? Last time you managed to escape. I've been waiting for you, and yet you have not come to seek revenge. So today, I have come to find you myself." Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding surged within Lord Hong. After all, he had long been acquainted with Lin Feng's deceptive tactics. He could not afford to underestimate him again. Thus, Lord Hong quickly adopted a different demeanor, smiling at Lin Feng and saying, "Brother, our previous misunderstandings can be set aside. Why don't we bury the hatchet today?" Bang! Before Lord Hong could finish his sentence, Lin Feng shot him in the head, retorting, "Bury the hatchet? What nonsense." As Lin Feng's words fell, he turned his gun upon Lord Hong's remaining lackeys, swiftly dispatching them with a series of gunshots. Disregarding Zhou Qiang and the others' astonished gazes, Lin Feng sauntered into the depths of the vault, beginning to examine the supplies Lord Hong had collected. Detected 30 cases of Waha mineral water. Congratulations. You have acquired 300 million cases of Waha mineral water. Detected 20 cases of compressed biscuits. Congratulations. You have acquired 200 million cases of compressed biscuits. Detected 25 cases of ham sausages. Congratulations. You have acquired 250 million cases of ham sausages. Detected 23 cases of self-heating hot pot. Congratulations. You have acquired 200 million. After Lin Feng replicated all of Lord Hong's supplies within the vault, he slowly approached the so-called teacher Lu beside Zhou Qiang and smiled calmly. "Could you ask your students to assist me? It would be greatly appreciated if they could help carry these supplies, as there are simply too many." "Certainly, of course," teacher Lu replied, somewhat shyly. Upon hearing teacher Lu's willingness to help, Lin Feng turned to Zhou Qiang and the others, saying, "You all heard that. Hurry up and help me move these supplies outside. I'll find a vehicle to transport them shortly." Zhou Qiang and his peers exchanged glances, and without further ado, they began to carry the supplies outside. Under normal circumstances, they would have rushed to seize these goods, but at this moment, they felt nothing but gratitude towards Lin Feng. As Zhou Qiang and his companions transported the supplies out of the vault, Zhao Lucy and Qin Bengxia, hiding outside the bank, quickly approached to join the effort. However, upon seeing the so-called teacher Lu, the women couldn't help but shoot Lin Feng disdainful glares. After all, given Lin Feng's nature, how could he resist a woman as beautiful as her? "What are you looking at?" Lin Feng, noticing the strange expressions on Zhao Lucy and the others, inquired. Zhao Lucy scoffed. "What do you mean, what are we looking at? You're the scum of the scum. One day, you'll end up exhausted." Seeing the dissatisfaction in the women's eyes, Lin Feng felt a pang of discomfort. "Come on, you don't have to be so harsh. Besides, I didn't do anything. Ladies, I'm off to find a vehicle." Realizing the hostility directed at him, Lin Feng concocted an excuse to temporarily vacate the scene before tensions escalated further. Although teacher Lu was indeed beautiful, Lin Feng knew he would not pursue her. After all, she had so many students. He had no desire to turn them into a burden, unless he couldn't resist. Arriving at a small truck, Lin Feng yanked open the door, only to be confronted by the zombified driver lunging at him. Yet Lin Feng, with a mere thought, summoned a handcrafted Nepali curved knife into his grasp. He swung forcefully, severing the zombie's head cleanly. After loading the supplies into the truck, Lin Feng instructed Zhao Lucy to give Zhou Qiang and the others a box of compressed biscuits and 2 barrels of water as a reward for their assistance. "I propose that you all reside in this vault from now on. I feel the security here is quite high, allowing you to sleep soundly at night." With that remark, Lin Feng tossed a final comment to teacher Lu and Zhou Qiang before preparing to leave. "Wait a moment." Just then, Zhou Qiang and teacher Lu simultaneously called out to Lin Feng. "What is it?" Lin Feng turned to them. Zhou Qiang produced a canvas bag, stating, "I just found this in one of the cabinets in the vault." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression shifted as he exchanged a knowing glance with Irina. Instantly, she sprang from the truck. "Lin Feng, look at this!" Irina exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she held up a handful of colorful crystal cores from the bag. Seeing the bag filled with crystal cores, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. Such a large quantity, if not 1,000, certainly numbered in the hundreds. If they absorbed them all, The power they would gain was beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Lucy, give them another box of ham sausages and 2 bags of rice. Sure, Zhao Lucy replied, retrieving 2 bags of rice and a box of ham sausages from the truck and handing them to Zhou Qiang and his companions. This is your honest reward. As Irina and Zhao Lucy climbed into the truck, Lin Feng spoke to the astonished Zhou Qiang and the others before accelerating away from the scene. Meanwhile, Zhao Lucy and the other women, as they distanced themselves from Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu, wore expressions of confusion. After all, Teacher Lu's beauty was rare even before the apocalypse, yet Lin Feng appeared utterly indifferent. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng and the others moved the supplies indoors, lighting a cigarette to catch his breath. Had he not needed to gather everything, he would have simply stored it in his space to avoid all this hassle. Jingyi, Lucy, you all seem tired. Please count how many crystal cores we collected today. All right. Zhao Jingyi nodded in acknowledgement, taking the canvas bag from Zhao Lucy and pouring the crystal cores onto the table to begin counting. All set, Lin Feng, she called after a few minutes. Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette and asked, how many crystal cores do we have? There are 325 white crystal cores and 519 green ones. You all struck gold this time. Zhao Jingyi, with an expression of excitement, turned to Lin Feng and said, isn't that a necessity? Lin Feng responded with a calm smile, continuing, you and Ha will each receive 23 white crystal cores, and each of you will receive 37 green crystal cores. The remainder will be mine. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi exchanged glances with Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and the other women, and surprisingly shook their heads. Lin Feng, perplexed by their reaction, inquired, if you all disagree, how would you propose the distribution? Zhao Jingyi replied with a smile, actually, just a couple of days ago, I discussed with the sisters. With so many of us here, the one who truly needs to grow stronger is you. Therefore, we have decided that you must absorb 1,000 more crystal cores than us each month. Yes. Brother Lin Feng, Wang Shushua chimed in, we are counting on you. Only when you become truly powerful will we feel secure. At this moment, Yang Mi added with a hint of melancholy, hurry and absorb them, so we 1T have to guard a widower. Indeed, stop procrastinating. The chorus of voices from the women made Lin Feng feel increasingly uncomfortable. What did they mean by guarding a widower? It felt as though he was destined for an early demise. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, all right, enough already. I will absorb them. That is more like it. Zhao Jingyi laughed and cheerfully stuffed all the crystal cores into Lin Feng's arms, urging him to begin the absorption. However, at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly recalled something and his expression changed. With so many crystal cores, absorbing them all at once, could there be side effects? Although he could absorb 20 or 30 cores at once without adverse effects now, the sheer quantity made him anxious. Chapter 65. The side effects of crystal cores. To Lin Feng's surprise, upon hearing his concerns, Zhao Jingyi and the other women cast him intense, fervent glances. Zhao Jingyi then approached Lin Feng, softly saying, Lin Feng, with me by your side, what is there to worry about? Just absorb them. Brother Feng, I can assist as well, Han Wushuang added, her eyes filled with affection. The twin sisters, Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan, chimed in, it's getting late. Hurry and absorb them. At that moment, Irina took the initiative, leaping into Lin Feng's embrace, holding a crystal core to his lips, whispering sweetly, a Feng. Don't be afraid with me here. Surrounded by these women, all vying for his attention, Lin Feng felt as though he were a king selecting his consorts. It was truly exhilarating. After all, such a scenario would have been utterly inconceivable before the apocalypse. Yet, the world had transformed completely. Women, in their struggle for survival, found themselves reliant on a powerful man. Moreover, many women harbored a natural admiration for strength. Once a man conquered their hearts, they would remain utterly devoted to him, always considering his needs above all else. Thus, under the intense gazes of the women, Lin Feng gathered his resolve and absorbed the more than 800 crystal cores in one go. In an instant, a surge of fiery energy coursed through his body, prompting an involuntary groan of both pain and pleasure. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingyi and the others eagerly anticipated Lin Feng's transformation that night. As Lin Feng felt the overwhelming energy threatening to burst from him, he lifted Ning Rushuang, who had been hiding among the crowd. The next day, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, discovering it was already 3 in the afternoon. Sensing something unusual in his body, he slowly rose from his bed and approached the mirror. Gazing at his reflection, he murmured, is this the transformation after consuming a certain number of crystal cores? My physique is simply perfect. He then concentrated and threw a casual punch, causing the cactus on the balcony to explode, pot and all. He never expected that after consuming a specific number of crystal cores, he could wield such power with mere punches. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, he heard the familiar footsteps of Zhao Jingyi and Chen Bangxia climbing the stairs. Lin Feng, what happened? Zhao Jingyi was the first to enter, her voice full of concern. The bare-chested Lin Feng glanced at her, offering a calm smile. Nothing much. I accidentally broke a flower pot. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's perfect physique, Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but approach him, slowly reaching out her hand as if touching a flawless work of art, exclaiming, oh my. Is this really the change after absorbing a certain number of crystal cores? At that moment, Chen Bangxia, Yang Mi, Zhao Lucy, and the others entered as well. Oh my goodness, Brother Feng, your transformation is strikingly apparent. Wang Shushua exclaimed in shock. Is that so? Let me see. It truly is. All the women found themselves involuntarily praising Lin Feng, their eyes filled with boundless desire. After all, last night, Lin Feng's prowess had left no room for doubt. Who among them could resist succumbing entirely to his charm? All right, enough of this. I'm practically starving, Lin Feng said helplessly while getting dressed. After enjoying a meal prepared by Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng glanced at his watch, noting it was already past 4. He reclined comfortably on the sofa, allowing Zhao Jingyi to massage his feet, Li Xian to knead his shoulders, and Zhao Lucy to feed him fries. At that moment, Lin Feng felt utterly blissful. Lin Feng. Someone has arrived. But suddenly, Chun Bangxia's words shattered the blissful atmosphere. Lin Feng immediately sprang to his feet and approached the surveillance screen, shocked to see. Why is she here too? For on the display, not only Zhou Qiang was present, but also that Teacher Lu had come. The women gathered around the monitor, eager to see what was happening. Upon seeing Teacher Lu's figure on the screen, Zhao Jingyi and the others couldn't help but scoff. It seems this Teacher Lu is quite extraordinary. Indeed, Lin Feng remarked. I suspect she must have some purpose for coming. Zhao Lucy, overhearing, scoffed softly, muttering. What else could it be? She probably wants you to take her in. Exactly, otherwise why would she come with that young lad Zhou Qiang? Seeing the women begin their chatter once more, Lin Feng sighed in resignation and stepped out of the villa to discover what Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu had come for. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. They believed that the villa was already crowded enough, and no matter what, Teacher Lu should not be allowed to move in. As time swiftly passed, Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu appeared at the villa's fence. Aren't you supposed to come in the morning for food exchange? Why are you here at this hour? Lin Feng initiated the conversation, catching Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu off guard. Teacher Lu, gathering her courage, cautiously replied, We aren't here to exchange food this time. Then what brings you here? Lin Feng leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke before responding. Upon hearing Teacher Lu's words, Zhao Jingyi and the others became even more convinced that her true intention was to move in. Otherwise, since her last encounter with Lin Feng, why would she make the trip in person? Chapter 66, Seeking Medicine. As Zhao Jingyi and the others pondered, Teacher Lu unexpectedly spoke up. We have come to exchange for medicine, but we are uncertain if you have it. Exchange medicine? What kind of medicine? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed with suspicion. One of my students has been running a high fever since this morning, which is why we are inquiring if you have antipyretics. Your student hasn't been bitten or scratched by a zombie, has he? If that is the case, I advise you to abandon hope, or you may find yourselves in peril. Teacher Lu immediately waved his hand. No, he hasn't been harmed by a zombie. We've already checked his body and found no injuries. All right, if I were to give you a box of antipyretics, how many crystal cores are you prepared to exchange? Lin Feng spoke nonchalantly. Teacher Lu, visibly anxious, replied, We are ready to offer 100 crystal cores. Do you think that is acceptable? After all, 100 crystal cores was their limit. No, I require 500 crystal cores. What? 500 crystal cores? Zhao Chang and Teacher Lu exclaimed in unison, astonished by Lin Feng's demand. Seeing their expressions, Lin Feng continued. Of course, 500 crystal cores may indeed be a tall order for you, but I can grant you 10 days. What do you think? Upon hearing Lin Feng's proposal, Zhao Chang and Teacher Lu fell into a long silence. Finally, Teacher Lu steeled himself and said, Fine. It was evident that, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to agree to Lin Feng's conditions if they wished to save their student. Lin Feng, acting out of a slight fondness for these individuals, was merely testing their resolve. Even if they failed to gather 500 crystal cores in 10 days, Lin Feng would not press them too hard. After all, he needed a few eyes and ears outside the villa. They appeared to possess such potential. With this in mind, Lin Feng reached into his pocket and retrieved a box of ibuprofen and a box of cold medicine, tossing them over the fence. Here are 2 boxes of antipyretics. If your student does not improve, it would be best to abandon hope. Teacher Lu, ecstatic, hurriedly picked up the medicine, showering Lin Feng with thanks. Utterly disregarding his earlier warning, Lin Feng, however, was unconcerned. This was ultimately their affair, and he had no right to intervene. Once Teacher Lu and Zhao Chang departed, Lin Feng turned to Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, Yang Mi, and the others. Did you see? They came here for a genuine purpose, not for the reasons you assumed. Perhaps, but that does not preclude her from harboring ulterior motives, Zhao Lucy interjected defiantly. Exactly. This place may be a sanctuary amidst chaos. Who wouldn't want to reside here? I believe you should refrain from accepting newcomers in the future, Brother Feng. After all, the villa has limited space, and too many people would be unmanageable. Indeed, the other women chimed in, voicing their agreement. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a throbbing pain in his temples. He was acutely aware of the underlying thoughts of Zhao Lucy and the others. Although they spoke with conviction, their anxiety stemmed from Lin Feng's actions, which had instigated a sense of urgency within them. They understood that their beauty was the reason they had gained entry into the villa. However, with time, their youthful allure would inevitably fade, compelling them to display their worth in every possible manner, hoping to capture Lin Feng's heart. You women, if I truly wished to cast you aside at any moment, I would not have trained you to absorb crystal cores. At that moment, a fully zombified lion, exuding the stench of decay, approached slowly, its green eyes glinting like a predator preparing to pounce. Thanks to the vast number of crystal cores he had absorbed, Lin Feng's senses, both hearing and sight, had significantly heightened, allowing him to detect the danger early. Roar! Suddenly, the zombified lion let out a fearsome roar and lunged toward them. Zhao Jingyi and the others finally reacted, their faces draining of color. Bang! 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 In that instant, Lin Feng swiftly drew his desert eagle and fired 3 shots. all of which struck the lion's head. Although they had an electric fence for defense, it would not withstand the force of a zombified lion. Lin Feng understood that the lion's strength could potentially breach the barrier. Fortunately, the 3 bullets successfully destroyed the lion's central nervous system, rendering it powerless as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lin Feng, how can there be a lion here? Lin Feng sheathed his weapon and replied, why else? There is a zoo to the east of our community, is there not? You mean this lion escaped from the zoo? Zhao Jingyi exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Feng scoffed, what else? Did it leap out from a crack in the ground? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the women realized that they would not only have to contend with human zombies, but also with zombified animals, who would become formidable adversaries for all survivors. At that moment, Lin Feng scanned each of them before speaking slowly. Given the current situation, it is imperative that we commence firearms training. Firearms training? But Lin Feng, don't you only have one gun? Is it truly necessary? Zhao Jingyi questioned, puzzled. Chen Bansha quickly added, yes, Lin Feng, we only have one gun. Do we really need training? To their surprise, Lin Feng responded with a cold scoff. Who told you that I possess only one gun? I can assure you that the storage room in the villa is well stocked. Chapter 67. The mysterious storage room. As Lin Feng's words hung in the air, the women collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with astonishment. The storage room had always been shrouded in an aura of mystery. The items within seemed akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove, continuously supplying their daily needs. Now, learning that the storage room also contained firearms, they could not help but feel that it harbored some extraordinary power. It seemed that anyone truly in possession of it could have their desires fulfilled. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed the curious gazes of Zhao Jingyi and the others. He knew they were filled with intrigue regarding the villa's storage room. I advise you to curb your curiosity. Otherwise, you may find yourselves faring as poorly as those unfortunate survivors outside. Lin Feng, we are all your women now. Surely you cannot. Before Zhao Jingyi could finish her thought, Lin Feng interrupted decisively. Lin Feng cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Jingyi and her companions before continuing. Even before the apocalypse, everyone harbors their own secrets. If you wish to thrive in this place, you must abide by its rules. However, should anyone wish to relinquish their current existence, I can escort you to the storeroom for a glimpse. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi, and the others, who had intended to voice their thoughts like Zhao Jingyi, fell silent. After all, a life of abundance was far more appealing than the secrets held within the storeroom. Well, if you choose not to speak, that's fine. I was merely inquiring, Zhao Jingyi remarked, attempting to ease the tension. Observing her softened demeanor, Lin Feng instantly reverted to his previous jovial self, drawing exasperated eye rolls from the women. Wang Shushua chimed in, Brother Feng, why do you sometimes resemble a chameleon? Your expressions change so unpredictably, it's truly baffling. Indeed, I'm concerned that one day, something we say might irk you, Han Wushuang added, her tone laced with worry. Lin Feng merely chuckled, then all you need to remember is which phrases provoke my ire, and avoid uttering them in the future. The women felt a moment of speechlessness at his retort. The recoil of this particular handgun was less intense than that of a Desert Eagle, making it more manageable for novices to handle. Each pistol was also equipped with a reflex sight, significantly enhancing the shooter's accuracy. Then, Lin Feng retrieved a black garbage bag containing the guns and dramatically emptied its contents onto the table before Zhao Jingyi and the others, causing their eyes to widen in astonishment. Brother Feng, I never imagined there would be firearms in the storeroom, Wang Shushua exclaimed in disbelief. To this, Lin Feng simply snorted and replied, don't be surprised, there are even rocket launchers inside. Now, let me teach you how to disassemble and assemble a handgun, along with its maintenance. With the women observing intently, Lin Feng swiftly disassembled a Smith Wesson 9 handgun into its components, then reassembled it into a complete firearm, leaving Zhao Jingyi and her companions utterly impressed. After all, such dexterity in disassembling and assembling firearms was something they had only witnessed in films. And here was a man before them capable of it. Now, each of you can attempt to disassemble and reassemble a handgun using the method I just demonstrated, he instructed. As Lin Feng finished assembling the gun, Zhao Jingyi and Zhao Lucy picked up handguns, clumsily attempting to disassemble them. Watching their awkward yet earnest attempts, Lin Feng smiled gently, saying, it's alright to take your time at first. I will teach you how to shoot later. The following day, although Lin Feng still possessed a powerful weapon yet to be used, his true aim extended beyond merely acquiring crystal cores. He sought to provide Zhao Jingyi and her companions with practical combat experience. After all, the current crystal cores were of a disappointingly low grade. However, just as they were about to leave the villa, Zhao Lucy, who had remained behind, called out to them, "Ah phone, wait a moment. What is it? My phone seems to have no signal. If anything happens, how will I contact you?" Lin Feng, upon hearing her concern, checked his phone as Zhao Jingyi and the others did. Indeed, there was no signal whatsoever. This is a military walkie-talkie. It should have a signal within at least 50 kilometers of the city, Lin Feng explained, prompting the women to pause in surprise. Clearly, they found the walkie-talkies to be a timely solution, as they could maintain communication as long as they remained within the city limits. After exiting the community, Lin Feng found himself standing once more near a large chain supermarket. His thoughts turned to the rapidly evolving zombie inside, as he pondered the potential threat it posed to nearby survivors if allowed to continue its evolution unchecked. Lin Feng, while the supermarket is filled with supplies, you must realize there is a terrifying zombie within. You don't actually intend to do something reckless regarding this supermarket, do you? Zhao Jingyi asked, sensing his unease. Lin Feng, However, merely scoffed. Do you truly believe those supplies hold such significance for me? If it's not about the supplies, then what is your intention? To be honest, I wish to set fire to this supermarket and eliminate that zombie, which has been hiding inside and evolving unchallenged. Upon hearing Lin Feng's assertion, Zhao Jingyi and the others gasped in disbelief. Lin Feng, are you out of your mind? That zombie is formidable. We can't provoke it, but we can certainly avoid it. Exactly, Brother Feng. Why should we stir up trouble when we could be taking down more zombies instead? Yes, we should leave, they all agreed. Yet Lin Feng shook his head. If we do not address this issue now, I fear it could jeopardize our safety in the future. The women fell into contemplation, realizing that Lin Feng's reasoning held merit. It would indeed be wise to eliminate the zombie before it became a significant threat, especially since they resided nearby. Having understood the implications, Zhao Jingyi and the others altered their initial stance, each voicing their support. After hearing you out, Lin Feng, I see your point. Just tell us what you want to do, and we will follow your lead. Me too. I will follow Brother Feng. Me as well, they echoed in unison. Lin Feng smiled calmly. In that case, turn your backs to me and take cover behind the semi-trailer on the left. The women exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his reasoning. However, unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng required no explanation. He simply needed them to comply. Why are we hesitating? Hurry up, as Lin Feng urged them again. Zhao Jingyi and the others quickly took cover behind the trailer, curious about his intentions. Just as they turned away, Lin Feng concentrated, summoning a 50-kilogram gas canister that materialized out of thin air, with the strength bestowed upon him by consuming numerous crystal cores. He grasped the canister and swung it like a mighty warrior wielding a hammer, hurling it towards the supermarket's dark entrance. The canister arced through the air with destructive force, heading straight into the abyss. In that electrifying moment, Lin Feng raised his Desert Eagle and fired at the gas canister as it plunged into the darkness. Bang! A bullet shot forth with a thunderous crack, racing toward the canister like a shooting star. However, at that instant, a massive purplish-red hand emerged from the shadows of the supermarket entrance and effortlessly tossed the gas canister away. Under the astonished gaze of Lin Feng, the gas canister plummeted like a cannonball, crashing into a hotel by the roadside with a deafening explosion. At that moment, Lin Feng was nearly rendered speechless. The sight of a colossal zombie with purple skin was an entity he had never encountered even in the apocalyptic world of his past life. The most critical aspect was that this rapidly evolving zombie had evidently developed a degree of sentience, something Lin Feng had never anticipated. If left unchecked, it could very well claim dominion over the entire planet. Resolutely, Lin Feng retrieved a rocket launcher from his spatial storage and aimed it at the supermarket's entrance. Firing a rocket with a thunderous bang, the explosion was followed by a chorus of roars from within the supermarket. Lin Feng then beheld a towering figure, 5 or 6 meters tall, its purple body intertwined with black veins resembling withered vines clinging to its decaying muscle. The zombie's head was disproportionately large, occupying nearly a third of its entire form, and its eyes had long since lost any trace of humanity, replaced by hollow, deep purple sockets that seemed to devour all light. Suddenly, the purple zombie bared its jagged teeth and let out an enraged roar directed at Lin Feng. In that instant, Lin Feng was overwhelmed by a wave of putrid stench, rendering him nearly unable to open his eyes. Nonetheless, he shouted to Zhao Jingyi and the others, urging them to flee. With a swift motion, Lin Feng pulled out a 14 semi-automatic rifle, renowned for its precision and power, boasting an effective range of up to 700 meters. Each shot he fired struck the zombie, causing it to momentarily stagger before lunging at him with renewed ferocity. Yet, akin to flying a kite, Lin Feng deftly maneuvered, skillfully maintaining distance from the monstrous creature despite its desperate attempts to crush him. The street, once lined with abandoned vehicles and derelict shops, transformed into a chaotic scene under the monstrous zombie's onslaught. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingyi and the others, having retreated to a safe distance, watched in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. They were particularly puzzled by Lin Feng's sudden appearance with the semi-automatic rifle. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng aimed several shots at the zombie's temple. With a final, reluctant wail, the giant creature collapsed. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Realizing that this zombie was indeed more formidable than the others, it took over 20 rounds to finally bring it down, even with headshots. As he inspected the bullet holes on the purple giant's head, Zhao Jingyi and the others approached, their faces a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. The impact of Lin Feng's actions today left them questioning whether this was truly the same man they had once known. Seeing their expressions, Lin Feng sensed that some secrets could no longer be concealed, yet he still attempted to salvage the situation. He awkwardly glanced at the rifle in his hand and, with a straight face, declared to Zhao Jingyi, "Well, since you've discovered my secret, I must confess, I am a magician." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi and the others internally scoffed, questioning the absurdity of his claim. A magician? With a gun like that? Perhaps you're more of a sorcerer. They pondered, realizing that Lin Feng had previously conjured a rocket launcher. Just then, Lin Feng seized the long spear from Yang Mi's hands and forcefully pried open the giant zombie's skull. A striking purple crystal core emerged, captivating everyone's attention. "This is indeed a purple crystal core," Wang Shushua exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng examined the core closely, contemplating, "If I'm not mistaken, various colors of crystal cores will likely emerge in the future. Are you suggesting that different colors signify varying energies?" Zhao Jingyi asked. "Precisely. As time progresses, zombies will grow increasingly powerful, and the energy within their crystal cores will intensify, Lin Feng affirmed. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi glanced towards the large supermarket and inquired, "Do you think there might be more zombies inside?" Lin Feng's heart stirred at her words. Given the earlier commotion, if there were other zombies in the supermarket, they would have emerged by now. However, it appeared eerily tranquil both inside and around the supermarket. Indeed, this large chain supermarket seems peculiar. "Are you considering a raid for supplies?" Lin Feng questioned. "While we are secure with you, this supermarket holds a wealth of resources. If we don't seize them, others surely will," Zhao Jingyi reasoned. "Since the only zombie has been eliminated, why not take a look inside?" Ning Rushuang, who had remained silent until now, chimed in. "All right. Since you've all expressed interest, I'll venture in with the dog first. If it's safe, I'll radio you to come in. After all, with my skills, I can manage any unforeseen circumstances alone, but bringing you all along could pose risks." With that, Lin Feng stood at the dark entrance of the supermarket, took a deep breath, and retrieved a flashlight from his spatial storage. As he stepped inside, the beam of light revealed a gruesome scene. Dismembered zombie limbs littered the floor, and the air was thick with the stench of decay, provoking a wave of nausea. Strange, why are these people, now zombies, so brutally dismembered? Lin Feng pondered, surveying the hellish landscape. As he shone the flashlight on a dismembered zombie's head, a revelation struck him. Each zombie's cranium was entirely hollow. It became evident that the earlier purple zombie had rapidly evolved by consuming the crystal cores of other zombies. Realization dawned upon Lin Feng, and he gasped in shock. It appeared that not only could humans absorb crystal cores, but zombies could as well. If that were the case, the supermarket was indeed left with only the one he had just slain. With this newfound understanding, Lin Feng proceeded deeper into the supermarket, flashlight in hand. The beam of light danced between the shelves, occasionally illuminating scattered goods that reflected an eerie glow. Lin Feng treaded cautiously forward, each step taken with utmost care, while the husky remained alert, ears swiveling to capture any sound in the surroundings. Although Lin Feng had reasonably surmised that the supermarket was devoid of zombies, a mere assumption could not quell his apprehension. One careless encounter could lead to dire consequences. He had no desire to squander his second chance at life. As Lin Feng navigated through the aisles, he arrived at the personal care section, meticulously duplicating every item: shampoos, body washes, cosmetics, and hygiene products, until he had amassed a staggering 10 million copies, which he then stored in his space. He proceeded to the cleaning supplies aisle, employing the same method to replicate detergents, laundry liquids, soaps, and toilet paper. After a diligent 2 hours, he found himself in the grocery section, where he copied a plethora of items: grains, legumes, canned foods, dried fruits, various beverages, juices, mineral water, chips, chocolates, and candies. The supermarket was indeed vast, and with the oppressive darkness, it would likely take 3 to 4 additional hours to gather everything. However, Lin Feng was relieved to have secured the consumables. Just then, the intercom crackled to life, revealing the anxious voice of Zhao Jingyi. Having spent a considerable amount of time inside, it was clear that her patience was wearing thin. "Rest assured, I'm fine. I'll be out shortly," he replied, glancing at the plethora of cosmetics on the shelves, unable to discern which brand was superior. With a determined sigh, he decided to replicate all the international brands and store them in his space. He then hurriedly traversed the clothing section, collecting various styles of apparel for both men and women. After swiftly moving through the home goods area and duplicating some bedding items, he prepared to exit. At that moment, however, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to an unusual movement in his peripheral vision. In the deep, inky darkness of the food section, a vivid red figure flitted by like a ghost. Though the glimpse was fleeting, Lin Feng distinctly recognized a little girl clad in a red dress. Even the bravest of hearts would feel a jolt of fear under such circumstances, for the supermarket had witnessed too many tragic deaths, leaving behind lingering spirits. Once an atheist, Lin Feng now pondered the bizarre nature of his own rebirth. What else might be possible? Without further hesitation, he quickened his pace, urging the husky to follow as they left the eerie confines of the supermarket. If it were merely zombies, he could handle that. But if it were something far more sinister, he felt utterly powerless. Upon stepping outside, he was met by Zhao Jingyi and the others, who had been anxiously waiting. "Lin Feng, why did you take so long?" she inquired, worry etched on her face. "Yeah, brother Feng, we were just about to come in search of you," Wang Shushua echoed. Seeing their concern, Lin Feng simply smiled nonchalantly. "No worries, I just felt a bit tired and decided to take a short nap inside." "What? A nap?" The women gasped in unison, astonished by his words. "Was there no loot?" Zhao Jingyi asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Nothing at all. I checked thoroughly," Lin Feng replied dismissively. Zhao Jingyi was baffled. "That doesn't make sense. It's a large international supermarket. How could it be empty?" "Exactly, it doesn't add up." Irina chimed in, equally puzzled. "I was hoping to grab some cosmetics myself," Yang Mi sighed, disappointment evident in her tone. Seeing their dejected expressions, Lin Feng simply wrapped an arm around Yang Mi and another around Zhao Jingyi, teasingly saying, "What a shameless scoundrel." At that moment, a faint voice reached Lin Feng's ears, causing his heart to race. He turned his gaze sharply to the street corner and spoke in a low tone. "You have revealed yourself. Step forward." As his voice faded, a woman in a black tactical jacket emerged into view. Lin Feng scrutinized her. Her dark hair was tied into a high ponytail, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an air of untamed spirit. Her eyes, deep and penetrating, gleamed with a fierce determination. To Lin Feng's surprise, a sharp dagger hung at her waist, and a handgun was strapped to her thigh. clearly a woman prepared for conflict. Who are you? Lin Feng inquired. The woman scoffed dismissively. Why should I tell you? Before Lin Feng could respond, Zhao Jingyi, incensed by the woman's attitude, interjected. Hey, how dare you speak to my man like that? Right. Who do you think you are? You have no manners at all. The other women chimed in, launching a barrage of indignation at her. Lin Feng, meanwhile, said nothing, merely observing the woman's flustered demeanor with a smirk. You are all utterly unreasonable, the woman stammered, her face flushed with anger. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Say what you will, we're leaving. However, just as they were about to depart, the woman called out to him again. Spit it out quickly, Lin Feng retorted, his tone growing sharp. Suppressing her anger, the woman pointed to the corpse of a massive purple zombie and asked, Did you kill that zombie? Who else could it be? We're the only ones here. Lin Feng replied with a hint of disdain. That's impossible. That was a 4th-tier zombie. How could you have defeated it? 4th-tier zombie? Lin Feng halted. Curiosity piqued as he regarded the woman with newfound interest. Her words had effectively captured his attention, even in his reborn state. He had no knowledge of zombies being classified into tiers. How did she know this? Moreover, her weaponry was far from that of an ordinary survivor. What are you looking at? She asked, tightening her grip on the dagger, her wariness evident. Do zombies really have tiers? Lin Feng inquired. Of course. The grayish ones are 1st-tier zombies, green ones are 2nd tier, red ones are 3rd tier, and the purple ones are 4th tier, she explained. What about the purplish-red ones? What tier do they belong to? The woman cast a glance at Lin Feng and remarked, the purplish-red zombies fall between the 3rd and 4th tiers. How do you know this? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a flicker of panic appeared in her eyes. Why should you care how I know? Believe it or not. It's up to you. Lin Feng, sensing the woman's complexity yet unwilling to delve deeper, decided it prudent to mind his own affairs in such a precarious environment. Don't leave just yet, she called after him. Lin Feng turned back, inquiring, is there something else? Hand it over. She extended her hand towards him. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What? There's a purple, crystal-like object in its head. You must have it, she insisted. Lin Feng's heart tightened at her words, and he exchanged a glance with Zhao Jingyi before responding. What would a girl like you want with that? That's none of your business. Just give it to me, and I'll trade you a pack of ham sausage. Lin Feng chuckled at her offer, prompting a frown from the woman. What? Is that not enough? I can throw in an extra pack of spicy strips. I'm afraid I don't possess what you seek, Lin Feng replied, observing that the woman was clearly here for the purple crystal core, given the level of the purple zombies. Her audacity to venture here alone suggested she was aware of the secret to enhancing her abilities through absorption of crystal cores. Thus, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel intrigued by her capabilities. This is impossible. A purplish zombie will undoubtedly possess that item. Hand it over quickly, or I'll shoot you, she threatened, her gun aimed menacingly at Lin Feng. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi and her companions swiftly aimed their rifles at the woman. I advise you to lower your weapon, or my sisters and I will surely make you regret it. You pitiful women. Do you truly resign yourselves to being mere tools for this man's whims? The woman seethed, her gun still trained on Lin Feng. She perceived Zhao Jingyi and her companions as relying on Lin Feng solely for protection, yet they remained entangled in the same struggles of scavenging for supplies and battling zombies. Little did she know, while Lin Feng appeared reckless, he afforded Zhao Jingyi and the others ample respect. His intention to have them kill zombies was merely to bolster their strength. Zhao Jingyi retorted, a tool for venting? Frankly, we do not feel that way. Rather, it seems you view us as such. Exactly. You foul woman, lower your gun, or I swear I will stab you, Shen Bangxia threatened, pressing her rifle against the woman's neck. I demand you put it down. You heard me. Under the weight of Zhao Jingyi's intimidation, the woman displayed a hint of panic. Initially, she believed Zhao Jingyi and her companions were merely following Lin Feng out of necessity, thinking she could easily sway them to her side. Yet, she found herself in an entirely unexpected predicament. How infuriating. You are all such foolish women, she yelled in frustration. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh, retorting, I would argue that you are the true fool. The woman was momentarily speechless, and Lin Feng slowly reached for her gun, whispering, while I have yet to develop murderous intent towards you, it would be wise to comply, or you shall learn the consequences, reborn. The last 3 words struck the woman like a bolt from the blue, her eyes widening in shock. How do you know, Shu? Lin Feng silenced her with a finger to his lips. I apologize for guessing correctly. Now, give me one compelling reason not to end your life. As he spoke, a desert eagle was pressed against her chest. The woman gazed at him, disbelief etched on her face. This is impossible. You can't. Suddenly, she realized something, her expression shifting to one of shock. Damn it, you figured it out. Lin Feng was about to pull the trigger when she urgently interjected, wait. I have more to say. Once Zhao Jingyi and her companions departed, Lin Feng coldly inquired, speak then. What more do you wish to convey? I never anticipated that there would be more than one reborn, she began, taking a deep breath. Lin Feng smirked. To be honest, neither did I. She pressed on. How long did you survive in your previous life as Apocalypse? 5 years. And you? Lin Feng replied patiently. I survived 7 years before being killed by a 9th-tier zombie. She stated, her gaze fixed on him. What do you wish to convey? You and I are both reborn. You must understand that our second chance at life is a divine opportunity. I truly wish to survive. I'm afraid that with your temperament, you could be reborn 10 times and still meet the same fate, Lin Feng countered. If you spare me, I can reveal a secret. As Lin Feng prepared to pull the trigger again, she quickly added, there is a military camp 200 kilometers southeast of this city that you should know about. And then, with determination, she continued, I must confess, I have a system since my rebirth. Lin Feng's heart raced at her words. Could it be that all reborn individuals possessed a system? What kind of system? A synthesis system, she explained. What does that entail? Lin Feng inquired. For instance, 2 guns can be combined to create a more powerful one. 2 articles of clothing can be fused into one of superior quality. However, this system does not apply to food, water, or medicine. Lin Feng contemplated her revelation, noting the stark contrast with his own system's capabilities. As the woman observed Lin Feng's silence, she exhaled in relief and continued. If we join forces and acquire the military's firearms, we could dominate this apocalypse. What do you think? Though her proposal was enticing, it directly contradicted Lin Feng's personal creed. What creed? He regarded her with pity. In this apocalypse, one must trust no one. With that, a bullet pierced the woman's head, silencing her for good. What a fool, revealing everything without reservation. How did you manage to outlive me for 2 more years in your past life? Truly baffling, Lin Feng mused, bending to retrieve her backpack, unzipping it to find 4 or 5 dozen exquisite red crystal cores within. If I am not mistaken, this should be a 3rd-tier crystal core. Just as Lin Feng was pondering this, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations on defeating a reborn. You have acquired the system skills of the defeated. This revelation left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. It turned out that killing a reborn allowed one to gain the system abilities of the fallen. If Lin Feng's conjecture was correct, there might be other reborns as well. If that were the case, one could only imagine the circumstances Lin Feng would face in the future. Lin Feng, are you alright? Zhao Jingyi, who had approached first, noticed Lin Feng's expression and inquired with concern. Yes. Lin Feng attentively dipped premium beef and lamb rolls into the bubbling hot pot, savoring the delightful flavors with exquisite dipping sauces, a truly divine experience. After the meal, the women exchanged glances, seemingly anticipating Lin Feng's evening preferences. Zhao Jingyi then cleared her throat and asked, Lin Feng, who do you plan to spend the night with? I intend to sleep alone tonight, Lin Feng said, retrieving a beef ball from the hot pot, blowing on it before placing it in his mouth, speaking somewhat indistinctly. The women were taken aback by Lin Feng's statement. It was quite uncommon for him to choose solitude, especially since consuming crystal cores. This was a first since then, causing concern among Zhao Jingyi and the others. Lin Feng, are you feeling unwell today? Zhao Jingyi asked again. If you're not feeling well, I could keep you company tonight. It would be nice to have someone to take care of you. At this moment, Han Wushuang joined in. Lin Feng, how about I accompany you? No thanks. I'm just a bit tired tonight and wish to sleep early. Detecting the presence of 2 Desert Eagle handguns, the system chimed in. Would you like to combine them? Lin Feng softly murmured, combine. Combination failed. Would you like to continue? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused momentarily before quickly responding, continue. Combination failed. Would you like to continue? Continue. Combination failed. Would you like to continue? Good grief. Continue. Combination failed. Would you like to continue? Curse it. Continue. At this point, Lin Feng was thoroughly exasperated by the relentless combining system, his initial excitement waning into despair. It appeared that seizing other system skills and fully integrating them into one's own was no trivial matter. After more than 5 hours had passed, the system's voice rang out once more in Lin Feng's mind. Glancing at the clock, which read 2:30 a.m., he said, this is your last chance. If it fails again, I shall go to sleep. Continue. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 Desert Eagles merged instantaneously, transforming into a Desert Eagle equipped with an optical sight. 2-in-1 Desert Eagle. Magazine capacity increased by 100, recoil reduced by 50, accuracy improved by 50. Effective range increased by 150 meters. Lin Feng could not contain his joy upon hearing the system notification. The combined power of 2 guns was significantly enhanced. One could only imagine the greater power and efficiency if 3 or 4 guns were fused. With renewed determination, Lin Feng retrieved another Desert Eagle from his inventory to attempt another combination. To achieve a 3-in-1, the proficiency must reach 100. Current proficiency is 0. 5. Lin Feng could only shake his head and chuckle bitterly upon realizing the arduous journey ahead to truly master this system skill. The following day, after breakfast, Lin Feng, as was his custom, led the group out to slay zombies and gather crystal cores. This time, he instructed Yang Mi and Er Ha to remain at the villa. Just then, Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu appeared outside the fence. Lin Feng smiled faintly at them. Have you gathered the 500 crystal cores already? Teacher Lu bit her lip nervously before responding. In the past 2 days, we have collected a total of 158 cores. We didn't want you to worry, so we brought them to you early. Hearing this, Lin Feng was secretly astonished. The zombies outside had become increasingly difficult to defeat. Yet this group of students managed to acquire such a considerable number of cores without absorbing any themselves. They certainly had some skill. It seemed that Zhou Qiang and his group must have utilized traps to slay the zombies. Otherwise, they would not have been able to collect so many cores in such a short time. Contemplating this, Lin Feng smiled calmly and said, in the future, when you gather the crystal cores, just bring them all at once. No need to make frequent trips. I told you there was no rush. It's just that Teacher Lu was worried you would be anxious, Zhou Qiang remarked, causing a faint blush to rise on Teacher Lu's face. Are you all going out to hunt zombies? Zhou Qiang asked nervously, realizing he had inadvertently revealed their secret. Indeed, why shouldn't we hunt zombies for these crystals? Lin Feng replied with a cold smile, making the implications clear. Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu's heart sank at his words. Zhou Qiang exclaimed, so you knew all along. I had to find out where these came from eventually, Lin Feng replied. Does that mean we can still exchange resources in the future? Of course. But you can keep the white crystals for yourselves. I only require the green and red ones. All right, Zhou Qiang replied somewhat dazedly, offering Lin Feng an awkward smile before quickly departing with Teacher Lu. At that moment, Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu believed they could leverage their knowledge of acquiring crystal cores to consistently exchange for resources from Lin Feng. However, they were oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng was fully aware of their methods. After their departure, Lin Feng, as usual, led the women out of the villa to continue slaying zombies. With their seamless cooperation, even the zombies with heightened attacks, indicated by their red skin, fell one after another under the women's spears. As they passed a barber shop, a zombie resembling a barber suddenly crashed through the glass, brandishing scissors and lunging towards them. However, the women remained unfazed, swiftly dispatching the zombie with a single shot to the head. Everyone must be starving. Hurry and wash your hands to prepare for dinner. Noticing Yang Mi, who was wearing an apron and exuding charm, Lin Feng could not help but approach and kiss her passionately, exclaiming, "Darling, how come you are so diligent today?" Yang Mi blushed and shyly replied, "Stop it." Lin Feng laughed heartily and prepared to savor the steak that Yang Mi had personally cooked. However, at that moment, Yang Mi quietly tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve and softly said, "How about spending the night in my room?" But before Lin Feng could respond, Zhao Jingyi, from a distance, deliberately raised her voice and exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, with so many people waiting, are you two not going to eat?" "Oh, we're coming," Lin Feng and Yang Mi replied, reluctantly making their way over. After dinner, the women took an hour's rest, after which Lin Feng began instructing them on how to shoot with proper posture. To avoid unnecessary complications, he had equipped each of their guns with silencers to prevent attracting the zombies outside. Their targets were an array of items hanging outside the courtyard, a frying pan, iron cans, and coins strung together with wire. Now, following the method I previously taught you, let's start by shooting at the frying pan. Zhao Jingyi, you go first. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhao Jingyi was the first to take aim and fired wildly at the frying pan outside. To Lin Feng's disappointment, not a single bullet struck the dangling pan. "Zhao Lucy, it's your turn." Lin Feng shot a frustrated glance at Zhao Jingyi. "Oh," Zhao Lucy replied and proceeded to shoot at the frying pan as well. In the end, she managed to hit it once, producing a metallic clang. "You only outperformed Jingyi by a fraction. It's your turn now," Li Xian, Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Thus, the others, like Zhao Jingyi, either missed entirely or, like Zhao Lucy, managed to hit something purely by chance. Lin Feng felt a pang of frustration. It wasn't until Ning Rushuang hit every bullet on the frying pan that Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this girl possessed the potential of a sharpshooter. Without hesitation, he handed her another magazine and instructed, "Aim for the cans." Ning Rushuang took the magazine, loaded it, and unleashed a volley at the cans hanging in the courtyard. "Well done. You hit 9 out of 10 shots. Now, try to hit that coin," Lin Feng said, retrieving yet another magazine from his pocket to hand to Ning Rushuang. She nodded earnestly and took aim at the coin, pulling the trigger. As she completed her shooting, Zhao Jingyi and the others stood agape, stunned into silence. 10 out of 10. I must admit, you truly are a sharpshooter, Lin Feng praised. To his surprise, Ning Rushuang replied somberly, "My father was a marksman. Perhaps I inherited it from him." Realizing her parents must have perished in this apocalypse for her to be so melancholic, Lin Feng gently patted Ning Rushuang's shoulder and reassured her, "It's all right. Everything will get better in time." Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, Ning Rushuang burst into tears, burying her face in his chest. The other women, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of sadness wash over them as they reminisced about their lives before the apocalypse. Suddenly, Lin Feng's peripheral vision caught sight of the surveillance screen inside the villa, and his expression darkened. "Survivors have entered our community," Zhao Jingyi remarked. "It seems there are quite a few of them, at least 40 or 50. Strange, haven't you noticed a common trait among them?" Yang Mi interjected, her brow furrowed in confusion. At that moment, Irina, the foreign girl, chimed in, "It does seem odd. Why are all these people bald?" "Indeed," Lin Feng finally spoke, "if I am not mistaken, these individuals are all prisoners from a certain penitentiary." "What?" The moment Lin Feng's words left his lips, Zhao Jingyi and the others turned to him. Their faces a portrait of shock. Unfazed by their astonishment, Lin Feng continued, "It appears we must continue our previous endeavors of hunting zombies for crystal cores. We need to deal with this group first." "But Lin Feng, why would they come here?" Zhao Jingyi inquired. "Because this community was the most prosperous area in the city before the apocalypse." "I'm still not quite understanding," Zhao Jingyi replied, her confusion evident. With a sigh, Lin Feng elaborated, "People living at the bottom of society would never have had the opportunity to enter this community before the apocalypse. Certainly not, especially not as criminals." Yang Mi interjected, "So this is the reason they have come here." As Lin Feng's words resonated, the women fell silent. Unbeknownst to Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng had known in his previous life that a group of escaped prisoners had long occupied this area, gradually developing into an insurmountable force. However, in this life, due to Lin Feng residing in this community, the fate of these criminals was destined to undergo a dramatic transformation. "Lin Feng, look. They've even captured a group of women." Suddenly, Zhao Jingyi pointed at the monitor. Lin Feng glanced up and saw, to his astonishment, 7 or 8 women bound by ropes, forced to march in a line. Most shockingly, among them were 2 or 3 female prison guards in uniforms. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't need to imagine the grim fate awaiting these women at the hands of the prisoners. "Brother Feng, these women are so pitiful. Should we help them?" Wang Shushue cautiously suggested. Help? How do you propose we do that? Should we offer our villa to these unfortunate women? Isn't that inappropriate? You do realize that's not a viable option. Do you want me to kick you out for such naive thoughts? Upon witnessing Lin Feng's sudden sternness, Wang Shushue immediately replied, Brother Feng, I understand my mistake. I won't do it again. Seeing her response, Lin Feng could only sigh in resignation. All of you must remember, this world has changed. Your kindness may very well lead to your demise, and that of all of us. Wang Shushue's eyes glistened with tears as she pleaded, Brother Feng, please don't be angry. I truly understand my mistake. Shushue is still quite young. Please forgive her this once. Zhao Jingyi urged Lin Feng. He looked at Wang Shushue, sighed once more, and gently patted her head, saying, You're such a foolish girl. What will you do when no one is around to look after you? Wang Shushue, taken aback by his words, immediately threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace. Brother Feng, I truly understand my mistake. However, before Lin Feng could respond, Zhao Jingyi pulled Wang Shushue away from him, saying, All right. As long as you understand your mistake, that's enough. It's getting late. Let us prepare dinner. An hour later, a sumptuous dinner was quickly prepared through the collective efforts of the women. Gazing at the spread of delectable dishes, Lin Feng felt his appetite surge. After calling everyone to the table, he began to eat. Yet, the women seemed preoccupied, casting furtive glances at Lin Feng as if they had something on their minds. But how could Lin Feng not understand their subtle intentions? Ever since they had been unlocked by him, these women had become increasingly gluttonous. As he savored the meal, Lin Feng couldn't help but reflect on this change. At this moment, Lin Feng finally comprehended why Si Chang's side was adorned with a multitude of beautiful women, yet his own gaze grew increasingly dim and devoid of luster. Lin Feng, who do you plan to accompany you tonight? Zhao Jingyi reiterated this question as she often did. Yangmi, Lin Feng replied. Absorbed in his meal, without lifting his head, Zhao Jingyi paused momentarily upon hearing this. Then, like Zhao Lucy and the others, her face fell with disappointment, and she chose not to pursue the matter further. Only Yangmi couldn't help but smile sweetly at this. The next day, Lin Feng stretched lazily on his soft bed. Slowly opening his eyes, glancing at Yangmi, he noticed she was still fast asleep, which caused him to grin mischievously. Ever since consuming the crystal nucleus, his desires had intensified greatly, compelling him to seek her company once more. Thus, it was only after an hour that Lin Feng finally arose, thoroughly satisfied. However, just then, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility of the moment. Lin Feng, are you awake? Zhao Jingyi asked from outside the door. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. I'm up, what's the matter? This morning, Zhou Qiang and that teacher Lu have come again. And then, as soon as they entered the neighborhood, they were captured by those criminals who just moved in yesterday. Lin Feng contemplated briefly before opening the door and addressing Zhao Jingyi. It seems those individuals truly cannot be allowed to remain. What do you intend to do, Lin Feng? Zhao Jingyi inquired, her expression turning grave. Of course, we must eradicate this group entirely. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold as he spoke. He had initially believed he could coexist with these women in the villa indefinitely. Yet, he had overlooked one crucial point. Aside from zombies, there were other survivors continuously disrupting his life. Therefore, to ensure a future free from unwarranted disturbances, perhaps assembling a team before various factions solidified might be a prudent choice, especially considering Lin Feng's abundant resources and weaponry. But there are around 40 to 50 of them. Can we truly succeed? Yangmi emerged, dressed and wearing a worried expression. Lin Feng merely pondered briefly before addressing Yangmi and Zhao Jingyi. Do you believe I can eliminate them without deploying a single soldier? Both Zhao Jingyi and Yangmi cast skeptical looks at Lin Feng upon hearing his assertion. Zhao Jingyi spoke first. Lin Feng, these are ruthless criminals. Are you certain you can handle them? Yes, Lin Feng, this is not the time for bravado. Can you truly manage it? Yangmi echoed her concern. Lin Feng, bemused by their doubt, chuckled lightly. What? Do you not trust me? It's not that we don't trust you, it's just what? Lin Feng inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Jingyi. With a resigned sigh, she confessed, all right. I admit I don't trust you. I am more concerned about your safety. You must understand this. I feel the same. Yangmi quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing their expressions, Lin Feng could only smile in understanding. After all, from the perspective of ordinary individuals, the notion of eliminating that group without any effort seemed utterly fantastical. Thus, he preferred not to elaborate further. In due time, Zhao Jingyi and the others would comprehend everything. At that moment, Chen Bangxia hurried upstairs, her expression serious as she addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, those criminals are bringing Zhou Qiang this way. Is he the only one being brought? Lin Feng asked. Lu, who was with him earlier, is not here. Upon hearing Chen Bangxia's words, Lin Feng sensed something ominous. He smiled coldly. Since they have come to us, let us wait for them outside. With that, Lin Feng descended the stairs first, followed closely by Zhao Jingyi and Yangmi. As they stepped outside the villa, they encountered the group of criminals arriving, escorting Zhou Qiang, who was already battered and bruised. Upon seeing Zhao Jingyi and the others, the criminals' eyes widened with lustful greed. And they leered. Damn, who would have thought there would be so many beauties here? These women are far more appealing than those prison guards. As the criminals exchanged lewd remarks, Zhou Qiang, in a state of desperation, cried out to Lin Feng, Brother, please save my teacher. Unhurriedly, Lin Feng pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag, which made the criminals outside salivate with desire. For these prisoners, cigarettes were a rare luxury, especially fine ones like this. Hey kid, your little brother is calling for your help. Can't you hear? A tattooed criminal shouted menacingly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled coldly, flicking ash from his cigarette before responding, "He is not my little brother." The criminal narrowed his eyes. "Does it matter to us whether he is your little brother? Our main goal is to ensure he brought us here. Whether you are his big brother is of no concern to us. What's more, you have so many women here. It seems we have not come in vain." They laughed. Lin Feng, however, remained calm. "Who is your leader? I wish to negotiate." "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to meet our leader?" Before the tattooed criminal could finish, Lin Feng fired a shot that exploded the man's head. "I believe that qualifies me," Lin Feng stated, and the remaining criminals froze, fear etched on their faces, uncertain of who might be next. Suddenly, Lin Feng directed his weapon at another criminal. His voice low, "No need for such trouble." He looked up to see a burly man with rough skin and sharp eyes approaching. "Are you their leader?" Lin Feng asked calmly as the man reached the fence. "Leader? We're just a group of brothers sticking together. This is all a misunderstanding, rest assured. I will have someone release your women." He turned to one of the criminals. "Go bring this brother's women here." "Yes, Kuan Go, I'll go now." One of the criminals quickly departed. Yet, Lin Feng was acutely aware that this so-called Kuan Ji's actions were not to be taken lightly. After all, he held a gun, and the dynamics could change swiftly if it were replaced with a baseball bat or another weapon. That was undoubtedly another outcome. At that moment, the so-called Kuan Ji's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, but it was quickly concealed within the depths of his gaze. He then turned to Lin Feng and offered a smile, his tone laced with a barely perceptible chill as he said, "Brother, it seems we have met under unusual circumstances. May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" Chapter 76. "I have already told you to call me Feng Go. Why can't you remember?" Lin Feng responded, ignoring Kuan Ji's words, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Seeing Lin Feng's dismissive demeanor, Kuan Go felt a surge of anger rising within him. However, mindful of the gun in Lin Feng's hand, he suppressed his fury and forced a smile, saying, "Brother, my name is Zhou Kuan. All my acquaintances call me Kuan Go, but I'm still unaware of how to address you, my friend." The moment Zhou Kuan heard this, his face contorted with rage. "Brother, I genuinely wish to befriend you, but your attitude leaves much to be desired. Is that so? Perhaps I've been a bit irritable lately." Unexpectedly, as Lin Feng spoke, he aimed the gun directly at Zhou Kuan, instantly draining him of any bravado. It dawned on him that he had become a hostage. Yet, even under such duress, Zhou Kuan feigned calmness and said, "Brother, please call me Kuan Go." Lin Feng cut him off, stating, "Zhou Kuan, I have already made myself clear, call me Feng Go. How can you not remember?" Zhou Kuan's face turned a shade of ashen gray, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Lin Feng. "Brother, you are clearly refusing to grant me even a modicum of respect. I warn you for the last time, call me Feng Go, or else you may find yourself in dire straits." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, an acute sense of dread surged within Zhou Kuan. After all, someone like him, who had danced on the edge of danger for years, could easily gauge the threat posed by others. Yet today, he realized he had misjudged this young man, who was defying all expectations and showing no regard for his status. "Very well, you wish for me to call you Feng Go? Then let us all shout together, Feng Go, Feng Go, Feng Go," Zhou Kuan declared, urging the other inmates to comply reluctantly, in light of Lin Feng's ruthless demeanor, who would not feel a tremor of fear. Meanwhile, Zhou Kuan's henchmen had already brought Teacher Lu over. At that moment, Lu's face was pale with fright, her whole body trembling visibly. "Teacher Lu, are you all right?" Zhou Qiang rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. Lu, regaining her composure, shook her head, indicating she was fine. "I have released your woman, so surely the misunderstanding between us has been resolved, Brother Feng?" "Bang, who are you calling brother? I have clearly told you to call me Feng Go. Why can't you remember?" Lin Feng coldly retorted, then turned his gaze toward the other inmates, continuing, "Do you all remember?" Witnessing this unfold, the other prisoners' emotions shifted from shock and fear to anger. They finally understood that the young man, separated from them by merely a fence, had never intended to let them go. "Curse it, aren't you just relying on your gun? If you have the guts, put it away, and let us settle this one-on-one." One prisoner bellowed, his anger akin to a raging bull. To everyone's surprise, Lin Feng merely chuckled and tossed the gun to the ground, saying, "All right, let us do this together. I promise not to use my gun." "Fine, you said it. Brothers, let us charge together." The prisoners, having lost all reason, followed suit as they rushed toward the fence. After all, they were merely separated by a barrier. If they could leap over it, they could avenge their leader and claim the beautiful women inside. But as fate would have it, calamity awaited them. With a deafening crackle, the electric fence discharged, instantly rendering those who had leapt onto it charred and helpless, much like roasted ducks hanging on a spit. "Oh my God!" One prisoner, witnessing the horrific scene, was so terrified that he lost control, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Feng, expressionless, picked up the gun from the ground and turned to the frightened prisoner, saying, "You're quite the clever one, encouraging others while you stay back. Please spare me. I'm not your big brother, I'm Feng Go. Why can't you all remember?" With that, Lin Feng shot the prisoner without hesitation. Outside the fence, Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu were already paralyzed with fear, their faces pale with terror. However, Lin Feng paid them no mind. "Didn't I tell you both that you need tea come every day?" Lin Feng said, looking at Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu. "But Teacher Lu insists on coming every day. I can't stop her," Zhou Qiang replied, fear evident in his expression. Lin Feng glanced at Teacher Lu but chose to remain silent. This prompted the women present to murmur among themselves. So it's Teacher Lu who has feelings for Lin Feng. No wonder she always comes with Zhou Qiang since that incident. Brother Feng, you must hold your ground and not be swayed by this woman. As the women speculated, Lin Feng turned to Zhou Qiang and teacher Lu, asking, do you both remember which villa the remaining inmates are staying in? Yes, Zhou Qiang nodded eagerly. Let me there. Lin Feng deactivated the electric fence, stepping out with the women alongside Zhou Qiang to clear out the remaining prisoners. Teacher Lu stayed outside the villa, while Li Xian and Wang Shushu waited inside for Lin Feng and the others. Given Teacher Lu's current state, it was indeed unwise for her to enter. At this moment, Zhou Qiang guided Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi to a villa, saying, Feng Ge, it's this one. To Zhou Qiang, remembering the title Feng Ge was crucial, otherwise, he might find himself sharing the same fate as the prisoners. However, just as Zhou Qiang finished speaking, Yang Mi interjected, why would they be living here? Lin Feng, hearing her words, glanced at the villa number and replied with a faint smile, Villa number 9. If I recall correctly, this is the villa you previously resided in, right? I never expected you to have such a good memory, Yang Mi said, a bittersweet smile crossing her lips. Let us go inside. Lin Feng sighed softly and stepped inside first. At that moment, Lin Feng unexpectedly collided with a prisoner. Bang! Before the prisoner could utter a word, Lin Feng silenced him with a swift blow, rendering him utterly mute. As Lin Feng delved deeper into the villa, those inmates who heard the gunfire and attempted to flee were systematically taken down, one by one, in a pool of blood, in the face of firearms. Any prisoner wielding a melee weapon was merely engaging in futile struggles. Within moments, every prisoner in the villa had been dealt with. Yet, as Lin Feng opened the door to the last room, he was instantly struck by the shocking scene before him. The room was filled with 7 or 8 women, each arranged in various compromising positions, bound tightly with ropes. Most notably, each of them had a ball stuffed in their mouths, rendering them unable to utter a sound. They could only gaze helplessly and painfully at Lin Feng. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi, Yang Mi, and the others entered. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their faces flushed with embarrassment, and they dared not look directly. Lin Feng turned his back and sighed. Jingyi, Yang Mi, please help them untie the ropes. Understood. Zhao Jingyi and Yang Mi nodded in agreement and promptly began to free these women, assisting them in donning their clothes. However, when the women learned that Lin Feng had executed all the captives, they suddenly fell to their knees before him, weeping with gratitude. Yet, their actions irked Lin Feng. Each individual harbors a Buddha within, yet simultaneously, a demon resides there as well. Whenever Lin Feng felt a glimmer of compassion towards others, he would remind himself that this world is inherently harsh. The lives of others had little bearing on him. Thus, he often found himself in turmoil. Enough of the tears. I understand your gratitude, but the path ahead must be traversed by you alone. You are a good person. May we follow you in the future? One of the kneeling women said. Lin Feng's facial muscles twitched involuntarily at her words as he retorted, why do you insult me? The woman paused briefly, then repeated. You must have misheard. I merely called you a good person. I did not insult you. You are the good person. Your entire family is composed of good people. Let us go. He shot back at her with a fierce tone before leading Zhao Jingyi and the others away. To Lin Feng, the term good person had never held much merit, even before the apocalypse, and it carried a hint of condescension. In the context of a post-apocalyptic world, particularly when uttered by a woman, the insult was magnified. Upon hearing this, Teacher Lu glanced at Zhou Qiang and, as if making a firm decision, quietly said, zombies are becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Our traps are no longer effective. Therefore, what do you mean? Lin Feng asked patiently. We have only managed to collect 30 cores this time. Teacher Lu replied, casting a cautious glance at Lin Feng before lowering his head. Noticing Lu's demeanor, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the equally anxious Zhou Qiang, plunging into contemplation. As the zombies outside rapidly evolved, Lu and Zhou Qiang's group of students would find their space for survival increasingly constrained. Are you willing to follow me from now on? Huh. Lin Feng's words caught Lu and Zhou Qiang off guard, eliciting exclamations of surprise. Observing their reactions, Lin Feng helplessly reiterated, I mean, do you wish to? Yes, of course. Zhou Qiang interjected eagerly, cutting Lin Feng off. Lu also nodded in agreement. Although Lin Feng's offer of supplies was merely a means to exchange for their collected cores, such matters paled in comparison to the gravity of survival. In this world, having someone provide a means to procure food was a tremendous blessing. After all, in such dire circumstances, who would still strive to be a do-gooder? Rest assured, Brother Feng. From now on, I, Zhou Qiang, will remain absolutely loyal to you and will never betray you. Upon hearing Zhou Qiang's declaration, Lin Feng merely smiled lightly and replied, flattering words are easily spoken. Do you truly represent everyone? Zhou Qiang fell silent, realizing that each individual is autonomous and cannot embody the sentiments of all. I am their teacher. Surely I can represent them? Teacher Lu suddenly mustered the courage to interject. However, Lin Feng shook his head again, stating, regardless of whether you are their teacher or even their parents, it matters not. Understand this. Any betrayal towards me will be met with dire consequences. Do you still have the courage to utter those words? Well then, Lu reluctantly handed over the 30 cores to Lin Feng and quietly departed with Zhou Qiang. As they left, Zhao Jingyi turned to Lin Feng and asked, have you truly decided to take in these individuals? Chapter 78. Cooperation. Upon hearing Zhao Jingyi's question, Lin Feng sighed and candidly shared his thoughts. The reason for accepting them is to ensure a more stable future. The women were moved by his words, acknowledging that part of Lin Feng's rationale was undoubtedly to protect them. If he had wished to remain a lone wolf, indifferent to their fates, there would have been no necessity for his actions. All right, prepare yourselves. Soon we shall venture out to continue eliminating zombies, and this afternoon we will practice shooting. This time, Lin Feng led Zhao Jingyi and the others to a marketplace. Outside, the market was overrun with zombies, vendors and customers alike, each aimlessly roaming about. As Lin Feng and his group stepped onto the territory of the undead, a fruit vendor zombie, along with several customers who had also succumbed to zombification, lunged towards them with outstretched claws. Attention! These are all green and red second and third tier zombies. You must be on high alert. As Lin Feng's words fell, the zombies surged towards them. Form ranks. Zhao Jingyi suddenly shouted, and the others promptly raised their rifles, forming an offensive line to confront the oncoming horde. The commotion attracted more zombies, as if a mysterious force had awakened them, and soon, over 40 zombies charged towards Lin Feng and his companions. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, the earlier calm expressions on the women's faces dissipated, giving way to panic and urgency. Lin Feng, there are too many zombies. Should we retreat? Zhao Jingyi inquired. Contrary to her suggestion, Lin Feng replied, you have relied on 2 or 3 of you to take down one zombie each time. Now it is time to face these zombies individually. With steely resolve, the women steeled themselves and charged at the approaching zombies. Empowered by the cores, their movements were swift and decisive. Each shot they fired accurately pierced the skulls of the zombies. At that moment, they resembled formidable female warriors, unleashing astonishing combat prowess under the sun. Watching this unfold, Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk slightly, as it was evident that, under his training, the women had thoroughly conquered their inner fears. Each of them could now confront the zombies alone, no longer relying on sheer numbers to vanquish their foes. In a short span, the 40 or so zombies that had rushed towards them lay defeated at their feet. After collecting the cores, Zhao Jingyi and the others, guided by Lin Feng, prepared to advance further. However, at that moment, a group of over a dozen individuals unexpectedly encountered Lin Feng and his companions. Each person in this group wielded a different weapon. Some held fire axes, while others brandished shovels and crowbars. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng and his companions. He then pointed at the corpses of the zombies behind them and asked, friends, did you kill these zombies? Otherwise, what do you think? Lin Feng retorted coldly. The middle-aged man hurriedly replied, you mustn't misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. I merely meant to say that your skills are quite impressive. Why not consider collaborating? How would we collaborate? Lin Feng inquired. You must have come here for the vegetable market or that grain and oil store, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised his gaze and indeed spotted a grain and oil store ahead, though it was surrounded by a swarm of zombies, with at least 300 to 400 visible. Among them was a fully evolved purple-tier zombie, meandering amidst the throng of red and green second and third-tier zombies. The middle-aged man continued, if we cooperate to clear out these zombies, we can keep 40% of the supplies inside, and the rest will be yours. What do you say? While it sounded appealing, Lin Feng was not inclined to trust him. Do you think I would believe you? He scoffed. To Lin Feng's surprise, the middle-aged man responded, to be honest, the 40% we request comes with conditions. What conditions? Lin Feng asked. All the crystals obtained from killing the zombies must belong to us. Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi's expressions tightened at this revelation. It seemed someone had already uncovered the secret of the crystals. Fine, that's acceptable, Lin Feng agreed, but then he quickly pivoted the conversation. But may I ask what you need those for? Well, just say whether you agree or not, the man replied. Of course, we agree. Let us get started. Lin Feng gestured for the middle-aged man to proceed. The middle-aged man's facial muscles twitched in response. As he had initially hoped to find a group of expendables to clear the path ahead, he had not anticipated Lin Feng's cunning. Kid, my elder brother is willing to cooperate with you out of respect. Don't be ungrateful. One of the middle-aged man's subordinates threatened, brandishing a crowbar at Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng merely smiled and said, you lead the charge, and we'll provide support from the rear. Isn't that cooperation? You are getting 60% of the supplies. It seems unreasonable for you not to take the lead. If you go first, you can take 70%, and we'll settle for 30. How does that sound? The middle-aged man and his subordinates fell into a brief silence, taken aback by Lin Feng's level of caution. After a moment, the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Since this brother has put it that way, to show our sincerity, we can take the lead. However, but what? Lin Feng interjected, sensing the hesitation. The middle-aged man took a deep breath before continuing, but we cannot always be at the forefront. After all, everyone gets tired eventually. You can understand that, right? Of course. That is no problem. We can rotate every hour. How does that sound? All right, you said it. The middle-aged man turned to his subordinates, instructing, everyone heard that? We'll take the lead. Boss, can we trust this kid's words? One of the subordinates questioned. Exactly, what if he backstabs us? Another added. Seeing the unease among the middle-aged man's group, Lin Feng sighed. Since we don't trust each other, we can withdraw. The grain and oil store ahead can be yours. We'll have no part in it. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Zhao Jingyi, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. The middle-aged man's voice called out just as Lin Feng turned to depart. Lin Feng turned back, visibly displeased. What else do you want? Brother, we're just discussing. Why are you so impatient? Look at my group. Aside from me, there's only a bunch of women left. You want us to charge in first? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man chuckled. Fine, we'll go first, but remember to switch with us in an hour. He then glanced at Lin Feng one last time before waving his hand, signaling his companions to move forward. Lin Feng understood that the middle-aged man's decision stemmed from a place of necessity. After all, everyone knew the saying about the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Thus, Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi's presence posed a significant threat to them. As the middle-aged man and his group charged ahead to eliminate the zombies, Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi prepared to guard their rear, ensuring they wouldn't be surrounded by other zombies. The middle-aged man and his subordinates wielded their fire axes and shovels with remarkable efficiency, dispatching zombies as if they were mere vegetables. Lin Feng quickly deduced that their combat prowess stemmed from consuming the crystals, indicating that the secret of the crystals was indeed known to some. Are we really going to take turns killing zombies with them? Zhao Jingyi whispered to Lin Feng, who shot her a mischievous glance. She immediately understood and made a slashing motion across her throat towards Zhao Lucy and Yang Mi. In this apocalyptic world, notions of right and wrong ceased to exist. Only the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remained. As time passed, an hour swiftly elapsed. Brother, time us up. It's your turn now. However, what awaited them were Zhao Jingyi and her companions, armed with specially crafted long guns and cold, icy expressions. Oh no. The middle-aged man's face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Brother, what does this mean? It means we want you to continue, Lin Feng replied coldly. One of the middle-aged man's subordinates, while battling a zombie, gritted his teeth in frustration. I told you this kid was trouble, but you wouldn't listen. Enough. Do you think I wanted this? The middle-aged man retorted angrily before turning to Lin Feng with a pleading tone. I say, brother, let us not joke around. Didn't we agree earlier? We did agree, but regrettably, I've changed my mind. The middle-aged man was nearly driven to the brink of a stroke by Lin Feng's words. What do you want? I want you to eliminate all the zombies surrounding the grain and oil store. You bastard, I'll fight you. At that moment, one of the middle-aged man's subordinates, incensed by the situation, prepared to turn around and use his shovel to reduce Lin Feng to a mere pulp. Bang! To their astonishment, a silenced pistol discharged with a faint sound, instantly piercing the man's skull. This sudden event made them realize that they were indeed facing formidable opponents today. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Lin Feng's voice rang out again, prompting the middle-aged man and his subordinates to unleash helpless, anguished cries as they swung their fire axes, crowbars, and shovels, desperately battling the zombies. In their eyes, obedience seemed to be their only hope for survival. Otherwise, their chances of living were non-existent. An hour had passed, and the middle-aged man and his crew had successfully eliminated 90% of the second and third-tier zombies surrounding the grocery store. Only the formidable purple fourth-tier zombie and a handful of third-tier red zombies remained, still lurking at the entrance. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man and his subordinates were drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. However, Lin Feng seemed unfazed by their exhaustion, casually inquiring from behind the middle-aged man. Why have you not continued? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man shuddered, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Brother, that purple zombie is exceptionally powerful. It is beyond our capabilities to confront. I refuse to believe that, Lin Feng retorted deliberately. I'm telling you the truth. I am not deceiving you, the middle-aged man insisted. Then pray tell, why do you seek the crystal within the zombie's head? Lin Feng's question rendered the middle-aged man momentarily speechless. Chapter 80, Forcing the Issue Speak. Lin Feng demanded, eager to uncover whether the secrets of the crystal core were stumbled upon by mere chance or disclosed by another. He would not grant the middle-aged man time to ponder. With a fierce shout from Lin Feng, the middle-aged man trembled violently, instinctively glancing towards the distant purple zombie, fearful that their noise might attract its attention. All right, I'll tell you. Consuming the crystal core from a zombie's head grants one increased strength. I learned this inadvertently from a stranger, he divulged. Who is it? Lin Feng pressed. I don't know him. I merely overheard him, the middle-aged man responded. Could he be another reincarnated individual like me? Lin Feng pondered, feeling a pang of anxiety. He pressed on. What did this person look like? A man with a scruffy beard and long hair, the middle-aged man replied candidly. Are you the only ones aware of this? Lin Feng inquired further. At least 3 groups know about it, and they are all out there killing zombies and collecting crystal cores. Soon, more will learn of this, he explained. Do you know where that bearded man is? Lin Feng asked again. Yes, but you needn't search for him, the middle-aged man warned. What do you mean by that? Lin Feng frowned. Because he has already become a zombie. What? Lin Feng was taken aback by this revelation. If his speculation held true and that man was indeed a reincarnated soul, he should not have met such an untimely end. After all, having died once, fate had granted him another chance at life. He should have been more vigilant. Yet, exceptions exist in every narrative. It seemed this reincarnated soul had devolved into a foolish individual, revealing the secret of the crystal core to outsiders. One reincarnated soul spoke too freely, while another was foolishly indulgent. What then were Lin Feng's shortcomings? Was it a penchant for lust? No, he merely wished to provide a home for those vulnerable, pitiful women. That could hardly be deemed a flaw. At this moment, Lin Feng dismissed his earlier thoughts and aimed his gun at the middle-aged man, declaring, It has been long enough. You should have rested adequately. Now, go and slay the zombies. Upon hearing Lin Feng's command, the middle-aged man's complexion shifted dramatically as beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Trembling, he implored, Brother, that is a 4th-tier zombie. We stand no chance against it. Do not worry, I have faith in you. Go forth, Lin Feng encouraged, his gun still trained on him. Faced with this intimidating yet motivational threat, while the middle-aged man might endure it, his subordinates could no longer withstand the humiliation. One of them, unable to contain his emotions, glared at Lin Feng and shouted, "You little brat, our boss may fear you, but I do not. Is that so?" Lin Feng scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the insolent subordinate. "I challenge you to a duel." With a swift motion, Lin Feng silenced him with a single, muffled shot, effortlessly concluding the confrontation. He then turned to the remaining subordinates, stating, "Well, the duel is over. Who else wishes to challenge me?" The middle-aged man and his crew, now pale and filled with terror, stared at Lin Feng, their courage evaporating in the face of such an overwhelming presence. "Since none of you wish to duel, what are you lingering for? Go now." With Lin Feng's authoritative shout, the middle-aged man gripped his fire axe tightly and charged towards the zombies with a roar. Clearly, they chose to fight against zombies over a duel with Lin Feng, for in their eyes, he was far more terrifying than the undead. Seeing their leader charge into battle, the others had no choice but to follow suit, engaging in a fierce battle with the zombies. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingyi observed the brutal clash and turned to Lin Feng, asking, "How many zombies do you think they can kill? I suspect they might manage to eliminate all the red third-tier zombies, but the purple fourth-tier one is beyond their capabilities." Lin Feng replied. Just then, two of the middle-aged man's subordinates were caught by a third-tier zombie, one of them letting out a despairing wail. Having survived in such an environment for so long, they understood that being scratched or bitten by a zombie was tantamount to receiving an acceptance letter to become one themselves. The question was no longer if, but when. "I don't want to become a zombie. Boss, please, I don't want to. If you wish to avoid that fate, allow me to assist you." The middle-aged man responded, raising his fire axe and brutally severing the head of his subordinate. The remaining crew stared in horror, mouths agape. "What are you all staring at? If I do not act, he will turn into a zombie, and we shall all perish." With this grim reminder, the others quickly regained their senses and resumed their battle against the zombies. However, at that moment, the distant purple fourth-tier zombie emitted a chilling glare, charging toward the middle-aged man and his subordinates with a deafening roar. "Brothers, fear not. We shall confront it," the middle-aged man shouted, leading his crew toward the fourth-tier zombie. But before they could even raise their weapons, the fourth-tier zombie effortlessly tore them apart, then lunged at the middle-aged man. Seeing his subordinates fall like paper against the fourth-tier zombie, the middle-aged man dropped his fire axe and fled, utterly useless, with a sigh from Lin Feng. A bullet pierced directly through the back of the middle-aged man's head. Just as the man collapsed, the fourth-tier zombie, suddenly deprived of its target, emitted a furious roar and lunged towards Lin Feng. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng swiftly pulled the trigger at the fourth-tier zombie. It is worth noting that this was a freshly synthesized Desert Eagle, whose power and accuracy far surpassed that of an ordinary handgun. The fourth-tier zombie, now possessing a modicum of intellect, was enraged by Lin Feng's shot and charged at him with a roar. "Lin Feng, be careful. Zhao Jingyi, not far away," exclaimed in alarm. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed, deftly dodging the zombie's lethal strike before quickly creating distance and firing again, sending the fourth-tier zombie's skull flying. A purple crystal core, along with decaying flesh, scattered across the ground. The fourth-tier zombie, akin to a deactivated machine, instantaneously lost its vitality. Lin Feng retrieved the purple fourth-tier crystal core from the remnants and instructed Zhao Jingyi and the others. "You three keep watch while the rest of you clean up the battlefield." At his command, Zhao Jingyi and her companions swiftly drew their military knives, beginning to extract crystal cores from the zombies' heads. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, accompanied by Daha, fired a shot at the glass door of the grocery store and stepped onto the shards of glass to enter. As he gazed upon the shelves filled with grains and oils, Lin Feng approached slowly, delicately touching each item on the shelves. Detected 50 bags of 25 kilograms of flour. "Congratulations, you have obtained 25 kilogram bags of flour." Detected 100 bags of 25 kilograms of wuchang rice. "Congratulations, you have obtained 25 kilogram bags of wuchang rice." Detected 200 barrels of 5-liter peanut oil. "Congratulations, you have obtained barrels of 5-liter peanut oil." Detected 50 boxes of table salt. "Congratulations, you have obtained." As prompts echoed in his mind, Lin Feng replicated all the unopened edible supplies, including grains, oils, and sauces, before exiting the store. Just as he stepped out, Zhao Jingyi approached excitedly, saying, "Lin Feng, it seems we have struck gold this time, not only gaining so many crystal cores, but also acquiring a vast amount of food. Since we cannot consume all this food, I have decided to forego it." "What? You can't be serious," Zhao Jingyi exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief as she looked at Lin Feng. In such dire circumstances, the thought of rejecting such a bounty of food, even half a bun, would be met with fierce competition among people. Lin Feng's decision baffled her, making it hard to comprehend and accept. Little did Zhao Jingyi and the others realize that Lin Feng, in order to safeguard his secret, could never openly collect these resources in front of them. Besides, he had already replicated these supplies 1,000-fold and stored them in his own space. Thus, in Lin Feng's eyes, these resources had become inconsequential and lost their significance. Zhao Jingyi, after shooting Lin Feng a stern look, noticed a truck nearby and quickly walked over. "Ah, it's truly worrisome. Will so many supplies even fit in the villa?" Lin Feng thought as he watched Zhao Jingyi's retreating figure, feeling helpless. However, these resources were indeed invaluable in the eyes of ordinary people. After collecting the crystal cores, the women returned to the grocery store to load all the grains and oils onto the truck. They had no choice but to pile the supplies in the villa's yard and cover them with a large tarpaulin to protect them from rain. Once they completed this task, Shun Banksia poured the collected crystal cores into a basin cleaned them, and began counting. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng lit a cigarette and approached Chen Bengxia, asking, "Have you finished counting?" "Yes," she nodded and continued. "There are 589 second-tier green crystal cores, 99 third-tier red crystal cores, and 121st-tier white crystal cores, totaling 808 cores. You, Daha, and Erha will each receive 45 second-tier green cores, with the remaining 4 for me. For the third-tier cores, you, Daha, and Erha will each get 7, with the remaining 8 for me. As for the first-tier white cores, they hold little value for us. So we will leave them for Zhou Qiang and the others." Upon hearing this, the women fell silent momentarily. Zhao Jingyi was the first to speak up. "Lin Feng, why are you distributing so little this time? There's no need for such formality among us." "Indeed, Lin Feng, why not just let me absorb my crystal cores?" "I don't mind," Wang Shushua chimed in. Chen Bengxia added, "That's right, Lin Feng. We must have a strong individual capable of standing alone. And you are the most suitable candidate. Therefore, the crystal cores we collect should prioritize you." "Yes." Lin Feng looked at the women, who placed such high hopes on him, and smiled wryly. "I am fully aware of that, but have you forgotten? I still have 2 fourth-tier crystal cores that I have yet to absorb." "Even though you have 4th-tier cores, only having 2 is hardly sufficient, is it?" Zhao Jingyi inquired. "Of course it is. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the energy contained within these 4th-tier cores may be unimaginably vast." As Lin Feng spoke, he retrieved a 4th-tier crystal core from his possession and swallowed it whole. In an instant, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, filling every blood vessel like roots spreading through plants. The women looked on in concern as Lin Feng endured the intense energy flooding his body. At that moment, even Lin Feng himself feared that his blood vessels might rupture from the pressure. The energy from the 4th-tier crystal core was indeed formidable. "It seems I must find a way to consolidate this energy." With that thought, Lin Feng grasped the arm of the foreign woman, Irina, and led her toward the bedroom. This scene caused the women to stamp their feet in frustration. What is that man thinking? Why does he suddenly crave steak? Isn't Chinese food delightful? Meanwhile, as Zhao Jingyi and the others murmured their complaints, faint sounds began to emanate from the bedroom. After over an hour, Lin Feng lit a cigarette, relishing the rare tranquility. "Shall we continue?" Suddenly, Irina's delicate hand began to intrude upon his peace. "Can I have a moment of cool down for my cigarette?" "Humph, if you smoke, then I shall." Seeing Irina's reaction, Lin Feng lost all desire to smoke. In the afternoon, Lin Feng simultaneously guided Zhao Jingyi and the others in shooting practice while attempting to synthesize 2 bullets into one using his synthesis skill. Synthesis failed. Would you like to continue? Continue. 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 In truth, Lin Feng's true intention was not merely to synthesize 2 bullets into one, but to enhance his synthesis skill proficiency. Only with increased proficiency could the success rate of future syntheses improve. Despite the fact that each attempt, successful or not, raised his synthesis skill proficiency by a mere 0.0001, Lin Feng remained undeterred in his pursuit. After all, Lin Feng truly had no other means to enhance the proficiency of this skill. After toiling for so long, achieving only a mere 1.5% in proficiency was indeed a lamentable situation. With a heartfelt sigh, Lin Feng cast a glance at the skill's proficiency. Reflecting on the earlier words of the female reincarnator before her demise, "There exists a military camp 200 kilometers southeast of our city. You should be aware of it." 200 kilometers southeast, a military camp? Lin Feng silently mused, the glimmer in his eyes fluctuating at that moment. Although his space already housed a substantial arsenal of firearms, if he truly wished to establish a force in the future, acquiring more weapons, particularly firearms, was undeniably advantageous. In a post-apocalyptic world, such armaments would serve as formidable tools. Furthermore, if he failed to secure this cache of military arms and they fell into the hands of another faction, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat, given the camp's proximity. Thus, even if he could not possess them, he would ensure they could not fall into others' hands, even if it meant destroying them. With this resolve, Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette and murmured, "It seems I must pay that place a visit." The following day, Zhou Qiang, Teacher Lu, and the others appeared diligently at the outer fence of Lin Feng's villa. In their eyes, aligning with Lin Feng was their only hope for survival. As for anything beyond that, they dared not harbor extravagant desires. Survival was their primary concern. At that moment, as Lin Feng stepped out of the villa, Zhou Qiang and the others lit up with renewed hope. Lin Feng had begun to take on the semblance of a savior in their minds. After all, he had saved both Zhou Qiang and Teacher Lu on 2 occasions, which only deepened their gratitude toward him. As Lin Feng approached the fence, halting before Zhou Qiang and the others, he inquired, "Have you all made your decision?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang exchanged a glance with Teacher Lu before responding. "We have made our decision. We will serve Brother Feng faithfully, living as your people and dying as your ghosts." At Zhou Qiang's declaration, the other youths immediately knelt, chanting in unison, "We live as Brother Feng's people and die as his ghosts." The fervent echoes of their voices resonated throughout the entire neighborhood, evoking a sense of grandeur. With a half-joking tone, Lin Feng replied, "You said this yourselves, so I shall take it to heart. Brother Feng, rest assured, we will never betray you." Zhou Qiang reassured him, sensing Lin Feng's lighthearted demeanor easing his own tension. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the others and asked, "Do you all feel the same?" "Yes," they responded in unison. "You will reside in the nearby villas, and starting today, in addition to providing for your basic needs, I will also train you to enhance your survival skills in the outside world. However, all resources you gather, including the crystals from the zombies' heads, must be surrendered to me for redistribution. Upon hearing they would no longer have to endure hunger, Zhou Qiang and the others were overcome with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes. They had lived perilously close to death for so long that any promise of sustenance was met with immense gratitude. Whatever Brother Feng commands, we shall obey. If you tell us to go east, we shall not venture west. With Zhou Qiang leading the way, the others echoed his sentiments, their faces betraying their uncontainable excitement. Very well, in that case, consume these provisions, Lin Feng said, tossing a package to Zhou Qiang and the others. As Zhou Qiang opened the package, his face turned pale. After a moment of struggle, he managed to suppress his panic and anxiously asked, Brother Feng, is this from the zombies' heads? Can we eat this? You all said you would obey me, did you not? How is it that you so quickly forget your words? Lin Feng's inquiry plunged Zhou Qiang and the others into a state of disarray, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded him. At that moment, they perceived that although they were willing to serve him, he was asking them to consume the very crystals from the zombies' heads, a request that felt akin to inviting death itself. Are you certain this isn't a jest? Teacher Lu finally mustered the courage to voice his fears. Joking? Do you see me as a jester? Lin Feng chuckled in response to Teacher Lu's concern. However, those crystals are from zombies. Wouldn't consuming them pose a risk to our health? Teacher Lu questioned, his anxiety palpable. I require your obedience, not your doubts. Even if I were to command you to die, you would comply, do you understand? At Lin Feng's words, the expressions of Teacher Lu and the others shifted to a complex mix of emotions. They found Lin Feng utterly incomprehensible. Teacher Lu seriously questioned Lin Feng's mental state, wondering how one could demand loyalty in such an extreme manner. Yet, Lin Feng remained indifferent to their thoughts. He sought unwavering loyalty. Although his methods were extreme and somewhat brutal, they were precisely what Lin Feng desired. In his view, the most straightforward and extreme approaches often revealed the true nature of individuals. If they chose not to consume the first-level crystals, it could only signify two possibilities. Either they had not yet reached a point of desperation, still possessing other options, or they harbored ulterior motives against him. Should it be the latter, nurturing them would be akin to raising a pack of ungrateful wolves. Since he refused to comply, why should I continue to support you? Leave at once. Lin Feng preferred to remain selective, unwilling to associate with those who might betray him. Wait. Suddenly, Zhou Chang's voice rang out behind Lin Feng. Though I do not understand your reasoning, I do know that without your prior rescues, Teacher Lu and I would likely be dead by now. Thus, even if you wish for our demise this time, we bear no grievances. Me too. Count me in. As Zhou Chang's words fell, the others, stealing their resolve, voiced their agreement. In truth, their loyalty was less about unwavering devotion and more about trust. After all, those who had saved them once were unlikely to harm them without cause. Very well, since you all agree, let's quickly distribute these items. And then I shall watch you enjoy them. With Lin Feng's words, Zhou Qiang, holding a parcel containing first-level crystal nuclei, cast a deep glance at Lin Feng before proceeding to distribute the 120 first-level crystal nuclei among them, including Teacher Lu. There were a total of 24 individuals, allowing each of them to receive 5 nuclei. 5 minutes later, as Lin Feng observed Zhou Qiang and the others cradling the crystal nuclei in their hands, he slowly inquired, have you finished distributing them? After consuming these, remember to do 200 push-ups and 300 sit-ups. Why, Brother Feng? One of them asked. Why are you asking so many questions? Just do as instructed. Lin Feng replied. All right, we will remember. Zhou Qiang, sensing the sudden sternness in Lin Feng's tone, could only nod in agreement. Upon receiving Zhou Chang's affirmation, Lin Feng nodded and continued, then let's begin. As Zhou Qiang and the others heard this, they steeled themselves and swallowed the crystal nuclei one by one. In an instant, they felt their bodies igniting with heat. Meanwhile, Teacher Lu's face flushed deeply, and she gazed at Lin Feng with a captivating allure. Oh no, I was so caught up in my own bravado that I forgot about her. Lin Feng thought, startled by the scene before him. He immediately urged Zhou Qiang and the others, quickly do 200 push-ups and 300 sit-ups. Consequently, the young individuals promptly dropped to the ground, panting as they began their push-ups. However, Teacher Lu, bolstered by the crystal nuclei within her, had become utterly weak and incapable of even standing. Lin Feng, witnessing this, was at a loss for what to do, so he shouted towards the villa, Jing Yi, Zhao Jing Yi. After all, Lin Feng believed that in such moments, women understood women best. What's wrong? Zhao Jing Yi, holding a ladle, quickly darted out of the villa. Lin Feng helplessly gestured toward Teacher Lu, saying, can you think of a way to help her? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing Yi turned her gaze toward Teacher Lu and shot Lin Feng a resentful glance. What have you done to her? What do you mean by what have I done? She simply consumed 5 first-level crystal nuclei, and I never expected her reaction to be so severe. Lin Feng replied honestly, when I first ingested the nuclei, I reacted similarly. Zhao Jing Yi glared at Lin Feng, gritting her teeth. Lin Feng exclaimed, what should we do? If this continues, she might faint. What else can we do? Either you take her to a room like you did with us, or you cool her down. Perhaps that would help, Zhou Qiang suggested. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, turned and found a watering hose in the yard, turning on the faucet and directing the water toward Teacher Lu. Although Lin Feng was not a paragon of virtue, he also would not indulge in indiscriminate behavior toward every woman. Besides, in this situation, if he were to engage with Zhou Chang's teacher, how would the others perceive him? How could he lead them in the future? Thus, Lin Feng resolutely maintained his boundaries to avoid unnecessary trouble. At that moment, as the cold water cascaded over Teacher Lu, she became drenched, her figure appearing particularly enchanting against the water's backdrop, perfectly accentuating her enviable curves. Lin Feng, captivated by her beauty, involuntarily swallowed hard. However, Zhou Qiang and the others, while doing push-ups, noticeably slowed down, their greedy gazes uncontrollably wandering in that direction. Seeing this, Lin Feng inwardly cursed, "Not good. What are you staring at? She is your teacher. Hurry up and continue those push-ups." Upon hearing Lin Feng's admonition, Zhou Qiang and the others sheepishly lowered their heads and resumed their efforts. Thus, Teacher Lu gradually regained her composure as the chilling water alleviated the fiery sensations within her body, while Zhou Qiang and his companions expelled their own pent-up energy through their exertion. Exhausted, they sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Feng, indifferent to their plight, merely snorted and lit a cigarette, then turned his gaze toward the soaked Teacher Lu, asking, "How are you feeling now?" I'm all right," she replied, shyly covering her chest with her damp hands. "You need not feel embarrassed. Everyone experiences such symptoms after ingesting the crystal nuclei for the first time. Just take a few more, and you'll be fine." "How do you know all this? Have you also?" Teacher Lu asked, perplexed. Lin Feng smiled faintly indeed. He then inquired, "Now can you tell me why you chose to consume such things?" Teacher Lu looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend the benefits of eating something from the brain of a zombie. Lin Feng glanced at her and replied, "Because consuming it strengthens you. Otherwise, do you think I would trade my resources for your crystal nuclei? Is that so?" Teacher Lu's understanding dawned upon her. Lin Feng then turned his attention to Zhou Qiang and the others lying on the ground. "It's been quite a while. Have you all recovered?" Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Zhou Qiang and the others promptly scrambled to their feet, a bit embarrassed as they looked at him. "Brother Feng, we're sorry, we were just too exhausted. Now, you can keenly sense any changes in your bodies after consuming the crystal nuclei," Lin Feng instructed. "Brother Feng, now that you mention it, there does seem to be some change." "Yes, I feel stronger than before, and my movements feel swifter," Zhou Qiang and the others responded, genuinely feeling the significant differences in their bodies. Lin Feng smiled lightly. "That is the effect of the 5 crystal nuclei you consumed. Are you saying that consuming crystal nuclei will make us stronger?" Zhou Qiang asked in astonishment. "Indeed, but given your current condition, you can only consume these white first-level crystal nuclei. You must fully adapt to them before you can progress to higher levels." "We understand, Brother Feng." Zhou Qiang and the others nodded earnestly in response. Subsequently, Lin Feng approached the tarp in the yard, lifting it with a bit of effort, revealing piles of grain and oil that immediately captured the attention of Zhou Qiang and the others, causing their pupils to constrict in shock. In such dire circumstances, Lin Feng had amassed such a significant quantity of food. Moreover, what baffled them was that Lin Feng had carelessly piled the food in the yard, a sight none of them had anticipated. Is this a show of wealth? They wondered, recalling their previous visits when they had exchanged crystal nuclei for food without ever witnessing such an abundance. "You all must be nearly out of food, right? Zhou Qiang, you two come over and help yourselves to a few bags of rice and flour. Find a villa to break into and cook something," Lin Feng instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shang, who had accompanied Zhou Qiang on a previous visit, stepped forward to retrieve the rice and flour from the yard. However, Zhou Qiang quickly seized Su Shang's arm, glancing at Lin Feng with an awkward smile. "Brother Feng, you can't be serious. We can't just take this. After all, last time, those prisoners were electrocuted to the point of being reduced to mere fragments while attempting to scale the fence. Although it was Lin Feng who had invited them in, who could truly fathom his inner thoughts. Thus, it was prudent to reconfirm the situation for safety's sake." Indeed, upon hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Lin Feng could not help but inwardly admire the lad for possessing a modicum of sense. It was likely that henceforth, he would act with greater caution. With a chuckle, Lin Feng remarked, "Indeed, aside from myself, the sole male present, how could any other man dare to tread upon my sacred ground?" "Understood, Brother Feng. I shall be more attentive next time," Su Shang replied, suddenly enlightened and drenched in cold sweat. Lin Feng merely cast a cold glance at Su Shang without uttering another word, then shifted his gaze towards Teacher Lu outside the fence, saying, "Since they cannot, I must trouble you, Teacher Lu." "Of course," Lu replied, cautiously stepping inside the enclosure to gather the supplies. To Lu and Zhou Qiang, these provisions were indeed more precious than their own lives. Thus, with such a rare opportunity at hand, they would seize as much as they could. How can this petite figure manage so much? Is she truly intending to cart away an entire truckload of supplies? Lin Feng mused, feeling a sense of disbelief at Lu's greed. He then patiently inquired, "What is your name, Teacher Lu?" "Lu Yun," she replied without lifting her head, gritting her teeth as she hoisted a 50-kilogram sack of rice and hurriedly returned to Zhou Qiang and the others. Goodness, this woman is quite formidable, Lin Feng thought. Is it really necessary to take everything at once? These supplies, in due time, will all belong to you. Unable to contain himself, Lin Feng finally admonished, "Enough, stop moving. You can come back for more once you have consumed what you have already taken." Chapter 85. A return to familiar grounds and an encounter with the corpulent woman. At that moment, Lu Yun, who was fervently engaged in her task, trembled at Lin Feng's words. She turned to him, a sheepish smile gracing her features as she said, "I apologize for the spectacle." Seeing her like this, Lin Feng could only sigh. In such dire circumstances, it was only natural for anyone, including her, to act in such a manner upon seeing an abundance of food. Thus, Lin Feng addressed Lu Yun, there is no need for embarrassment. Now, quickly find a villa to settle in, and gather here again in the afternoon. Very well, Lu Yun nodded in agreement, and she, along with Zhou Qiang and the others, settled into a villa nearby Lin Feng. After breakfast with Zhao Jingyi and the others, Lin Feng decided to leave Wang Shuxue and Era behind in the villa. Before stepping out, he resolved to upgrade their equipment significantly. Concealed from their view, he produced several Garand semi-automatic rifles, each outfitted with bayonets, presenting them before the astonished women. Zhao Jingyi and the others gaped in disbelief. I never anticipated there would be such an arsenal hidden in our storage room, Lin Feng remarked. Brother Feng, what kind of gun is this? Is it real? They exclaimed, their hands instinctively reaching out to touch the rifles, chattering excitedly, having never encountered real firearms before. Only Ning Ruxiang, who possessed knowledge of firearms, examined a Garand rifle and exclaimed in astonishment, this is indeed a genuine Garand semi-automatic rifle, but why are there no bullets? The first reason is that you haven't yet mastered shooting, and the second is that I fear you might inadvertently attract other zombies with careless gunfire, which would leave us vulnerable, Lin Feng explained. The women rolled their eyes in silent protest, unimpressed by his caution. Lin Feng continued, thus, I have decided that each of you shall wield a Garand semi-automatic rifle and utilize the bayonet to combat the zombies. Upon hearing this, the women's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the gleaming bayonets affixed to the rifles, leading them forward. Lin Feng drove a barely functioning old pickup truck back to the neighborhood where he once resided. As Lin Feng beheld his former neighbors, now fully transformed into zombies, a wave of nostalgia washed over him as he prepared to cleanse the area of these undead former residents. The newly equipped Zhao Jingyi and her companions worked diligently, pairing off to advance methodically. Any zombie that charged at them was swiftly dispatched with precision shots to the head, rendering them lifeless. Suddenly, a corpulent zombie with a swollen belly charged towards Lin Feng and the others. Isn't this my former brother-in-law, Li Mingho's new girlfriend? The rotund woman who used to live on the same floor? Lin Feng pondered. But how has her belly grown so large? Lost in thought, Lin Feng was abruptly jolted back to reality as the now zombified woman lunged at them with ferocity. In that critical moment, Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Get back. You are no match for this woman. Without hesitation, Zhao Jingyi and the others quickly dodged to the side. Meanwhile, Lin Feng drew his silenced polymer pistol, aiming it squarely at the zombie's head and firing a shot. The corpulent zombie fell heavily to the ground, stirring up dust and creating a dull thud. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi, perplexed, inquired, Lin Feng, this zombie went down with a single shot. She didn't seem particularly formidable. Indeed, Brother Feng, are you perhaps overreacting? Han Wushuang chimed in. Shouldn't a direct shot to the head cause it to fall? Zhao Jingyi added. Lin Feng shook his head. You all saw just how powerful she was when she charged at us. Even if I had shot her in the head, she wouldn't have fallen backward, but rather onto the ground. But what does that signify? Zhao Jingyi countered. She is a pregnant woman. A pregnant woman? The group gasped at Lin Feng's revelation, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Lin Feng continued, if I am not mistaken, she is likely trying to protect the child within her. But Lin Feng, she is already a zombie. Does she still possess any awareness? Li Jingyi questioned, perplexed. Do you not recall the rapidly evolving fourth-tier zombie we encountered while hiding in the supermarket? Of course, but didn't you eliminate that fourth-tier zombie? Lin Feng sighed. Are you aware that the reason that fourth-tier zombie evolved more quickly than others was that it consumed the crystal cores from the brains of other zombies? Are you suggesting that the fourth-tier zombie is somehow akin to us, having acquired crystal cores? Indeed, on that fateful day, upon entering the supermarket with Daha, I was met with a chilling sight. Skeletal remains scattered throughout the aisles. Lin Feng, undeterred, recounted the grim tableau before him, only to shift his narrative abruptly. Thus, I conclude that not all zombies are mindless creatures. A small fraction may still retain vestiges of human cognition. The expressions of Zhao Jingyi and her companions morphed into one of palpable fear at Lin Feng's words. Imagine, if zombies were to evolve and possess intelligence akin to humans, what a terrifying prospect that would be. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the grotesque figure of the obese zombie. A tightening sensation gripped his heart as he mused. If we consider the timeline of the grotesque woman assaulting Li Mingho, it stands to reason that the entity gestating within her is likely Li Mingho's progeny. Could it be mere coincidence? Look, Lin Feng. The fat woman's abdomen appears to be moving. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the astute Li Exen pointed in horror at the corpse of the obese woman, causing the others to instinctively recoil. Lin Feng's attention darted to the purplish hue of her distended belly, where something appeared to writhe within, accompanied by faint gurgling sounds. To his astonishment, this was indeed true. In a moment of revelation, Lin Feng recalled an elderly survivor from his previous life, who had mentioned that some pregnant women who became zombies still harbored living children within them. These unborn infants, however, were no longer nourished by their mothers' bodies, but rather by the toxic essence of their undead state. Thus, survivors referred to these children as corpse infants. When the time was ripe, these corpse infants would not hesitate to rupture their mothers' abdomens to emerge into the chaotic world, surviving against all odds. It was said that these beings, neither human nor ghost, were more agile than monkeys and possessed a viciousness that made them hold grudges for eternity. Since these infants were born with the corruption of the undead, anyone who suffered their bite or scratch would succumb to zombification at an accelerated rate. This realization sent a wave of anxiety through Lin Feng, relieved only by the knowledge that the corpse infant had yet to be born. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. As Lin Feng observed the unsettling movements of the obese woman's belly, he whispered in trepidation. Suddenly, a small hand protruded violently from her abdomen, eliciting gasps from Zhao Jingyi and her companions, forcing them to retreat further. Even Lin Feng felt his heart race as he drew in a sharp breath. The movements within the belly intensified, as if a struggling being were fighting for breath. Panic surged through Lin Feng as he shouted, drawing his pistol, aiming it at the grotesque belly, ready to fire. In a shocking instant, a dark purple hand, resembling a claw, tore through the woman's flesh, and from the gaping wound emerged a creature reminiscent of a hairless monkey. Concurrently, Lin Feng, with his dual-action Desert Eagle, unleashed a volley of shots, sending the corpse infant tumbling onto a nearby trash bin, where it emitted a series of anguished, vengeful cries. Trying to escape? Lin Feng's resolve hardened as he spared no moment, emptying the remaining bullets into the creature. After all, he reasoned, this being had emerged displaying a dark purple hue. Should it be allowed to mature, it could spell doom. To Lin Feng's astonishment, despite wielding a formidable Desert Eagle, which could easily sever a limb, it took an entire magazine to vanquish this corpse infant, indicating that its strength surpassed that of a fourth-tier zombie. It was imperative that he enhance his abilities quickly, otherwise, he risked becoming just another zombie, or worse, a mere meal for one. It seemed the time had come to employ his most powerful weapon. Lin Feng, are you alright? Zhao Jingyi, noticing his altered demeanor, approached him with concern. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, feigning nonchalance as he replied, 200 crystal cores? The women gasped in disbelief at his words. Yet Lin Feng remained undeterred. Come now, there are at least 3,000 to 5,000 residents in this complex. Is it truly so difficult to procure 200 crystal cores? But Brother Feng, it takes the death of 2 or 3 zombies to obtain a single crystal core. Is that not an unreasonable demand? One of them protested. If you do not attempt it, how can you prove your capabilities? Go quickly, Lin Feng countered sternly, casting a glance at the reticent Han Wuxuan. Thus, Zhao Jingyi and the others armed themselves with semi-automatic rifles, advancing into the complex to engage the undead. Lin Feng observed the once vibrant elderly neighbors now rendered into mindless zombies, a profound sorrow washing over him. Yet, faced with this reality, he could only facilitate their swift passage into the afterlife. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the corpse infant he had just slain, and a thought struck him. Surely, it must possess a crystal core within its skull, otherwise, how could it be so formidable upon birth? With this notion in mind, Lin Feng retrieved a military knife from his space, approached the lifeless body, and plunged the blade into the infant's head, twisting it with force. A crisp crack echoed as the skull yielded. To his astonishment, he discovered a dark purple crystal core embedded within the brain. Carefully, Lin Feng extracted the core, holding it aloft for scrutiny. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if this dark purple crystal harbored a latent energy that stirred his very being. Friends, who brought you here? A deep, resonant voice interrupted his thoughts, causing Lin Feng's heart to leap. He hastily stowed the crystal core and turned to face the source of the voice. There stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s yet already graying, seemingly having materialized out of thin air, causing Lin Feng to gasp in surprise. His heightened senses, sharpened by the consumption of crystal cores, had failed to detect the man's presence, affirming Lin Feng's suspicion that he was no ordinary individual. Nevertheless, Lin Feng maintained his composure, gazing steadily into the man's eyes as he replied, I reside in this complex. Why should I not be here? Conversely, you appear to be an outsider. The white-haired man faltered, clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's bold inquiries, as he pondered his response. What a farce. Just because you claim to be a resident. Does that make it true? Chapter 87. Another reborn individual. Upon hearing the words of the silver-haired middle-aged man, Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff disdainfully. Slowly, he retrieved a set of keys from his pocket and declared, Building 6, Unit 2, 3rd floor, Room 303. These are the keys to my home. May I inquire if you are a resident of this community? If not, kindly keep your mouth shut. As soon as Lin Feng uttered these words, the silver-haired man's face turned a shade of ashen gray. He was utterly unprepared for the foulness of the young man's tongue, which likened his mouth to an anus. At that moment, the middle-aged man felt an overwhelming urge to devour Lin Feng whole. With a tremor of rage, the silver-haired man retorted, Even if you were once a resident here, that was before the apocalypse. This community now belongs to me, so you should vacate immediately. Lin Feng gazed at him with an expression of incredulity. Excuse me, who do you think you are? What exactly do you do? To Lin Feng, this man seemed gravely unwell. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed that the silver-haired man was fixated on Zhao Jingyi and her companions, who were fervently battling zombies, seemingly indifferent to his presence, and clearly filled with ire. Moreover, with each zombie they dispatched, the middle-aged man exhibited a hint of sorrow. Could it be that he held a particular attachment to the zombies of this community? This thought tightened Lin Feng's chest, prompting him to scrutinize the silver-haired man more intently. However, he quickly reconsidered. There were myriad locations to hunt zombies for crystal cores. What made this community so special? Unless it harbored something unique that other places lacked. As this realization dawned upon him, Lin Feng began to suspect that this silver-haired man could very well be another reborn individual, just like himself. After all, how could an ordinary person remain unnoticed by Lin Feng? Therefore, exercising caution, he decided to temper his boldness until he could ascertain the true capabilities of his adversary. just as he was about to signal Zhao Jingyi and the others to leave. The silver-haired man's expression darkened upon seeing the corpse of the bloated zombie woman and the infant zombie. Did you do all this? He demanded. Lin Feng feigned sincerity. We didn't do it. The bloated woman was already dead when we arrived. She's merely a zombie. Why do you care so much? The middle-aged man squinted, scrutinizing Lin Feng for a long moment before asking, are you trying to deceive me? Deceive you? Can you give me a bag of rice for that? Lin Feng replied, unflinching. The silver-haired man let out a chilling laugh. Young man, you and these girls will likely not leave here today. Oh really? Can you enlighten me as to why? Lin Feng's tone turned icy. With a derisive snort, the silver-haired man pointed at the infant's corpse, gritting his teeth. I've been guarding this place for months, waiting for this female zombie to give birth to the flesh inside her belly. I never anticipated being preempted. It seems I must resort to using these girls for the task. Lin Feng silently cursed, realizing that patience did not lead to tranquility, but rather to festering illness. What do you mean by that? He inquired, feigning ignorance. At this point, I intend to ensure you understand before you die, the silver-haired man replied, suddenly shifting his tone. What do you think of making these girls bear your children and then turning them into infant zombies? How absurd. Lin Feng erupted in fury, unable to contain himself. In an instant, a desert eagle appeared in his grasp, and without hesitation, he aimed it at the silver-haired man's head and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Yet, the silver-haired man evaded each bullet as if he possessed foresight of their trajectories. I must commend your marksmanship, but my speed surpasses that of your bullets, he sneered, appearing before Lin Feng like a wraith. You are indeed swift, but I have noticed a significant flaw in your approach. A flaw? What flaw? The silver-haired man paused, intrigued. Lin Feng feigned hesitation, and the man inched closer, demanding, speak quickly. You should maintain your distance. Lin Feng exclaimed, suddenly producing a three-edged military dagger, which pierced the silver-haired man's chest like lightning. How could you? The silver-haired man gasped, clutching his chest in horror, confusion, and disbelief. You thought your speed was impressive? You've already died once in your past life. How can you be so forgetful, reborn one? How do you know everything? The silver-haired man gasped in disbelief, blood seeping from his wound. Do you genuinely wish to know? I do. Then come closer. I will whisper it to you. After a moment's contemplation, the silver-haired man stepped closer. Yet, he was met with another lightning-fast thrust of the military dagger, creating yet another bloody hole in his body. You, the silver-haired man staggered back, filled with rage, before collapsing to the ground, unable to continue. Facing his fury, Lin Feng coldly remarked, I've stabbed you twice. And you still breathe. I assume you have consumed a fair number of crystal cores. Speak. What is your system? With a fierce shout, Lin Feng pressed. And the silver-haired man, now pale with fear, whispered, Who are you? Take a guess. Lin Feng grinned wickedly. His desert eagle aimed precisely at the man's head as he pulled the trigger. Chapter 88. Acquiring the benevolent assistant's dual cultivation system. Despite having sustained 2 bloody punctures from Lin Feng's dagger, the silver-haired man was not dead yet. His fighting spirit, however, had waned. Bang! With a muffled shot from the silenced desert eagle, the silver-haired man's head was tragically pierced, leaving him with a lifeless expression as he fell to the ground. Observing the lifeless body, Lin Feng couldn't help but muse, arrogance is your fatal flaw. Should heaven grant you another chance at rebirth, I hope you will rectify this defect. You have eliminated a reborn individual. Congratulations. You have acquired the benevolent assistant system's dual cultivation skill. As Lin Feng contemplated this turn of events, a sudden system notification left him momentarily stunned. Dual cultivation? Assistance? What manner of system skill was this? Dual cultivation, as the name implies, involves engaging in intimate relations with the opposite sex to help them enhance their power. Helping the opposite sex enhance their strength? No wonder it was called the benevolent assistant system. Would I not receive even a scrap of benefit? Your vitality has increased by 500% from its original state. Upon receiving this notification, Lin Feng's emotions were a tumultuous blend of confusion and intrigue. At this very moment, he truly found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether he should feel joy or sorrow. However, as Lin Feng's thoughts shifted, he noticed the dual cultivation skill, which, much like the synthesis skill, possessed a proficiency progress bar. Instantly, a chill ran through him. After all, the proficiency of the synthesis skill had already driven him to the brink of exasperation. Now, with this new skill, how many times must he engage in this practice to elevate his proficiency? Fortunately, he reassured himself, his abilities had been considerably enhanced, so it should not pose too great a challenge. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingyi and her companions, having eradicated the zombies in the vicinity, began extracting the crystal cores from the heads of each defeated zombie with military knives. It was evident that they were utterly unfazed by the earlier confrontation between Lin Feng and the white-haired middle-aged man. Lin Feng could not help but sigh, pondering the audacity of these fierce women. Yet, this also subtly attested to their unwavering trust in him. Otherwise, how could they remain so composed while dispatching the undead? At that moment, as Zhao Jingyi and her group discovered that every zombie's cranium contained a crystal core, their spirits soared with delight. This is simply marvelous. Each zombie here possesses a crystal core, Zhao Jingyi exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Feng, it appears we have stumbled upon a truly fortunate location. We must return here tomorrow. Observing their excitement, Lin Feng's gaze drifted towards the corpse of the white-haired man, contemplating the surprising fact that this reincarnator had chosen to enhance his strength through the cultivation of zombies. It seemed that the zombie infant was indeed his most prized possession in this community. As Lin Feng reflected, He picked up a dark purple crystal core. Scrutinizing it once more, he divided the cores evenly as before, and shortly after a modest lunch, Lu Yun led Zhou Qiang and the other students outside the villa's fence. You all arrived quite punctually, Lin Feng remarked as he stretched lazily and made his way towards the fence. Have you all eaten well? He inquired, halting beside Zhou Qiang and the others. Upon hearing his words, they chuckled with satisfaction, for it had been an eternity since they had truly filled their stomachs since the onset of the apocalypse. Given your expressions, it seems you are indeed well fed. Now, I want you to warm up for an hour to aid digestion, and I shall return then. Little did they realize Lin Feng's intention. Consuming an excessive amount of food without sufficient time to digest could lead to discomfort, even nausea. In such circumstances, their training would undoubtedly suffer. 1 hour later, Lin Feng distributed the 20 or so long guns previously used by Zhao Jingyi to Zhou Qiang and the others, instructing them in the same manner he had with Zhao Jingyi. Gradually, he transitioned them to using rifles equipped with bayonets. Stepping out of the fence, Lin Feng scanned each individual with an assessing gaze before stating solemnly, "Remember, you have 1 month of training. During this time, you will do nothing but train diligently. At the end of the month, I will evaluate each of you. Should you fail to meet the standards, I regret to inform you that you may return to your previous lives. I do not harbor idlers or incompetents here." At Lin Feng's declaration, the expressions of Zhou Qiang and his companions turned grave. After all, they had finally found a refuge, which they cherished dearly. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, their nerves tightened instantly. "Brother Feng, please rest assured. A month from now, we shall present to you a version of ourselves that you will find satisfactory." They pledged in unison, their voices a chorus of determination. Lin Feng merely nodded slightly at this display, picking up a long gun. "Then allow me to teach you the fundamentals of bayonet training." He meticulously explained the techniques to Zhou Qiang and the others, demonstrating them with precision. The young men gazed in awe at his fluid movements, realizing that his skill surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Just then, as Zhao Jingyi and her group emerged, Zhou Qiang and the others were left speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. Even Lu Yun exhibited a look of disbelief, for they had not anticipated that Zhao Jingyi and her companions wielded firearms, no fewer than 1 per person. Each woman held a Garen's semi-automatic rifle equipped with a bayonet, and they practiced stability by suspending bricks from their barrels with ropes. Despite the fatigue in their arms, they exhibited an indomitable spirit, refusing to lower their weapons. Witnessing this scene from outside the fence, Zhou Qiang and his companions glanced enviously at their own long guns and then at Zhao Jingyi's Garen's. "Enough staring. Focus on your training, and one day you too shall wield such weaponry," Lin Feng encouraged. "Is that truly possible, Brother Feng?" Zhou Qiang's eyes sparkled with hope as he turned to Lin Feng. "Absolutely," Lin Feng affirmed, glancing back at Zhao Jingyi and her group before facing Zhou Qiang and the others again. They too began with long guns, progressing step by step, with diligent training. You will also grasp the firearms in a month's time, much like a woman's irresistible attraction to cosmetics and beautiful attire. Motivated by his words, Zhou Qiang and the others redoubled their efforts, training with newfound vigor. However, at that moment, several figures quietly entered Lin Feng's line of sight, prompting a frown. Before him stood the women he had recently rescued from a group of prisoners who had invaded the villa. "Why have you not departed?" Lin Feng inquired. And as soon as he spoke, the 7 or 8 women who had been abducted and subjected to the prisoner's vile desires knelt before him, weeping. "Our families are all gone. We cannot find food. We truly have nowhere else to turn. Dear brother, please take us in." Their pleas were punctuated by sobs, which only deepened Lin Feng's frown, stirring a sense of aversion within him. In his view, matters should be addressed straightforwardly. If they genuinely had nowhere to go, they could have simply stated their case. And considering their previous roles as guards, they could be valuable in maintaining order. Lin Feng indeed harbored intentions of forming a faction. Yet, their tearful pleas and moral coercion irked him. Nevertheless, he resolved to grant them an opportunity, not for any other reason but due to their experience and oversight. Ultimately, Lin Feng places great importance on capability. Whether he fancies these women is merely a matter of personal preference, a distinction he is quite clear about. "Me too. Count me in," exclaimed one woman, prompting the others to eagerly volunteer themselves. Witnessing this scene left Lin Feng somewhat speechless. "Take a look over there." He pointed towards Zhao Jingyi and the others within the enclosure. "You see them, right? I am not trying to belittle you. My family possesses fine grains. Why would I opt for your coarse fare?" Upon hearing this, the women felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, lowering their heads in shame, for indeed, Zhao Jingyi and her companions were far more beautiful. Lin Feng then glanced at the women and continued, "If you genuinely wish to stay, it is not out of the question. Brother, as long as you are willing to take us in, we are ready to do anything," they chorused in unison. "Yes, we are willing to do anything." Encouraged by Lin Feng's words, their hopes rekindled, and they eagerly echoed his sentiments. "You will train alongside them, and in the future, the security of this community will be entrusted to you, considering your prior experience as prison guards. Rest assured, brother, we will take turns guarding the community 24 hours a day. At the slightest disturbance, we shall promptly inform you." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. Follow these children for training. After a month, your fate will depend on your performance." "Thank you, brother," the women responded, their faces lighting up with joy as they picked up the remaining rifles and joined Lu Yun and Zhou Qiang in practice. However, Lin Feng noted their frail and weak demeanor. It was evident they had not eaten for quite some time. Otherwise, they would not appear in such a state. Nonetheless, He had no intention of allowing them to fill their stomachs just yet. After all, if something is too easily obtained, do they truly appreciate it? Lin Feng aimed to let them understand who had offered them sustenance in their time of desperation. Hours later, glancing at his wristwatch, Lin Feng noted it was past 7. All right, that will be all for today. We will resume at 5 tomorrow morning. Understood, Brother Feng. The women, once prison guards, gazed at Lin Feng with pitiful, weak expressions. Yet, Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at them and feigned ignorance. Please wait, brother. At that moment, one woman finally mustered the courage to call out to Lin Feng. He slowly turned, feigning ignorance. Is there something you need? Brother, we have gone too long without food. Could you spare us something to eat? One woman pleaded, tears welling up in her eyes. Indeed, brother, we have not eaten in ages, and after a whole afternoon of training, we are truly famished. Please, we beg you. Hearing their pleas, Lin Feng finally nodded. All right, but my food is not easily earned. Do you understand what that entails? The women were taken aback by his words. It was evident they did not grasp his meaning. You don't seem too hungry. When you come to terms with it, I will provide you with food, so you won't be muddled while consuming my provisions. As soon as he spoke, the women grew anxious, falling to their knees to plead, brother, if you grant us even a morsel, we will serve you faithfully and forever repay your kindness. Can you pledge loyalty as a dog? Lin Feng inquired, looking down upon them. We shall be utterly loyal, never betraying you. And if you do betray me, may we be struck down by thunder. And may we not die a good death. That should suffice, right, brother? The leading woman spoke with a flattering gaze. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Lin Feng turned to the twin sisters, Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan, instructing them to fetch 2 bags of rice and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pots for the women. However, when the sisters lifted the rain cover from the supplies, the women gasped in astonishment. My heavens, there is so much rice and flour. How could all this be left so carelessly in the courtyard? Lin Feng, witnessing their unrestrained astonishment, could not suppress a sly smile. I can rest easy knowing you will patrol the community. Of course, you can rely on us for the safety of this community, they assured him. Lin Feng merely smiled, saying nothing further. After all, how could he trust their words? His intention in revealing the supplies was to test their character. As the women received their food, their eyes gleamed with greed at the sight of the abundance beneath the rain cover. Lin Feng, discerning their true nature, felt a pang of disappointment. Is Lin Feng truly going to take in these women? At the dining table, Zhao Jingyi placed a piece of braised pork in Lin Feng's bowl, asking, is this your intention? Lin Feng smiled wryly. Initially, that was indeed my thought, but it was merely a fleeting consideration. Are you changing your mind, Brother Feng? Wang Shushua interjected, her mouth full of braised lion's head. Just wait and see. Lin Feng sighed, offering a vague response that left the women puzzled. Zhao Jingyi, taking the opportunity, gently inquired, who do you plan to spend the night with, Ah Feng? As soon as she spoke, the other women paused, each looking at Lin Feng with eager anticipation, enveloping the room in silence. Noticing the atmosphere, Lin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile, causing a simultaneous tightening in the hearts of the women. Zhao Jingyi slammed her chopsticks on the table, displeased. Lin Feng, what are you grinning about? This is a serious matter. Speak up. I haven't decided yet. You haven't decided? Lin Feng, are you no longer interested in us? Zhao Jingyi interjected, unable to contain herself. That is not my intention. If that is not your intention, then what do you mean? Faced with Zhao Jingyi's insistence, Lin Feng could only concede to this insatiable woman. Tonight shall be your turn. Is that acceptable? That sounds more like it. Zhao Jingyi responded, beaming with delight. However, to her surprise, Lin Feng turned to the visibly disappointed Yang Mi, Li Xian, Irina, and Han Wushuang and asked, what about you all? Would you like to join? Yang Mi and the other's eyes lit up momentarily, but quickly dimmed again. Li Xian, skepticism etched on her face, scrutinized Lin Feng. Can you handle it? How would you know if you don't try? Lin Feng retorted. Forget it, Lin Feng. We understand your predicament. Don't overexert yourself. It could harm your health, Irina added, concern in her tone. At this moment, Han Wushuang wore an expression of deep sympathy as she gazed at Lin Feng and said, yes, Brother Feng. Sometimes we can understand when we think about it. You should not force yourself so much. Otherwise, where will your joy come from? Lin Feng felt that it would be best to dismiss their concern, as he truly could not bear it any longer. Noticing that the women were seemingly expressing their concern with a tone of condescension, his lips involuntarily twitched. It seemed to him that their apparent concern was, in fact, a provocation. All right, enough of this. I have made my decision. After you all finish your baths, wait for me in your respective rooms. Tonight, I intend to show you all what it means to experience a night of passion, not just 7 times, but 11. Meanwhile, in a villa, 7 or 8 women were ravenously consuming the self-heating rice that Lin Feng had provided. They even meticulously picked up a single grain of rice that had fallen on the table, placing it into their mouths, and their bowls were licked clean. At that moment, one woman, after a contented burp, suddenly slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, sisters, did you see? That person carelessly left so much grain and oil in the yard. Isn't that a waste of food? Upon hearing this, the other women displayed expressions of greed. After all, they were truly terrified of hunger, and the sight of such plentiful supplies left carelessly outside was an immense temptation for them. Just then, another woman feigned concern and said, isn't this inappropriate? Didn't he just say that if we remain loyal to him, he would ensure we have food to eat? Stop pretending in front of us. Is there a single good man in this world? Do you not remember how that group of prisoners lined up to humiliate us? As soon as the first woman spoke, another responded with a fierce tone. The remaining women, upon hearing her words, could not help but recall their past experiences, their expressions twisting into grimaces of hatred. The eldest sister is right. There isn't a single good man nowadays. It seems we must rely on ourselves from now on. One woman clenched her fists and declared angrily. The others mirrored her fierce and menacing demeanor. After all, it was Lin Feng who had saved them. Yet they all chose to conveniently forget. They understood that their words were merely a self-justification, a way to comfort themselves. This allowed them to cloak their greed under a facade, rendering it less overt. Indeed, after a brief silence enveloped the room, one woman turned to the eldest among them and finally spoke. Eldest sister, when shall we make our move? The older woman glanced at the clock on the wall and slowly replied, let us wait until midnight. At that time, you can quietly climb over the fence, and I will be waiting outside to assist you. Very well, at that point, we will find a vehicle to load these supplies and permanently depart from here. At midnight, Daha and Erha, the two Labradors, one male and one female, were resting at the villa's entrance. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps from outside the fence caused their ears to twitch and their eyes momentarily opened. However, surprisingly, Daha and Erha closed their eyes again, revealing a hint of a human-like, mischievous smile. Due to their prolonged consumption of crystal cores, it was apparent that these two Labradors had gained some intelligence, rendering them uninterested in the small fry lurking outside the fence. Moreover, with Lin Feng currently engrossed in his endeavors, any disruption to his activities might result in a future devoid of bones to chew on. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful electrical crackle erupted from the fence. In the darkness, amidst the flickering sparks, several women could be seen hanging motionless on the fence like desiccated rabbits, their expressions twisted in horror. Outside the fence, a woman's terrified scream echoed through the night, resonating above the villa. In the morning, Lu Yun, Zhou Qiang, and the others who had arrived early for training were struck dumb with shock at the grisly scene before them. Look, there are still two people over here. Su Sheng suddenly pointed to a spot not far away, prompting Zhou Qiang and the others to hurry and look in that direction. They discovered two women on the ground. So frightened they had lost control of their bodily functions and had fainted, remaining unconscious even now. Lu Yun shook her head helplessly and sighed. It seems these women were attempting to steal supplies from the fence during the night, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Stealing supplies? It's surprising that Brother Feng kindly took them in. I never imagined they would do something like this, Zhou Qiang exclaimed in outrage. At that moment, Su Sheng turned to Lu Yun and asked, Teacher Lu, what should we do now? Find a rope and tie them up. When Brother Feng wakes up, he will decide what to do with them. The rest of you continue with your training. Inside the villa, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Wang Shushua beside him. He recalled the previous night, where he had engaged in deep conversations with Zhao Jingyi and the others, each of them wearing an expression of satisfaction, which brought a smirk to his face. It seemed that the dual cultivation skill was not entirely without merit. As Lin Feng pondered this, he sensed that the proficiency of the dual cultivation skill had increased by 11 points. At this rate, wouldn't it mean that in just 8 or 9 days, the skill would reach full proficiency? This thought filled him with joy. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the synthesis skill, sighing at its meager proficiency of only 5.1%, a result of dedicating nearly all his spare time to it. Sighing once more, Lin Feng rose and gazed out the window at the corpses hanging outside, feeling no stir of emotion. After all, he had already anticipated such a day, having witnessed the greed displayed by those women upon seeing the supplies. What surprised him was their impatience, hastily engaging in such actions without fully understanding the situation, truly foolish behavior. Thus, Lin Feng donned his pajamas and quickly descended the stairs. As soon as he exited the villa, Zhou Qiang excitedly called out from outside the fence, Brother Feng, you're awake. Lin Feng replied casually, instructing Zhou Qiang and the others, take down those corpses hanging on the fence. I don't want to see such an ominous sight first thing in the morning. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang's face instantly changed, and he became anxious. Brother Feng, is that really all right? Understanding Zhou Qiang's concern, Lin Feng reassured him, don't worry, I've turned off the electricity. It won't harm you. All right. Brother Feng, I'll take those corpses down right now, Zhou Qiang replied with an awkward smile, quickly climbing up the fence to pull down the dried corpses resembling beef jerky. At this moment, Lu Yun glanced at Zhou Qiang and the corpses he had removed from the fence, then turned to Lin Feng and asked, Brother Feng, what do you plan to do with the two we have tied up? You can kill them, Lin Feng replied. Aren't you going to ask them anything? No need. Lin Feng smiled at Lu Yun. However, upon hearing his words, Lu Yun stood there in a daze. Noticing her reaction, Lin Feng added, what's wrong? Haven't you ever killed anyone? I have not. Lu Yun spoke with palpable tension. You can seize this opportunity to truly experience it. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Lin Feng's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. In this world, it is not merely the zombies we must fear. There exists a far more terrifying aspect of human nature. Are you certain you will not kill them? The moment these words escaped Lin Feng's lips, Lu Yun appeared to be awakened from a trance, her body involuntarily trembling. After all, the trials endured in this apocalyptic era, aside from enduring hunger alongside her students, revealed the grotesque and malevolent facets of humanity in despair. The zombies outside paled in comparison to the savagery and cunning of certain individuals. Lin Feng then looked at Lu Yun and asked, do you understand? I understand, she replied. What you must do next should be clear, correct? Yes. Lu Yun nodded firmly at Lin Feng, picked up a long gun nearby, and walked towards the two bound women. In that moment, the two women, having just regained consciousness, realized Lu Yun's intent as she approached them with unwavering resolve. What do you plan to do? This is all a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. Save your explanations for the afterlife, Lu Yun declared, a surge of ferocity welling up within her. She thrust the gun's muzzle into one woman's mouth, pushing forcefully until the barrel pierced through her skull. The other woman, witnessing her companion's grim fate, dared not plead for mercy any longer, her teeth clenched tightly, her face a mask of terror. Nonetheless, Lu Yun remained unrelenting, delivering a fatal shot to her heart, ending her life completely. Observing Lu Yun's ruthless demeanor, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze towards Zhou Qiang and the others. You have all witnessed this. This is how you shall treat your enemies and the fate that awaits traitors. Therefore, I have decided each of you must stab these corpses twice more to solidify this lesson. Zhou Qiang and the others exchanged glances, perplexed by Lin Feng's intentions. After all, the women were already dead. What purpose did this serve? This is the fate of traitors. Now go. Lin Feng's sudden roar startled Zhou Qiang and the others, illuminating Lin Feng's purpose. One by one, they took their long guns and forcefully stabbed each corpse twice, exacting punishment on those who had betrayed them. Satisfied with their actions, Lin Feng nodded. Very well. This shall be the fate of traitors. Remember it well. Brother Feng, rest assured, we will never betray you, Zhou Qiang vowed earnestly. However, Lin Feng scoffed. People change. This is the rule I have instituted. Do you understand? We understand. Zhou Qiang and the others replied in unison. A sense of trepidation settling upon them, realizing Lin Feng's unpredictable nature. Little did they know, this was precisely the outcome Lin Feng desired. Without instilling a sense of pressure and authority, how could he lead a growing team without devolving into mere camaraderie and sentimentality? At that moment, Lu Yun recalled the intimacy shared with Lin Feng the previous night, involuntarily biting her luscious red lips as she gently inquired, Lin Feng, please tell me. How are you so formidable? And why do I feel like your size is? Did you take something? Lin Feng's previously proud expression vanished, replaced by a look of exasperation. Do you think I look like someone who uses substances? I barely managed to get up today. I'm almost starving. All right. I will prepare breakfast now, Zhao Jingyi cheerfully replied, tying on an apron and humming a tune as she entered the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yang Mi, Li Xian, and the others emerged from their respective rooms. Each woman gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of shyness, yet overflowing with affection. I can't believe this altruistic dual cultivation skill is so potent. Why does it seem like they've all transformed? An hour later, Zhao Jingyi prepared a lavish breakfast, even taking the time to peel a boiled egg for Lin Feng to ensure he replenished his energy. Lin Feng could only feel bemused. Noticing his expression, Zhao Jingyi chuckled. After breakfast, are we still going to slay zombies at that community we visited yesterday? Yes, Lin Feng mumbled, stuffing the egg into his mouth, but this time, I've decided to only take Daha with me. You all can practice your shooting at home. What? You're only taking Daha? Zhao Jingyi looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Li Xian set down her spoon and remarked, even if you are capable, how many zombies can you possibly kill alone? Sister Li Xian is right. Strength lies in numbers, Wang Shushua added, placing her bun down. Besides, you stayed up so late last night. Can you handle it? Upon hearing Yang Mi's words, all the women turned to Lin Feng, echoing, can you handle it? Seeing their teasing expressions, Lin Feng burst into laughter. He then took Daha and drove back to the community where he once resided. With a thought, a massive meat grinder seamlessly blocked the entrance. Lin Feng proceeded to pour diesel into its tank. Once everything was set, he tied a loudspeaker to Daha's neck, programming it to activate at a specific time. Gently stroking Daha's fluffy head, he spoke earnestly, when the time comes, sneak deep into the community. Once this device sounds, run towards me as fast as you can. Do you understand? Daha, sensing the command, shook his head in reluctance, splattering Lin Feng with drool. Woof woof. Excited by Lin Feng's words, Daha barked twice before dashing into the community, causing Lin Feng to roll his eyes in exasperation. As time ticked away, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly serious. This was his perceived ultimate weapon. Failure would mean reverting to the past, slaying zombies one by one with Zhao Jingyi and the others to obtain crystals. Yet success would allow for rapid ascension, even if the space could not replicate the crystals. Glancing at his wristwatch, Lin Feng mentally counted down, 5 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the second hand on the watch ticked, a cacophony of alluring calls erupted from the depths of the community. Spicy skewers for just 1 yuan each. The once stagnant community erupted like a pot boiling over, the sensitive-eared zombies howling in response, drawn towards the source of the sound. Daha, adorned with a powerful loudspeaker capable of projecting over 2,000 meters, stirred chaos wherever he trod. As the zombies, ensconced in a semi-dormant state within the residential building, were roused by the entrancing sound, they erupted into a frenzy akin to their counterparts in the courtyard below. They hurled themselves through the windows, cascading downwards with a cacophony reminiscent of dumplings plummeting into boiling water. In an instant, the zombies that had previously sought refuge in the building rained down, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Those unfortunate enough to land headfirst met their demise instantly, while others who sustained broken limbs, like their fellow undead, persisted in their relentless pursuit, driven by an insatiable hunger to bite into the flesh of the living. At that moment, Lin Feng, standing at the entrance of the community, beheld the chaotic torrent of red and green zombies surging towards him, sending a shiver down his spine. After all, should the outcome deviate from his expectations. He would find himself facing grave peril amidst this horde. Daha, run quickly, Lin Feng bellowed, prompting Daha to accelerate. Leaping onto the massive meat grinder like a swift arrow. With an air of regal authority, Daha turned slowly atop the grinder, his piercing gaze fixed upon the approaching horde. Simultaneously, Lin Feng pressed the activation button. In an instant, rows of sharp blades within the colossal grinder began to whir rapidly, resembling a monstrous beast with its gaping maw, emitting a thunderous roar. The zombies, as if summoned, charged into the grinder, where they were mercilessly reduced to chunks of flesh, which were subsequently expelled from the machine's outlet. The gruesome spectacle elicited not only Lin Feng's reaction, but also a series of whimpers from Daha. Overwhelmed by the sheer grotesqueness of the scene, it appeared that the only recourse was to summon others to complete the ensuing tasks. "What is the matter, Lin Feng?" came the urgent voice of Li Xin through the intercom. "Bring Chun Bangxia and Zhou Qiang to gather the crystal cores. Have you resolved it so swiftly?" Li Xion's astonishment was palpable. Lin Feng chuckled with pride. "What did you expect? You have 15 minutes. Hurry over." "All right, I'll inform the others immediately." After concluding the call, Lin Feng stored the meat grinder away and retrieved 2 or 3 dozen sets of skin-tight leather suits and gloves from his space, lighting a cigarette in anticipation of Li Xian and Chun Bangxia's arrival. A mere 10 minutes later, they arrived in a small truck, bringing Zhou Qiang, Lu Yun, and Su Sheng along, only to be met with a shocking scene. Before them lay a mountain of flesh, composed of the remains of 4,000 to 5,000 zombies. Who could withstand such a visceral assault on the senses without trembling? After a prolonged silence, Li Xian finally stammered, Did you just kill all the zombies in the entire community?" "What? All of them?" Chun Bangxia's astonishment mirrored that of the others, who regarded Lin Feng with a mixture of incredulity and trepidation. This was an entire community's worth of zombies. Even Lin Feng, formidable as he was, could not have accomplished such a feat in so short a time. Moreover, the sheer dismemberment of each zombie was indicative of something beyond mere human capability. As the group regarded him with expressions akin to those reserved for monsters, Lin Feng understood their thoughts, but chose not to divulge his intentions. They could speculate as they wished. He would remain silent, unperturbed by their conjectures. Clearing his throat deliberately, he gestured towards the leather suits and gloves. "Enough dawdling. Today marks a significant undertaking. Don these outfits and recover all the crystal cores from the remains." Upon hearing his command, the group exchanged hesitant glances, their expressions betraying their reluctance. After all, sifting through the remains for crystal cores was far from pleasant. Nevertheless, Li Xian, Chun Bangxia, and the others quickly donned their gear and began the grim task of locating the cores amidst the stinking, sticky mass of flesh. 5 arduous hours later, through their collective efforts, they finally extracted all the crystal cores from the remains of the 4,000 to 5,000 zombies. The sight of the colorful cores filled their bags evoked expressions of joy among the group, for such a bountiful harvest promised a significant enhancement of their capabilities. Today, they had amassed 1,000 first-tier cores, 1,200 second-tier cores, and a staggering 1,800 third-tier cores. Although nearly 300 cores were lost to the grinder, the day's yield was undeniably fruitful. "How shall we distribute these cores, Lin Feng?" inquired Zhao Jingyi, her gaze fixed on the impressive haul. "Lu Yun and Zhou Qiang have only just consumed their cores, so let us allocate 1,000 first-tier cores to them. Once they adapt, we can introduce them to the second-tier cores." "Agreed," Zhao Jingyi affirmed. Lin Feng continued, "As for the remaining cores, let us adhere to our previous distribution method." "Very well," Zhao Jingyi responded, turning to Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and the others. "What are your thoughts?" "Of course, that poses no issue," they replied in unison. Just then, Zhao Jingyi turned to Lin Feng, her tone softening. "May I ask you a question, Ah Feng?" Chapter 94. I must venture far. Lin Feng's heart quickened at Zhao Jingyi's sudden gentleness, sensing the gravity of her inquiry. Before he could respond, she continued, "If you possess such an effective method for procuring crystal cores, why did you not employ it from the outset? To train you all, it would be ineffective to enhance your strength without practical experience. After all, the energy contained within a first-tier core and a third-tier core is worlds apart." Upon hearing his reasoning, Zhao Jingyi and the others felt a flicker of understanding. Their own circumstances had influenced Lin Feng's decisions. Had it not been for their input, he might have implemented his strategy much earlier. "Brother Feng, you are truly wonderful. I wish to hug you right now," exclaimed Han Wushuang, throwing her arms around Lin Feng in a playful manner. This left Lin Feng with no choice but to gently stroke her dark hair, offering solace. Zhao Jingyi, witnessing Han Wushuang's behavior, felt a pang of jealousy but feigned indifference, aware that she was not alone in her feelings. Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, and others shared her sentiments. "Does this mean we can employ your method to eliminate zombies in the future?" Zhao Jingyi inquired. "Let's hold off for now. Why wait? Does your method have flaws?" "Ah Feng." Lin Feng's gaze swept over Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, and the others as he replied. "Do you understand why I ventured to that community to slay the zombies today?" The group fell into contemplative silence. At last, Wang Shushua spoke. "Because that community has a high probability of yielding crystal cores, and their quality is superior." "Indeed. But why does the quality of the cores produced by the zombies in that community surpass those from other locations?" The ladies pondered this, but none could discern the answer, prompting Zhao Jingyi to exclaim, "Ah Feng, stop being cryptic. Do you recall the white-haired middle-aged man I killed in that community last time?" Zhao Jingyi exchanged glances with the other women and nodded, saying, "Indeed, what is the matter? If my guess is correct, He has somehow been cultivating the zombies in this community. That's why the probability and quality of the crystal cores produced by these zombies are so high. Really? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi and the others looked at Lin Feng with disbelief. At that moment, Yang Mi suddenly recalled something and said, Lin Feng, didn't you mention that the secret of the crystal cores is known to very few? How does that middle-aged man with white hair know about it? Wang Shushua chimed in as well. Zhao Jingyi and the others turned to Lin Feng, their eyes filled with inquiry. However, how could Lin Feng possibly divulge everything to them? Thus, Lin Feng casually replied, as Yang Mi just said, very few know about it, but that doesn't mean no one does. Moreover, the number of people who will come to know in the future will only increase. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Jingyi and the others pondered and nodded. Zhao Jingyi then continued, so what should we do next? I need to absorb these crystal cores. I have some matters to attend to. The moment the women heard this, they became anxious, exclaiming, Lin Feng, what are you going to do? Is it really necessary for you to go? Can't we just stay here? If you leave, what will we do? They pleaded, their faces showing clear signs of panic, revealing how much they depended on Lin Feng. Lin Feng could only sigh. But as soon as he spoke, Zhao Jingyi became displeased and said, Lin Feng, is this about food? We don't want you to go. We are worried about you. Your words are quite disappointing. Exactly. We are just concerned about you, Brother Feng. Don't you have any feelings for us? Han Wushuang angrily echoed. Seeing the women united in their protest against him, Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, ladies, please understand, I've entrusted the villa to you. Doesn't that speak volumes? In response, each of them fidgeted, trying to alleviate the awkwardness, some biting their nails, others taking deep breaths. Zhao Jingyi awkwardly smiled at Lin Feng, attempting to leave. Just then, Lin Feng called her back, causing her to turn and ask, what's wrong? Zhao Jingyi felt a touch of warmth. After all, Lin Feng seemed to care for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted her with this matter. Lin Feng then added, no one must step into this area. Not even Lu Yun or Zhou Qiang. Understood? Yes, we understand. Zhao Jingyi nodded earnestly. Seeing their agreement, Lin Feng felt helpless internally, thinking, if you truly wish to leave, I can't stop you. Lin Feng, when do you plan to leave? Zhao Jingyi inquired. Lin Feng gazed out the window, sighed, and thoughtfully replied. In the next 2 or 3 days. You should give these 1,000 first-tier crystal cores to Lu Yun. Zhao Jingyi nodded, preparing to deliver the first-tier crystal cores. Just then, she seemed to remember something and turned to Lin Feng, saying, Feng, if we just send these crystal cores, could something go wrong? Go wrong? What could possibly happen? Lin Feng questioned. Don't you remember? The first few times absorbing crystal cores, it ignited a raging desire. I fear Lu Yun. Mei Zhao Jingyi's face flushed at the thought. Understanding her concern, Lin Feng realized the implications of such a situation between students. He had found Lu Yun to be quite nice in recent days. Perhaps, he could seize this opportunity to take her under his wing. What are you saying? If I do that, wouldn't I be taking advantage of her? Lin Feng replied sternly. What do you propose then? Given her sensitive constitution, should she swallow the crystal core and then continuously cool herself with cold water? What is wrong with using cold water? It's a viable method, Lin Feng said, then suddenly shifted his gaze to Zhao Jingyi, puzzled. I've noticed you've been acting strangely today, always trying to push me away. Zhao Jingyi exchanged helpless glances with Zhao Lu and the others before saying, do you think I want this? It's just that Lu Yun sneaks glances at you when you're unaware. Rather than let that continue, wouldn't it be better to simply take her in? It would save future complications. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction and straightforwardly stated, so you agree to her joining us? What choice do we have? It's clear she is deeply infatuated with you. We can't let her live with regrets because of us, can we? If that is the case, let us summon Lu Yun and ask her intentions. If she is agreeable, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, there are 4 empty bedrooms upstairs. Considering the changing circumstances, Lin Feng felt reassured as the previous concerns due to Zhou Qiang's group had dissipated now that they were under his command. However, as soon as Lin Feng spoke, Zhao Jingyi and the others reacted with annoyance, exclaiming, this is the last one. Don't even think about it in the future. Han Wushuang added, earnestly advising him to reconsider. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng declared, to be honest, I can't stand seeing beautiful women suffering alone in this chaotic world. Do you think we would believe your nonsense? Li Xin retorted coldly. You're clearly a big lecher, yet you can still speak so grandly. It's infuriating. Sigh. Lin Feng, you should mend this flaw of yours, they urged. Yet, Lin Feng merely shrugged off their concerns, saying, let us deal with future matters later. Wushuang, please bring Lu Yun in. The women shook their heads in frustration. However, there was little they could do. In this world devoid of order, strength dictated who deserved more. Thus, Lin Feng's actions seemed justifiable under the circumstances. Still, his overly gentle demeanor allowed Zhao Jingyi and the others to act so recklessly in front of him. One could only wonder, if they were confronted by a man whose character starkly contrasted with Lin Feng's, would they dare to speak against him? Yet, this very reason fostered their unwavering loyalty to Lin Feng without a hint of betrayal. Moments later, Han Wushuang returned, leading Lu Yun into the villa for the first time. And she was awestruck by its lavish decor. Lu Yun, do you wish to be my woman? Lin Feng suddenly asked, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Blushing, Lu Yun cautiously looked at Lin Feng and softly replied, why are you suddenly asking this? Because I desire for you to be my woman. I must first seek your opinion. Would you be willing? Observing Lu Yun's demeanor, Lin Feng turned to Zhao Jingyi beside him, saying, see, I told you so. How could anyone possibly like me? Who said that? I like you. I like you very much, Lu Yun retorted immediately, lowering her head afterward. Taken aback by her response, Lin Feng could not help but chuckle. It seems I possess some charm after all. From the 1,000 first-tier crystal nuclei, Zhao Jingyi allocated 57 to her. Are you a teddy? Why the rush? Before Lin Feng could finish his thought, Zhao Jingyi interjected with annoyance. It appears that men often think with their lower halves. Oh dear friends, what are we to do now? With Zhao Jingyi's words, the others either mocked or sighed, leaving Lin Feng utterly speechless. After all, it was they who encouraged Lu Yun to accept him, and now they spoke like this, leaving Lin Feng perplexed about what these women truly thought. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng turned to Lu Yun and said, since you are my woman now, you shall reside in this villa. Later, let Jingyi explain the house rules to you. But what about Zhou Qiang and the others? This world will continue to turn regardless of anyone's presence. You are merely living apart. You will still train together. Lu Yun found this reasoning sound and nodded, responding, all right. Seeing Lu Yun agree, Lin Feng shifted the conversation now. Distribute the remaining first-tier crystal nuclei to Zhou Qiang and Su Sheng and explain the situation to them. Okay, I will do that now. With that, Lu Yun collected all the first-tier crystal nuclei and stepped out. Once Lu Yun left, Lin Feng took out a fourth-tier crystal nucleus from his pocket, examining it closely while murmuring, only this last fourth-tier crystal nucleus remains. I hope consuming it will propel me further. As he spoke, he swallowed it whole. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a tumultuous energy boiling within him, compelling him to arch his back, releasing an indescribable groan. Zhao Jingyi, Yangmi, and the others felt a tightening in their chests, fearing that Lin Feng might encounter some adverse effects. Fortunately, moments later, tranquility returned, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the women. After all, they had never absorbed a fourth-tier crystal nucleus, thus unaware of the ferocity of its energy. Are you all right, Lin Feng? Zhao Jingyi finally inquired, unable to contain her concern. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and replied uncertainly, I'm fine, but what? Speak up. Zhao Jingyi pressed, her anxiety mirroring the others. I seem to sense a small universe within me, continuously gathering energy and spinning. What? A small universe? The women were taken aback by his statement. Following this, Lin Feng and the women divided the second and third-tier crystal nuclei and consumed them as well. At that moment, he felt the energy in his so-called small universe intensifying. Could it be that all the energy from the consumed nuclei was accumulating there? Lin Feng speculated that Lu Yun had treated Zhou Qiang and the others like her younger brothers, supporting one another through the apocalypse to reach this point. Yet now, having to part ways with them, it was understandable that she felt a tinge of sadness. However, even so, Lin Feng merely glanced at Lu Yun and asked, why are you crying? Do you not wish to stay here? You need not force yourself. Lu Yun quickly wiped her tears and replied, it's not that. I just feel a bit reluctant to leave Zhou Qiang and Su Sheng. You are only living apart. It's not a permanent separation. Have they absorbed the first-tier nuclei? They have, and now they're exercising like before. Nodding, Lin Feng encouraged, then hurry and absorb your crystal nuclei. Lu Yun nodded softly in agreement and walked to the table, swallowing the 57 first-tier crystal nuclei, just like Lin Feng. However, as a wave of heat washed over her, she involuntarily let out a moan. The sight prompted Zhao Jingyi and the others to cast annoyed glances at Lin Feng. At that moment, each of the women seemed to silently convey, you've gotten away with it again, you scoundrel. It's so hot, I need water. Lu Yun, now drenched in sweat, gazed at Lin Feng with sultry eyes, instinctively licking her tempting red lips, asking him for water. Reluctantly, Lin Feng retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the fridge, opened it, and handed it to her. As Lu Yun took the bottle, their fingers brushed, causing her to shudder uncontrollably and collapse into Lin Feng's arms, breathlessly gasping. Is this constitution overly sensitive? What are you waiting for, Lin Feng? Hurry, and take her to the room. Zhao Jingyi's voice rang out behind him. Li Xian chimed in. At this point, why pretend to be a gentleman? Is there still a need for that? Brother Feng, are you perhaps embarrassed? Wang Shuxue and the twin sisters, Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan, simultaneously scoffed. Shuxue, you're overthinking it. How could he be embarrassed? Hearing the women behind him deliberately raise their voices to discuss him, Lin Feng could only grin sheepishly, embracing Lu Yun as he ascended the stairs. An hour later. Are you feeling better? Lin Feng's voice suddenly resonated in her ear, causing Lu Yun to shiver and blush deeply, nodding gently in satisfaction. Do you want more? I. Lu Yun found herself once again ensnared in a profound abyss of desire. An hour later, after lightly kissing Lu Yun's forehead, Lin Feng dressed and rose from the bed. He then focused his thoughts on the proficiency of his dual cultivation skill. It had increased slightly. Reaching 100% proficiency seemed imminent. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. This is hardly dual cultivation. It's clearly a one-sided endeavor. How could it be dual cultivation when only one party benefits? No wonder the phrase helping others precedes it. It's quite absurd. 2 days later, Lin Feng ensured that Zhao Jingyi and the others had sufficient ammunition and food before stepping out of the villa, amid their reluctant gazes. Lin Feng, wait. Suddenly, Ning Rushuang's voice called from behind. Lin Feng turned to her. What is it? Let Daha accompany you. No need, I can manage alone. Wang. However, as Lin Feng spoke, Daha barked twice and stubbornly approached Lin Feng, rubbing against his pant leg. Rest assured, we will train diligently. Zhao Jingyi, with red-rimmed eyes, affirmed. Lu Yun gazed at Lin Feng, filled with reluctance and longing. Yet, it was evident that Zhao Jingyi, Li Xian, and the others felt no less attachment than she did. At Lin Feng's words, the women blushed deeply, each casting him a playful glare. As laughter erupted from Lin Feng, a wild and carefree sound, he gradually faded from the sight of Zhao Jingyi and the other women, moving further away. With a man as enigmatic as him, how could he possibly encounter any troubles? My only concern now is Chapter 97, the Zombie Legion. Wang Shuxiwa, noticing that Zhao Jingyi had abruptly stopped mid-sentence, inquired with curiosity, "Sister Jingyi, what troubles you?" Upon hearing Zhao Jingyi's words, the women suddenly realized that this was indeed their true concern. "This is infuriating. Had I known it would turn out like this, I would have insisted on accompanying him," Li Xian exclaimed, stomping her feet in frustration. Zhao Lucy sighed, lamenting, "It's over. It seems he's truly embraced a life of freedom and indulgence. Sister Jingyi, why didn't you say something sooner? If I had known, my sister and I would have clung to his belt." Guan Xingyan, one of the twin sisters, chimed in. Zhao Jingyi let out a soft sigh, resigning herself to the situation with a simple, "Let him be." After all, Lin Feng had never used the abundance of food he possessed to act arrogantly or cruelly towards them. Instead, he treated them with genuine familial affection. It was evident that after so long together, each woman, including Zhao Jingyi, had developed sincere feelings for him. Otherwise, they would have wished for Lin Feng to seek out more women. At that moment, Lin Feng and Aha had exited the community, arriving at a Land Rover dealership. After surveying the area, Lin Feng shattered the dusty, blood-stained tempered glass of the showroom with a single shot, stepping onto the shards as he entered. For Lin Feng, obtaining a robust vehicle was essential for reaching the military camp 200 kilometers away. However, just as he stepped into the dealership, a zombified staff member lunged at him with outstretched claws. Without hesitation, Lin Feng drew his Desert Eagle and fired several shots at the heads of the 5 or 6 zombie employees, taking them down swiftly. He then approached the display area, spotting keys inside one of the vehicles through the window. With a thought, he placed his hand on the vehicle and heard an automated voice, detected a Land Rover. "Congratulations. You have acquired 1,000 Land Rovers." After filling the tank, he opened the door, ushering Daha inside, and revved the engine, speeding out of the dealership towards the southeast outskirts of the city. As he drove out, Lin Feng caught sight of a somewhat attractive woman standing in the middle of the road, waving at him. However, with a stoic expression, he accelerated once more, and the woman was instantly struck and sent flying, her fate unknown. Lin Feng showed no intention of slowing down, racing away like an arrow released from a bow. To him, if one couldn't see through such an obvious trap, then his rebirth had indeed been in vain. After all, he had encountered countless similar schemes in his previous life, where the elderly, children, and women would stand in the road to provoke sympathy before launching an attack. Sure enough, just as Lin Feng departed, 7 or 8 individuals sprang from the dry grass by the roadside. A scar-faced man kicked the woman Lin Feng had hit and turned to a bald, hefty figure beside him. "Brother, it seems Xiao Ru is beyond saving. Damn it. After finally seeing a person, she got away just like that. What a pity. Should we bury her or burn her?" The scar-faced man asked, but the bald man, seemingly oblivious to his words, growled, "You lot can fill your bellies later. Dig a pit in the road. Every car that comes by will fall in. Let us see if they continue to drive recklessly." "But brother, we haven't eaten in 2 days. What are we supposed to fill our stomachs with?" A slender man, as thin as a stick, inquired after hearing the bald man's comments. The bald man sighed, patting the thin man on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "After we deal with Xiao Ru, we'll have something to eat. Otherwise, just to burn or bury her would be a waste of food. Don't you agree, Knife?" The scar-faced man's pupils constricted at his words. Meanwhile, after an hour of rapid driving, Lin Feng finally reached his destination. He opened the car door, leaping out with Daha, and after climbing over a small hill, a vast military camp unfolded before him. However, Lin Feng was astonished to see what should have been a few thousand soldiers, but instead, there were tens of thousands of fully zombified military personnel. Could it be that they had gathered here, preparing to enter the city for a rescue mission? Lin Feng, having once been a soldier himself, dared not contemplate further, for he could not bear to imagine the horrific scenes that unfolded. With a solemn expression under the blazing sun, Lin Feng stood tall and saluted the zombified soldiers, paying his respects. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. While he could easily use a meat grinder to eliminate them, he could not bring himself to do so. After all, he had once stood where they had, a soldier like them, and such a method was far too cruel. However, without that approach, infiltrating such a massive horde of zombies to seek weapons would be tantamount to suicide. Suddenly, a crow flew overhead, carrying a piece of rotten meat, and landed in a nearby sycamore tree. This sparked an idea in Lin Feng's mind. He conjured a drone and affixed a speaker to it, announcing, "Apologies, everyone, but you may need to relocate today." With a complex expression, he glanced at the horde of zombies before launching the drone. As a stirring military song began to play overhead, the zombified soldiers erupted into a frenzy, all chasing after the drone, following its flight path in pursuit of the rousing tune. Under Lin Feng's control, the entire horde surged out of the camp, but he purposely guided the drone to land in the crow's nest atop the sycamore tree, provoking the crow into a flurry of frantic caws. Chapter 98, Massively Replicating Weapons. The overwhelming tide of zombies surrounded the massive sycamore tree, their agitation fueled by the incessant song blaring from the nest. Some roared while others gnawed at the trunk with their decaying mouths. As more zombies gathered, some began to clamber over each other, attempting to ascend the tree. Thus, Lin Feng and Daha, like arrows loosed from a bow, dashed into the now empty military camp at the foot of the hill. Yet, as Lin Feng stepped into this forbidden zone, a shiver coursed through him. In the camp, dismembered bones lay scattered everywhere, and the thick, semi-dried blood spread across the ground like a grotesque painting, staining the entire military base a dark crimson. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as though he were immersed in a hell soaked in blood. He was acutely aware of the urgency of time. He had to locate the armory within a very short period. Otherwise, his mercy could lead to his irrevocable doom. Yet, he felt no remorse for not firing upon his own comrades. This principle had been one of the most critical tenets he upheld as a soldier. Although these soldiers had transformed into zombies, Lin Feng found it impossible to overcome the mental barrier within him. Besides his lustful tendencies, this was perhaps another of Lin Feng's vulnerabilities. Fortunately, due to his past military experience, he was familiar with the layout of the camp. As his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, he quickly identified his target and made his way toward it. However, upon reaching a warehouse, he discovered that the large door was secured with a heavy lock, which caused Lin Feng to frown in frustration. Such a formidable lock would not yield easily. Even with a silenced weapon, he feared attracting the attention of the zombies outside the camp. Although the sound of the gunfire would be muffled, the noise of bullets striking metal would remain undiminished. As he furrowed his brow and glanced outside, where a song continued to play on repeat, an intense determination surged within him. It's now or never. With that thought, a 2-in-1 Desert Eagle appeared in his hand. He aimed at the lock and fired twice, sparks flying in the air. Immediately, Lin Feng yanked open the armory door and dashed inside alongside Daha. Inside the armory stood an array of handguns, rifles, submachine guns, and machine guns, all meticulously arranged in rows, with countless boxes of ammunition stacked high. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of the armory's vast arsenal. Lin Feng rushed to the rows of firearms and began to touch them one by one, his thoughts racing. Detected 3,000 Type 92 pistols. Congratulations. You have acquired 30 billion pistols. Detected 120 boxes of 9mm ammunition. Congratulations, you have acquired 2 billion boxes of 9mm ammunition. Detected 3,000 Type 95 automatic rifles. Congratulations, you have acquired 30 billion Type 95 automatic rifles. Detected 1,000 Type 919 rifles. Congratulations. You have acquired 10 billion Type 919 rifles. Detected 2,000 Type 79 submachine guns. Congratulations, you have acquired 20 billion Type 79 submachine guns. Detected 900 Type 89 127 heavy machine guns. At that moment, everywhere Lin Feng passed, various models of firearms and ammunition were replicated in his space by millions. He then stored the replicated weapons into his space. Yet, as he ventured further, he encountered various models of rocket launchers, grenade launchers, and their corresponding ammunition. Even the usually composed Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Without hesitation, he reached out to the grenade launchers and rocket launchers. Detected 500 grenade launchers. Congratulations. You have acquired 50 billion grenade launchers. Detected 1,500 rocket launchers. Congratulations. You have acquired 150 billion rocket launchers. Detected 500 boxes of grenades. Congratulations. You have acquired 50 billion boxes of grenades. Detected rocket projectiles. As the system's notifications echoed in Lin Feng's mind, he successfully replicated and stored all the rocket launchers and grenade launchers within the armory. However, at that moment, the incessant music from the crow's nest abruptly ceased, causing Lin Feng's expression to change dramatically. He instinctively knew that the zombies had climbed the trees and brought down the drones from the crow's nest. Daha. We need to leave, Lin Feng whispered urgently, preparing to exit swiftly. Although there were still many firearms left to replicate, his life took precedence. Yet, as he pulled open the armory door, he cautiously closed it again. Venturing outside now would surely mean certain death. There were tens of thousands of zombies. And no matter how many weapons he possessed, he was still just one man. How could he possibly fight them all? What should he do? Was he really destined to perish here? As Lin Feng peered through the narrow gap in the door, watching the ever-growing horde of zombies in the camp, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. He began to survey the entire armory, seeking a way to save himself. When he reached the deepest part of the armory and spotted various armored vehicles, a bold idea sparked in his mind. However, he first needed to replicate and store these heavy weapons. With a surge of determination, Lin Feng extended his hand once more. Detected 5 Type 05 amphibious armored vehicles. Congratulations. You have acquired 5,000 Type 05 amphibious armored vehicles. Detected 10 Type 77 tracked armored vehicles. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 billion Type 05 amphibious armored vehicles. Detected 20 Type 09 infantry fighting vehicles. Congratulations. You have acquired 2 billion Type 05 amphibious armored vehicles. Detected Type 99 main battle tanks. After replicating all the armored vehicles and storing them into his space, Lin Feng moved to the deepest section to replicate the various types of ammunition used by these armored and tank vehicles. Meanwhile, a convoy comprising dozens of vehicles had already come to a halt at the base of the hill. As the roar of the off-road vehicle's engine gradually subsided, the doors slowly opened. A young man in his 20s stepped down from the vehicle. He stood tall, clad in a simple black leather jacket and matching jeans, with polished military boots adorning his feet. His hair tousled by the wind, his gaze appeared hollow, as if he had lost the ability to focus, resembling a desiccated lake devoid of life. This was clearly a sign of excessive indulgence, for within his vehicle sat a scantily clad, alluring woman who was presently dabbing her petite mouth with a tissue. Surrounding him were hundreds of fully armed survivors, who swiftly leapt from other vehicles, forming neat lines, ready to accept the young man's inspection. The young man cleared his throat, gazing down at the military camp, before turning to a bearded middle-aged survivor in his 30s. Speaking in a somewhat effeminate tone, "Qin Gang, I presume this is the place?" "Indeed, Feng Xiao. The camp below the hill must harbor a significant cache of weapons. If we can eliminate the zombies within, these arms will be ours," replied Qin Gang. "However, there are at least tens of thousands of zombies in the camp. Are you certain we have enough ammunition?" Feng Xiao inquired. "Rest assured, the ammunition we brought this time is more than sufficient." "Very well. Let us seize the armory as a birthday gift for the old man. Let us see if he will still underestimate me in the future." Boom. Just as the young man finished speaking, a sudden explosion erupted from the direction of the camp, causing him and his men to drop to the ground in fear, losing their previous composure, replaced by sheer terror. "What is happening? Aren't there only zombies in the camp?" "Feng Xiao, I am at a loss as well." Meanwhile, a Type 99 main battle tank emitted a thunderous roar, effortlessly crushing the zombies that obstructed its path into mere pulp. Yet, even in the face of such power, the fearless horde of zombies clung to the moving tank, howling and frantically striking its heavy steel plating. Despite this, Lin Feng, inside the tank, merely smirked disdainfully and accelerated towards the small hill at the front camp. This action instantly terrified the young man and his subordinates, their faces turning pale. After all, as the tank moved, all the zombies in the military camp surged towards them like a mudslide. "What are you waiting for? Shoot!" The young man's panicked shout finally jolted his subordinates into action, each hastily grabbing their semi-automatic rifles to unleash a barrage at the approaching zombies. However, in such a tense situation, how could they possibly achieve headshots? As a result, any bullets that failed to strike the zombies' heads had no effect whatsoever, only serving to incite greater frenzy among the undead. In the blink of an eye, the young man and his subordinates were engulfed by the tide of corpses. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, witnessing this from within the tank, felt no remorse as he muttered an apology before accelerating again, crushing the off-road vehicle that blocked his path into a pancake and steering back the way he came. Over an hour later, two survivors digging a pit in the middle of the road seemed to hear the distant rumble. Under the scorching sun, they paused their work in confusion, turning to squint into the distance. Upon seeing a tank barreling towards them, they erupted into ecstatic cries. "This is fantastic. The country has finally sent troops to rescue us." In an instant, the two survivors transitioned from jubilation to sobbing uncontrollably. After enduring such inhuman torment in the apocalypse for so long, they felt that their ordeal was finally coming to an end. However, one survivor, wiping away tears, turned to the other and said, "Why is there only one tank? Where are the others?" "One tank." The other survivor replied, puzzled, and looked up again. But by then, Lin Feng's speeding tank was already upon them. And before they could react, he crushed them beneath its treads. "Brother, two more comrades just got crushed by something." After 5 or 6 minutes, Scarface gazed in horror at the two survivors reduced to mush beneath the tank. Hearing this, the bald fat man turned ghastly pale, his eyes bulging like beans as he shouted, "What the hell? First, one was run over in the morning, and now 2 of my brothers are crushed in the afternoon. Who is responsible for this?" Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already driven the tank into the city, racing towards his neighborhood. However, when Zhao Jingyi and the others saw a tank charging towards them like the wind, they were immediately on high alert, readying their rifles for battle. The younger group, led by Zhou Qiang, hid in various corners of the neighborhood, poised to strike. After all, Lin Feng had just left, and now a heavy tank had invaded their space, which was quite a psychological shock for them. When Lin Feng and Daha climbed out of the tank, the women were left dumbfounded, mouths agape. "Lin Feng, is that you?" Seeing Zhao Jingyi's astonished expression, Lin Feng grinned proudly, surprised, "Aren't you?" "Yes, Brother Feng, where did you get this tank?" As Zhao Jingyi finished speaking, the other women could no longer contain their curiosity and began chattering excitedly. Zhao Jingyi then pointed at the tank behind Lin Feng and said, "I can't believe it." For Zhao Jingyi and the others, their primary concern was the origin of the tank. However, Lin Feng would never divulge such information. Instead, he suddenly adopted a serious tone. "Does it really matter where this tank came from? Just remember that with it, our overall combat capability has significantly increased." "But Lin Feng, there are no buts. This is akin to your daily needs being met. Do you understand now?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a sense of disappointment washed over the women. Despite their long time spent together, it seemed they had still not earned Lin Feng's complete trust. "Lin Feng, after all this time, you still don't trust us?" "Yes. Brother Feng, we mean no harm. We just want to understand you better. Come on, is that too much to ask?" At their words, Lin Feng chuckled, which immediately tightened the women's hearts. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Jingyi inquired. Lin Feng scanned the group before slowly responding, "To be honest, sometimes I don't even trust myself. How could I possibly trust you?" As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, Zhao Jingyi and the others fell silent, each wearing a complex expression as they gazed at him, unsure of what to say. After all, in such a morally ambiguous apocalypse, how could Lin Feng reveal all his secrets to them? Their approach indeed seemed misplaced. Noticing their silence, Lin Feng stretched and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going to take a nap. I'm utterly exhausted today." "At this hour? Aren't you having dinner?" Zhao Jingyi, regaining her composure, hurriedly asked as she watched Lin Feng's retreating figure. They truly could not comprehend Lin Feng's intentions. After all, the term retreat often appeared in ancient fantasy dramas. But what kind of retreat was this? And for a month? Was that even feasible? Yet, little did Zhao Jingyi and the others know that Lin Feng's pressing concern was to rapidly enhance his synthesis skills proficiency. Thus, he resolved to seclude himself in his room for a month, determined to elevate that wretched proficiency. 2 days later, within a manor, an elderly man gazed at a young man, now a zombie, locked in a cage, his face a mix of anger and sorrow. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant hurriedly approached the elder, cautiously stating, "Sir, according to the only surviving woman from the young master's off-road vehicle, he initially intended to take people to retrieve the military supplies from the camp as a birthday gift for you today. However, unexpectedly, a tank emerged from the camp, bringing all the zombies with it, and then the young master and his companions were swallowed by the horde." Sigh. Upon hearing the servant's words, the elder sighed heavily while looking at the young man in the cage, now a zombie. "Foolish child. Having you by my side is more valuable than any weaponry we could possess." The old man, upon reaching this point in his narrative, abruptly shifted his tone and turned to the servant beside him, saying, "Bring me the woman my son cherished most in his lifetime. I wish for her to be enclosed with my son, so that she may accompany him eternally." The servant's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the old man's words. He involuntarily glanced at the iron cage where the young master had already transformed into a zombie, and respectfully replied, "Understood, my lord. I shall fetch her at once." After the servant departed, the old man once again gazed at his son, now a creature of the undead, murmuring to himself, "My son, I can only access the events of your last 3 minutes in life through my system's abilities. However, the one driving the tank remains elusive to my sight." It was evident that this old man was also a reincarnated soul, possessing the critical ability to glimpse into others' pasts. Within the Lin residence, Lin Feng, you have gone 2 days without sustenance. Do you truly believe yourself a deity? Zhao Jingyi, holding a bowl of freshly cooked noodles, stood at the threshold of Lin Feng's bedroom, incessantly calling out. Given that Lin Feng had not eaten for 2 days, Zhao Jingyi appeared exceedingly anxious. Yet, inside the bedroom, while munching on grilled sausages, Lin Feng mechanically attempted to combine the handgun in his grasp, muttering vaguely towards the door, "Haven't I already told you I've eaten? Must you come every hour pestering me? If I annoy you, then go feed to Ha and Ha." Zhao Jingyi, exasperated, dropped a parting remark and swayed her curvaceous figure as she descended the stairs. However, an hour later, she reappeared at Lin Feng's door with steaming noodles in hand, deliberately clearing her throat before calling out again, Lin Feng, get lost." "All right, how is it, Sister Jingyi? Has Lin Feng still not eaten?" As soon as she stepped downstairs, Zhao Lucy, Yang Mi, and Wang Shushu had gathered around her with concern. Zhao Jingyi sighed helplessly and shook her head at them. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having slept only 4 to 5 hours, utilized any opportunity during mealtimes to further hone his synthesis skills. In this near-manic state, he managed to elevate his proficiency in synthesis skills to 15%. With 85% remaining, he would soon be able to engage in tri-combination synthesis. At this moment, Lin Feng focused his mind on reviewing his synthesis skill proficiency and murmured to himself before plunging back into the fervent pursuit of mastery. As time passed, the zombies outside had reached an evolved state, signaling that it was time to collect their cores. Lin Feng's urgency stemmed from his desire to advance his meticulously devised plans. However, Chapter 101, Departure, unfolded with unforeseen calamities. While Lin Feng obsessively improved his synthesis skills day by day within the villa, the former servant hurried back to the old man in another city's estate, respectfully stating, "Master Feng, it seems we have a lead on those who harmed young Master Feng." The man known as Master Feng visibly trembled, his breath faltering at that moment. He suppressed his excitement, his gaze intently fixed on the zombie son in the iron cage, and slowly uttered, "Speak." According to reliable information, that tank seems to have entered Songhai City. Songhai City. Upon hearing his servant's words, the old man's expression turned fierce as he articulated the name of the city deliberately. Continuing, "Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I, Feng Zhan, will undoubtedly find you to avenge my son. Inform the others to set off immediately. Leave no survivor in Songhai City." "Understood, Master Feng. I shall make arrangements at once." After the servant left, Feng Zhan excitedly retrieved a leg from a large basin filled with human limbs and tossed it into the cage. The male and female zombies within immediately began to feast voraciously, creating a scene both gruesome and surreal. Observing his son's insatiable appetite, Feng Zhan's lips curled into a smile. "Little you, who would have thought that with this daily nourishment, you would evolve so rapidly? Look at you. In such a short time, you have already become a second-tier zombie. Perhaps when you reach the 5th or 6th tier, you will regain your consciousness. At that time, you will surely remember me, won't you, my son?" The next day, a heavily armed force of over 1,000 personnel surged towards the city where Lin Feng resided. Traveling at breakneck speed in off-road vehicles, the convoy kicked up clouds of dust as it raced down the road, resembling a giant centipede swiftly traversing the ground, unstoppable in its advance. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had been in seclusion for an entire month, finally opened the door amidst the anxious gazes of Zhao Jingyi and the other women waiting outside. Appearing disheveled, he resembled a warrior reborn, ready to face new challenges. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" Zhao Jingyi, witnessing his state, was at a loss for whether to feel astonished, happy, or worried. Her voice trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhao Lucy, Li Xian, Irina, Guan Qinyan, Guan Yuanyuan, Yang Mi, Wang Shushua, Han Wushuang, Lu Yun and Ning Rushuang were in tears, some already sobbing uncontrollably. All right, why is everyone crying? Am I not fine? Brother Feng, I missed you so much. Wang Shuxue could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace, weeping openly. The other women, having endured a month of separation, similarly yearned for affectionate embraces, surging towards Lin Feng and enveloping him in a group hug. 3 hours later, Lin Feng finally extricated himself from their clutches. After all, with the aid of his altruistic dual cultivation skills, this was hardly a difficult task. Standing before the window, he glanced at the tank parked outside the villa and suddenly felt a sense of unease. In Lin Feng's view, such ostentation could lead to unforeseen consequences. However, he pondered how Zhao Jingyi and the others would perceive him if he were to store the tank in his space during daylight. What of Zhou Qiang and Su Shang? Those half-grown youths? What would the surrounding flora and fauna think? Suddenly, an unconventional idea struck Lin Feng's mind. Quickly donning his pajamas, he hurried downstairs. Brother Feng, you're out. This is wonderful. Zhou Qiang and Su Shang exclaimed excitedly as Lin Feng stepped out of the villa. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly and approached them. Brother Feng, what have you been up to this past month? Zhou Qiang could not contain his enthusiasm. I've been practicing magic. Magic? Zhou Qiang, Su Shang. And the others looked utterly bewildered at this revelation. In the month that Lin Feng had secluded himself, they had speculated endlessly about his activities. But none had anticipated that he had been honing his magical skills. What's wrong? Do you not believe me? Lin Feng chuckled at their expressions. Well, to prove I'm not lying, allow me to demonstrate a trick. Lin Feng, after surveying the villa courtyard, took the rain tarp that had previously covered the grain and oil supplies in his hand, ignoring the puzzled gazes of Zhou Qiang and his group of adolescents. He stepped out of the enclosure. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Zhou Qiang inquired. I am about to perform a magic trick. Come help me, Lin Feng replied casually. With the assistance of Zhou Qiang and the others, he draped the tarp over the armored vehicle. Once this was accomplished, Lin Feng turned to face Zhou Qiang and his friends, who wore expressions of disbelief, and said earnestly, keep your eyes wide open and pay close attention. Then, without hesitation, Lin Feng reached into the tarp, gently touching the tank within, and instantly transported it into his spatial realm. The spectacle left Zhou Qiang and the others in awe. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Feng, how did you do that? They exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Feng, this is simply astonishing. Observing their astonishment, Lin Feng responded. Such is the code of a magician. I cannot simply divulge my secrets to you. Can I? Brother Feng, can you bring it back? Zhou Qiang asked. I cannot. Lin Feng decisively rejected. Why not? Zhou Qiang pressed. Because I have yet to learn how to make it reappear. Upon hearing this, the group gasped in shock once more. However, Lin Feng paid little heed to their reactions and abruptly shifted the topic. It has been a month already. This afternoon, you will undergo an assessment. So prepare yourselves mentally. As he spoke, he disregarded the anxious expressions on Zhou Qiang and the others' faces, lighting a cigarette from his pocket and turning to leave. At that moment, Chapter 102, Uninvited Guests, Zhao Jingyi, who had been watching Lin Feng's magic performance from the window, wore a wry smile of resignation. The youngest among them, Wang Shuxue, gazed at the events outside, still clinging to a sliver of trust in Lin Feng's words. Sister Jingyi, do you think Brother Feng is really a magician? She asked. I believe he must be. I never expected Lin Feng to be a magician, she replied. Lu Yun, still unaware of the full extent, chimed in with admiration. Ah, sighed Zhao Jingyi and the others simultaneously, recognizing the futility of their situation. Having spent so much time with Lin Feng, they were well aware of the perplexing aspects of his character, far beyond this instance. The villa's seemingly inexhaustible storage room. The sudden appearance of firearms, each instance had left them astonished. Yet, as time passed, Zhao Jingyi and her companions gradually grew accustomed to Lin Feng's enigmatic nature. After all, they had discerned that apart from his lecherous tendencies, he genuinely treated them well. Thus, they began to reconcile with the idea that since Lin Feng was so kind to them, what reason did they have to remain unsatisfied? After all, the saying curiosity killed the cat is not without merit. Suddenly, a series of rapid gunfire echoed from a distance, causing the expressions of everyone in the villa to shift dramatically. Lin Feng abruptly opened a window, his countenance grave as he stared towards the southeast. Should we send Zhou Qiang and the others to take a look? Zhao Jingyi asked. No need, Lin Feng replied tersely. What? No need. With such a barrage of gunfire. It is clear that the intruders are not friendly, Zhao Jingyi thought to herself, bewildered by Lin Feng's indifference. In that instant, a small aerial drone took flight from Lin Feng's hand, swiftly heading towards the source of the gunfire. As Zhao Jingyi and the others witnessed this, realization dawned upon them. The drone ascended hundreds of meters into the sky under Lin Feng's control, its high-definition camera capturing the scene of the neighborhood and city with clarity. In this lawless time, drones soared to heights previously unachievable. As the drone advanced, Lin Feng and the others observed through the real-time footage a group of armed individuals executing a massacre of survivors. What puzzled Lin Feng further was that this group, numbering in the thousands, was disposing of the slain survivors into a truck. Why are they doing this? Why would they kill other survivors? Lin Feng pondered aloud. Brother Feng, shouldn't they be exterminating zombies instead? The others chimed in, equally perplexed by the events unfolding. Lin Feng, furrowing his brow at their discourse, remarked, It seems these individuals are not virtuous. Perhaps we should eliminate them all. The moment he said this, Zhao Jingyi and the others fixed him with incredulous stares. After all, This was a group of over 1,000 heavily armed individuals, while they numbered only a handful. Moreover, Zhou Qiang and his group had yet to even touch a firearm. How could they possibly contend with such a force? Sensing their skepticism, Lin Feng, while maneuvering the drone, asserted, "Do you not believe I can defeat them?" Lin Feng, "With so many of them, how can we possibly stand a chance?" Zhao Jingyi inquired tentatively. Yang Mi added, "Indeed, Lin Feng. Isn't this a bit like using a pebble against a boulder? What alternative do we have? You witnessed their brutality. If we do not eliminate them now, we may become their next victims," Lin Feng replied, urgency creeping into his tone. Zhao Jingyi, hearing his words, grew visibly agitated, her voice quickening. "But Lin Feng, we truly have no chance of winning." In response to her concerns, Lin Feng scoffed, "Their numbers may be great, but we have more allies." Allies? Zhao Jingyi and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Beyond the villa and Zhou Chang's group, they could not fathom who else could assist them. "You will see shortly," Lin Feng said with a smirk, before taking the drone in hand and striding purposefully towards the storage room. As Lin Feng entered the mysterious storage room, Zhao Jingyi and her companion's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Sister Jingyi, what do you think Lin Feng will retrieve to confront those people?" Zhao Lucy whispered, observing Lin Feng's retreating figure. Zhao Jingyi sighed, shaking her head. That group has at least 1,000 members. There is no way he could eliminate them all at once unless, suddenly, she halted, struck by a realization. "Unless what, Sister Jingyi? Please tell us." "Unless Lin Feng could conjure the tank he just made disappear. Then it might indeed be feasible to eliminate them all as he claimed." At this revelation, the group collectively gasped. A tank weighs at least 30 to 40 tons. And even more when fully loaded. How could such a thing possibly exist in the storage room? Moreover, the entrance was far too small to accommodate it. However, the women pondered for a moment and realized that while certain events might seem implausible for others, if they were to happen to Lin Feng, the outcome could indeed be different. Thus, they widened their eyes in anticipation, fixated on the storage room, eager to see what kind of surprise Lin Feng would unveil next. Although it seemed far-fetched for Lin Feng to retrieve a tank from the storage room, many improbable occurrences had mysteriously transpired in his presence before. So who could say it was impossible? Yet, what truly astonished Zhao Jingyi and the others was the item Lin Feng actually brought out from the storage room. Chapter 103. A familiar trick. Lin Feng, is this what you meant by a helper? Zhao Jingyi asked, pointing at the slightly larger drone in Lin Feng's grasp. Her face a picture of confusion. Lin Feng glanced at the drone and chuckled, "You'll understand soon enough." With that, he proceeded to attach a loudspeaker to the drone, further deepening their bewilderment. "Lin Feng, what are you doing? Sometimes, we must believe in the power of the masses. As long as we awaken them with sincere words, they will surge forth like a mighty torrent, obliterating all malevolent forces." It was evident that Lin Feng was preparing to employ his old tactic, intending to divert attention from the group. However, Zhao Jingyi and her companions were clearly bewildered by his intentions, growing increasingly confused with every word. The concepts of the crowd and torrent left them utterly flabbergasted. At that moment, Lin Feng launched the drone, which began to hover above the entire neighborhood. "Spicy skewers. Spicy skewers. 1 yuan per skewer. Spicy skewers." Suddenly, a catchy sales pitch resonated from the drone. "Lin Feng, are you trying to attract all the zombies around us?" Zhao Jingyi exclaimed, panic etched on her face. Han Wushuang chimed in. "Yes, Brother Feng, this is very dangerous." "Exactly, Brother Feng." Seeing the panic-stricken expressions of the women, Lin Feng merely chuckled. "If we don't do this, how can we awaken our great masses? Are you suggesting?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi instantly grasped Lin Feng's intentions, her mouth agape in disbelief as she looked at him. After all, such a unique idea could only originate from Lin Feng. No one else possessed his level of ingenuity. At that moment, the drone, under Lin Feng's control, soared to the skies above the most populated area of the city before the apocalypse. "Spicy skewers. 1 yuan per skewer." As the drone glided silently overhead, thousands of zombies wandering in the vicinity were abruptly roused, plunging into a frenzy of chaos. The third-tier zombies tilted their heads back, letting out menacing roars towards the drone hovering above. Meanwhile, those half-asleep zombies in skyscrapers, financial institutions, law firms, and hotels were also awakened by the drone's hypnotic sales pitch. These zombies clawed and banged against doors and windows, desperately trying to bring down the source of their disturbed slumber. As Lin Feng observed this scene through real-time footage, a smile crept onto his lips. He then maneuvered the drone towards the throng of people. The zombies, driven by the drone's movement, frantically followed, swelling in numbers like a rolling snowball, gradually forming a massive tide of the undead. What is happening? At that moment, the group of armed individuals who had been indiscriminately killing innocents sensed the ground trembling beneath them. Disturbingly, they could hear the distant sounds of selling, which left them puzzled and perplexed. "Spicy skewers? Is someone really selling spicy skewers now? This doesn't seem right." Just as they were debating, one of them suddenly pointed ahead in terror, stammering, "No, it's a zombie tide. Run, run." Upon hearing this, the others looked up, their faces instantly paling in fear. "What are you standing around for? Shoot." A shout erupted from the crowd, prompting everyone to hastily raise their weapons and begin firing wildly at the approaching tide of zombies. Yet, they seemed to have forgotten that without striking the zombies in the head, these creatures were akin to unkillable cockroaches. Consequently, countless zombies fell, only to rise again, roaring and lunging toward them once more. Within moments, the group was utterly engulfed by the relentless wave of zombies, as overwhelming as a landslide. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingyi and her companions stared at the screen, Witnessing the harrowing scene unfold, each of them rendered speechless by the complexity of their emotions. Are you all shocked by this sight? Lin Feng asked with a smirk, observing their stunned expressions. Lin Feng, I must say, you are incredibly clever, albeit rather ruthless. Zhao Jingyi remarked. And then, upon hearing her words, Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. Zhao Jingyi leaned in and kissed his cheek before continuing. But I like it. Haha. Lin Feng erupted in laughter at her response. The other women, seeing Lin Feng so elated, chimed in. I like it too. I want to kiss. Me too. In an instant, Lin Feng's face was adorned with various shades of lipstick, leaving him somewhat dazed. Thus, he felt a surge of energy and decided to indulge their playful antics. 3 hours later, Lin Feng, feeling satisfied, adjusted his attire and lit a cigarette. I feel like I've undergone some changes since being with you. Zhao Jingyi's voice suddenly broke through, having just regained her composure. I think I feel the same, said Zhao Lucy. The twin sisters, Guan Qingyan and Guan Yuan, echoed in unison. So do we. Hearing their comments, Lin Feng realized that his benevolent dual cultivation skills were indeed taking effect. He casually replied, Isn't it only natural for women who have been nurtured by me to experience some changes? But I distinctly feel my strength. All right, I'm hungry now. Let's go cook. Lin Feng interrupted Zhao Jingyi before she could finish her thought. Chapter 104. Clearing the battlefield. However, Lin Feng's behavior only solidified Zhao Jingyi's suspicions that this matter was indeed connected to him. Yet, it was clear that Lin Feng was unwilling to share, leaving her with no choice but to refrain from pressing further, lest she become bothersome. Fine, I'll go make dinner now. With a complex expression, Zhao Jingyi glanced at Lin Feng, adjusted her attire, tied on an apron, and headed to the kitchen. Meanwhile, in another city estate, Feng Zhan glared darkly at a kneeling subordinate, his voice icy. Are you saying that you are the only one who survived from everyone who went to Songhai City? Feng Zhan, observing the palpable fear in his subordinate stammering, let out a heavy sigh. I dispatched 1,000 men to Songhai City to exact vengeance for my son. Yet it appears you were all slaughtered instead. It seems I have wasted my efforts on you. Truly a bunch of useless wretches. But this is not our fault. Master Feng, this matter is decidedly peculiar, the subordinate protested. Peculiar? Enlighten me on this peculiarity, Feng Zhan retorted with a cold snort, his tone laced with skepticism. To him, the subordinate's words sounded like mere excuses, and he contemplated dismembering the man to feed his now zombified son. The call of the street vendors? What call? Feng Zhan narrowed his eyes, his voice ominously low. The subordinate hurriedly replied. It seemed to be Bobo Chicken. Bobo Chicken? What is that? Feng Zhan inquired, turning to his loyal old servant for clarification. The servant promptly responded with respect. Master Feng, Bobo Chicken is a traditional dish originating from Lesan, renowned for its spicy and fragrant flavor. Since you do not partake in spicy food, it is understandable that you are unfamiliar with it. Ha! Feng Zhan laughed heartily at the servant's explanation. What time do you think it is? How could there still be street vendors calling out? Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived? With that, Feng Zhan's expression darkened, causing the subordinate to turn pale with fear. I swear to the heavens, I am not deceiving you, Master Feng. Seeing the subordinate's desperate insistence, Feng Zhan felt a twinge of belief. He extended his hand, resting it atop the subordinate's head. In an instant, he envisioned a torrent of corpses surging forth, consuming all his subordinates. To his astonishment, he indeed heard the sound of street vendors calling out Bobo Chicken from above, chilling his demeanor further. Controlling zombies, intriguing indeed. It appears you were not lying after all. The following day, Lin Feng awoke from his slumber, hastily descended to partake in breakfast, only to find Zhou Qiang and the others outside the fence, fidgeting restlessly. This brought to mind the assessment he had planned for them, a task he had inadvertently overlooked amidst his engrossing discussions with Zhao Jingyi and her companions. Thus, amidst their astonished gazes, Lin Feng merely sipped his century egg and lean meat porridge a couple of times before stepping out of the villa to address Zhou Qiang and the others. Have you all been standing outside all night? Yes, Brother Feng, they replied in unison. Very well, you have all passed your assessments. The moment Lin Feng uttered these words, Zhou Qiang and the others were taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces. To Lin Feng, unwavering loyalty was paramount, with skill ranking a distant second. After all, they were still young and, bolstered by the crystal cores, it would be arduous for them not to advance swiftly. An hour later, Lin Feng led Zhou Qiang and the others out of the community, heading towards the site where the previous day's horde of zombies had claimed lives. Although those individuals had either been devoured or transformed into zombies, the weaponry and equipment they possessed were tangible assets. This was Lin Feng's true objective. He instructed Zhao Jingyi and the others to remain at the villa, as the primary aim was to retrieve the firearms and ammunition of the deceased, rendering their full participation unnecessary. With Zhou Qiang and the others in tow, Lin Feng drove a truck through 5 streets. Arriving at the site of the tragedy from the previous day, the zombie horde had receded, leaving behind a scene littered with human remains and the newly transformed first-tier zombies. Eliminate these newly transformed zombies and retrieve their firearms, Lin Feng commanded. As Zhou Qiang and the others nodded in agreement, they swiftly took up arms, effortlessly dispatching the sluggish, newly turned zombies. Having navigated the apocalypse for quite some time, they had shed their naivety and innocence from before the catastrophe. Otherwise, how would they have managed to procure over 100 crystal cores in a single day to exchange for food? In just a matter of minutes, hundreds of transformed zombies lay lifeless, their heads pierced. Zhou Qiang and the others eagerly collected the firearms and ammunition from the ground, hastily loading them into the truck. The sight of so many weapons was a first for them, evoking a sense of exhilaration. Meanwhile, Lin Feng surveyed the firearms on the truck, deep in thought. How could these individuals possess such an arsenal? This was a nation with stringent gun control laws. He had traversed mountains and rivers to acquire a stockpile of arms in the United States. Did these survivors also have a reborn individual with a system behind them? As he pondered, Lin Feng's brow furrowed, scrutinizing the weapons. All were undoubtedly from the Soviet Union, including the AK-74, AK-47, handguns, and compact Lebedev pistols. It seemed this reborn individual had also prepared for the impending apocalypse, much like himself. Detected 289 AK-74 assault rifles. Congratulations, you have obtained 289 AK-74 assault rifles. Detected 700 AK-47 assault rifles. Congratulations, you have obtained 700 AK-47 assault rifles. Detected 5,000 loaded magazines. Congratulations, you have obtained 5,000 loaded magazines. Chapter 105. A voice from beyond. Once Lin Feng had successfully transferred the firearms and ammunition into his space, he began to scan his surroundings. His mind filled with questions. What had become of the truck that had transported the bodies of the survivors yesterday? Was it possible that the zombie horde had not annihilated them all? Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, Zhou Qiang suddenly opened the trunk of an SUV, exclaiming with delight, "Brother Feng, look at this." Lin Feng quickly shook off his reverie and approached to see 5 crates of Soviet-made grenades. These were defensive grenades, affectionately nicknamed Lemon. If memory served correctly, a single grenade contained approximately 60 grams of high explosives, weighing a total of 600 grams, including the fuse, with an effective kill radius of about 30 meters. If Lin Feng could replicate these grenades 1,000-fold within his space, and then combine them, wouldn't that exponentially increase their power? As Lin Feng contemplated, he focused his mind and placed his hand on the 5 crates of grenades. Detected 5 crates of grenades. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 crates of grenades. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng once again concentrated, prompting another system prompt to resonate in his mind. Detected 5 crates of grenades. Would you like to combine them? Combine. Lin Feng silently affirmed. With that, the crates in his space halved in number. The system promptly chimed again. 2-in-1 grenade. Power increased by 120, weight reduced by 30. Upon hearing such astonishing statistics regarding the combination, Lin Feng swallowed hard. This was merely the power of a 2-in-1 grenade. If he could combine 10,000, 100 million, or even more grenades into one, wouldn't that yield the equivalent of a nuclear bomb? Brother Feng, are you alright? Zhou Qiang, noticing Lin Feng's unusual demeanor, inquired softly. Yes, I'm fine, Lin Feng replied. And Zhou Qiang promptly joined the others in transporting the 5 crates of grenades onto the truck. Suddenly, Lin Feng replicated all the off-road vehicles of yesterday's group into his space, one by one. After all, these were the renowned Xiaolong military off-road vehicles, reputed to traverse any terrain that a tank could conquer. Their performance far exceeded that of the civilian off-road vehicles available on the market. Detected 200 Xiaolong military off-road vehicles. Congratulations on acquiring a Xiaolong military off-road vehicle. Immediately, Lin Feng focused his thoughts again, and the single Xiaolong military off-road vehicle in his space transformed into 2, just like the earlier grenades, resulting in an exact halving. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The combined Xiaolong military off-road vehicle now boasts a 100 increase in power, a 50 increase in torque, and an 80 increase in speed. Both the main and auxiliary fuel tank capacities have been elevated by 50, extending the range by 1,000 kilometers. And the bulletproof capability has been enhanced by an additional 100 on top of the existing level. Listening to the upgraded statistics of the Xiaolong military off-road vehicle, Lin Feng felt that the month he had devoted to diligently honing his synthesis skills in the villa was indeed worth it. It seemed that when time permitted, he should synthesize all the arms in his space to further enhance his 3-in-1 proficiency. Young man, is it not a tad impolite to simply take someone else's possessions? Suddenly, a voice as thunderous as a storm erupted above Lin Feng's head, causing his heart to tighten. Zhou Qiang and the others grasped their rifles tightly, their expressions alert. Although they were surrounded by numerous Type 47 automatic rifles, they were entirely unfamiliar with their use. Thus their long rifles remained their most proficient weapons. At this moment, Lin Feng instinctively understood that another reincarnator had appeared. He quickly feigned a look of terror and scanned the surroundings haphazardly, pondering who had spoken. In his view, disguising oneself before truly understanding the opponent was the wisest choice, lest he prematurely reveal his identity. However, this sudden display of timidity left Zhou Qiang and the others perplexed. As Lin Feng was generally decisive and composed, such a cowardly demeanor was unimaginable. Yet, Lin Feng's gamble proved correct. After a brief pause, the voice resonated once more above them. I ask you, did you hear any cries of selling yesterday? The mention of cries of selling stirred something within Lin Feng. The voice confirmed. Indeed, it was the cries of selling. Dear celestial brother, please do not toy with me. What age are we in that cries of selling still exist? Lin Feng responded. Did you not hear the cries for Bobo chicken yesterday? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng realized he had encountered an adversary. He quickly shook his head. The city is vast. How could we possibly linger in one spot while searching for food? We are unfamiliar with this Bobo chicken you mention. The voice sounded perplexed, yet continued. Then please keep an eye out. If you happen to find it, return here, and I assure you, you will not go hungry. Really? Thank you, great one. Lin Feng immediately turned to Zhou Qiang and the others, winking. Did you all remember that? They instantly comprehended Lin Feng's intention and hurriedly affirmed. Remembered. Good. The weapons and ammunition you picked up belong to me. Do not take them away. Very well, we shall not take these weapons then. Lin Feng feigned fear, waved to Zhou Qiang and the others, and walked away on foot. After all, he had already replicated all the equipment here countless times into his own space, so he was not concerned about this minor loss. Brother Feng, are we truly leaving behind so many firearms and ammunition? Zhou Qiang inquired. What can we do? That person is unfathomable. Can we afford to disregard him? Lin Feng deliberately raised his voice, fearing the mysterious figure might not have heard. After all, despite engaging with Lin Feng, the individual had failed to uncover even the slightest clue. Chapter 106. Tonight's encounter with Sister Ruo Shuang, it was evident that he had provoked another formidable reincarnator, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Each encounter with different reincarnators was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. One could easily face a reincarnator even more powerful than oneself, leading to dire consequences. Lin Feng, what are you thinking? Suddenly, Zhao Jingyi approached him from behind, speaking softly. Hearing this, Lin Feng gazed out the window and sighed. Nothing much. Just pondering how wonderful it would be if this neighborhood and villa were forever isolated from the world. In truth, having a sanctuary like this was already a source of great contentment for them. Zhao Jingyi misinterpreted his sentiment, but Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate, as he harbored too many secrets to share with those close to him. Misunderstandings were, at times, inevitable. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi entwined her arm with Lin Feng's and gently urged, Come now, Lin Feng, stop overthinking. Everyone is waiting for you to join them for dinner. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go eat. However, as Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi stepped into the living room, they were met with dozens of penetrating gazes from Ning Ruo Shuang, Yang Mi, Li Xian, and the others. Clang. Ning Ruo Shuang dramatically slammed her chopsticks onto the table, exclaiming, Is it necessary to be so lovey-dovey over a meal? How dull. Little 11, what do you mean by that? Are you referring to me or Lin Feng? Zhao Jingyi retorted immediately. I am not talking about anyone. I am merely speaking of myself. Isn't that acceptable? Little 11, do not think I am oblivious to your implications. I simply wanted to get closer to Lin Feng. Is that so unreasonable? Humph. Ning Ruo Shuang was left speechless by Zhao Jingyi's rebuttal, resorting to furiously shoveling rice into her mouth. Oh my, they are competing for affection, Lin Feng thought to himself, feeling a sense of amusement. He cleared his throat and remarked, Such behavior is not conducive to familial harmony. All your fault. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's comment elicited a mournful gaze from Ning Ruo Shuang. Taken aback, Lin Feng quickly nodded. All right, it's all my fault. Humph. Ning Ruo Shuang huffed and resumed her vigorous consumption of food. Faced with Ning Ruo Shuang's inexplicable stubbornness, Lin Feng felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. For him, these women could occasionally act irrationally and express their tempers, as long as they did not cross certain lines. Lin Feng, are we all still accompanying you tonight? Zhao Jingyi's sudden question halted everyone from eating. All eyes fixed on Lin Feng, awaiting his response. Even the previously sulking Ning Ruo Shuang turned her gaze toward him. Well, it seems tonight I must take the opportunity to enlighten you all about the prowess of my dual cultivation skills. As he considered this, Lin Feng casually remarked, eliciting expressions of disappointment from the group. Only Ning Ruo Shuang, who had been pouting, displayed a proud demeanor. The following day, Lin Feng rose early, leaving Ning Ruo Shuang behind, who curled up quietly like a weary kitten, still breathing softly with her mouth slightly ajar. After all, who could resist the allure of helping others, as she had done the previous night? Upon descending the stairs, he found Zhao Jingyi had prepared breakfast, and without hesitation, Lin Feng began to eat. What are your plans for today? Zhao Jingyi inquired as she poured him a glass of milk. Receiving the milk, Lin Feng replied, I will be stepping out shortly. You all should stay here and await my notification. Are you planning to use the same method as last time? She asked. Yes. Lin Feng confirmed. He drank the milk in one gulp and exited the villa with Daha. Having learned yesterday that he had attracted the attention of yet another reincarnated individual, Lin Feng felt an urgency. The zombies in this city were evolving. Thus, he needed to gather a substantial number of crystal cores in the shortest time possible to enhance his strength. He drove a Land Rover to the largest hospital in the city, the public hospital of Songhai City, and parked. Upon exiting the vehicle and surveying the hospital entrance, he focused his mind and initiated the synthesis of 2 colossal meat grinders. Detected 2 gigantic meat grinders. Proceed with synthesis? Synthesize, he commanded, following his utterance. A notification echoed in his mind. 2-in-1 giant meat grinder, length increased by 3 meters, height increased by 25 meters, 300 additional blades, fuel and diesel tank enlarged by 100. The extraordinary specifications of the newly synthesized meat grinder filled Lin Feng with exhilaration. Such a powerful device could effortlessly handle not just 2nd and 3rd tier zombies, but even those of the 4th tier. With a mere thought, he positioned the giant meat grinder at the hospital's entrance. As music began to play, the once silent hospital erupted into chaos, akin to a drop of icy water splashing into a boiling pot of oil, stirring a tumultuous wave. In every corner of the hospital, the once listless patients, doctors, and nurses rushed forward with ferocious shouts, heading straight for the entrance. At that moment, Lin Feng pressed the start button on the meat grinder, and nearly 1,000 gleaming blades began to whirl rapidly. The horde of zombies, resembling a mudslide, charged heedlessly into the grinding maw of the machine. In an instant, blood and flesh flew, as countless zombies were mercilessly reduced to fragments. Yet, even in the face of such carnage, the relentless zombies continued to hurl themselves into the grinder, turning into heaps of minced meat. To Lin Feng's astonishment, a multitude of crystal cores and zombie remains began to separate, cascading from the grinder's other outlet, like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. His spirits soared at this revelation. It appeared that this was the true advantage of the upgraded meat grinder. He whispered softly, collecting the crystal cores into his spatial storage. As more zombies plunged into the grinder, a steady stream of crystal cores continued to emerge, quickly forming a small pile. I never imagined that slaying zombies could be so monotonous, Lin Feng mused. He then addressed the roaring zombies with a loudspeaker, and the moment he did, the creatures surged forward with renewed ferocity, as if they had caught the scent of prey. The meat grinder completely blocked the hospital's entrance, rendering it the sole escape for the zombies. As time passed, every last one of them was ground to oblivion. Just then, a sound reminiscent of a monkey echoed through the hospital, causing Lin Feng's heart to race. He recognized it as the cry of a zombie infant. This was the same sound he had heard when the bloated zombie in his neighborhood had given birth. With thoughts racing through his mind, he connected the dots. Hospital, obstetrics, pregnant women, infants. Indeed, at that moment, a zombie infant shattered a window from the upper floors and leaped down like a nimble monkey, landing deftly before racing towards the meat grinder. One after another, dozens of zombie infants followed suit, crashing to the ground and dashing toward the machine. Lin Feng's heart tightened at this sight. His understanding of zombie infants indicated that they possessed a semblance of intelligence, unlike their mindless counterparts. Thus, he anticipated that these infants would not mindlessly rush into the grinder as the others had. To prepare for the worst, he summoned a Barrett 109 armor-piercing sniper rifle into his hands, a weapon capable of dismantling light armor. As the first zombie infant approached the meat grinder, it halted, scanning its surroundings warily. However, Lin Feng, concealed in the shadows, offered no respite. With a pull of the trigger, the infant's head exploded into a gruesome mess. The remaining infants, witnessing this, mistakenly attributed the act to the meat grinder. They unleashed a furious cacophony, charging towards the whirling machine. In an instant, hundreds of zombie infants met the same fate, reduced to a puddle of flesh, and a multitude of dark purple crystal cores were expelled from the grinder. Lin Feng approached to examine one of the cores before swiftly storing the remainder. Although these infants were another form of zombie, he resolved not to consume their cores without absolute certainty, understanding that each step and decision in this perilous situation demanded the utmost caution to avoid dire consequences. He then recalled the meat grinder into his spatial storage and opened the car door for Daha, who leaped inside. However, as Lin Feng hastily drove away, a female zombie clad in a hospital gown mysteriously appeared at the entrance, her gaze fixed intently on his departing figure, her expression imbued with an indescribable eeriness. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a normal person, unscathed except for her pallid skin. If there was anything extraordinary about her, it was the faint glimmer of gold in her eyes. In her past life, she had turned into a zombie, surviving only a year before a wretched survivor shattered her skull and took her crystal core. In this life of rebirth, even if I am a zombie, I shall strive to be the king among the undead. Lin Feng spent the entire morning outside without even turning on the intercom. What could he possibly be up to? Brother Feng, how could you do this? Don't you realize that your sisters are worried sick about you? Upon witnessing their concern, Lin Feng merely chuckled and said, "You'll find out soon enough." He then opened the car door and retrieved a black backpack, tossing it to Zhao Jingyi. As she caught the backpack, Zhao Jingyi immediately felt its weight. After exchanging glances with the other women, she turned to Lin Feng and asked, "What on earth is in this backpack? Why don't you open it and see?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingyi promptly unzipped the bag. Chapter 108. Does this count as a superpower? Crystals. Oh my, how did you manage to acquire these, Lin Feng? Zhao Jingyi exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she gazed at the colorful crystals within the backpack. The other women, including Zhao Lucy and Yang Mi, hurried over, their expressions filled with disbelief as they looked at Lin Feng. There were thousands of crystals, no matter how skilled Lin Feng was. It seemed impossible for him to have gathered them all in just one morning. Even if one were to solely extract crystals from the heads of zombies, it would be an arduous task for a single individual. Lin Feng, noticing their astonished gazes, understood their thoughts, but had no intention of revealing his secret. Ever since he discovered that he was not the only reborn person and that killing other reborn individuals would grant him their powers, he became even more reticent about sharing his secret. After all reborn beings were akin to creatures in a dark forest. The first to reveal their identity would likely attract the attention of others. Moreover, if ordinary survivors could gain the abilities of a reborn by killing them, Lin Feng's situation would become even more perilous. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi and the others realized Lin Feng would not divulge his secret, so they decided to remain silent about it. Regardless of whether they mentioned it or not, he would not confess, so they might as well let it be. The women stared at the vibrant crystals in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Feng, with this many crystals, there must be thousands. Did you really acquire them all by killing zombies today? Zhao Jingyi still found it hard to believe. Suddenly, Ning Ruoshuang remembered something and said, Lin Feng, these crystals must have been taken from other survivors, right? Am I correct? As soon as she spoke, all the women turned their gazes toward Lin Feng, for they found her theory highly plausible. Seeing their curiosity, Lin Feng decided to play along with their assumptions, saying, what did I tell you? Among you, Ruo Shuang is the smartest. Upon hearing this, Ning Ruo Shuang huffed proudly, feeling quite pleased. However, Zhao Jingyi and the others shot Lin Feng disapproving looks. If you took them, just admit it. Why boast that you obtained them by killing zombies? Noting their dissatisfaction, Lin Feng simply smiled and said, all right, it's all my fault. Now, let us categorize these crystals. As he finished speaking, the women immediately began to work diligently. After over an hour of sorting, they paused, gazing at Lin Feng with astonishment. How did it go? Are you finished? Lin Feng inquired. Zhao Jingyi took a deep breath and nodded. We're done. In total, there are 3, 810 second-tier crystals, 7, 612 third-tier crystals, and 1, 931 fourth-tier crystals. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Feng was not surprised. Given the large hospital's previous flow of visitors, he expected to find more crystals there, considering there had been at least 20 to 30,000 people before the apocalypse. However, he pondered that the recent acid rain might have affected the numbers. Although Lin Feng found the quantity lacking, Zhao Jingyi and the others were utterly thrilled by the haul. The second-tier crystals will go to Zhou Qiang and the others. The third-tier crystals will be evenly divided between you and Ha and Ha, as before, and as for the fourth-tier crystals, they are all mine. No objections? Lin Feng declared. How could we possibly object, Brother Feng? Zhao Jingyi responded with a smile. Then I shall not hold back. Time was of the essence for Lin Feng, as he needed to enhance his strength swiftly to face the unknown dangers ahead. One by one, he absorbed the fourth-tier crystals, feeling an intense energy surging within him, causing his inner universe to glow brighter and spin faster. Initially, the energy from a single fourth-tier crystal was overwhelming, but now he was about to absorb nearly 2,000. A truly terrifying amount of power. As Lin Feng's body radiated light, his skin became increasingly translucent, revealing the tumultuous flow of energy within. With each crystal consumed, his strength intensified, and his small universe expanded dramatically, causing his body to tremble violently. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Finally, after absorbing all the crystals, Lin Feng's eyes snapped open. In an instant, 2 beams of blinding light shot forth from his eyes. A nearby potted succulent was pierced through, and the light continued to fly out the window, striking a tree branch outside, which emitted wisps of white smoke. Witnessing this, Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. So this is the effect of consuming a significant number of crystals? Does this count as a superpower? Just then, a frantic knocking sounded at the door. Accompanied by Ning Ruo Shuang's slightly tearful voice, Lin Feng, something's wrong with the Ha and Ha. You need to come and see. In an instant, Lin Feng's heart raced at her urgency. Something significant must have occurred, as those 2 Labradors were her prized companions. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dashed to the door, opening it with a low voice. What happened to the Ha and Ha? You should go downstairs and see for yourself. I'm nearly frantic. Ning Ruo Shuang replied, her eyes glistening with tears. All right, let us go. With that, Lin Feng took her hand, and they hurried down the stairs.